Chapter 1: The New Logger of Dashan Company. Would you accept a job with a monthly salary of 30,000? In the dead of night, on a desolate street, a man clad in black came to a halt, his brow furrowed as he listened to the voice emanating from his phone. I won't engage in drug trafficking. This late night call came from a former comrade with whom he had once dredged corpses from the Yellow River. As the demand for corpse recovery dwindled, the master of the trade had insinuated that he should seek other opportunities. With so many wolves and so little meat, there was hardly enough for themselves, let alone for a temporary worker like him. It's not drug trafficking. It's a legitimate job, for heaven's sake. What legitimate job pays 30,000? Recovering corpses only offer me 10. The man prepared to hang up, as he still needed to find a place to stay. Cutting trees, go to the deep mountains, and fell trees. Will you go? I see you're pitiful, struggling to secure a position. Don't let me down. Really? The man paused. Really? I wouldn't deceive you about finding a corpse upside down. Upon hearing this, the man began to believe. Thank you, Luga. Send me the address. Dashan Logging Company. Go for an interview tomorrow. The man tucked away his phone and glanced at the location sent to him. Not far, merely a few hundred kilometers? Damn it. He cursed and hastened towards the high-speed rail station. 3 days later. Kid, has a donkey kicked your brain? Coming to this godforsaken place to work as a logger? A truck traversed deep into the dense forest, leading to an endless expanse of primordial woodland. Old Tang rested one arm on the window, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, while his other hand gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the bumpy road ahead. He was the designated driver for Dashan Company, responsible for transporting timber from the heart of the mountains. Recently, a fresh batch of timber had been stockpiled at the log cabin, coinciding with the hiring of a new logger, making it a fortuitous opportunity to deliver the goods. As he contemplated this, Old Tang glanced at the passenger seat, where a man in his mid-20s, named Lin Xia, stared out at the trees racing past. I'm here for the money, 30,000 a month. Even if it meant logging on Mount Everest, I'd do it. Lin Xia's voice was somewhat hoarse. Old Tang had initially assumed he was a heavy smoker, but when he offered him a cigarette, Lin Xia declined. Isn't it strange? You don't smoke, yet have a smoker's voice. Are you valuing money over life? Old Tang chuckled. Do you know why I'm heading into the mountains this time? Aren't you going to transport timber? Lin Xia looked over. That's just one reason. Old Tang took a drag from his cigarette. The previous logger hasn't contacted us for a month. The company suspects he's dead. Another reason I'm going is to retrieve his body. How can you be so sure? Old Tang scoffed. It's a matter of experience. That patch of forest has claimed the lives of over a dozen loggers. If there's no contact for a month, they're usually dead. Lin Xia frowned, recalling that Bosley hadn't mentioned any of this upon his arrival. What's going on? He asked coldly. There are ghosts. That forest isn't ordinary. I was terrified just seeing it from a distance. Old Tang chuckled, relishing in the fear he instilled in newcomers. Yet, he wasn't entirely joking. That forest was indeed unsettling, and during his first visit, he had broken into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the enticing salary of 30,000 and the hefty penalty for breaking the contract, he would have fled long ago. Once you're here, there's no turning back, Old Tang cautioned. You've legally signed the contract. The penalty is $1 million, right? Lin Xia nodded, casting another glance out the window. Old Tang chuckled. Though the company's penalty might not adhere to legal standards, they have their ways of dealing with us common folk. Lin Xia fell silent, exhaling slowly. It seemed he had little choice. He had taken this job to provide for his 2 younger sisters' tuition, living expenses, and medical costs. Without this job, they would be left to scrape by. Had their parents still been alive, they would surely have scolded him. Moreover, he could not afford the penalty, so he had resolved to proceed. It's just a bit eerie, Lin Xia murmured. Old Tang smiled, choosing not to respond, as he pressed the accelerator a bit harder. Time slipped by, the sun rising from the east to its zenith, and the truck finally slowed down. Ahead lay a wooden cabin, surrounded by piles of chopped timber and a modern forklift. We've arrived. Old Tang parked the truck in the clearing before the cabin, leaped out, and Lin Xia followed suit, stretching his limbs. After 2 days on the truck, they had finally reached their destination. The remoteness of the place was astonishing, and he wondered why logging was conducted so deep in the wilderness. Yet, the environment was quite splendid, with mountains encircling 3 sides, the only access being the relatively flat road they had traveled. The nearby trees were primarily Marin-sown, tall and stately, most of them at least a century old. Come, let's head into the cabin and take a look. Old Tang retrieved 2 hunting rifles from the truck, tossing one to Lin Xia. It was imperative to carry weapons in such places to fend off wild beasts. The creatures of the primordial forest were no mere zoo animals. They could genuinely threaten one's life. Before their arrival, the company had conducted a brief training session on firearm usage. Although it lasted only an hour, Lin Xia had grasped the basics. The two made their way toward the cabin, walking in tandem. Before they even stepped inside, Lin Xia caught a whiff of a foul stench. Damn, did someone really die? Old Tang covered his nose and kicked the door open. The two peered inside, only to see a figure hunched over, head resting on the ground, hands sprawled out. Beneath him, a dry trail of blood extended to the doorway. It seemed he had been dead for quite some time. His prostrated position faced a square table in the corner, where a piece of blackwood lay, with a broken incense stick stuck in a bowl before it. It's reminiscent of the Buddhist practice of prostration. Lin Xia frowned. You know about that? Old Tang was taken aback. Just a guess. Old Tang chuckled, shaking his head as he entered, poking the figure with his gun. In an instant, the figure slumped to the ground, resembling a puddle of wet clay. Lin Xia followed closely, though not particularly afraid. The odor was indeed overpowering. Having previously worked at a crematorium, where bodies were typically processed and odorless, this was exceptionally foul, capable of inducing severe physiological discomfort. Just like the last one, this place truly has ghosts. The last one died in a similar manner? Indeed, the next one likely will too. Old Tang flashed a grin at Lin Xia. One ought not to strike a smiling face. Old Tang feared a beating. Let's go. Fetch the body bag and take it back. Old Tang turned to leave, with Lin Xia trailing behind. They retrieved the body bag, wrapping the man inside. As they turned him over, they finally glimpsed the wound. A gaping gash marred his neck, as if some beast with poor dentition had torn him apart. He must have still been alive when he struggled his way to the cabin, only to bow to that piece of wood. Lin Xia found it perplexing. Why did he seek solace in that piece of wood rather than calling for help from the company? What was that piece of wood, anyway? Filled with questions, Lin Xia and Old Tang maneuvered the man into the corner of the truck bed. Load up these logs, Old Tang commanded. I'll step aside for a smoke. This is unsettling. Old Tang squatted by the front of the truck, lighting a cigarette and leisurely resting on the grass. Lin Xia operated the forklift, loading the timber onto the truck. These logs were not the usual Marin-sown, but a type of black-skinned, yellow-hearted wood, differing from the black-skinned, black-hearted wood used for offerings inside the cabin. What kind of tree is this? Lin Xia inquired after finishing the loading. Black pear flower. Old Tang extinguished his cigarette, rising to point towards the depths of the mountains. There are plenty of these trees over there. The company requires only 10 of these each month to meet their quota. Lin Xia nodded. It seemed relatively straightforward. Lao Tang let out a cold chuckle, no longer wishing to intimidate Lin Xia, and swiftly hopped into the vehicle. Take care, young man. If danger arises, contact the company. The team will come a month later to retrieve your remains. The sound of the truck's engine gradually faded away, and Lin Xia seemed to grasp why the previous lumberjack had made such a choice in his dying moments. By the time the company arrived, he would likely be decomposed. Yet, thanks to that piece of timber, it was indeed absurd. Chapter 2. The Trapped Moose. In the depths of the mountains, 2 figures clad in black robes stood, one upright, the other lying down, both gazing into the dense forest ahead. The standing figure was named Mang Tian, exuding an aura that seemed to devour life, while the one on the ground was called Si Shui, bloodied with a gaping wound in his side. Captain, the moose has ventured deeper. I could not stop it, Si Shui gasped, clutching his wound. Mang Tian nodded, his fingers gripping the knife, the joints turning a shade of blue. The moose has slaughtered a town in our Huaxia. The night watchers will inevitably seek vengeance. For now, I shall escort you back. Mang Tian sheathed his knife and hoisted Si Shui onto his shoulder as they made their way out of the thicket. Is there really a refrigerator? Lin Xia wondered aloud as he opened a fridge in the cabin's living room, discovering an ample supply of food, meat, eggs, and milk, sufficient to sustain him for a month. He circled around the cabin to familiarize himself with the living conditions. The cabin was surprisingly well equipped, featuring pots, a refrigerator, and even a well in the yard. The storage shed behind the cabin contained some lumbering equipment, albeit only a few ordinary chainsaws, a couple of broken ones, and several barrels of scarcely used gasoline. The cabin's roof was adorned with a solar power device, ensuring that life here did not regress to primitive times. Not too shabby, Lin Xia remarked, realizing that the conditions were not as harsh as he had anticipated. In fact, they were quite satisfactory. The only drawback was the solitude, being alone in these remote mountains without anyone to converse with. However, considering the monthly salary of 30,000, Lin Xia felt he could endure the loneliness. Closing the cabin door, he took his hunting rifle and ventured into the mountains, intending to scout the black pear blossom forest while also clearing any nearby wild beasts. The previous lumberjack had likely met his demise at the hands of some predator. Generally, armed with a hunting rifle, they were not fearful of these creatures. Thus, his death was likely the result of an ambush, prompting Lin Xia to ascertain the lurking dangers before they could strike, preferably eliminating them to avoid sharing the same fate. Taking the initiative, Lin Xia walked along a small path beside the cabin, heading north into the mountains. Upon entering the northern hills, the forest resonated with the sounds of wildlife, chirping birds, buzzing cicadas, and distant roars. Occasionally, he spotted small creatures such as squirrels, weasels, rabbits, wild chickens, and monkeys. However, none posed a threat, so he refrained from hunting them. Continuing forward, Lin Xia soon halted, frowning at the path ahead, raising his rifle. He noticed several saplings broken at the edges, the fresh cuts oozing sap, evidence of a forceful impact not attributable to a small animal. Clenching his rifle, he disengaged the safety and followed the trail left behind. The broken saplings led deep into the forest, accompanied by trampled bushes and scattered bark. Deep hoof prints marred the ground, indicating a substantial creature. Could it be a bear? Lin Xia pondered, though the shape of the hoof prints suggested otherwise. He had seen bear tracks before, and these were distinct. Before long, he heard a sound, a heavy, labored breathing, accompanied by the cracking of trees being struck. Lin Xia tread lightly, concealing himself behind a large tree, cautiously peering ahead. What he beheld was a moose, an enormous one at that, standing over 3 meters tall and exceeding 6 meters in length, resembling a small truck. The colossal moose was thrashing in a frenzy, its antlers ensnared by 2 black pear trees, which trembled under the force of its struggles, chunks of bark stripped away to reveal the yellow wood beneath. Bloodshot eyes glared in distress, frothy red spittle foaming from its mouth, while its sturdy legs churned the earth, uprooting soil around it. The creature appeared to have fought for an extended period, its fur damp with sweat, a pungent animal scent wafting through the air. Lin Xia held his breath, pressed against the tree. This size doesn't seem right, he mused. He recalled that moose were not typically this large. Observing for a moment, he noticed that while the moose continued to struggle, it had not yet freed itself. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia opted to retreat. Generally, moose are not aggressive, but this one was different. It was in a state of extreme agitation, and the sound of a gunshot could trigger a violent reaction, potentially leading to it breaking free and attacking him. Its sheer size could easily spell his demise. Moreover, Lin Xia could not guarantee his survival before bringing the moose down. Thus, it was prudent to withdraw, allowing it to exhaust itself against the trees while he could later claim the spoils. He stepped back quietly, exiting the forest and proceeding deeper into the mountains. The area around him began to reveal the occasional black pear tree, albeit still sparse. He suspected the forest he would be working in was further in. After 10 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at the black pear blossom grove. The bark was black, and the leaves a brilliant red, reminiscent of autumn's maple foliage. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the crimson leaves like delicate sheets of red glass, stunningly beautiful. Lin Xia crouched down, picking up a fallen red leaf for closer inspection. The leaf's veins resembled a spider's web, brittle to the touch, shattering with the slightest pressure. As it crumbled, a sweet, ripe pear fragrance wafted up. Black pear blossoms. How fitting, he mused, discarding the fragments, dusting off his hands, and gripping his rifle as he ventured deeper into the grove. He needed to thoroughly survey this area, for it would be the site of his work for the upcoming month. The light within the grove was considerably dimmer than outside, The striking red leaves, while beautiful, obscured much of the sunlight, carpeting the ground in a thick layer of fallen foliage that crunched softly underfoot. After a thorough exploration, Lin Xia found no signs of wildlife. Strange. Given the size of the forest, it seemed unlikely there would be no animals at all. Yet he found neither tracks nor droppings, nor even a bird's nest among the trees. It appeared the previous lumberjack had encountered danger elsewhere. This grove seemed relatively safe for the time being. Lin Xia marked several sturdy black pear trees with his knife, preparing to commence work the following day. After all, he only needed to fell 10 trees each month, a task that was scarcely challenging, even bordering on effortless. Having completed his markings, Lin Xia prepared to head back. Though it was still early, he wished to return to the cabin to prepare dinner, familiarize himself with the lumbering equipment, and check if the moose was still trapped. Chapter 3. The revenge of the moose. Upon returning to the place where the moose was trapped, it remained there, no longer struggling. Its head rested against a tree, frothing white at the mouth, evidently nearing death. From this vantage point, Lin Xia noticed a deep wound on the moose's neck, as if it had been carved by a blade, though the bleeding had ceased. In this primeval forest, no blade existed. Perhaps it was inflicted by some sharp rock, causing the creature to panic and thrash about, ultimately becoming ensnared in the Hylahoa tree. Just as Lin Xia prepared to depart, the moose suddenly turned its gaze toward him. Despite its blood-red eyes, Lin Xia could discern its plea for help. Yet, he was unwilling to take any risks. His sole desire was to earn money for his sister. Moreover, the death of such an animal was of no concern to him. He could still savor the taste of moose meat. The fate of wild creatures was of no consequence to him. He considered it a generous act merely to spare a few bullets for a taste of its flesh. Lin Xia turned his back, leaving the moose to resume its frantic thrashing. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, the sun had begun its descent, casting an orange hue across the horizon. The stench of decay still lingered in the cabin, prompting Lin Xia to open all the windows for ventilation. He then fetched a bucket of water from the well, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. Once these tasks were completed, darkness enveloped the sky. The night in the forest arrived swiftly. As the sun set, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Fortunately, the cabin was equipped with electric lights, which Lin Xia promptly turned on, illuminating the interior. He retrieved some food from the refrigerator and prepared a simple dinner. During the meal, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the square table in the corner. After swallowing a mouthful of food, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, approaching the table to pick up a piece of black wood. The wood, approximately a foot in length, was entirely obsidian in color, resembling a layer of black lacquer. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that this darkness emanated from within the wood, rather than being a mere surface coating. Seeking divine intervention proved less effective than relying on oneself. Lin Xia returned the wood to its place and resumed his meal. After finishing, he tidied up, checked the doors and windows, and confirmed the hunting rifle was in order before finally lying down on the bed. The bed was relatively clean, covered with a new set of bedding that he had retrieved from the cabinet, presumably delivered by the company regularly. The hunting rifle lay beside his pillow, within easy reach. The night in the primeval forest was far from quiet. The sounds of wild beasts echoed outside, akin to ghostly wails. Gradually, Lin Xia's breathing became steady, and his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, the bed trembled slightly. Lin Xia opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, suspecting it was merely an illusion. Yet, another faint tremor followed. This time, he was fully awake. It was not an illusion. Lin Xia's drowsiness vanished, replaced by alertness. Furrowing his brow, he turned onto his side, pressing his ear against the bed. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps resonated from a distance, growing increasingly distinct. The force of the tremors indicated the presence of a large animal, and it was drawing closer to the cabin. Lin Xia abruptly sat up, grasping the hunting rifle beside his pillow. The metallic feel reassured him somewhat. He quickly checked the magazine. It was full, containing 6 rounds. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds grew nearer, and Lin Xia could now hear the footsteps outside. Whatever it was had entered the yard, pausing in front of the window. The outside fell silent as Lin Xia held his breath, gripping the rifle tightly, eyes fixed on the cabin window. Moonlight streamed through, casting a silvery patch on the floor, the lower half obscured by a massive shadow. The shadow bore antlers, its silhouette chaotic, resembling outstretched, ghostly hands. Sweat began to bead in Lin Xia's palms. He recalled the moose trapped among the trees, its bloodshot eyes, and the frenzied struggle it exhibited as he departed. Could it be? Could it truly be the same creature? No way. In the next instant, the window shattered with a crash. A colossal moose head forcibly squeezed through the window, shards of glass flying in all directions. Some grazing Lin Xia's cheek and leaving a slight sting. The massive antlers, smeared with dirt and blood, threatened to shatter the entire window frame, which creaked under the strain. It was the very moose from earlier. It had somehow freed itself. The moose's head nearly filled the window, its crimson eyes fixed menacingly on Lin Xia, mouth agape. Frothy blood dripping down, an overpowering stench assaulting Lin Xia's nostrils. Damn it! Without a moment's thought, Lin Xia raised a rifle and fired. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the cabin, causing Lin Xia's ears to ring. The bullet struck the moose's face, creating a gaping wound on its left cheek. The moose let out a piercing cry, thrashing its head violently, antlers crashing against the window frame with thunderous booms. It desperately sought to force its head inside, eager to skewer Lin Xia with its sharp antlers. The window frame groaned under the pressure, splinters scattering as the entire window threatened to collapse. Its forelegs rested on the windowsill, its body straining to push through. Fortunately, the antlers were firmly lodged in the frame, serving as the greatest obstacle to its advance. Lin Xia pulled the rifle's bolt back, raising it to fire again. Bang! This shot struck near the moose's right eye, blood mingling with an unknown fluid that splattered everywhere. The moose's scream grew even more shrill, shaking the wooden cabin, causing tools hanging on the walls to clatter to the ground. Lin Xia stepped back, quickly reloading. Bang! Another shot hit the moose's nose. Its face was now a gruesome mess, yet those blood-red eyes continued to glare at Lin Xia with defiance. It finally realized it could not force its way in, or rather, it understood that if it continued this way, it would bleed out and perish. The moose let out one final, unwilling roar before abruptly withdrawing its head. As its antlers pulled free from the window frame, the entire window collapsed, wooden bricks crashing down. The moose bellowed at Lin Xia before turning and fleeing into the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia rushed to the window, firing multiple shots at its retreating figure. Bang! 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 The echoes of gunfire reverberated in the night sky, resonating through the forest. Yet the moose continued its escape, albeit staggeringly, its body marred by wounds, yet still determined to flee deeper into the woods. Once it vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of its receding footsteps, Lin Xia finally lowered his rifle. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 4. The Kneeling Moose. Damn it. Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, no creatures were allowed to gain intelligence? Lin Xia wiped the sweat from his forehead, his brow furrowed in concern. He hadn't saved it during the day, and now it sought revenge at night? The intelligence of this moose was alarmingly high. Had it not been for its antlers getting stuck in the window frame, he would likely be pinned to the bed right now. No, he couldn't remain idle. This beast held a grudge and would surely seek him out for trouble in the future. After firing so many shots, it must be wounded and losing blood. He couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xia took a deep breath, making a resolute decision. He had to take advantage of the moose's injuries and diminished combat strength from blood loss to strike first and eliminate it completely. Otherwise, he would live in fear every night, perhaps one day to be ambushed in his sleep. Rather than adopting a passive defense, he would take the initiative. He was no coward. If it provoked him, it could expect to meet its demise. Lin Xia approached the table, opened the drawer, retrieved spare ammunition to fill his pockets, and then turned to push open the cabin door. The moon hung in the sky, large and round, resembling a colossal eye gazing down upon the earth. Its brilliance illuminated the entire forest, rendering a lantern unnecessary. The light would only betray his position, making him more vulnerable in such a precarious situation. The growls of beasts surrounded him, yet Lin Xia had no time to dwell on anything else. He must locate the moose and resolve the matter tonight. It was a matter of life or death. There was no third option. Lin Xia took a deep breath, gripping his hunting rifle, and followed the trail of blood that lay before him. The blood was conspicuous, appearing dark against the moonlight, winding deeper into the thicket. It seemed gravely injured. This was fortunate. Lin Xia quickened his pace, the leaves crunching softly under his boots as he opted to tread upon the damp earth, avoiding the brittle branches. After about 10 minutes of following the blood trail, Lin Xia paused. He heard the moose's labored breaths. Holding his breath, he crept forward, passing through a thicket and peering ahead. Not far off, in a clearing, the massive moose knelt beneath a black pear blossom tree. Its head rested against the ground. Forelegs sprawled, hind legs folded beneath it, a position strikingly similar to that of the lumberjack before his demise. Lin Xia concealed himself behind a tree, a chilling sensation creeping over him. How could this creature mirror a human's posture? The moonlight cast a stark glow upon the moose, revealing a myriad of wounds across its body. Blood oozed from 2 gaping holes in its face, a deep gash on its neck, and numerous bullet wounds peppering its back and legs. Blood flowed down its body, pooling on the ground in a dark crimson stain, shimmering ominously in the moonlight. Logically, with such a loss of blood, it should have succumbed by now. Yet it remained alive, still breathing, kneeling motionless before the black pear blossom tree. Lin Xia took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and slowly raised his rifle, peering out from behind the tree. He aimed at the moose's head, his finger poised on the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted in the stillness of the forest, startling the birds into flight, their wings flapping frantically into the night sky. The bullet struck the moose's skull, creating a bloody hole. The moose's body trembled violently. It raised its head sharply, the wound on its neck tearing open, blood gushing forth. Its crimson eyes instantly locked onto Lin Xia's hiding spot. Despite the new injury, it did not fall. Instead, it staggered to its feet. Lin Xia's heart raced at the sight. This creature was tenacious. The moose steadied itself, lowering its head and pointing its bloodied antlers in Lin Xia's direction. Its hind legs scraped the earth, kicking up a shower of dirt. In an instant, it charged towards Lin Xia. Its speed surpassed his expectations. Despite its numerous wounds and relentless blood loss, it surged forward with astonishing velocity. The ground trembled beneath it, small trees snapping as it barreled through, producing sharp cracks. Lin Xia's adrenaline surged as he inhaled deeply, raising his rifle while retreating and quickly aiming. Bang! The shot struck the moose's head. Its body swayed, but it did not halt. Click! Chambering another round. Bang! Another shot hit its head. It still pressed on. The distance closed rapidly, 10 meters. Lin Xia could see the steam escaping from the moose's nostrils. Click! Chambering again. Bang! The bullet hit its head once more. The moose staggered but continued its charge. 5 meters. The moose's hooves were nearly upon Lin Xia. Click! Bang! Another shot struck its head. Finally, the moose's momentum faltered, its front legs giving way, and its massive body lost control. It stumbled forward, attempting to lunge at Lin Xia with its last ounce of strength. Alas, it collapsed before it could reach him. Its substantial form slid forward a meter due to inertia, crashing heavily to the ground right in front of Lin Xia. Warm blood splattered onto Lin Xia's face, thick and foul-smelling. The antlers halted just half a meter from his shins. Had it advanced even slightly further, his legs would have been impaled. Xiao, Xie, Xiao Kui, Da Xie, Da Kui. 4 words flashed through Lin Xia's mind, yet he paid them no heed. His thoughts consumed by the vivid and harrowing scene that replayed incessantly in his mind. He reloaded and continued firing, shot after shot, until he could no longer find a bullet in his pocket. After a moment, he slapped his own face in realization. He was still outside and had exhausted all his ammunition. Clearly, fear had muddled his mind. His legs weakened, and he collapsed on the ground. He gasped for breath, feeling as though his lungs were about to burst. Staring at the moose's lifeless body, his hands trembled slightly. Who would have thought that a single moose could prove so challenging to kill? He had nearly met the same fate as the previous lumberjack. Lin Xia was not a coward. He had undertaken numerous terrifying jobs to fund his sister's education, medical expenses, and living costs. Yet, most of those jobs were merely frightening, devoid of genuine danger, for there were no ghosts in this world, only the mind playing tricks. Lin Xia constantly reminded himself that it was all a figment of imagination. Nothing to fear as long as he persevered for his family's survival. But this time, Lin Xia felt a genuine sense of fear. He longed to contact the company and resign, but the thought of the hefty penalty weighed heavily on him. If he were alone, he might not have been so afraid. But he had 2 younger sisters to consider. Cursing under his breath, Lin Xia pounded his fist into the earth, casting a glance at the moose's carcass before turning away with his gun in hand. The night outside was perilous. He would return to dispose of the body at dawn. Chapter 5. Notes from the bathroom upon returning to the wooden cabin. The sky remained dark. Lin Xia placed the hunting rifle on the table, feeling as if his entire body had come undone. He rummaged through the cabinet for the satellite phone and dialed Boss Li's number. The phone rang for a considerable time before being answered, Boss Li's groggy voice coming through. Hello? Who is it at this hour? Boss Li, it's Lin Xia. Oh, it's you, Shaolin. Boss Li's voice became clearer. What is the matter at this late hour? Lin Xia inhaled deeply. Tonight, I almost died. He recounted the encounter with the moose briefly, including its size, its retaliatory behavior, and the bizarre scene of it kneeling before the black pear blossom tree. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Shaolin, don't be alarmed. Boss Li's tone softened. Such large animals possess a relatively high intelligence. It's possible they mimic human actions. The kneeling you described might simply be a coincidence. Coincidence? Lin Xia scoffed. Boss Li, why didn't you mention that a dozen lumberjacks had died before I came? Boss Li chuckled awkwardly. Shaolin, jobs with a 30,000 monthly salary are nearly impossible to find. If everything were smooth sailing, I wouldn't offer such a high salary. 30,000. And you expect me to risk my life? I understand your feelings, Boss Li sighed. Here's the deal. Considering your unique circumstances, I'll raise your salary by 10,000, making it 40,000 a month. How's that sound? 40,000 is unlucky. Make it an additional 20,000. All right, I'll give you 60,000. I also require some formidable weaponry, Lin Xia added. Shaolin, you know the situation in our country. Where can I procure powerful weapons for you? This hunting rifle is the best we can provide. That's settled then. Work diligently, and the company will not treat you unfairly. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Lin Xia stared blankly at the satellite phone for a while before finally chuckling helplessly. 60,000 seemed insufficient. He should have asked for more. The contract has been signed, with a penalty of 10 million. He can only strive to secure benefits for himself, earning more money to leave for his younger sisters. Young girls without financial support can easily veer off course. Although he has raised his two sisters under his watchful eye, making it unlikely for them to entertain such thoughts, Lin Xia does not wish to see them suffer alongside him. After hanging up the phone, he gazed at the shattered window. The entire frame was askew, shards of glass littering the ground, while the summer breeze wafted in through the opening, causing a chill to sweep across the room. He muttered to himself that he would need to find some boards to repair it tomorrow. Lin Xia picked up a pillow from the bed and turned toward the bathroom. The bathroom was small, yet in this confined space, Lin Xia found an inexplicable sense of security. With no windows, just a single door. Locking it ensured that he would not have to worry about anything crashing through the window. At worst, it would only be a breach through the door. That seemed about right. Lin Xia sat atop the toilet seat, clutching the pillow against the wall, prepared to endure the night there. Suddenly, he recalled 4 words that had leapt to his mind when he had just killed that moose. They seemed to start with little and big. He had somewhat forgotten them and was puzzled as to why such thoughts had arisen. In his contemplation, Lin Xia's gaze inadvertently swept over the door frame of the bathroom. The upper edge revealed a corner of a book, dusty and seemingly forgotten for ages. Lin Xia paused for a moment, stood up, and tiptoed to retrieve the item. It was a notebook. The cover was thickly coated in dust, indicating it had likely been resting there for quite some time. It was probable that it had been dislodged from the frame when the moose crashed into the window. He brushed off the dust, revealing a deep blue hardcover beneath. Flipping it open, the first page bore a few words. Night Watchman, Duan Mu. The handwriting was somewhat hasty, but still legible. Lin Xia continued to read. Day 1. Successfully infiltrated the Dashan Company as a lumberjack. To investigate the secrets behind this company, I must delve deep within. Today, the driver delivered me to the cabin, and the environment here is even more remote than I had imagined, although the facilities are adequate. Lao Tang mentioned that the previous lumberjack died and advised me to be cautious. I sense that something is amiss here. Day 3. It has been confirmed. This place is a realm of anomalies. My kin within me have been completely suppressed, rendering me as powerless as an ordinary person. This feeling is dreadful. Ever since I arrived here, I have become a mere mortal. The anomalies capable of forming such a realm must be at least city-destroying in scale. What on earth is the Dashan Company up to? Day 7. I began to fell the black pear blossoms. These trees are peculiar. Their bark is black. The leaves are red, and they emit a faint scent of pear. The company seeks only this type of tree, indicating its uniqueness, though I'm still unclear as to what that uniqueness entails. Day 10 today, I discovered a dying wild boar deep in the forest, kneeling before a black pear tree. Its forelegs bent, head touching the ground, it resembled a human in prostration. It possesses intelligence. It is an anomaly, clearly worshipping this tree. After the wild boar departed, I sliced into the bark of the black pear and found it to be black inside. I cut off a piece of the wood and attempted to mimic the worship, but yielded no findings. Day 15, all anomalous creatures in this forest kneel before the black-hearted black pear tree as they approach death. I am unsure what they are venerating, but this behavior is evidently not instinctual. It resembles a ritual. I initially speculate that this realm of anomalies may be constituted by these black-hearted black pear trees, or that the trees themselves could be part of a powerful anomaly. Day 20. I am near death. Today I encountered an abnormal bear in the woods, grotesquely oversized, standing at least 4 meters tall at the shoulder. It attacked me, injuring my leg and causing severe blood loss. I shot it in the eye with my hunting rifle, and it fled, but I know it will return. I once again attempted to worship the black-hearted black pear, and this time I seemed to feel something, though I cannot articulate it. If anyone finds this notebook, please take it back to the city and deliver it to the government. It is of utmost importance. Dashan Forest Company appears to have a dangerously ominous plan that must be eradicated. The notes ended abruptly here. The following pages have been torn out, leaving only ragged edges, likely discarded in the restroom to serve as makeshift toilet paper. Lin Xia closed the notebook, deep in thought. Kin? Realm of anomalies? Abnormalities? These terms sounded like a narrative setting. Could it be that some web novelist was moonlighting here? Who in their right mind writes a diary? Lin Xia murmured, shaking his head shortly thereafter. Lin Xia, you had better pull yourself together. What is there to fear, even if the anomalies exist? Can they truly frighten the impoverished? Tomorrow, I must first attend to the moose's carcass. Otherwise, the stench of blood will attract other beasts from the mountains, putting me in even greater danger. For Lin Xia, he would rather trust his 20 years of experience than a mere notebook. If there were true anomalies, they should have manifested during his time in the haunted house, hauling bodies or retrieving corpses. Yet, throughout this duration, he had encountered no genuine anomalies. However, that moose was indeed strange. Lin Xia shook his head, forcing himself to stop pondering. Belief breeds existence. Disbelief yields absence. One must simply exercise utmost caution and maintain a steady mindset. Less time we're down one's sanity. He set the notebook aside, leaned against the wall with his pillow. Fatigue swiftly overcame his unease, and Lin Xia's eyelids grew heavy. Ultimately, he sank into a deep slumber in the bathroom. Chapter 6. Joining the night watchman in freshman year. Is the source of anomalies my brother? The following morning, Lin Xia was roused by the chirping of birds outside the window. He rubbed his stiff neck and exited the bathroom. Sunlight streamed through the shattered window, casting a warm glow within. Lin Xia hastily consumed a meager meal, then seized his hunting rifle, fastening a machete to his waist as he made his way to the clearing where the moose had fallen the previous night. Navigating through the thicket, Lin Xia arrived at the clearing. The moose's carcass remained, its massive form exuding a foul odor in the sunlight. Lin Xia did not observe any signs of bites on the body, suggesting that the wild beast had not yet been drawn to it. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had initially feared that other animals would drag the body away, but it appeared that the creatures in this forest held little interest in the moose's remains. Or perhaps they were simply too intimidated to approach. Lin Xia approached the corpse and crouched beside it. Given its immense size, he could not move it. Roads wide enough for a forklift were nowhere nearby. He decided to cut off some meat to take back and burn the remainder. Keeping the body would only invite trouble. It was better to incinerate it entirely. At least the stench of blood would not spread. Of course, lighting a fire in the forest is a serious offense. However, this was the depths of the mountains. As long as it did not spark a wildfire, no one would know. Lin Xia prepared to dig a fire break before setting the blaze, ensuring he would not attract attention. Drawing his machete, he began to cut into the moose's ribcage. The moose's hide was thick, but Lin Xia was strong, and the blade was sharp. Before long, he had severed a substantial chunk of rib meat, complete with bone, weighing dozens of pounds. This would suffice for quite some time. Lin Xia wrapped the meat in plastic and hoisted it onto his shoulder before returning to the cabin to fetch a shovel for digging. Fortunately, the moose had died in the clearing, free from branches overhead, so he only needed to clear the ground. Lin Xia removed his jacket and began to dig with the shovel. As the sun shifted from the east to directly overhead, his shirt became soaked with sweat multiple times. Finally, after several hours of laborious toil, the fire break was completed. Lin Xia retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited several spots around the moose's carcass. The flames swiftly engulfed the surroundings, as the hair and fat of the moose became the finest fuel. Thick black smoke billowed upward, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Lin Xia gathered a substantial amount of dry branches and hay, completely covering the carcass beneath. Once this was accomplished, he stepped aside to rest against the black pear tree. Hours later, the fire gradually diminished. By the time the flames were entirely extinguished, the moose's body had been reduced to a pile of ashes and charred bones. Only the magnificent antlers lay intact amidst the remnants. Indeed, it was peculiar. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. The creatures here could not be treated with conventional reasoning, not even their corpses, which burned with alarming swiftness. Lin Xia approached, bending down to lift the antlers. They were heavy, yet solidly crafted, the tips extraordinarily sharp, resembling a primitive blade. Perhaps a knife could be fashioned from them. As he contemplated the antlers, he mused that such an item was typically coveted by the affluent. There might be an opportunity to sell it for a tidy profit, though the means to do so were uncertain, leaving it to chance. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly recalled the contents of his notebook. Duanmu had mentioned that the anomalies here worshipped a unique black pear tree, the dark-hearted black pear, the very tree before which the moose had knelt last night. Lin Xia turned and walked to the black pear tree. He drew his machete and forcefully made a gash in the bark. The moment the blade sliced through, a rich pear fragrance wafted forth. Indeed, it was black. The black-hearted black pear, Lin Xia murmured. This was the very tree worshipped by the dying beasts. But the question arose, what exactly were they venerating? What lay hidden behind these trees? Lin Xia stared at the dark incision, lost in thought for a moment. The wind rustled through the forest, the red leaves whispering softly, as if engaged in countless hushed conversations. Unable to fathom the enigma, he sheathed his machete, hoisted the deer meat, and carried the antlers away without a backward glance. It was indeed heavy. At the entrance of Jiangdu University, during the peak of school dismissal, the crowd surged like a river. A modestly dressed girl stood beneath a sycamore tree, observing the passing vehicles. Lin Xia. She wore a slightly yellowed white t-shirt paired with inexpensive jeans, her feet clad in worn canvas shoes. However, even this simple attire could not obscure the girl's remarkable beauty. Her delicate features seemed to be crafted by divine hands, and her long, dark hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, with a few strands framing her face, adding to her innocent charm. Look over there, it's Lin Xia. So beautiful. I adore her. TSK. She is just too aloof. I've never seen her initiate a conversation with any boy. Perhaps she is too introverted, given her family circumstances. What is wrong with her family situation? I find such impoverished girls compelling. They stir my protective instincts. Who is she waiting for? It can't be me, right? Am I dreaming? Surrounding whispers rose and fell, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and some with disdain. Yet, Lin Xia paid no heed to the gazes and murmured conversations, quietly cradling her backpack and occasionally glancing at her phone for the time. The backpack was quite old, the edges frayed, but she had maintained it well, showing no signs of dirt. Embroidered on it were 3 whimsical figures, a tall boy and 2 smaller girls. At that moment, the roar of an engine drew near. A striking red Ferrari sped in from a distance, elegantly drifting around the corner before coming to a smooth halt right in front of Lin Xia. An uproar ensued among the onlookers. Goodness, a Ferrari 488. That must cost over 3 million, right? What are these rich kids up to? No need to worry. Lin Xia will definitely refuse him. She has principles. That's reassuring. However, in the next moment, Lin Xia approached the car, opened the passenger door, and got in. No way. Lin Xia got in the car. Is the goddess being swept away? Oh no, another one corrupted by wealth. I refuse to believe it. Why do the rich have to come and disrupt our lovely junior? The lamentations of the boys echoed, with several who had pursued Lin Xia looking utterly incredulous, hastily sending their underlings to investigate who this audacious individual was. Meanwhile, Lin Xia remained oblivious to the commotion outside. She sat cautiously in the passenger's seat, gripping her backpack tightly, feeling somewhat anxious. The genuine leather seats emitted a subtle fragrance, and the array of buttons on the console dazzled her. The car's interior was likely worth more than her living expenses for several years. "Don't be nervous," a cool voice spoke beside her. The driver was a blue-haired girl wearing sunglasses, appearing to be in her early 20s, with a striking demeanor. She removed her sunglasses to reveal amber eyes with a beauty mark at the corner, smiling gently as she said, "I'm Lin Xia, the vice captain of the Night Watch. Welcome to the Night Watch, Lin Xia." Chapter 7. Anomaly levels. The engine roared as the Ferrari slowly pulled away, departing from the school gate amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. "Hello, Ludia Yemninkli. Just call me Lin Xia," she replied with a smile. "I'm only 23, not much older than you." Skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, the Ferrari darted through the traffic like a red fish swimming gracefully. "Thank you, Lin Xia." Lin Xia quickly corrected herself, and then pondered before asking, "Lin Xia, may I inquire what my responsibilities will entail?" "Quite simple," Lin Xia explained while driving. "You'll play some games, take it easy, and collect your salary at the end of the month." "Huh?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "Occasionally, you'll need to carry out tasks, like exterminating some pests." "Olhat, Lin Xia undo stole. We found it yesterday because we detected a death wave from an anomaly. Whenever an anomaly dies, it releases a special energy that we can measure with specialized equipment. We tracked it to you, discovered you had killed that Jingue, and absorbed its power, becoming its patron." Lin Xia listened, half comprehending. What does being a patron mean? Lin Xia smiled and patiently explained. "A patron is someone who possesses a dependent. The dependent is the monster you killed. After its demise, it will be absorbed by the one who killed it, thus becoming that person as dependent. You can summon it to assist you in battle or directly use its abilities. However, you haven't fully mastered it yet, so controlling it may be difficult." Lin Xia nodded, recalling the events of the previous day. Her sister Lin Xia's birthday was approaching, and she had saved 3 months' worth of living expenses to finally afford a dress her sister had long desired. She had gone to the mall and caught a glimpse of the shadow in the fitting room. "Jingue," Lin Xia confirmed, "a minor malevolent anomaly." Lin Xia nodded and then asked, "Lin Xia, are there many of these anomalies?" "Not too many." Lin Xia's expression grew serious. "But their numbers have been increasing over the last century. Moreover, the levels of anomalies are continuously rising." She paused before continuing, "By the way, let me enlighten you about the levels of anomalies. The weakest are minor malevolent ones, like the Jingue you killed, which generally have lethal weaknesses. Ordinary people can defeat them if they identify the weakness. Above minor malevolent are minor cursed anomalies, which lack obvious weaknesses, making them difficult for regular individuals to handle. Further up are major malevolent and major cursed anomalies, categorized as very powerful." "What comes after that?" Lin Xia's expression grew grave, beyond that are city-destroying levels. As the name suggests, possessing the capability to annihilate an entire city. Above the level of city annihilation lies the province annihilation, a phenomenon capable of obliterating an entire province. Such occurrences have transpired twice within the boundaries of Huaxia, both times requiring an immense mobilization of manpower and resources to barely subdue. Surpassing the provincial level is the national annihilation, a category of anomaly I have yet to witness firsthand, though I have heard whispers of it occurring abroad, nearly bringing Europe to its knees. As for the apex of destruction, the world annihilation, it transcends the realm of human comprehension, should it manifest. The very fabric of human civilization could face obliteration. Lin Xia's complexion paled at the thought. What if it truly appeared? "Let us pray," Lin Xia shrugged, suggesting a fervent hope that it would not arise, or that someone might stand in its way. Lin Xia noted that, falling into a contemplative silence before mustering the courage to inquire, "Lin Xia, may I ask what the salary is?" As she uttered these words, her face flushed, feeling somewhat mercenary. Yet, she had to seek clarity. Her brother labored tirelessly to provide for their family, and she wished to alleviate some of that burden. Lin Xia paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're quite straightforward. After advancing to the minor evil level, the monthly salary is 10,000. Though this remuneration may not seem particularly substantial, the accompanying benefits are extensive. Full coverage of 5 insurances and 1 fund, paid vacations, and triple wages during holidays. Furthermore, the night watchmen possess their own medical system, with all medical care provided free of charge, regardless of the severity of the ailment. Most importantly, Lin Xia's family would also be included under the protection of the night watchman, enjoying these medical benefits. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with hope as she quickly calculated in her mind. 10,000 a month translates to 120,000 a year. At last, she could contribute to the family. Her brother bore too great a burden, and she had no idea where he was working at present. The thought of Lin Xia filled her with empathy. Lin Xia had once excelled academically, capable of attending a prestigious university, but after their parents' passing, he had dropped out to work and support her in their sister's education. He had undertaken many arduous jobs, carrying corpses at the crematorium, testing haunted houses, retrieving bodies from the Yellow River, tasks others were unwilling to tackle due to their inherent dangers. Yet Lin Xia never complained, always assuring her during phone calls that he was well, urging her and their sister to focus on their studies, reminding her to take her medicine on time, and not to worry about him. As she reflected on this, tears welled in Lin Xia's eyes. Finally, she would not feel so powerless. Chapter 8. The unyielding black pear blossom as night descended. The horizon still bore the remnants of a vibrant orange sunset. Lin Xia had just secured the bedroom window with a cut-down Mei Ren song, ensuring no drafts could penetrate. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stretched his aching shoulders. After a day's labor, his stomach began to grumble audibly. Approaching the refrigerator, he opened the door and retrieved a piece of moose meat wrapped in cling film from the bottom shelf. This meat had been cut from the moose carcass earlier that day, portioned into fist-sized chunks, its vivid red flesh marbled evenly. Lin Xia cleaned the meat, slicing it thinly before placing it into a pot. He added minimal seasoning, just a sprinkle of salt and a splash of water, allowing it to simmer simply. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the pot. This scent was unlike ordinary beef or venison. It was more robust, tantalizing the appetite. Lin Xia picked up a piece of the cooked meat with chopsticks, blew on it gently, and placed it in his mouth. The texture was dense, yielding a unique chewiness, yet not as troublesome as beef. Rather, the more he chewed, the more flavorful it became. It was reminiscent of savoring a meaty mushroom, delicious and fragrant. Furthermore, once ingested, Lin Xia felt a warm current radiating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. It was akin to sipping a bowl of hot soup in winter or indulging in a warm bath, the fatigue of the day vanishing in an instant. The soreness accumulated from lifting boards and nailing windows dissipated, replaced by a revitalizing sense of ease. This meat is powerful, Lin Xia praised. Had he known, he would have cut more. He wondered if there were other moose in the mountains. Perhaps it was best not to provoke them. The memory of the moose he had shot down after expending numerous bullets sent a shiver down his spine. After finishing his meal, Lin Xia quickly tidied up the dishes, cleaning the kitchen before retreating to his bedroom. The hunting rifle rested at his bedside as he lay back, staring at the repaired window for a while, contemplating the plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow would mark the official beginning of tree felling. After 2 days, he had scarcely touched the saw. With a goal of 10 trees a month, averaging one every 3 days, he needed to fell at least 1 tree to test his skills. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Xia's eyelids grew heavy, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was the moose meat's effect, or perhaps the exhaustion from the previous day, but he slept soundly, not even dreaming, until dawn broke. The next morning, Lin Xia awoke to the melodious chirping of birds outside. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden boards, casting golden rays upon the floor. Rising, he quickly washed up. He drew a bucket of well water and splashed his face with the icy liquid, instantly feeling more alert. After breakfast, he slung the hunting rifle over his shoulder, secured a machete at his waist, and retrieved the chainsaw from the shed. After inspecting the equipment to confirm its readiness, Lin Xia hoisted the chainsaw and headed toward the black pear blossom forest. The early morning forest was tranquil, with only the sounds of birdsong and the rustling leaves in the breeze. The dew on the ground had yet to dry, soaking Lin Xia's pant legs and shoes as he walked. After about half an hour on a mountain path, Lin Xia arrived at the grove of black pear blossoms. Surprisingly, despite carrying the chainsaw, he did not feel particularly fatigued. He was, however, oblivious to the stunning scenery that surrounded him. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the crimson leaves, which glowed like flames. A faint pear fragrance lingered in the air, creating a soothing atmosphere. Lin Xia approached the tree he had marked 2 days prior. It was a medium-sized black pear blossom, with a trunk diameter of approximately 40 centimeters and an estimated height of over 20 meters. Setting the saw on the ground, he first checked the oil tank and chain. It appeared to be in good condition. Taking a deep breath, he bent down to grasp the chainsaw's handle and pulled the starter cord with force. The chainsaw roared to life, its deep growl sending a slight tremor through Lin Xia's arms. Adjusting his stance, he tightened his grip on the saw and slowly brought the teeth closer to the trunk. However, the moment the teeth made contact with the bark, golden sparks erupted. The harsh sound of friction pierced the air as the chainsaw's chain scraped violently against the bark, sending sparks flying. Damn it! Lin Xia quickly released the throttle, and the chainsaw's roar diminished. Leaning in for a closer look, he observed that only a shallow scratch remained on the trunk, having merely grazed the outer bark, while the inner yellow would remain unscathed. How could the trunk be so hard? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, struggling to believe it. He had never encountered wood of such density. Even ironwood or rosewood could not possibly rival its hardness. Doubting his initial assessment, he attempted again, increasing the throttle to accelerate the chain and pressing the teeth firmly against the trunk. The piercing friction resumed, sparks flying as the chainsaw's chain endured the intense friction until, with a snap, it broke. Lin Xia stared at the ruined chainsaw, his brow furrowing in frustration. No wonder the oil in the shed had remained largely untouched. It turned out the chainsaw was utterly ineffectual against the black pear blossom trees. He recalled the trapped moose, its massive size and formidable force unable to move as its antlers were ensnared by the branches of two black pear blossom trees. Reflecting upon this, he realized that the hardness of these trees was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary wood. How had the previous lumberjack managed to fell them? Lin Xia grasped the discarded chainsaw and turned towards the wooden cabin. Upon his arrival, he noticed a sizable pile of already cut black pear wood stacked in the clearing in front of the cabin. The previous lumberjack must have possessed exceptional tools to fell such a quantity of black pear trees. He discarded the broken chainsaw at the entrance of the warehouse and began to meticulously scour the vicinity of the cabin. Initially, he rummaged through the warehouse, discovering only a few standard axes and cleavers, none of which were remarkable. These axes and cleavers were of mediocre quality, their edges dulled, utterly incapable of chopping black pear wood. After exiting the warehouse, Lin Xia circled the yard, uncovering some clutter in a corner, lifting a tattered cloth from the ground, and even rummaging through the woodpile. Finally, beneath a heap of miscellaneous items near the well, he spotted a hint of an unusual color. Clearing away the debris revealed a yellow axe before his eyes. Both the axe handle and head appeared to be crafted from wood, seemingly black pear. Could this axe have been used to fell the trees? Lin Xia pondered thoughtfully as he hoisted the axe and re-entered the black pear forest. Is this my world? Quite intriguing. Chapter 9. The escaping squirrel. Lin Xia gripped the axe handle firmly, assuming a stance, and then raised the axe high. The axe arced through the air, slicing through the wind as it struck the trunk with a resounding crack. To his astonishment, Lin Xia noticed a gash had indeed appeared on the trunk. While not profound, it was a clear indication of his success. Could it truly be? The tree that the chainsaw could not penetrate was being chopped by this wooden axe. This black pear wood is indeed peculiar. What is this? Poison countered with poison? Wood against wood? Lin Xia grinned, swinging the axe once more. Crack, crack, crack. He continued to chop, each swing embedding the axe 1 to 2 centimeters into the wood. After approximately half an hour of vigorous chopping, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Taking a moment to rest, he observed a considerable notch carved into the trunk. At this rate, he should be able to fell a tree today. Wiping the sweat from his brow and preparing to continue, a sudden thud echoed from above, nearly causing him to stumble. Damn! Lin Xia cursed, abruptly looking up. There, perched on a nearby branch, was a squirrel, its black, bead-like eyes fixed intently on him. This squirrel was notably larger than the average, with reddish-brown fur and a bushy tail that resembled a fiery plume in the sunlight. Clutching a pine cone the size of a fist, Lin Xia and the squirrel locked eyes for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the squirrel raised its paw, hurling the pine cone directly at Lin Xia's head. Reacting instinctively, Lin Xia dodged to the side. The pine cone struck the tree trunk behind him with a dull thud. He touched his head, feeling a trickle of blood. That initial blow had indeed split his scalp. You little rascal. Lin Xia seized a nearby shotgun and fired. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the forest, startling a flock of birds. However, the squirrel was quick. As Lin Xia aimed, it had already vanished in a flash. Lin Xia glared in the direction the squirrel had fled, his brows furrowing. This squirrel seemed intent on thwarting his tree-felling efforts. It appeared that this forest was not only home to clever moose, but also to cunning squirrels. This creature had likely not ventured far, and was probably lurking nearby, keeping a watchful eye on him. Forget it, I must continue chopping. Lin Xia set down his gun and resumed his task with the axe. Yet not long after, another commotion erupted above. Squeak! The squirrel reappeared, perched high on a branch, launching a barrage of pine cones at Lin Xia. Each impact left a bruise, causing him to grimace in pain. Damn it! Lin Xia abandoned the axe, grabbed the shotgun, and unleashed a flurry of shots at the squirrel. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed through the woods, yet the squirrel was too agile. It darted between branches, and despite firing 5 or 6 rounds, Lin Xia failed to hit his target. Curse it! He spat in frustration, forcing himself to regain composure. I cannot be so reckless. I must anticipate its movements. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia focused intently on the squirrel. He waited, biding his time until the squirrel leapt to its next position. Squeak! The squirrel chirped twice, peering around a branch, launching a pine cone at Lin Xia, while simultaneously leaping to another tree. Bang! The gun went off just as the squirrel leapt. With no leverage in midair, it could not evade the shot. Thud! The bullet struck the base of the squirrel's tail with pinpoint accuracy. Squeak! The squirrel emitted a piercing cry of distress as its bushy tail was severed, blood raining down from the sky and landing on the ground, twitching momentarily. With its tail lost, the squirrel's balance faltered. It stumbled on the branch, nearly tumbling down, but managed to grasp onto a nearby limb. Trying to escape, Lin Xia racked the shotgun, preparing to fire again. However, the squirrel's instinct for survival was overwhelming. Disregarding its pain, it fled deeper into the thicket. Without its tail, its movements became clumsier, leaving a trail of blood as it awkwardly navigated the branches. Lin Xia pursued for a few steps, but the squirrel was too swift, soon disappearing into the dense canopy. Frustrated, Lin Xia lowered his gun. These wild creatures held grudges. If he did not eliminate it now, it would undoubtedly return to cause trouble later. The previous encounter with the moose was a vivid reminder, and he was not keen on experiencing that level of peril again. No, I must track it down and finish the job. Lin Xia followed the trail of blood, which remained evident as it wound deeper into the woods. After several minutes of pursuit, Lin Xia arrived at a grove of beautiful pines. The trees here soared taller and denser than those in the Black Pear Forest, their canopies obscuring much of the sunlight, casting shadows on the forest floor. Lin Xia halted, raising his gun and cautiously advancing. The blood trail had become more concentrated here. It seemed the squirrel was losing a significant amount of blood and could not venture far. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xia spotted the squirrel leaping onto a massive, beautiful pine. The trunk bore a substantial hole, at least 30 centimeters in diameter, likely serving as the squirrel's home. Lin Xia took note of the location and turned back, sprinting towards the cabin. He retrieved another chainsaw from the warehouse and plunged back into the mountains. Arriving before the beautiful pine, Lin Xia was breathless and fatigued, but he could not afford to rest. He immediately yanked the start cord. Roar! The chainsaw's roar echoed through the woods, and the frantic cries of the squirrel emanated from the tree hollow, sounding alarmed. Lin Xia smirked, pressing the saw blade against the trunk. Unlike the black pear, the trunk of this beautiful pine was as soft as tofu. The chainsaw sliced effortlessly into the wood, sending sawdust flying in all directions. Lin Xia circled the trunk, carving a significant notch on the side closest to the tree hollow. A few minutes later, crack! The beautiful pine began to tilt, the canopy cracking under the strain. The squirrel, sensing danger, dashed from the hollow just before the tree fell, leaping to a neighboring tree. Trying to escape, Lin Xia dropped the chainsaw and raised his shotgun to fire. Bang! A shot went wide. The squirrel moved too quickly, and its small size made it difficult for Lin Xia to hit. After a few leaps, it vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Boom! The beautiful pine tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering a vast expanse of shrubbery and creating a tremendous noise. Lin Xia stood still, gazing in the direction the squirrel had vanished, his brow furrowed. He had forged a vendetta with this squirrel, yet had failed to eradicate it entirely. This was troublesome. Lin Xia sighed. Unable to pursue it, he resigned himself to the situation, though it was fortunate that it was merely a squirrel, posing a limited threat to his well-being. As long as it could not eliminate him, he could certainly bring about its demise. Furthermore, given its current injuries, it would likely refrain from seeking trouble for a while. Once it healed, if it dared return, the next loss would not simply be its tail. Lin Xia glanced at the fallen pine tree and then at the sky. The sun had begun its descent, casting a faint orange hue upon the horizon. After an exhausting afternoon, he realized he would not finish felling the black pear tree today. Very well, he would return tomorrow. Lin Xia hoisted the chainsaw and shotgun over his shoulder and turned toward the wooden cabin. Chapter 10. The squirrel enters the city. The squirrel, dragging its battered body, raced through the dense forest. A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. Just you wait, humans. Once I establish my power, I shall return and rend you to pieces. After leaving the forest, its body began to swell. What had been the size of a palm expanded to that of an adult human in mere seconds. Its chestnut fur thickened, muscles bulged beneath the skin, and its limbs grew robust and powerful, each muscle harboring explosive strength. Only the broken tail remained, a bloody remnant, serving as a mark of disgrace. The squirrel glanced back at the depths of the forest before turning and sprinting toward the outside world. Its speed was astonishing. As it passed, trees were snapped, and shrubs crushed, leaving behind a gory trail nearly 2 meters wide. The squirrel did not look back but continued its frenzied dash. It sensed a city beyond the forest, teeming with countless rats, thousands upon thousands. The squirrel bared its sharp teeth. A squirrel is a rodent, and so are rats. Once my army is established, I shall not fear those humans. 20 minutes later, on the Hubei Expressway, at 5 in the afternoon, a driver in a white sedan yawned. I'm utterly exhausted. The driver rubbed his swollen eyes and lit a cigarette. The smoke filled the cabin, providing a slight clarity to his foggy mind. After a long day of driving, he struggled to keep his eyelids open, each blink requiring immense effort. Just hold on a bit longer. Once I pass the toll booth, I will be home. The driver extinguished his cigarette and rubbed his eyes once more. The cabin echoed with the engine's hum and relaxed music, monotonous and hypnotic. The driver's head drooped lower, and the steering wheel began to veer. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes pierced the air. The incessant sound of brakes jolted the driver awake. Instinctively pressing down on the brake pedal, the tires screeched against the asphalt, the car swaying violently. What is happening? He gripped the steering wheel, eyes wide as he looked ahead. All the vehicles in front had come to a halt, some even swerving off to the sides, creating chaos. Through the gaps between the vehicles, the driver spotted a massive squirrel standing in the middle of the highway. A squirrel entering the city. Oh my God! What is that thing? A monster? A mutated creature? An alien? Sandy? Not just old Zhang. Every driver on the expressway was stunned by the sight. What the hell is that? Run. Call the police. Quick, call the police. Film it and post it on social media. The expressway erupted into pandemonium. The squirrel stood resolutely in the center, slowly turning its head and surveying the surrounding vehicles. Its gaze was indifferent, as if it regarded a swarm of ants. The shrieks of these humans irritated it. Just then, the roar of an engine approached from behind. A black sedan sped toward it, the driver evidently distracted. The squirrel narrowed its eyes. Instead of fleeing, it raised a paw. Bang! A tremendous impact reverberated, shaking the entire expressway. Yet, the anticipated scene of the squirrel being flung away did not unfold. Instead, the squirrel lifted one front paw, firmly bracing against the car's hood. Beneath its feet, 2 deep gouges extended from the point of impact for over 10 meters. The car's front end crumpled like a wad of crumpled paper. The driver inside could only imagine the fate that awaited him. Chaos ensued around them. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? It caught a car with its bare hands. Countless phones were raised, directed at the squirrel, flashes going off in rapid succession. Video calls, live broadcasts, recordings. The squirrel released its grip and then abruptly turned, leaping off the highway and racing toward the distant city. Bianbei City, Instant Noodle Detective Agency. From the outside, it appeared to be a shabby private detective agency. However, it was, in fact, the headquarters for the night watchman of Bianbei City. Beneath the surface, an array of high-tech equipment was meticulously arranged. At the center was a massive curved screen, resembling a radar, displaying the entire situation of Bianbei City. Si Shui lounged languidly in a chair before the screen, legs crossed, holding a cup of iced cola. The logistics department is indeed tedious. Shui yawned and took another sip of cola. The bubbles burst in his mouth, offering a refreshing sensation. Since he had been injured while dealing with a large beast last time, the captain had assigned him to the logistics department for recovery. Each day, he merely monitored the radar, reporting any unusual occurrences to the captain without needing to undertake any missions. Bianbei City was a small city, with a population of less than 1 million, and the frequency of anomalies was quite low. Typically, fewer than 10 anomalies appeared each month, most of which were minor disturbances. Of course, the recent unexpected appearance of a large beast was an exception. Shui sighed and took another sip of cola, wondering when his injury would heal. Just then, an urgent alarm suddenly blared, reverberating throughout the underground space. Shui remained calm, glancing up at the radar. Upon reading the words next to the red dot on the screen, the cola in his mouth sprayed out. Anomaly ID. Unknown. Anomaly level. Major disturbance. Shui could not bother to wipe his mouth as he hastily pulled out his phone. In the entire Bianbei City Night Watchman Division, only Captain Mang Tian was capable of dealing with a major disturbance. Moreover, a major anomaly, if left unchecked, could obliterate an entire city. If it were to wreak havoc in the urban area, the consequences would be unimaginable. The death toll would start at no less than 4 digits. Captain, west of the city, yet another major disturbance. Chapter 11. The rat infestation in the western part of Bianbei City, at Sunset Square. This is the largest public gathering place in the West, covering a sprawling area of 20,000 square meters. Every evening, throngs of elderly men and women gather here to dance, practice Tai Chi, walk their dogs, and chat. At this moment, during the golden hour after dinner, at least 1,000 people had congregated in the square. In the dance area, the loudspeakers blared the most vibrant ethnic tunes. The deafening music echoed throughout the square as the elderly women, donned in colorful dance attire, twisted and turned like pigs scalded by boiling water. Leading the dance was a woman in her 50s, surnamed Wang, affectionately referred to as Dance Captain Wang. She had purchased the sound system, thus earning her the title of captain. Her pride lay in this sound system, which she cranked to the maximum volume during each dance. Fearing others might not hear, the surrounding residents grumbled incessantly, having lodged numerous complaints, but Captain Wang paid them no heed. This is a public space. What is wrong with us dancing? You young people are always glued to your phones. Do we elderly folks not even have a right to dance? Every time, Wang Dui retorts with such conviction. Just as the aunties were reveling in their dance, a sudden announcement blared from the loudspeakers. Attention citizens of Bianbei City. A high-risk situation has arisen in the Western District. Please evacuate eastward immediately. The voice boomed, drowning out the music of the square dance. The aunties paused momentarily, their movements slowing. What is this anomaly? Surely, it must be another prank by those youngsters. Never mind. Let us continue dancing. With a wave of his hand, Wang Dui urged the aunties to resume their dancing. But at that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the distance. Everyone halted, turning their gaze toward the source of the sound. There, on the eastern side of the square, a colossal figure leaped from afar. The figure traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the edge of the square. Boom! The tremendous impact created a crater in the ground, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Debris flew, dust billowed, and a gigantic squirrel appeared before the crowd. Standing over 2 meters tall, its fur a reddish-brown. It possessed robust limbs and fists for eyes, filled with a fierce rage. The square fell silent. The music persisted, yet everyone stood dumbfounded, gazing at the monstrous creature. What in the world is this? An elderly man trembled, his voice quaking. A monster! Good heavens! Run! The crowd erupted into chaos, yet they did not flee. Instead, they opted to stay and witness the spectacle. The squirrel remained still, one paw digging into its ear, glaring at the loudspeaker with evident irritation. It had intended to scurry into the sewer, but that foolish loudspeaker was too noisy, akin to a man-ass chainsaw. Hey, you, don't come any closer. Wang Dui, summoning her courage, stepped forward, standing in front of the loudspeaker. That loudspeaker belongs to me. I bought it for 3,000. The onlookers were taken aback. Wang Xia, come back. Don't go near it. That's a monster. Are you out of your mind? But Wang Dui paid no heed. She attempted to move the loudspeaker. However, as her hand brushed against it, the squirrel raised a paw and swatted at her, as if swatting a fly. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wang Dui let out a piercing scream, her body propelled like a cannonball through the air. She flew over 20 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! She lay there, her chest arched backward, her torso caved in, ribs shattered, piercing her internal organs. Oh, it's murder. Only then did the crowd grasp the terror, screams resounding throughout the square, the scene spiraling into chaos. The squirrel eyed the commotion with disdain, then lifted its paw and smashed down on the loudspeaker. With a deafening crash, the loudspeaker shattered into pieces. The music ceased abruptly, and the world fell silent. The squirrel then turned and dashed toward the nearby sewer, diving in headfirst. The sewer was shrouded in darkness, a nauseating stench pervading the air. An ordinary person would vomit uncontrollably after merely 10 seconds in such an environment. Yet the squirrel remained unfazed, standing in knee-deep sewage. Its enormous eyes glimmered with a bloody hue in the darkness, resembling two ghostly flames. Squeak! The squirrel let out a low growl, its voice echoing through the sewer. In the next instant, thousands of rats, as if summoned by some unseen force, surged toward the squirrel. They swam through the sewage like a tide. They formed neat rows. Halting before the squirrel extended its paw, plucking one from the throng. It raised the rat to its eyes, scrutinizing it for a few moments. Then, it opened its mouth and gently exhaled toward the rat. Whoosh! A faint green mist emanated from the squirrel's mouth, enveloping the rat and gradually seeping into its body. In the next moment, the rat's body began to swell at a visible rate. Within mere seconds, it transformed from the size of a palm to a colossal beast, resembling the squirrel itself. Its appearance shifted entirely, morphing into a gigantic squirrel. Yet, its eyes lacked the spark of intelligence, filled solely with primal savagery and a thirst for blood. Squeak! The newly birthed giant rat let out a howl to the heavens, then, with a powerful push of its limbs, leapt from the sewer opening. It landed in the square, charging toward the crowd. The screams soon erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. In the sewer, the squirrel remained indifferent to the commotion outside. It continued its work, grasping a rat, exhaling, releasing. One by one, giant rats were created, leaping out from the sewer opening, wreaking havoc on the ground. The entire Western District descended into chaos. Chapter 12. Bear encountered the following morning. Lin Xia rose early. He still had a bit of the black pear flower tree to finish cutting down from yesterday. Today, he needed to complete it and transport it away. After a modest breakfast, he shouldered his yellow axe and stepped outside. The sky was still dim, a layer of white mist lingering in the mountains. Moments latte. He arrived at the black pear tree grove, gazing at the half-felled tree from yesterday. Taking a deep breath, he swung his axe with vigor. Crack, crack, crack. After approximately 20 minutes, accompanied by a resounding crash, the black pear tree finally toppled. Phew! Lin Xia wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to wield the axe, segmenting the trunk. After over an hour of diligent labor, he finally finished processing the entire tree. He returned to his wooden cabin and fetched the forklift. The forklift jolted along the forest path as Lin Xia carefully maneuvered it, avoiding the protruding rocks and tree roots. Just as he prepared to load the first section of wood, a crow suddenly swooped down, landing directly in front of the forklift. Caw! Caw! The crow flapped its wings, darting back and forth in front of the vehicle as if trying to obstruct him. This crow was noticeably larger than an ordinary one, its feathers gleaming black, exuding an air of cleverness. Another one? Lin Xia frowned. So many of them had apparently become sentient. He pressed the horn, attempting to scare the crow away. Yet, the crow showed no fear. Instead, it flew even more energetically, occasionally pecking at the window. Get lost. Lin Xia rolled down the window and waved his hand at the crow. The crow cocked its head to regard him for a moment before obediently flying away. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Xia sighed in relief and continued driving to load the wood. However, shortly after, the crow returned once more. This time, it grasped a clump of mud in its claws. The crow landed on the windshield of the forklift, using its claws to smear the mud across the glass. What was going on? Lin Xia halted the vehicle, furrowing his brow to discern the crow's intentions. The crow made several trips back and forth, each time returning with mud, incessantly drawing on the glass. Gradually, crooked marks began to appear on the surface. Lin Xia rubbed his chin, perplexed. After observing for a while, he still could not decipher what the crow was trying to convey, It resembled some cryptic symbols, vaguely resembling the word death. So, it has become sentient, but not entirely. Unable to comprehend the crow's message, it was highly likely a warning not to cut down trees, lest one meet their demise. Many had warned him of death, crematoriums, haunted houses. The Yellow River. What profession had not echoed such sentiments? Whether it was by supernatural means or sheer fright, countless had warned him. Lin Xia, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively at the crow, shooing it away. He was there to work. How could he earn a living without cutting trees? How could he provide for his sisters? Shaking his head, Lin Xia used the windshield wipers to clear the mud from the glass and continued on his way. Caw! The crow, incensed, stomped its feet atop the vehicle, yet made no further move, merely perching on a branch and watching Lin Xia load the wood onto the forklift. After a brief moment, it soared deep into the forest. On the other side, Lin Xia transported a piece of timber to the wooden cabin, then drove the forklift up the mountain, preparing to fetch the last section of wood. However, as he passed through a thicket, a thunderous bear roar suddenly erupted. The sound was so deafening that Lin Xia's ears rang. In the next instant, the nearby bushes exploded, and a massive black bear charged forth. This bear was ludicrously large, standing at least 4 meters tall when upright, its entire body nearly the size of the forklift. Its shiny black fur glistened, and its muscles rippled. My goodness! Lin Xia's pupils contracted, instinctively pressing the accelerator to flee. Yet, the black bear had already reached the side of the forklift, its enormous paws gripping the vehicle's body. And with a violent heave, it overturned the entire forklift. Boom! The vehicle crashed to the ground, and Lin Xia was thrown around in the cabin, dazed and disoriented. He lay within the cabin, not immediately rising, but instead clutching his hunting rifle, vigilantly watching the overhead door, fearing the bear might thrust its head inside at any moment. After a lengthy wait, the bear did not approach. Only the muffled sound of footsteps and the cawing of crows could be heard. As the footsteps gradually faded, Lin Xia finally stood up and peered out the window. He saw the bear, clutching a piece of black pear tree wood, lumbering into the mountains, with a crow perched atop its head. Damn it! Lin Xia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his back soaked. The bear's size felt even more formidable than an elk. Had it charged at him, a single swipe would have likely been fatal. Fortunately, it merely sought wood and bore him no ill will. Lin Xia gazed at the toppled forklift, his brows furrowed. This contraption weighed at least 2 tons. He could not ride alone. Without the forklift, even if he felled the trees, he could not transport them. How could he possibly work under such circumstances? It truly felt like a bear had appeared, and these animated creatures were obstructing his logging efforts. How was he to proceed? He was not an indomitable figure like Guang, and now he genuinely risked being crushed. Chapter 13. The Pursuit of Fish and the Great Curse returning to the wooden cabin. Lin Xia took out the satellite phone and called Boss Li. Xiao Lin, what seems to be the matter? Boss Li inquired, his voice raised. Boss Li, something feels amiss here. Today I encountered a bear that overturned a forklift, along with a crow that can write. Boss Li paused in astonishment. What size bear could possibly overturn a forklift? Larger than the forklift, Lin Xia replied candidly. The line fell silent. Xiao Lin, the food in the mountains is good. It's normal for bears to grow robust. What about the crow? Lin Xia countered. Sigh. Boss Li sighed deeply. Xiao Lin, your salary is already the highest among all lumberjacks ever. I truly cannot raise it any further. Boss Li, this is not merely about money. How about this? I will unilaterally add another 10,000 to your salary. Boss Li pondered. Additionally, I happen to have a VIP voucher for the Jinquan bathhouse in Bianbei City, which includes a special service worth $39.99. You should take a couple of days to relax. Moreover, the signal in the mountains is poor, so you can take this opportunity to check in with your family. This struck a chord with Lin Xia. The mountains had no signal, and the satellite phone could only connect to Boss Li. He hadn't been in touch with his sisters for several days and was anxious to know how they were. All right, Lin Xia acquiesced. I will send Lao Tang out tonight. He should arrive the day after tomorrow to take you out. Good. After hanging up, Lin Xia looked outside. It was still early, and he didn't wish to log trees over the next few days to avoid further provoking the wildlife. Instead, he thought it would be better to explore the area and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Having been there for a few days, he had only ventured to the northern mountains. The western and eastern mountains remained unexplored. Without hesitation, he packed some provisions and water, slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder, and set out. The Black Pear Forest lay to the north of the cabin, deep within the mountains. Today, he intended to explore the west. Though the western mountains were also elevated, they were not as steep as the north, and he could see the end of the range. There was a faint path here, though it was nearly overgrown with weeds. It seemed the previous lumberjacks seldom frequented this area. Lin Xia pushed aside the underbrush and slowly made his way up the mountain. He encountered numerous pleasant surprises along the way. The roadside was dotted with fruit trees. Pomegranates, persimmons, and hawthorns were plentiful. Unfortunately, it was not yet autumn, and the fruits were still green. Lin Xia also discovered a patch of wild kiwi fruit. He picked one to taste, only to find it so sour that it contorted his face. Goodness, it nearly made his teeth ache. Continuing upward, the view became increasingly expansive. After climbing for over an hour, he finally reached the summit. Wow! Before him lay an expansive vista. On the other side of the mountain was a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, sparkling in the sunlight. In the center of the lake, there was a small island. A colossal black pear tree towered over the island. This tree was astonishingly large, with a crown diameter of at least several dozen meters, its fiery red leaves nearly engulfing half the lake's surface. From a distance, it appeared as if a massive flame burned at the center of the lake. The lake, the giant tree, the red, sorrowful giant tree, Lin Xia murmured to himself. The lakeside teemed with various birds. Eagles soared overhead, egrets searched for food along the shore, and even cranes were present. Lin Xia rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken. Cranes could live in such a place. He was puzzled. Shouldn't cranes inhabit wetlands and marshes? This was a mountainous region. He walked to the lakeside and gazed into the water. It was so clear that he could see a variety of fish swimming about. Carp, catfish, grass carp, blackfish, silver carp, white stripers, and even a few turtles basking on the aquatic plants. This biodiversity was astounding, Lin Xia remarked. However, this place was indeed an excellent fishing spot. He could bring back a fishing set after this trip, enjoying leisurely days, fishing, and engaging in a battle of wits against these fish. It was already noon, and Lin Xia found a flat stone to sit on, taking out his provisions to prepare lunch. But as he watched the fish swimming in the lake, he suddenly craved grilled fish. Lin Xia set down his provisions, raised his hunting rifle, and aimed at a plump carp along the shore. Bang! The gunshot echoed by the lake. Water splashed everywhere as the carp was struck, thrashing and struggling in the water. The shot startled all nearby creatures. They turned their attention towards him. Upon seeing the bloodied carp struggling in the water, they all shrank back in fear and fled. The birds took flight. The small animals along the shore scurried into the woods, and the fish retreated to the depths of the lake. The entire lakeside was instantly desolate. "Why are you all running? I want to eat you," Lin Xia muttered, hauling the carp onto the shore. The fish was not yet completely lifeless. Its gills opened and closed rhythmically, and its tail twitched occasionally. Lin Xia drew out his machete, aimed for the fish's head, and with a swift strike, chopped it off. Snap! The fish's head rolled away, blood pooling on the ground. He gathered some dry twigs, ignited a fire, and sharpened a stick to skewer the fish, placing it over the flames to roast. The fat dripped onto the fire, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. Lin Xia turned the stick while swallowing his saliva. After several minutes, the fish skin turned a crispy golden brown, and the scent became irresistible. Lin Xia eagerly tore off a piece of fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The texture of this fish was remarkably unique. It was not as tender as ordinary fish, but had a substantial chewiness, reminiscent of beef. Furthermore, its flavor was exceptionally fresh, even without any seasoning. It was so delectable that one could not stop eating. This wild catch was truly exceptional. Lin Xia feasted heartily, quickly consuming the entire fish. Satisfied, Lin Xia patted his belly and stood up. He continued to walk along the lakeshore towards the west, eager to discover what lay beyond the mountains. Upon reaching a high vantage point, Lin Xia gazed into the distance. In the far-off horizon, the outline of a city could be faintly discerned. That must be Bianbei City. He pondered. He wondered whether the bathing center there offered authentic experiences. The allure of the special service priced at $3,999 intrigued him. Thoughts of this ignited a sense of anticipation within him. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in true relaxation. His days were consumed with the relentless pursuit of wealth. This time, he resolved to savor every moment. With a contented heart, Lin Xia turned and made his way back to the wooden cabin. Chapter 14. The artisan sharpens his blade for the next 2 days. Lin Xia remained ensconced in the wooden cabin. He transported the 2 antlers of the moose to the courtyard, preparing to make good use of them. Such substantial antlers, when crafted into artful pieces, could command a handsome sum, perhaps even yielding thousands. The 4 prominent points were ideally suited for crafting 2 long swords and 2 short ones. He intended to send the long swords to his sisters as mementos, coinciding perfectly with Lin Xia and Lin Xi's upcoming birthdays, serving as delightful gifts. As for why he would gift sword to girls, he thought, why not? The antlers possessed a fine shape for crafting blades. However, there was a significant challenge. The material was exceedingly hard. Lin Xia attempted to score the surface with a machete, but upon contact, sparks flew, leaving only a faint white mark. What a struggle, he sighed, blowing on the blade in exasperation. Picking up a fist-sized stone from the ground, he rubbed it vigorously against the antler. After a prolonged effort, the antler remained unscathed, while the stone was worn down to a pit and ultimately shattered into 2 pieces. Is it truly this resilient? He mused, discarding the fragments and sitting by the well, contemplating his predicament. Suddenly, he recalled the black pear wood, renowned for its hardness. Perhaps it could be used to shape the antlers. Grasping the black pear axe, he pressed the blade against the antler, making a deliberate cut. Fine white powder wafted into the air, glimmering like wisps of smoke in the sunlight. Remarkable, Lin Xia thought, reflecting on the peculiar nature of black pear wood. This was merely the yellow-heart variety. He wondered if the black-hearted version revered by animals might be even more extraordinary. Perhaps he would experiment with it someday. Settling onto a small stool, Lin Xia diligently commenced his work. He began by roughly cutting the antlers into 4 sections, each requiring considerable effort. Though the black pear wood proved capable of slicing through the antlers, they remained formidable, demanding all of his strength with each cut. Sweat soon soaked his back. He shed his shirt and continued laboring bare-chested. As the sun traversed from the east to its zenith and then began its descent, Lin Xia remained in the courtyard, methodically carving the antlers. By evening, he had successfully divided the antlers into 4 pieces. Stretching his stiff back, he fetched a bucket of water from the well and enjoyed a refreshing bath. After dinner, he resumed his work in the courtyard. The moon shone brightly, casting its luminous glow across the yard. Lin Xia selected a piece of pear wood to serve as sharpening stone and began meticulously refining the 4 antler tips. As he worked, he contemplated the potential value of his creations. If each sword could fetch $1 million, he could purchase a home, providing his family with space beyond their cramped rental. With 2 sisters, Lin Xia and Lin Xia, deserving of their own rooms, he felt a profound sense of purpose. As night deepened, Lin Xia finally retired to his dwelling, exhausted but fulfilled. The following morning, he arose early and continued his labor. By noon, the rough forms of the 2 short swords began to take shape. Each blade, approximately a foot long, radiated a soft yellow hue, glistening in the sunlight like aged mutton fat jade. Lin Xia sought finer pear wood powder, mixing it with well water to gradually polish the blade edges. Slowly, the edges sharpened. Once satisfied with the blades, he deftly picked up a twig, slicing it effortlessly. The twig snapped cleanly, the cut smooth as if made by laser precision. Incredible, Lin Xia gasped, marveling at the sharpness of his creation. For the remainder of the day, he toiled relentlessly, engrossed in honing the swords. His hands developed blisters, but he wrapped them with cloth and persevered. By the following evening, when the 2 long swords were completed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He arranged the 4 swords side by side on the ground, their pale yellow blades gleaming softly in the setting sun. Although the craftsmanship could not be deemed exquisite, the raw, rugged aesthetic possessed its own unique charm. The 2 long swords were intentionally left less sharp, as they were intended as gifts for his sisters, not for combat. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Xia carefully stored the 4 antler swords, wrapping each one meticulously in clean cloth. Unsure of their true worth, he contemplated researching their value online. However, he believed that merely selling them would not suffice. He desired a trusty weapon for himself. After all, who did not harbor dreams of adventure? As an old hand in the ways of the world, relying solely on firearms felt inadequate. It lacked the spirit of the martial realm. With this thought, Lin Xia assessed the pear wood again. Given its formidable hardness, why not craft a sword directly from it? Without hesitation, he selected a piece of pear wood, roughly the diameter of his arm, left over from previous tree-cutting endeavors. Measuring it at approximately 1 meter, he felt it was just right. He began wielding the axe with vigor. With each strike, yellow wood shavings scattered about. After shaping the wood into a rough sword form, he commenced the intricate process of polishing it. This proved even more laborious than working with the antlers, as the black pear wood was undeniably tough. As the sun set and the moon rose, Lin Xia illuminated his workspace with a lamp and continued his dedicated labor. The cicadas sang in chorus, and the night breeze brought a refreshing chill. Finally, nearing midnight, he completed a nearly 1 meter long wooden sword. The blade, a warm yellow, shimmered with a cold, sharp gleam. Grasping the hilt, he swung a few times. The sound of slicing air was delightful. The sword's weight was perfectly balanced, allowing for effortless maneuverability. He seized a sturdy twig and executed a horizontal swing. The twig was effortlessly severed, falling to the ground in 2 neat pieces, the cut smooth and flawless. Excellent. Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. Although fashioned from wood, this sword's hardness and sharpness rivaled that of steel, perhaps even surpassing it. He then procured a robust piece of hemp rope and fashioned a simple sheath to secure his waist, placing the wooden sword within. Beneath the bright moon, Lin Xia stretched, feeling content. Tomorrow, Lao Tang would arrive to escort him from the mountain, allowing for a well-deserved respite. Chapter 15. Departing the mountain on the 3rd morning. As dawn broke with a gentle light, Lin Xia lay in bed, drowsily drifting in and out of sleep. Suddenly, the familiar roar of an engine grew closer. Lin Xia jolted awake, sitting up as sleep quickly dissipated. Wrapped in his blanket, he leaned against the window to peer outside. A truck was slowly entering the clearing, coming to a halt before the wooden cabin. Lao Tang had arrived. Oh, he even brought the shroud. It seems all is well, Lin Xia thought. Lao Tang leapt from the vehicle, lighting a cigarette, and cheerfully calling out to Lin Xia. You won't be needing that, Lin Xia replied with a roll of his eyes. Then he hurriedly donned his clothes, washed up briefly, and began to pack his belongings. 2 short swords were carefully wrapped in a clean cloth and tucked into the innermost part of his backpack. The 2 long swords were cradled in his arms, while the highly hua sword was secured to his waist with a hemp rope. Fresh clothes, several pieces of wrapped elk meat, and water, Lin Xia stuffed everything he could carry into his bag. Finally, he surveyed the wooden cabin where he had stayed for over a week. He felt no attachment. Were it not for financial reasons, he would not wish to remain even a single day longer. Lin Xia shook his head, hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Lao Tang was leaning against the front of the truck, smoking, with wisps of smoke rising slowly in the morning light. The newly delivered forklift had already been driven down. Upon seeing Lin Xia emerge, he broke into a grin and said, "Let's go." Lin Xia nodded in agreement. Lao Tang extinguished his cigarette, crushing it forcefully on the ground, then walked over to the forklift and patted its body firmly. A new forklift has been brought for you. This time, don't let a bear tip it over again. One can only hope, Lin Xia replied with a wry smile. Let's go, get in the truck. Lao Tang opened the door to the driver's cabin and climbed inside. Lin Xia followed, settling into the passenger seat, placing his backpack on his lap while holding onto the 2 antler swords. You're not driving while fatigued, are you? You've been out all night. Shouldn't we take a break? Break? You can trust my driving skills, Lao Tang said, starting the engine as the truck began to move forward. Lin Xia turned to gaze out the window. The wooden cabin grew increasingly distant and smaller until it vanished within the depths of the dense forest. The vehicle followed the same path back through the woods. What do you think of this place? Lao Tang in Guit? Lin Xia pondered for a moment and sighed. How should I put it? The animals here seem almost sentient. They prevent me from cutting down trees. He was not foolish. The forest was indeed peculiar. Yet he was reluctant to accept this truth, as it would impact him adversely. In such work, one must learn to console oneself. I told you this forest had its oddities, Lao Tang chuckled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placing one between his lips. High risks yield high rewards. If you want to make money, enduring hardships is essential. I can handle hardships, Lin Xia retorted, but these beasts could easily be the end of me. Lao Tang lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag. Why not try raising a few large dogs? That's a fair point, but let us wait until next month. I currently lack the funds to purchase large dogs. Don't borrow from me. I just spent my salary last month on Ching Chung. Who is Ching Chung? My favorite female streamer. As the truck continued its journey, the sun gradually ascended higher in the sky, By noon, Lao Tang parked by the roadside, and the two shared a simple meal of dry rations. They resumed their journey in the afternoon, during which Lao Tang remained silent, focused solely on driving. Lin Xia reclined in his seat, lost in thought as he gazed at the scenery outside. The trees of the forest grew sparser, gradually giving way to farmland and villages. After more than a day, the outline of a city finally emerged ahead, tall buildings and bustling traffic. They had arrived in Lianyan City. Lao Tang maneuvered the truck into the city center and parked in a large lot. He extinguished his cigarette, pulled a ticket from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Xia, Bien Bay City Jean Quan Bathhouse. It's written on the ticket. You can go by yourself. Lin Xia accepted the ticket and glanced down. The ticket was exquisitely designed with gilded lettering, but when he saw the date, he was taken aback. What the hell? It expires tomorrow, Lin Xia exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. 2 days on the road, and this ticket is only valid for 3 days? Is Bosley trying to swindle me? As long as it's usable, that's what matters. Lao Tang waved his hand dismissively. I need to return to haul lumber, so I want to be able to take you. Goodbye. Lao Tang climbed back into the driver's cabin and drove off in a hurry. Lin Xia stood frozen in place, staring at the ticket in his hand, feeling utterly helpless. The ticket would expire tomorrow, meaning he had to reach Bien Bay City today. However, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to get there. Forget it. I need to prioritize the matter at hand. The special service worth over 3,000 yuan would be a painful loss if wasted. Lin Xia hoisted his backpack and hurried out of the parking lot. Lianyan City was a second-tier city. Although it could not compare to larger metropolises like Jiangdu, it was still quite vibrant. The streets bustled with people, and shops lined the avenues. Lin Xia hailed a taxi and arrived at the nearest express delivery station, where he sent several pieces of elk meat and the 2 antler-long swords to the express station next to his home. After sending the package, Lin Xia finally retrieved his phone, which had a signal, and called his sister Lin Chu. However, there was no answer. Frowning, he then called Lin Xi. After a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, brother? Lin Xi's voice came through, filled with a hint of surprise and excitement. You finally decided to call me. Hearing his sister's voice made Lin Xia smile. Chi, I've sent you a package. Remember to pick it up. What package? Lin Xi asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Some crafts I made and some meat. I'll give 1 craft to you and 1 to your sister. Lin Xia replied cheerfully. Consider it a birthday gift for both of you. Oh, you're not coming back? Lin Xi seemed taken aback. Lin Xia's heart sank, but he quickly replied with a smile. What else there to come back for? Your brother is out here earning money for you. If I return, I'll just have to eat the wind from the northwest. All right, Lin Xi said, sounding somewhat disappointed. By the way, brother, what work are you doing this time? I found a job chopping trees in the mountains. The signal is poor. Lin Xia casually mentioned it pays 30,000 a month. He only mentioned 30,000 to avoid worrying his sister. Are you still in the mountains? Lin Xi asked, clearly uninterested in how much Lin Xia earned. Not anymore. I just came out, preparing to spend a couple of days in Bien Bay City. Okay, be careful out there. Don't worry. Who do you think your brother is? Lin Xia replied proudly. An idiot, humph. You are. Lin Xia chuckled. By the way, where's your sister? What is she up to? Sister? Lin Xi pondered for a moment. She has been acting mysteriously these past few days. I have no idea what she is doing. When I asked her, she said she was saving the world. When did Lin Chu become so childish? I don't know. Maybe she is in love? What? Are you serious? Lin Xia felt a jolt in his heart. I'm just guessing, haha. Lin Chi chuckled. Sister probably wouldn't look at other men. Don't worry, brother. That is good to hear. Lin Xia sighed in relief. When Lin Chu comes back from school, tell her to call me. I tried calling, but no one answered. Got it. Bye. After hanging up, Lin Xia squatted by the street and pulled out his phone to check the value of the antler swords. The results shocked him. Damn. If I hadn't made them into swords, those antlers could be worth hundreds of thousands. Lin Xia clutched his stomach and sat down on the ground, wishing he could slap himself. However, since the swords had already been made, he was not one to be overly sentimental. After all, hundreds of thousands was a significant amount. Lin Xia cursed quietly while scrolling through the comment section, not finding any mention of antlers being fashioned into swords, though there were other crafts, generally valued at several thousand yuan each. Several thousand isn't too shabby. Lin Xia consoled himself, glancing at the bathhouse ticket in his hand, feeling a bit better. He then hailed a taxi to the train station. Chapter 16. The Astonishment of Millions. What? The train to Bianbei City has stopped running. 20 minutes later, Lin Xia stood in the ticket hall of the train station, feeling somewhat bewildered. It has stopped. Bianbei City was locked down 2 days ago. What the hell? Lin Xia felt even more confused. How could he go to the bathhouse if the city was locked down? Did Bosley know in advance about the lockdown? Which is why he sold him a ticket. The ticket clerk glanced at him before beckoning him closer. When Lin Xia approached, he whispered, "Go to the bus station and look for a little bald man. His vehicle can get you to Bianbei City, and he can help you sneak in." "That is quite ingenious, my friend. But what happened in Bianbei City?" Lin Xia queried. "Who knows? This is not the first time a city has been locked down. Our country has frequently experienced such measures in recent years. After the lifting of restrictions, everything seems to return to normal. I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking." "Thank you." Lin Xia, lost in thought, turned away from the train station and headed straight for the bus station. The two locations were not far apart, a mere 10-minute walk. The bus station was bustling with vehicles and people. At a glance, there were quite a few bald heads. Just as Lin Xia was comparing which one looked younger, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Brother." He turned to see a bald man grinning widely, his face marred by several scars, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Standing at about 1.50 meters, he must be the little bald guy. "Going to Bianbei City?" The little bald man whispered. "Yes," Lin Xia nodded. The little bald man rubbed his fingers together. "But how much is it?" Lin Xia inquired. 150 flat, the little bald man replied. "The regular fare is 50. Given the current situation, 150 isn't too expensive, right?" Lin Xia gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's go." "Quick decision, brother." The little bald man revealed a set of yellow teeth and said, "Follow me." The two crossed the waiting hall and arrived at the parking lot behind it. The parking lot was vast, filled with numerous vehicles. The little bald man led Lin Xia to a white van. The vehicle appeared somewhat old, with several dents that suggested it had been in numerous accidents. "Can you drive?" "Rest assured, brother." Lin Xia hesitated, but eventually bent down and climbed into the vehicle. Inside sat another person. He appeared to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a black hoodie with a hat that obscured most of his face, leaving only his chin and lips visible. Lin Xia nodded in greeting. "Hello." The young man opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at Lin Xia. A chill ran down Lin Xia's spine. The man's gaze fell off, unlike that of an ordinary person. Rather, it resembled someone trying to act tough. After staring at Lin Xia for 2 seconds, the young man shifted his gaze away and closed his eyes again without uttering a word. What a pretentious act, Lin Xia thought, taking a seat in the middle row and placing his backpack on his lap. The little bald man remained outside, scanning the area with his small eyes, trying to find 2 more passengers to share the ride. "No need to wait," the young man suddenly spoke, his voice icy. "Just the 2 of us is enough. No one else wants to go to Bianbei City." "Hey," the little bald man responded, turning to shout, "Is anyone else going to Bianbei City?" "Last bus." No one replied. "All right, let's go." The little bald man got into the vehicle, started the engine, and the van shook a few times before slowly moving forward. Exiting the parking lot, they merged onto the road leading to Bianbei City. Lin Xia gazed out of the window as the sky gradually darkened, the setting sun ablaze on the horizon like a massive flame. The road had few vehicles. Occasionally, a few cars passed by, all departing from the direction of Bianbei City. Not a single car was heading toward Bianbei City. Lin Xia felt a sense of unease. What had transpired in Bianbei City? How could a lockdown occur in this day and age? Could there be another wave of the pandemic? "Driver," Lin Xia couldn't help but ask, "do you know what happened in Bianbei City?" The little bald man glanced at Lin Xia through the rearview mirror and grinned. "You don't know?" "No. I just came down from the mountains." "Oh." The little bald man nodded. "I don't know either." Lin Xia remarked, "Maybe it's the little devils or the foolish Americans messing around with biological weapons." "Are you still willing to go?" Lin Xia questioned. "It's all for a living." The little bald man replied matter-of-factly, "1 trip can earn 300. 10 trips is 3,000. This money is too good to pass up." Lin Xia sighed, cursing inwardly. No wonder Bosley had given him the ticket. It seemed that something had indeed gone wrong in Bianbei City. The vehicle had already departed, and the fare was paid. So Lin Xia had no intention of getting off. According to the ticket seller, the lockdown likely wasn't serious. It was probably just some high-ranking official having a moment of madness. The vehicle continued its journey, and the night deepened. The scenery outside transitioned from the bustling city to the desolate suburbs, and the number of vehicles dwindled. Lin Xia felt discomfort from the weight of his backpack and shifted it to the front to adjust his position. Just then, the zipper loosened, and a deer antler sword protruded from the bag. The young man beside him, who had been squinting his eyes in a feigned slumber, instinctively glanced over and then turned back to look out the window. The next moment, he abruptly turned back, his pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze on the deer antler sword. What the hell? This sword emanates a powerful aura. As a low-level devout master, he was exceptionally sensitive to abnormal energies. The sensation was akin to someone suddenly shining a flashlight in the dark. It was impossible to ignore. This sword was undoubtedly an anomalous relic. Moreover, it was of a considerable level, at least a low-level anomaly. Possessing such an item could not be the work of an ordinary person. He discreetly assessed Lin Xia. The latter appeared to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a simple plaid shirt and faded jeans, with muddy sneakers on his feet. His face bore signs of hardship, his skin slightly darkened, and his hands were calloused, indicating a life of labor. However, owning such a weapon suggested that his capabilities were at least at the low-level anomaly tier. Could he even be stronger? At this moment, heading to Bianbei City without being a night watchman, yet possessing such strength, could he be affiliated with a significant power? Pai Qianwan felt apprehensive. With that thought, Pai Qianwan cleared his throat. Ahem. That brother. Pai Qianwan managed to smile, trying to appear more amiable. My name is Pai Qianwan. Lin Xia turned his head, puzzled by the sudden change in demeanor. What was wrong with this person? Just a moment ago, he was acting aloof, not even responding to greetings, and now he was introducing himself? Nevertheless, out of politeness, Lin Xia nodded. Lin Xia. Brother Lin, Pai Qianwan cautiously asked, may I see that sword? Lin Xia scrutinized Pai Qianwan, wearing a black hoodie and a hat that concealed most of his face. Only his chin and lips were visible. This fellow must have taken a liking to his sword. Perfect. He intended to sell the remaining 2 deer antler swords anyway, and it would be ideal if this person recognized their value. Sure, Lin Xia completely removed the deer antler sword from his bag and handed it over. If you like it, I can sell it to you. Pai Qianwan accepted the sword, his hands trembling slightly. The sword was heavy, weighing at least 7 or 8 jin. However, this weight was nothing to him. What truly concerned him was the faint aura emanating from the sword. Pai Qianwan closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the residual energy on the sword. In the next moment, a colossal moose suddenly appeared in his mind. Its size was outrageous. Standing at least 10 meters tall, its body engulfed in black-red flames. The blood-red eyes were filled with fury and murderous intent, as if it sought to tear everything apart. This was a great anomaly, a giant moose. Pai Qianwan's eyes flew open, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The giant moose had recently slaughtered a town in the suburbs of Bianbei City, evading capture by 2 powerful anomaly masters. Its name was known throughout the extraordinary community. Yet now, its antlers were in the possession of this seemingly ordinary man, indicating that the great moose had been slain by him to kill a great anomaly. The man before him, who appeared so unremarkable, was at least a master of the great anomaly level, perhaps even stronger. Chapter 17. The blockaded Bianbei City Senior Lin. Pai Qianwan's voice trembled slightly as he cautiously returned the sword, fearful of causing any damage. Very impressive, truly impressive, but I, a junior, cannot handle it. Lin Xia received the sword, confusion etched on his face. Why was he suddenly referring to him as senior? And what was with the junior-senior hierarchy? Was he caught up in some sort of delusion? Lin Xia completely forgot that he had hung a wooden sword at his waist to embody that very spirit. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xia asked, what do you think this item is worth? Pai Qianwan was taken aback. Did such a big shot lack money? Was this a test? Or did he genuinely want to sell it? It is inconceivable that the drops from a Dechui-level anomaly could be sold so easily. This must be a test to my discernment. Pai Qianwan gritted his teeth, rapidly calculating in his mind. The drops from a Dechui-level anomaly, if placed on the black market, would be valued at no less than 100 million at the very least, and that is for the items that are priced but scarce. Many powerful factions have spent fortunes, yet remain unable to acquire them. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously extended a finger. Suddenly an ouch escaped his lips as he was flung backward, his head colliding with the roof of the vehicle. While Lin Xia also felt the jolt. Apologies, I dozed off for a moment and hit a warning cone, said the bald driver, stretching lazily. Lin Xia was taken aback. Pai Qianwan was furious, questioning the driver's recklessness with his life. Hey, be careful next time. No need to be so fierce. The bald driver quickly took a swig of Jiang Xiaoniao to rouse himself. Lin Xia, however, was not perturbed. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. Pai Qianwan had just indicated that this item was worth 100 million. In the realm of street talk, 100 million equates to 100,000, and selling two would yield 200,000. Coupled with this month's salary of 70,000, she could save quite a sum. She resolved to rent a better apartment this month. Lin Xia eagerly grasped Pai Qianwan's hand, asking, I have another one. Do you want it? I can give you a discount if you buy both for 18,000. Pai Qianwan was bewildered. 18,000? What does that even mean? It took him several seconds to comprehend. Could it be that sword? Is this a test of my character? He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wondering if he appeared naive. Although he truly desired it, he decided to remain prudent. After all, he could not fathom the thoughts of such a powerful figure. If he spoke wrongly, he might endanger his own life. Senior Lin, Pai Qianwan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice filled with regret. I cannot afford it. My family situation is not good, and I truly cannot produce that much money. Cannot afford 18,000? Lin Xia frowned. Why did you act like a wealthy person just now? She dismissed the notion, stating that if he did not wish to buy it, it was fine. Once they reached the city, she would easily find a buyer. With that, she tucked the deer antler sword back in her bag, zipped it up, and fell silent. Pai Qianwan let out a sigh of relief, yet his heart was increasingly anxious. Would Senior Lin be upset? Stealing a glance at Lin Xia, he noticed her expression was neutral, which eased his worries. He remained silently seated, refraining from speaking further. The thoughts of a powerful figure were beyond his grasp. The vehicle fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the rumble of the engine and the jarring of the uneven road. The bald driver hummed a tune, completely oblivious to the tension between his two passengers. Half an hour later, the scenery outside began to change. The desolate suburbs revealed some buildings, and the streetlights flickered to life. We're almost there, the bald driver announced. Lin Xia peered ahead and could vaguely discern the outline of the city. The lights of the skyscrapers twinkled in the night sky like stars. However, as they advanced, the atmosphere grew increasingly unsettling. The number of vehicles on the road dwindled, and the streets appeared almost deserted. The bustling city entrance that should have been alive with activity was now eerily empty. Soon, they approached an intersection, and, from a distance, it was evident that the road was blocked. Several police cars were stationed across the center, their lights flashing red and blue in the darkness. Uniformed personnel stood by the barricades, walkie-talkies in hand. Lin Xia even spotted military vehicles, the deep green army trucks with something mounted on them, obscured in the night. What a spectacle, Lin Xia murmured. Hold on tight. The bald driver grinned widely, sharply turning the steering wheel, veering the van into a narrow side road. This path was cramped, flanked by weeds and shrubs, with a bumpy surface riddled with potholes. The vehicle jolted violently, and Lin Xia felt as though her body might be rattled apart. Master, please slow down, Lin Xia urged, gripping the handrail. Don't worry. I've been doing this for 3 years without incident, he replied, just as the wheels hit a large pothole. Bang! The entire van jolted upward, and Lin Xia and Pai Qianwan's head struck the roof. Oops, my bad. The bald driver chuckled, yet he showed no signs of reducing speed. The van sped on through the narrow road. After navigating through a thicket, they turned onto an even narrower dirt path, branches scraping against the vehicle with a screeching sound. After a bumpy ride of about 10 minutes, Lin Xia could finally see the distant ridges of fields and sparse crops, along with a narrow ridge. Can we get through? She wondered, bewildered. Of course, the bald driver grinned, maintaining speed. In the next moment, the right tire rolled over a dirt slope, and the van sliced through the ridge like a blade. What the hell? Lin Xia and Pai Qianwan clutched the handrails, their faces paling. Fortunately, the bald driver was skilled. Despite several close calls, they ultimately passed through safely. Emerging from the farmland, the van hit a cement road. Now, they were in the urban area. The bald driver expertly maneuvered through the streets, finally parking at the entrance of an alley in the old city. We've arrived, he said, patting the steering wheel. Take care. Lin Xia and Pai Qianwan disembarked, both bending down to find a trash bin. The bald driver scratched his head, revving the engine before disappearing into the night. After a moment, Lin Xia finished and stood at the alley entrance, surveying her surroundings. This was the old city with narrow streets lined by aging 5 to 6-story residential buildings. The outer walls of the buildings were chipped and peeling, and various vehicles cluttered the streets. Electric bikes, motorcycles, bicycles, all in disarray. Yet the atmosphere was vibrant. In the distance, a group of elderly people danced in the square, while the aroma from a nearby barbecue stall wafted through the air. This hardly looks like a place where something went wrong, Lin Xia murmured. Pai Qianwan did not respond. He clasped his fists in greeting to Lin Xia before disappearing into the adjacent alley, swallowed by the shadows. Lin Xia shook her head, pulling out her phone to access the navigation. Jin Quan Bathhouse. A red marker appeared on the map, located in the eastern part of the city, 23 kilometers away. Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't too far, and she could reach it in about half an hour on foot. It was now 8 in the evening. They should still be open, right? With thoughts of the special services worth over 3,000, her spirits lifted considerably. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and briskly followed the navigation S route. Chapter 18. The 4 great dependents in the sewers of Bianbei City. A foul stench permeated the air, and murky waters surged through the narrow pipes. The Rat King, dragging its battered form through the filth, was twisted in rage. Damnomans. It had thought that with its Chui-level power, it could reign freely in this small city. Yet, it never anticipated the emergence of 4 Chui-level dependents, leaving it no chance to develop. With this thought, the Rat King quickened its pace, determined to escape and strengthen itself further, vowing to cleanse the city of its inhabitants. Those night watchmen, and that fool who demolished its home. Boom! Just then, a deafening noise erupted from the sewer behind it. The Rat King instinctively turned to look, its pupils dilating in terror. A figure in a black robe was charging towards it, using the walls for leverage, and, in the blink of an eye, it had leapt over the Rat King, landing in the filthy waters ahead. The captain of the Bianbei City Night Watch, Mang Tian. The boa constrictor of Mang Tian suddenly transformed, its arm morphing into a gigantic serpent, tearing through the fabric of his clothing, lunging to bite at the Rat King. The serpent moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. Squeak! The Mouse King let out a furious scream, its claws gripping tightly onto the snake's mouth, exerting immense force. Shui Jiaolong. A resonant voice echoed from behind, laced with unmistakable malice. Almost immediately, 2 black water dragons swiftly coalesced from the murky waters on either side of the Mouse King, launching themselves with astonishing momentum to strike at it. Boom! The colossal impact reverberated throughout the entire sewer. The Mouse King was knocked back, spewing blood, while the 2 water dragons savagely gnawed at its waist. He is the captain of the Night Watch in Hailangshi, Jiaolong. Coughing violently, the Mouse King struggled to break free from the water dragons, blood continuously spilling from its mouth. Roar! Before it could fully escape, a deafening bear roar erupted within the confined space. Like thunder, a gigantic brown bear surged from the shadows, its massive frame nearly filling the sewer. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear lunged at the Mouse King, its powerful paw crashing down. Bang! The Mouse King was pinned firmly to the ground, its body sinking into the murky water. The foul liquid rushed into its nostrils, causing it to cough violently. Soon after, it felt a chill around its neck. The brown bear opened its maw wide, its sharp teeth relentlessly tearing into the flesh of its chest and neck. He is the captain of the Night Watch in Zhijiangxi, Huaxiang. The Mouse King, besieged by 3 formidable sovereigns, had no capacity to retaliate, having been fleeing in the sewers since the day before yesterday. Squeak! It emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, and a blinding red light suddenly erupted from its eyes. The crimson glow flashed and enveloped the brown bear's forepaws. In the next moment, the bear's robust paws began to shrink drastically, its muscles vanishing and its bones thinning. Within a mere second, the once formidable bear paws transformed into 2 delicate squirrel paws. The sight was utterly bizarre, as if 2 squirrel paws had been forcibly affixed to the brown bear's body. Bang! The brown bear lost its balance, its massive form tumbling into the sewage, sending up a tremendous splash. Seizing this opportunity, the Mouse King rolled over. Ignoring its injuries, it fled desperately. Yet ahead, Mang Tian awaited, expressionless, blocking the Mouse King's path in the center of the sewer. His left arm morphed into a green forest python, its serpentine body undulating in the air, the cold vertical pupils fixated on the approaching Mouse King. You, who have killed so many in Bianbei City, are doomed. Mang Tian spoke coldly, his voice seething with rage. The python opened its gaping maw, revealing a multitude of sharp fangs, aiming to bite the Mouse King's head. But the Mouse King did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward, disregarding Mang Tian's attack. Just as the onlookers thought it would be captured, the wall beside Mang Tian suddenly exploded. Two enormous squirrels burst through the rubble, their gaping mouths lunging for Mang Tian's throat. Damn it! Mang Tian, Guset! The python swiftly pivoting its head. Its jaws snapped shut, catching one of the giant squirrels by the head. The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible, blood and brain matter spilling forth. However, the other giant squirrel had already pounced on a Mang Tian, its fangs aimed at his throat. Mang Tian had no choice but to raise his right arm in defense, the giant squirrel's teeth sinking deeply into his arm. Get off! Mang Tian Zhao! The muscles in his right arm bulging, veins popping, as he forcefully flung the creature away. The giant squirrel was sent crashing against the wall, sliding down. But in that brief moment of delay, the Mouse King brushed past Mang Tian, continuing its frantic dash forward. By Qingqing! Mang Tian bellowed in anger. At the rear of the group, a woman clad in a black trench coat slowly raised her right hand, pinching her thumb and forefinger together in a gesture of aiming. Through the gap between her fingers, she could clearly see the fleeing Mouse King in the distance. Her red lips parted to utter a single word, Koan. The sound was soft yet seemed to possess an enchanting power. The instant the word was spoken, the concrete ground along the Mouse King's escape route suddenly erupted. A massive white bird's head broke through the earth, accompanied by a shower of rubble and dirt as it lunged for the Mouse King. The Mouse King's expression changed drastically as it exerted all its strength to leap aside. Yet it was a moment too late. Crack! The beak of the Kuan accurately clamped down on the Mouse King's right arm, effortlessly severing it at the root. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Mouse King emitted an agonizing scream, its voice echoing through the sewer, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Gritting its teeth, it spun around and charged into the darkness ahead with its last ounce of strength, then abruptly ceased to breathe. By the time the four arrived, the Mouse King had vanished, leaving them faced with the intricate labyrinth of the sewer system. Damn it! Mang Tian seethed, punching the wall with fury. Bang! A deep dent was left in the wall, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Jiao Long approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "There's still a chance." Bai Qingqing shook her head, acknowledging that the Mouse King would undoubtedly seek refuge in a concealed location, making it difficult to find again. Captain of a night watch in Lin Xia, Bai Qingqing. At that moment, Hua Xiong had also reverted to human form, his face grim as he stared at his hands, now shrunk to squirrel paws. Apologies, such a repugnant ability. I couldn't hold it down. Mang Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm. It's all right. I implore you all to assist in searching once more. As long as it remains in Bianbei City, the citizens are perpetually in peril. No need for niceties. Let's split up and search again, Jiao Long said before swiftly dashing into one direction of the sewer. Soon, the other three dispersed, commencing a thorough search. Chapter 19. The fall of the Mouse King in the eastern part of the city, the Old District. A small squirrel emerged from the sewer grate. As the night breeze blew, the scent of humans, which typically repulsed it, provided the perfect cover. The Mouse King lay limp on the ground, gasping for air. It was drenched in blood, one arm missing, with gaping wounds on its chest and waist. Squeak! The Mouse King's eyes were filled with resentment and indignation. Umans! Damn Umans! If it weren't for that fool in the forest, I would not be in this predicament. If that idiot hadn't severed my tail, I wouldn't be in such a wretched state. If it weren't for that fool, I would still be living freely in the forest. It's all that idiot's fault. All of it. The Mouse King gritted its teeth, nearly driven mad by rage. Now, it needed to find a hiding place. If discovered again, escape would be impossible. Struggling to rise, the Mouse King scanned its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze on a brightly lit building ahead. Jinquan Bathhouse. Such places are crowded, with complex scents that could effectively mask its own. Moreover, the numerous rooms offered ample hiding spots, making discovery unlikely. The Mouse King, small in stature, easily slipped into the lobby, then, without hesitation, made its way to the second floor. The staircase was covered with thick carpet, feeling soft underfoot. The Mouse King ascended step by step, nearly cursing as the dozen flights of stairs felt like a monumental task. Having lost too much blood, its consciousness began to blur. The scenery before it swaying. Several times it nearly tumbled down the stairs. Finally, it reached the second floor. The Mouse King leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, its chest rising and falling violently. The second floor was the private room area, with rooms lining both sides. Its plan was to hide in one of the rooms, where the strong odors would likely deter the night watch from searching. Just then, a woman emerged from a room at the end of the corridor. The Mouse King, summoning its last strength, dashed inside just as the woman was about to close the door. "Sir, I will notify the special service technician. Please wait a moment." The woman shut the door and turned to leave. The Mouse King let out a sigh of relief, sliding down against the door. At last, it felt secure. It gasped heavily, leaning against the door frame to catch its breath for a moment. The room was warm, the air conditioning humming softly, and the temperature just right. Raising its head, it surveyed the surroundings. In the center stood a spacious massage table, beside which rested a small table adorned with aromatic candles, their flames flickering gently. Lying upon the massage table was a man clad only in his undergarments, revealing a lean yet muscular physique. His skin was somewhat tanned, likely a result of frequent outdoor labor. 2 slices of cucumber rested over his eyes, lending him an air of utter relaxation. The Mouse King had initially intended to ignore this human and seek refuge beneath the bed to recuperate. However, in the next moment, a frown creased its brow. Wait, this human's aura feels somewhat familiar. The Mouse King focused intently, sniffing the air. No, it couldn't be. This scent belonged to that fool. Its body began to tremble, a mix of anger and excitement, making it forget the pain it bore. The once vague consciousness sharpened instantaneously, flames of fury igniting in its eyes. The Mouse King leaped up, its body shooting forth like an arrow, landing directly beside the bed. With its remaining claw, it unhesitatingly aimed for the man's heart. It sought to extract the very essence of his suffering. With all its might, the claw rushed toward Lin Xia's chest, but in the next moment, it halted. The Mouse King was taken aback. Its claw couldn't penetrate? Despite exerting all its strength, the tips barely grazed Lin Xia's skin. But that layer felt as unyielding as steel, impenetrable. How could this be? It was a dissuade-level anomaly. Even while severely injured, its claws were sharp enough to tear through steel. Hadn't he just left? Lin Xia pondered, somewhat confused. The Mouse King examined its claw, then struck again, this time using its body weight, leveraging its hind legs against the sheets. It clawed fiercely at Lin Xia's heart. Yet the outcome was the same. It could not break through. The Mouse King was baffled. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Lin Xia merely shifted slightly, mumbling indistinctly, "You can use a bit more force." He assumed the technician had begun the massage. Upon hearing this, the Mouse King nearly exploded with rage. "Use a bit more force?" It fumed, launching into a frenzied assault on the heart. Its claws raked rapidly across Lin Xia's chest, desperate to extract his heart. Yet, regardless of its efforts, it could not breach Lin Xia's defenses. "Fine, let's try his back instead." Lin Xia turned over, exposing his back. The Mouse King paused for a moment. Its eyes lit up. The heart lay at the center of the body. If it couldn't attack from the front, then it would strike from the back. It immediately jumped onto Lin Xia's back, continuing its frantic digging. But despair engulfed it once more. The back was just as impenetrable as the front. As time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the Mouse King's claws transformed from a reddish-brown to a pinkish hue, then to a vivid red. The friction generated heat, causing its claws to burn and ache, even beginning to ooze blood. The Mouse King came to a stark realization. It was far too weak to breach Lin Xia's defenses and was subjected to humiliation. It slumped on Lin Xia's back, panting heavily, gazing at its own claws. How infuriating! The enemy lay so close, yet it could not bring him to his end. This was the most despairing reality. Finally, the Mouse King could no longer contain its frustration. Its furious shriek echoed throughout the room. Lin Xia paused, startled by the familiar sound. He abruptly removed the cucumber slices from his eyes, turning to look. Upon seeing the squirrel on the bed, Lin Xia was utterly stunned. What the hell? Wasn't this the squirrel that had been a thorn in his side in the forest? In that instant, Lin Xia comprehended everything. Those gentle, floating massages were not from a technician, but rather from this damned squirrel's ambush. The audacity! Lin Xia cursed vehemently, his expression darkening. He reached out, seizing the squirrel by its neck and lifting it aloft. The Mouse King struggled desperately, but Lin Xia's grip was like a vice, unyielding. The immense strength made the Mouse King feel as though its neck might snap. "You followed me into the city?" Lin Xia's eyes glinted coldly. Such a thirst for vengeance. The Mouse King opened its mouth to bite at Lin Xia's hand, but failed to make any impact. Lin Xia gazed at the squirming creature in his grasp, his anger intensifying. This beast had audaciously pursued him into the city for revenge. Such a vengeful creature could not be spared. "You shall perish." Lin Xia's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he tightened his grip. There was a sharp crack, a crisp sound of bone breaking, as the Mouse King's neck was twisted, its head lolling to one side. In its final moments of consciousness, the Mouse King harbored but one thought: what kind of monster is this fool? A once dissuay-level anomaly had met its demise. However, its tree remained intact. In a month's time, it would ensure this human would pay dearly. Chapter 20. Collision with it. The beauty Lin Xia released his grip, staring at the lifeless body of the squirrel in his hands, a chill running down his spine. What bad luck to encounter such an incident while trying to enjoy a massage. He stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. The night breeze flowed in, carrying a hint of coolness. Without hesitation, Lin Xia discarded the squirrel's corpse out the window. The body traced an arc through the air before landing in the greenery below. Truly, what terrible fortune. Lin Xia cursed as he closed the window. He had spent over 3,000. Such an investment could not go to waste. He would wait for the technician to return and continue the massage. Meanwhile, below in the greenery, Pai Qianwan sat bewildered in the bushes, gazing up at the second floor of the bathing center. He had been trailing the Mouse King since it crawled out of the sewer. Initially, he had intended to seize a human head, thinking that by absorbing this dissuay-level anomaly-s minion, he could soar to greatness. However, upon climbing to the second floor and spotting Lin Xia on the bed, he realized the Mouse King was no longer of use to him. He had almost decided to leave when something fell on his head. Pai Qianwan removed the corpse from atop his head, deep in thought. From the moment the Mouse King entered to now, no more than 10 minutes had passed, and even the sounds of battle had not reached him. Just how formidable was Lin Xia? Why had his senior tossed the corpse to him? Though the anomalies primarily become minions of the killer upon death, their bodies held significant value as well. Certain special parts could be crafted into extraordinary gear, and consuming the flesh could fortify one's physique. Was this gift bestowed upon him? A reward. It had to be a reward. Surely, Lin Xia must have seen potential in him, granting him such a precious item as a means of cultivation. Otherwise, why would he not throw it to someone else? With this thought, Pai Qianwan trembled with excitement. He quickly tidied his clothing and bowed deeply toward the second floor. "Thank you, Senior Lin. I will forever be grateful." His voice, though soft, brimmed with sincerity and gratitude. Then, Pai Qianwan carefully collected the Mouse King's corpse, wrapping it in his coat and cradling it close. He scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one had noticed him before hastily departing from the bathing center. At last, he would have a chance to feast. At 10 o'clock that night, Lin Xia emerged from the Jinquan bathing center, utterly speechless. 4,000 for what? A so-called special service consisting of nothing more than a black girl airlifted from Africa who had given him a 2-hour massage, and she didn't even stay. Lin Xia felt utterly duped. Was this what they called special service? What was special about it? Just because she hailed from Africa? The boss was a scoundrel. Lin Xia walked along the street, grumbling about the shop's false advertising and unreasonable pricing. He took out his phone to search for nearby accommodations. It was getting late, and he needed to find a place to rest before heading back to Lianyan City for half a day tomorrow, after which he would prepare to return to the mountains. Having only felled one tree this month, he was increasingly anxious about whether Boss Li would pay him, fearing he might end up destitute. Lin Xia slung his bag over his shoulder, with a pearwood sword hanging at his waist, and made his way toward the nearest inn. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Lin Chu. Frowning, Lin Xia wondered why his sister was only returning home at this hour. Could it be that she was in a romantic relationship? He quickly answered the call. "Hello, Lin Chu. Are you in a relationship?" "Huh?" There was a noticeable pause on the other end. "What are you talking about? When did I start dating?" "I had no idea." "Then why are you coming home so late?" "The school's art club had an event that just wrapped up." Lin Chu et lai. "Is that so?" Lin Xia asked skeptically. "Really? Besides, with our family situation, who would be interested in me?" "True." Lin Chu hesitated, perhaps being overly modest. By the way, Xiaoqi mentioned you found a job as a lumberjack. Is it hard work? Not at all. I just walk around, enjoy the scenery, and fish. Felling trees feels like a part-time job. It's quite relaxing. I'm actually vacationing in Bianbei City right now. Bianbei City. Lin Chu's voice rose an octave. Hey, don't scare me like that, Lin Xia said, pulling the phone away slightly. Lin Chu fell silent for a moment before returning to her normal tone. How did you end up in Bianbei City? What's wrong with Bianbei City? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chu attempted to steady her voice. Oh, nothing. It's just that I heard from friends that Bianbei City isn't very safe. Oh, it's fine, Lin Xia chuckled. I've seen it all. There's nothing unsafe here. Lin Chu fell silent again. Just don't wander around at night and leave Bianbei City early tomorrow. I know, Lin Xia replied. Why so secretive? Are you worried about your brother? Did you hear that? Lin Chu sighed, feeling exasperated with Lin Xia's carefree attitude. You always treat me and our younger sister like children, bearing the weight of the family alone. You never express your fatigue or sorrow. A few years ago, she often saw her brother wiping away tears on the floor at night. I heard you. Stop nagging. I'm returning to Lianyun City tomorrow morning. Make sure you do. Lin Chu sighed in relief. Take good care of Chi. She has difficulty walking. Push her out to enjoy the scenery. Don't let her stay at home all the time. Got it. Lin Chu paused, her tone turning serious. Brother, if you encounter anything strange, you must tell me. Lin Xia was taken aback. Huh? What strange things? Just, if anything happens, don't bear it alone, Lin Chu urged, a hint of pleading in her voice. I'm an adult now. I can help you share the burden. Lin Xia chuckled at her words. You little brat, how can you help me? Just take good care of our sister and focus on your studies. I'll handle everything else. I'm not a child. Lin Chu protested, a bit annoyed. I'm being serious. All right, I understand, Lin Xia laughed. If anything comes up, I'll let you know, so don't worry. Just be careful out there, Lin Chu sighed. If anything strange happens, you must tell me. Got it. I'm hanging up now. I need to find a hotel. Wait, Lin Chu suddenly called out. Brother, really be careful. Okay. I know. You're such a worrywart. After hanging up, Lin Xia shook his head, smiling. His sister had grown up and learned to show concern. Lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry, Lin Xia quickly apologized. Looking up, he was stunned to see a stunning woman before him. Dressed in a black trench coat, she was tall and exquisitely beautiful. What captivated him most were her enchanting peach blossom eyes, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner, exuding both allure and coldness. Chapter 21. Late-night peculiarities. By Qingqing frowned as she regarded Lin Xia. She had stepped out for a walk to clear her mind after a bad day and had lost herself in thought, only to collide with someone. Initially planning to walk away, she found the aura of this person to be somewhat peculiar. Bai Qingqing scrutinized Lin Xia. Clad in a plain plaid shirt, faded jeans, and muddy sneakers, he appeared to be an ordinary laborer. Her frown deepened. The two simply stared at each other, an awkward silence enveloping them. Are you all right? Lin Xia finally broke the silence. Bai Qingqing shook her head and walked past him. Lin Xia sighed in relief and continued toward the inn, thinking she might have been about to confront him. A few steps away, Bai Qingqing glanced back at Lin Xia's departing figure. Was he truly just an ordinary person? Perhaps she was overthinking it. Rubbing her temples, she reflected on how exhausting it had been to chase the Rat King these past 2 days, only to have someone else swoop in and take the prize. For powerful leaders had joined forces to pursue it for 2 days and nights, only for the Rat King to be killed by another. The most troubling part was that they didn't even know who had done it. This indicated that a new master with at least high-level abilities had emerged in Bianbei City, and this person was not one of the Night Watchers. This was not good news for the Night Watchers. The power structure of the masters was quite clear. A master could simultaneously possess multiple subordinates of the same level. If a new subordinate was acquired and then an anomaly was killed, 3 scenarios could occur. First, if the newly absorbed subordinate was of a lower level than the original, the new subordinate would be converted into energy to strengthen the original. Second, if the new subordinate was of the same level, the master would have 2 subordinates. Third, if the new subordinate was of a higher level, the high-level subordinate would absorb the lower-level one, leading the master to lose the original subordinate and gain a stronger one. In summary, the weak are absorbed, the same level coexist, and the strong replace the weak. The level of a subordinate is established upon the anomaly's death. They can enhance their strength within that level through energy absorption, but cannot surpass it. To grow stronger, one must defeat higher-level anomalies. When facing higher-level anomalies, the only way to achieve such combat is through multiple lower-level subordinates. This is how every master advances. Thus, the death of the Rat King was a significant loss for the Night Watchers. If any of the powerful figures, Mang Tian, Jiao Long, Hua Xiong, or even her, had been the one to kill the Rat King, they would have gained a high-level subordinate. Whether it meant having an additional high-level leader or augmenting an existing one, the loss was profound. Bai Qingqing sighed, feeling as though she'd been toiling for 2 days. She reached the edge of a bridge and sat down, staring at the slowly flowing river below, her mood restless. 10 minutes later, Lin Xia arrived at the inn indicated by his navigation. "Boss, do you have any rooms available?" "None," the boss replied without looking up. "We're fully booked." "Damn," Lin Xia cursed, turning to leave. He pulled out his phone to search for nearby inns again. The closest one, according to the map, was in the direction he had just come from. "My navigation is ridiculous," Lin Xia muttered, turning back. After a 10-minute walk, he passed a bridge and caught a glimpse of someone sitting at its edge. Dressed in a black trench coat, the person was staring down at the river. "What the?" Lin Xia was taken aback. Wasn't that the stunning woman from earlier? Why was she sitting there, gazing into the water? Could it be that she was contemplating jumping into the river? It shouldn't be the case. With such beauty, what troubles could one possibly have? Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, deciding to observe. He slowed his pace as he walked across the bridge, stealthily glancing at Bai Qingqing. Upon reaching the other end of the bridge, Lin Xia turned back after a brief pause and retraced his steps, passing by Bai Qingqing once more. He continued this back and forth 3 times. Bai Qingqing's brows furrowed tighter with each encounter. She lifted her gaze and coldly scrutinized Lin Xia. Could this person be a pervert? Lin Xia sensed Bai Qingqing's penetrating stare and felt a pang of anxiety. "Oh no, I've been discovered. It should be fine. Perhaps I am merely meddling." Bai Qingqing stood up, dusted off her clothes, and left expressionlessly. To encounter a pervert at this moment truly felt unfortunate. She thought she should seek better luck. Meanwhile, Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no danger. She was not about to jump into the river. That was a relief. He turned and walked toward the inn. Chapter 22. Is Bai Qingqing coming for me? Early the next morning, Lin Xia arrived at the train station ahead of time. Bianbei City had been unsealed, and the high-speed trains were operational once more. After visiting, Lin Xia remained oblivious to the incidents that had transpired in Bianbei City. He had not encountered any monsters or zombies. Yet the bathing center left a profound impression on him. A shady establishment, it should close down soon. Lin Xia muttered to himself as he entered the lobby. The morning train station was not overly crowded. He followed the flow of people towards the ticket gate. Just as he stepped onto the platform, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Today she was not clad in a black trench coat. Instead, she wore a white shirt with a small bow at the collar, paired with a light blue pleated skirt. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she slung a small bag across her body. The contrast from the cold and aloof demeanor of the previous night was stark at this moment. Bai Qingqing appeared pure and enchanting, reminiscent of an artistic goddess on a university campus. She was engrossed in her phone, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her eyelids. Occasionally, men's gazes drifted her way on the platform. Lin Xia felt indifferent towards Bai Qingqing. Such a woman was clearly beyond his reach. He resolved to focus on caring for his younger sister instead. Retracting his gaze, he boarded the train. In carriage 2, row 12, seat A, he looked up and thought, "Bai Qingqing, how could it be you?" Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. Seated in the aisle seat of row 12 was indeed Bai Qingqing, and his seat was right next to hers by the window. Who orchestrated this situation? Bai Qingqing, just settling into her seat, was equally stunned upon spotting the pervert from yesterday. This person again? Her guard instantly went up. Was he following her? But why? Her mind raced. Had she offended someone recently? No, not that she could recall. Could it be that some faction had sent him? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Her right hand subtly rested on her bag, ready to summon her familiars. Observing Bai Qingqing's furrowed brow and her unmistakably vigilant gaze, Lin Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh no, she must think I'm a pervert now. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Excuse me, my seat is inside." He raised his ticket before her eyes, clearly displaying carriage 2, row 12, seat A. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. What a coincidence. However, tickets were not easily forged, and she had purchased hers last minute, making it impossible for him to know in advance. Could it truly just be a coincidence? Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingqing forced herself to regain her composure. She shifted slightly, tucking her legs to create a passage for Lin Xia. Thank you. Lin Xia exhaled in relief and hurriedly squeezed past her. Bai Qingqing kept a watchful eye on Lin Xia from the corner of her vision, while Lin Xia awkwardly occupied himself with his phone. Soon, the high-speed train departed smoothly from the platform. The scenery outside began to blur as urban structures gradually gave way to the countryside. Lin Xia realized he was somewhat hungry since he had not eaten breakfast. Recalling that he had 2 biscuits in his backpack, he unzipped it and reached inside. Bai Qingqing, already wary of Lin Xia, caught a glimpse of the short sword peeking from his bag and thought, just as I suspected. Last night, her instincts were not wrong. He was indeed not an ordinary person. Possessing a high-level extraordinary item, his strength must be comparable to, if not greater than, her own. Who exactly was he? Which faction did he belong to? Why was he following her? Bai Qingqing could not fathom it, but she knew that she must not act recklessly. The extent of his abilities was unknown, and should a conflict arise, she might not have the upper hand, especially in a high-speed train filled with ordinary people. The best course of action was to observe and see what his intentions truly were. Lin Xia, meanwhile, was formulating his own plan. Bai Qingqing had clearly noticed his sword. Perhaps she recognized its value. What if she was interested? If so, he could sell it directly. Otherwise, bringing it back to the mountains would be akin to carrying 2 useless sticks. Clearing his throat, Lin Xia carefully placed both short deer antler swords on the small table between them. Ahem! Upon hearing the sound, Bai Qingqing instinctively turned her head. Indeed, her gaze was immediately drawn to the 2 antler swords on the table. Lin Xia's heart leapt with excitement. This could work. He gathered his thoughts and said, "These are ancestral treasures for my family. I've been reluctant to sell them, but since you seem to have a connection, I could let them go at a bargain." Ancestral? Bai Qingqing nearly burst into laughter, almost unable to contain herself. Was he attempting to swindle her like a con artist? Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, stating coolly, "This item appears quite special. I may not be able to afford it." Her words served both to probe Lin Xia's bottom line and to ascertain his true intentions. High-level extraordinary items typically began at a minimum of 100 million in the black market, with no upper limit. Though she was the captain of the night watch, earning a monthly salary of 100,000, such a purchase was beyond her means. Additionally, typical familiars would not engage in such transactions. Generally, those who purchased extraordinary items with money were ordinary wealthy individuals who understood the underlying realities and sought to protect themselves or their families. Lin Xia shook his head, earnestly asserting, "It's not expensive. While this item is crafted from the antlers of a millennium-old white elk and made by the renowned artisan Lin Xia, it truly is not pricey." Millennium-old white elk? Renowned artisan? Bai Qingqing's lips twitched as she internally scoffed at his tall tales. He certainly possessed a knack for spinning elaborate fabrications. "I genuinely cannot afford it," Bai Qingqing reiterated. "I haven't even mentioned a price yet." Lin Xia scratched his head. "So what is the price?" Lin Xia contemplated. He had found online that the price ranged in the thousands, but she was unaware of this. Perhaps if he let her name a price, he could sell it at a higher rate. Thus, he tossed the question back to Bai Qingqing. "What would you offer?" "Perhaps I would agree to sell. I only require a bank transfer, no cash." Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow. This person was clearly a familiar. Yet why did he seem so eager for money? Coincidentally, she had little cash on hand, only the 30,000 left from her most recent paycheck. Glancing at the 2 antler swords, she found them quite appealing. "How about this? I will offer you an equivalent item in exchange, along with the 30,000 I have left." With that, Bai Qingqing removed a necklace from around her neck. 30,000? Lin Xia felt a surge of delight, realizing that she truly did not recognize the item as worth. As for Bai Qingqing's mention of an exchange item, he paid it no mind, focusing solely on the 30,000. Sighing, Lin Xia lamented. Bai Qingqing also sighed inwardly, sensing that the exchange was likely off the table. For her, this was akin to trading items, a common practice among familiars, as no one could guarantee that the items they acquired would suit their needs. It is evident that the counterpart has little regard for the item that has fallen from her. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to retrieve her necklace, Lin Xia unexpectedly snatched it away. "Fine, I'll take a small loss and sell it to you for 30,000. Bai Qingqing sighed in relief. This exchange was the best outcome, as the necklace was a life-saving item, albeit not something she desperately needed at the moment. What she truly lacked were offensive items. She pulled out her phone and suggested, "Let us add each other as friends. I'll transfer the money to you." All right. Lin Xia, unable to suppress a smile, quickly fished out her phone to scan the code and add Bai Qingqing as a friend. Bai Qingqing's WeChat name was simply Qingqing, and her profile picture depicted a beautiful white bird, reminiscent of a mythical creature. In contrast, Lin Xia's WeChat name was Yang Mei, with a profile picture featuring herself alongside two girls. Ding dong. Upon seeing the 30,000 transfer, Lin Xia beamed with joy. She could now purchase supplies for the next day: rice, flour, oil, some meat, vegetables, a fishing rod, and even a large dog. The remaining funds would be sent to her sisters, allowing them to live a bit more comfortably. After all, it is not suitable for young ladies to be too impoverished. What delight! Lin Xia chuckled, while Bai Qingqing, observing her, fell into contemplation, even doubting the authenticity of her purchase. Yet, the immense moose within her soul could not be a forgery. Was it perhaps due to adding her as a friend? Was this an intentional move directed at her? Chapter 23. Re-entering the mountains. With the transaction concluded, both individuals engaged in their own activities. Lin Xia was admiring the necklace, which was quite exquisite, smooth as jade, with a delightful texture and a hint of fragrance. Ahem, she reassured herself, she was not a pervert. This necklace could serve as a birthday gift for Lin Shu or Lin Qi. However, there was only one. Lin Xia frowned, glancing at Bai Qingqing's neck. All right, she doesn't have one either. She decided to send it to them and let them figure it out. After all, their relationship was strong enough for them to share. Observing Lin Xia's actions, Bai Qingqing felt a sense of relief. The high-speed train continued its journey, the scenery outside continuously shifting. The two remained silent, waiting for their destination. 10 minutes later, Lin Xia squeezed out of her seat and joined the flow of passengers heading towards the exit. Bai Qingqing watched Lin Xia's retreating figure, lost in thought. Who exactly was this person? She pulled out her phone and opened Lin Xia's moments. Her moments were filled with photos of the two girls, alongside various work-related images, crematoriums, haunted houses, and the Yellow River. Each photo was accompanied by captions. Spent the day carrying bodies at the crematorium, not tiring at all. This job is too easy. Third day of trial, sleeping in a haunted house. Who says it's haunted? The bed in this villa is quite comfortable, simply delightful. Recovering bodies from the Yellow River isn't too dangerous. When I'm not busy, I can fish a bit, so relaxing. As Bai Qingqing perused the moments, her confusion deepened. Was she merely a wandering worker? Yet, such work hardly seemed typical for an ordinary person. Furthermore, the posts appeared somewhat contrived, as if intentionally crafted for others' viewing. Bai Qingqing found herself perplexed. As Lin Xia exited the station, she was jostled by the crowd, her footing unsteady. What a lively scene! With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she briskly walked along the street. The leaves of the sycamore trees lining the road had begun to turn yellow, fluttering down with the wind. Unbeknownst to her, autumn had already arrived. Lin Xia stepped on the fallen leaves, producing a satisfying crunch. Soon, she reached the delivery point, sent off the necklace, and glanced at her phone. It was now 10 in the morning. She had arranged to meet Old Tang at 5 in the parking lot, leaving her with nearly 7 hours to spare. With ample time ahead, her next task was to procure some food. Despite the company's regular delivery of basic provisions, rice, flour, oil, meat, eggs, and milk, these were merely staples, lacking in flavor. This time, Lin Xia intended to indulge in her own preferences. Thus, she found herself in a snack shop. Spicy strips, potato chips, instant noodles. Lin Xia swallowed hard. These were flavorful treats. She murmured to herself, pushing a cart and starting to gather items. Spicy strips, konjac snacks, pickled vegetables, snail noodles, sunflower seeds, peanuts, beef jerky, dried tofu, duck necks. She tossed them in her cart with abandon. Before long, the cart was overflowing. Lin Xia surveyed the mountain of snacks and rubbed her nose. Ahem, it seemed she had perhaps overindulged. Oh well, they're all quite inexpensive. Moreover, spending a month in the mountains necessitated some extra supplies. After exiting the snack shop, Lin Xia purchased an affordable fishing rod and tackle from a nearby fishing gear store. Subsequently, she dropped her haul off at Old Tang's truck before hurrying to the nearby dog market. The market was vast, featuring at least 100 stalls, clearly divided into small, medium, and large dog sections. Lin Xia headed straight for the large dog area. She needed a dog capable of warding off wild beasts. A small dog would surely flee faster than she could. In the large dog section, several stalls housed numerous dogs, Siberian Huskies, Golden Retrievers, Labradors, Alaska Malamutes, and German Shepherds. Lin Xia examined each one until she paused at a particular stall. "Excuse me, which dog can fend off wild beasts?" The proprietor looked up, scrutinizing Lin Xia. "Brother, what kind of beast are you looking to fend off?" "Bears, tigers, that sort of thing," Lin Xia replied casually. The vendor was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Then you'll need a Tibetan Mastiff. Only they can handle bears. I have a purebred here, 2 years old, weighing 120 pounds, quite fierce." He pointed to a large dog lounging in the corner of its cage, exuding an impressive presence. "How much?" 8,000. This is a purebred with a pedigree certificate. If you don't believe me, I can show you the chat records with the seller." Lin Xia clicked her tongue. If there were chat records, it seemed she had no choice but to believe it. "That's too expensive. Show me something cheaper." The vendor pondered for a moment. "How about a German Shepherd? While it may not be able to take on a bear, it can at least alert you, and it's intelligent and easy to train, unlike a Tibetan Mastiff." "How much?" 2,000. "Let me see it first." The vendor led Lin Xia to another cage, where a German Shepherd lay. Lin Xia crouched down, scrutinizing the dog carefully. Its coat was striking, a beautiful blend of black and yellow, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence. "Come here." The vendor opened the cage, and the German Shepherd stood up, slowly approaching Lin Xia, sniffing her hand. Lin Xia reached out and stroked its head. The dog did not shy away, but rather nudged her palm affectionately. "Not bad." Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. "I'll take it." After completing the transaction, the vendor even provided a leash and a large bag of dog food. Lin Xia led the German Shepherd back to Old Tang. "Oh, you got a dog too?" Old Tang asked, smoke dangling from his lips, a grin spreading across his face. "Yes, to deal with bears," Lin Xia replied, as she entered the truck with the dog, which obediently settled in a corner. "Next time, we'll need to prepare 2 shrouds," Old Tang quipped, his humor as sharp as ever, though Lin Xia had long since grown immune to it. "Let us grab a bite first," Lin Xia declared, closing the truck door with a clap of her hands. "Treat me to a meal." Old Tang extinguished his cigarette. "I know a good ramen shop nearby. The owner is from Lanzhou, and his skills are authentic." "Sounds great." Lunchtime passed in a flurry of slurping noodles. Sated, it was time to hit the road. Although they had yet to reach the agreed-upon time, with everyone present, it would be foolish to linger. The truck gradually set off, departing from the city outskirts towards the mountains. Lin Xia took out her phone, utilizing the remaining signal to transfer the remaining 27,000 yuan to Lin Chu. "Take good care of yourself, and Chi-Chi. I'm heading into the mountains." After a moment's reflection, she added, "By the way, I'm sending you a package. Be sure to collect it." After waiting a while, Lin Chu did not respond, leaving Lin Xia wondering what she might be busy with. Lin Xia tucked his phone into his pocket, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. The truck sped along, its engine roaring. It was yet another 2 days of bumpy travel. Chapter 24. It rained. 2 days later, at the wooden cabin, the truck came to a halt in an open area, and Lin Xia jumped out, stretching his body. His back ached, and he felt numb from sitting. Finally arrived. The road was truly rough. As he opened the truck bed, the sheepdog jumped down, only to immediately collapse on the ground, retching. Motion sickness? Lin Xia felt somewhat helpless. Lao Tang hopped out of the truck, laughing. "It's normal to feel this way after such a long ride. I vomited the first time I went into the mountains, too." "Well, you and my dog seem rather similar," Lin Xia remarked. Lao Tang. He realized he should have kept quiet. The dog was not well. The two of them unloaded the supplies, snacks, fishing gear, dog food, vegetables, and meat piled high on the ground. Lao Tang clapped his hands and said, "I'm off, kid. I'll come back next month to collect your corpses." "Got it, take care." As the truck drove away, Lin Xia glanced at the still retching dog, lost in thought. "I haven't named you yet, so let us call you Zhan Xiong." Zhan Xiong looked up at Lin Xia and then resumed retching. Lin Xia shook his head helplessly, carrying the 2 heaviest bags of rice toward the wooden cabin. The yard remained unchanged. The well was still there, the woodpile intact, and the new forklift was still present. However, as Lin Xia pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside, he was taken aback. What the hell? The interior was a chaotic mess, as if swept by a typhoon. The table was tilted, the chairs were overturned, and several tools hung on the wall had fallen, with axes and hammers scattered everywhere. The refrigerator stood wide open, completely empty. Not even a trace was left. Lin Xia set down his belongings and hurried to the fridge. The moose meat he had previously stored, at least several pounds, was completely gone. The meat, eggs, and milk delivered by the company were also missing. Damn thief. Lin Xia frowned. In this remote mountain area, how could there be a thief? Just as he pondered this, Zhang Xiong barked twice in the yard. Lin Xia stepped out of the cabin and saw Zhang Xiong standing before a row of footprints, retching but still gesturing with his paw towards the prints. The footprints extended from outside the yard to the cabin door, sinking 2 centimeters deep into the still damp soil. Each print was about the size of a basin. Good dog. Lin Xia approached and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Bear paw prints. Judging by their size and depth, they could only belong to the black bear that had overturned the forklift. Damn it, Lin Xia cursed, realizing he and T sought trouble with it. It had stolen from his home first. Standing up, Lin Xia surveyed the surroundings. Deep within the dense forest, the shadows of the trees danced, and nothing appeared unusual. Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed from afar. Lin Xia looked up to see a massive dark cloud rolling in from the west, ominous and heavy, like a large black cloth threatening to cover the sky. The clouds churned as if boiling, and the wind picked up, rustling the leaves and causing Lin Xia's clothes to flap. A damp scent filled the air, a harbinger of the impending downpour. It's going to pour. Zhang Xiong, come inside. Lin Xia hurried into the yard, moving the fishing gear and remaining items into the cabin. He worked swiftly, making several trips. Finally, he called Zhang Xiong inside and closed the door. Just as he shut the door, large raindrops began to pelt down. The rain intensified quickly, transforming into a torrential downpour. The wind howled, forcing its way through the cracks of the door and causing the door frame to rattle. Lin Xia stood by the window, watching the heavy rain outside. This black bear needs to be dealt with. He mused, realizing he should have brought some poison to taint the food. Perhaps that would eliminate the bear. However, with Lao Tang just leaving, he would have to wait until the next visit. For now, it was a matter of seeing how lucky he was. Lin Xia turned around, surveying the disarray in the cabin, and sighed. Let's tidy this up first. After half an hour of cleaning, the cabin finally resembled something orderly. Lin Xia wiped the sweat from his forehead and stored the newly purchased snacks in the cupboard. Zhang Xiong lay quietly by the door, still looking a bit dazed. The rain continued to pour outside, a relentless torrent, and it was uncertain how long it would last. Lin Xia felt a pang of worry. With rain falling, it would be even harder to enter the mountains, which would undoubtedly hinder his logging progress. He had once thought of the bald-headed Chong as useless, but now he realized he was on the same level. It was already mid-September, and he had only managed to fell 1 tree. Without a paycheck this month, he was in trouble. No choice. Once the rain stops, I'll head into the mountains. He resolved to cut down 5 or 6 black pear trees, and once the ground dried, he would bring the forklift back to haul them out. The rain showed no signs of stopping and continued into the evening. The yard was flooded, and puddles had formed in the low-lying areas. What'll I do for work this month? Lin Xia sighed and walked toward the kitchen. He boiled a pot of water, rummaging through the cupboard for 2 packs of instant noodles, slicing a sausage and cracking an egg into the pot. The aroma soon filled the air. Zhang Xiong, catching the scent, scrambled up from the doorway and hurried over to Lin Xia, peering into the pot. A few minutes later, the steaming noodles were ready. Lin Xia set his bowl on the table and placed Zhang Xiong's bowl on the floor. Zhang Xiong dove headfirst into his bowl, eating voraciously, chewing loudly. Slow down. I'm not going to take it from you, Lin Xia remarked, rolling his eyes at the dog, slurping a mouthful of noodles. The spicy broth warmed him thoroughly. Lin Xia ate while gazing out the window. Through the curtain of rain, the forest had become a pitch-black silhouette, obscured from view. Only when thunder struck did the lightning illuminate the scene for a brief moment, casting the shadows of the trees in a menacing light. The wind howled louder, forcing its way through the cracks of the door, causing it to rattle. What a dreadful weather, he muttered, continuing to focus on his meal. Chapter 25, The Talking Black Bear. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked forest, a massive black bear was sprinting. It ran on its hind legs, cradling something in its front paws. A rather comical sight. The weather is truly unpredictable. The black bear suddenly spoke, its voice deep and resonant. Caw-caw. A crow's voice echoed from its embrace, expressing agreement. It's all your fault. The black bear glared down at the crow, irritated. You had to go to the lakeside to catch fish, claiming today was your lucky day. And what happened? No fish, and I ended up drenched. Caw, caw, caw. The crow protested, flapping its dry wings against the bear's paw. All right. I won't blame you anymore. The black bear sighed. Let us seek refuge in a human-esque cabin from the rain. Caw. The crow croaked in agreement. The black bear quickened its pace, racing across the muddy ground. Water streamed down its fur, and every step splashed up mud. When will you upgrade to city-destroying level? The black bear asked as it ran. Then you can talk with me. For now, all I hear is your incessant cawing, and it's quite annoying. Caw caw. The crow retorted, sounding a bit aggrieved. The black bear sighed again. I know you're trying hard, but it's just too slow. We need more power. The crow's cawing quieted, revealing its dejection. The two unusual companions continued their conversation as they hurried along, soon spotting the outline of the cabin. Just as the black bear was about to rush forward, it suddenly noticed that the cabin was lit. What the heck? It abruptly skidded to a halt. But the rain-soaked ground was too slippery. Its massive body continued to slide forward due to inertia, and the black bear desperately tried to regain its balance, its hind legs digging deep trenches into the muddy ground. But it was futile. Bang! The black bear tumbled into the muddy ground, splattering mud all over its face, while the crow it held tightly was flung out, rolling several times in the muck before finally plunging into a puddle. Starving. Gurgling sounds emanated from the wooden cabin as Lin Xia sat there, holding a bowl of noodles, when suddenly a loud crash echoed from outside. Huh? He set down his bowl and approached the window for a better look. The battle bear leapt down from its chair, stretching its neck to peer outside as well. However, the heavy curtain of rain obscured their view, leaving only the indistinct shadows of trees swaying in the wind. What could that be? Lin Xia murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and returned to his meal. The battle bear, after observing for a while and confirming there was no unusual activity, hopped back to the ground to continue its instant noodles. Meanwhile, behind a large tree, the black bear pressed itself against the trunk, clutching the mud-covered crow, scarcely daring to breathe. The human returned so quickly. The black bear whispered, I thought he would be gone for at least a week. Caw, caw, caw. The crow weakly croaked, spitting out a mouthful of muddy water. The black bear cautiously peeked its head out, glancing towards the wooden cabin. The lights were still on, yet the interior remained silent. They must not have noticed us. The black bear heaved a sigh of relief, but before it could leave, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. Boom! A brilliant bolt of lightning tore through the sky, producing a deafening roar. The blinding white light illuminated the entire forest, transforming the night into day. The lightning struck the very tree the black bear was hiding behind. Zzz. A massive electric current coursed down the trunk, hitting both the black bear and the crow simultaneously. Ag! The black bear let out a harrowing scream, its body stiffening. The current coursed through it, causing its black fur to stand on end like needles in the rain. The crow, too, in that fleeting moment, had all its feathers explode outward, becoming a gigantic black fluff ball. Caw! The lightning persisted for several seconds before dissipating. As the electric current faded, the black bear emerged, smoke rising from its body, still clutching the similarly smoking crow, which continued to twitch slightly. I swear. The black bear struggled to utter those words, its body trembling uncontrollably. Caw! The crow weakly croaked again, appearing on the verge of fainting. Gritting its teeth, the black bear forced itself to stand, tightly cradling the crow as it staggered into the curtain of rain, sprinting towards the deep mountains to the north. I do not wish to linger in this wretched place for even a day longer. In Jiangdu City, in the Haidang community, the sky was overcast, and a fine drizzle fell. Lin Xia stood under an umbrella at the express station by the community entrance, gazing at the 3 parcels in her arms. One was sent by her elder brother, while the other 2 were also from him. Balancing the umbrella with one hand and the parcels with the other, she stepped through puddles as she made her way upstairs. The rain pattered against the umbrella, creating a rhythmic sound. The autumn rain was persistent, carrying a hint of chill. Lin Xia quickened her pace and soon reached the 3rd floor. Is sister back? As she opened the door, Lin Xi's voice rang out from the living room. Lin Xia hung the umbrella behind the door and entered, cradling the parcels. The living room was lit, its warm yellow glow dispelling the gloom outside. Lin Xia sat in her wheelchair by a small table, gazing out at the rain while drawing. The table was adorned with watercolor pens, paints, drawing paper, and a glass filled with water. Upon hearing the commotion, she set down her brush, turning her head with a smile to greet her sister. Lin Xia placed the parcels on the table and leaned over to look at her sister's artwork. "What are you drawing? A commission?" Lin Xia pointed to the character on the paper. A client requested a fan art of an anime character. Lin Xia examined it closely. The drawing depicted a girl in splendid attire, wielding a long sword against a backdrop of falling cherry blossoms. However, due to a lack of systematic training, Lin Xia's artistic skills still required refinement. Lin Xia exclaimed, "Lin Xia, your art is getting better and better." Lin Xia's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Sister, this piece is worth 500 yuan. I finally got a commission." Lin Xia chuckled, ruffling her sister's hair, saying that opportunities for commissions will certainly increase. "Yes." Lin Xia nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "I will work hard to earn money soon, so that brother won't have to work so hard." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia felt a pang in her heart. She knelt down and grasped her sister's hand, saying, "Little Xia, you don't need to worry so much. Just focus on taking care of yourself, brother, and I will take good care of you." But Lin Xia bit her lip. "I don't want to always be taken care of. I want to help too." "You have already helped a lot," Lin Xia replied earnestly. "Every time brother calls, what he wishes to hear the most is that we are happy. For him, knowing we're doing well is the greatest help." Lin Xia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet she still nodded with a smile. "All right, let us not dwell on this." Lin Xia stood up and wheeled her sister to the table, saying, "Let us see what brother sent us." Okay, Chapter 26. After the rain, the sky clears. Lin Xia picked up a utility knife and began to open the first box. It was the largest and heaviest of the three. Upon opening it, she found several pieces of meat carefully wrapped in cling film, resting atop a layer of ice packs for preservation. The meat was a vivid red, with clear marbling, suggesting high quality. "What kind of meat is this?" Lin Xia wondered. Lifting a piece and weighing it in her hand, it felt quite heavy. "It looks like beef." Lin Xia leaned in for a sniff, detecting a faint aroma. "Brother, didn't he mention what kind of meat it is?" Lin Xia rummaged through the box, but found no explanation. "Never mind. I'll put it in the fridge for now and cook it tomorrow." Continuing, she opened the second box. This one was small and lightweight. Inside lay a delicate necklace. The necklace exuded a warm, jade-like quality, shimmering softly under the light. The pendant was an irregular oval shape, resembling a type of jade, yet it appeared more translucent. The entire necklace emitted a faint fragrance, indescribable yet pleasant. "How beautiful!" Lin Xia's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was exquisite. Lin Xia searched the box, finding only the necklace. What a silly thing for Lin Xia to do. Lin Xia smiled in exasperation, sending just a single gift, without a thought for the two of us. "It's all right," Lin Xia said cheerfully. "Sister, you wear it. It will definitely suit you. You'd look better wearing it." Lin Xia shook her head and walked behind her sister, carefully placing the necklace around her neck. The length was just right, with the pendant resting gracefully beneath her collarbone. Lin Xia looked down, then reached up to touch it, her face lighting up with happiness. "It's really beautiful." "Yes, it suits you perfectly," Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. "Sister, let us take turns wearing it. Each of us can wear it for a few days." "Sure." Lin Xia smiled, ruffling her sister's hair again. Lin Xia proceeded to open the third box. This one was rectangular, and inside lay 2 long swords, neatly arranged. The blades were a pale yellow, the craftsmanship not particularly exquisite, lacking elaborate decorations or intricate patterns, yet possessing a rugged charm of their own. "Wow!" Lin Xia exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "What cool swords!" Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. Could these possibly be crafted by brother himself? She gingerly picked up one of the swords. It was heavy, far more so than she had anticipated, likely weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. The blade felt smooth to the touch, yet it carried a unique texture, neither metal nor ordinary wood, but some harder material. As she gripped it tightly, a sudden image flashed in her mind. A colossal moose standing in the darkness, towering at least 10 meters high, engulfed in black and red flames. Lin Xia jolted back to reality. Clearly, this sword was fashioned from some extraordinary material. Where on earth did brother acquire such a thing? He claimed that he crafted it himself, but how could that be possible? Setting aside the origin of the materials, the hardness of such unusual substances is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to manipulate. Unless brother is also a guardian? No, that cannot be true. He is merely an ordinary individual perpetually engaged in various menial jobs, working a crematorium at crime scenes, or retrieving bodies from the Yellow River, tasks that are perilous yet do not require any special abilities. If he were a guardian, he would not need to engage in such labor. The treatment for night watchmen is quite generous, with decent wages and benefits sufficient to support an entire family. Then where did this sword come from? Could have been found, or perhaps given by someone else. Lin Chu's mind raced through countless thoughts, yet each one failed to make sense. Sister? What's wrong? Lin Xia asked with concern. Nothing at all, Lin Chu replied, snapping back to reality and forcing a smile, though she felt the sword was rather heavy. She picked up another blade and handed it to Lin Xia. You take a look and see how brother's craftsmanship measures up. Lin Xia accepted the sword, gripping the hilt with both hands and examining it closely. It's so heavy, she exclaimed, struggling to hold it aloft, yet it was undeniably beautiful. Brother is so talented. Lin Chu observed her sister's joyful demeanor, while her thoughts lingered over Lin Xia's situation. Was it possible he had been deceiving them all along? With the so-called high-paying, dangerous jobs merely a facade, with brother actually being a night watchman? Lin Chu felt this theory could align. Brother's claim of no signal in the mountains resembled a cover for executing a guardian's duties. Never mind. She decided to wait until brother returned to inquire. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her rising anticipation. All right, let us put the sword away for now, Lin Chu said with a smile. I will prepare dinner and make something delicious for you. Okay. Lin Xia carefully placed the sword back into its box and pushed her wheelchair to follow her sister into the kitchen. An hour later, the dining table was filled with an array of dishes. Though not extravagant, they were all favorites of the two. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed base, garlic broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup, alongside a fruitcake placed in the center of the table. The cake was modest, just 6 inches in size, adorned with frosting that read Happy Birthday Lin Chu in Lin Xia. Sister, this is so sumptuous. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled. Lin Chu affectionately ruffled her sister's hair, pulling out a beautifully wrapped box from behind her. The box was small, wrapped in pale blue paper, tied with a white ribbon. Go on, open it and see, Lin Chu encouraged with a smile. Lin Xia carefully unwrapped the gift and opened the box. Inside lay a dress, a light blue knee-length gown that appeared fresh and elegant. It was the dress Lin Xia had longed for. Sister, she exclaimed, hugging the dress, her eyes glistening with tears. This is so expensive. Not all, Lin Chu chuckled. I bought it with the money I earned from my part-time job. Lin Xia's voice trembled slightly. Sister, you and brother have already given me so much. Lin Chu interrupted Li. We are family. There is no need to say such things. Sister, Lin Xia could no longer hold back her tears. Don't cry. Lin Chu hurriedly wiped her tears. Today is our birthday. We should be joyful. Lin Xia nodded vigorously, yet tears continued to flow. She was far too sensible, to the point of causing heartache. From a young age, she understood their family's plight and never asked for frivolous things. While other children cried for toys and snacks, she never did. Even for something she dearly desired, she would merely glance before turning her gaze away. Lin Chu watched her sister, her heart heavy with sorrow. Had it not been for that bullying incident, Chi should still be able to walk normally, attending school and making friends like other children, living a regular life. Instead, she was confined within this tiny room, even contemplating the need for a dress. Sister, I have a gift for you too. Lin Xia dried her tears and produced a painting from behind her. It was a watercolor piece depicting 3 figures, a tall boy standing in the center, beaming brightly, flanked by 2 smaller girls, each wearing expressions of happiness. The backdrop featured a cozy little house with a small yard blooming with various flowers. Lin Chu took the painting and examined it closely. The 3 figures were unmistakably their family, brother Lin Xia, sister Lin Chu, and little sister Lin Xia. This is the future I envision, Lin Xia whispered. We live in a house with a yard. Brother doesn't have to work anymore, and sister doesn't have to toil so hard. We can always be together. Lin Chu gazed at the painting, her eyes gradually moistening. This was her dream as well, to be able to live together as a family, free from the burdens of survival, without worrying about rent or living expenses, simply leading a tranquil life. It will happen, Lin Chu affirmed earnestly. It will definitely come true. She carefully set the painting aside and approached the cake. Now it's time to make a wish. Lin Chu lit the candles on the cake. The gentle flicker of the candlelight danced in the darkness, illuminating their youthful faces. Outside, the rain continued to fall, lightly tapping against the glass. However, within this small room, warmth enveloped them. The two girls gazed across the cake at one another and then closed their eyes. The candlelight swayed. Each girl made a wish directed towards one another, for their home and for brother. The rain outside persisted. Yet, there would surely be sunny days after the rain. It was certain. Chapter 27. Slipping off the cliff the following day, the rain continued to fall, though not as heavily as the day before, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. The sky appeared gray and overcast, the thick clouds resembling a massive blanket pressing down, making it hard to breathe. No more waiting. Lin Xia rummaged through the warehouse for a worn-out raincoat, shouldering a pear-wood axe and slinging a hunting rifle across his back. He grabbed a few biscuits from the cupboard, stuffing them into his pockets, and filled his stomach with water before choosing to venture out. Zhang Xiong sat at the door, watching him with eager eyes. "Let us go up the mountain." Lin Xia patted its head and pushed open the door. The cold wind, mixed with rain, hit him squarely, causing Lin Xia to shiver. The September rain was already quite chilly, striking his skin like countless tiny needles. The yard had accumulated quite a bit of water, the deepest parts nearing his ankles. Lin Xia trudged through the puddles, with Zhang Xiong trailing behind, occasionally shaking off the rainwater from its fur. Beyond the yard, the mountain path was even more treacherous, the previous night's downpour having turned it into a quagmire riddled with potholes, small puddles, and muck. With each step, the mud instantly engulfed his shoes, pulling them out with a plop. Fortunately, the grass along the roadside was somewhat better. Though damp, it was at least less slippery. Lin Xia resolved to ascend along the grassy slope. The mist in the mountains was dense, with visibility reduced to less than 20 meters. Trees loomed in the rain and fog, appearing like silent phantoms. Occasionally, distant bird calls pierced the stillness of the forest, resonating with clarity. After more than an hour, he finally arrived at the black pear blossom grove. Lin Xia chose a reasonably sized tree. Zhang Xiong, keep watch. Zhang Xiong wagged its tail and scampered to a large rock nearby, perking its ears attentively. Lin Xia tightened his grip on the axe, raising it high before striking the trunk with force. Crack! Wood chips splintered and flew, tracing arcs through the rain. The hardness of the black pear wood was indeed formidable. With this strike, he had barely penetrated an inch. He withdrew the axe and swung again. Crack! Another strike. Crack! One strike after another fell rhythmically. Time slipped away, and Lin Xia remained wholly focused on chopping the tree. However, less than 10 minutes into his task, Zhang Xiong suddenly stirred. Woof! 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 Zhang Xiong barked furiously. Lin Xia's heart raced, and he immediately halted his actions. He set down his axe and grasped a shotgun, fixating on the direction from which the war dog was barking. Before him stood a thicket as imposing as a wall. Lin Xia raised his shotgun, aiming at the dense foliage. Rain pattered against the barrel, producing a delicate sound. He held his breath, waiting. In the next moment, a gray rabbit sprang forth from the underbrush. Upon spotting the shotgun, it hesitated for an instant in the rain before bounding away in another direction. Is that all? Lin Xia exhaled in relief, lowering his weapon. He cast a glance at the war dog and said with irritation, "What was that rabbit doing? You nearly gave me a fright." Yet, the war dog continued to bark frantically, showing no signs of abating. Lin Xia paused, sensing something amiss. He abruptly turned his head back towards the thicket. The bushes were being parted, dirt and branches flying in all directions. Suddenly, a massive black bear lunged out. Damn it! Lin Xia's pupils dilated as he instinctively raised his shotgun. Bang! The shot echoed through the rain, striking the bear squarely in the chest. But it merely faltered for a moment. It charged towards Lin Xia, its powerful legs carving deep trenches in the muddy ground, splattering mud everywhere. With each step, the earth trembled. Hell! Without a second thought, Lin Xia turned and ran. War dog, make haste! He sprinted down the mountain with all his might. The war dog trailing behind, running faster than the rabbit. The sound of the bear's pursuit echoed ominously behind him. Bang! 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 Each sound resonated like a drum, causing Lin Xia's heart to race. Glancing back as he ran, he saw the bear relentlessly pursuing him, its enormous form weaving through the trees. Branches snapping and bushes crushed in its wake. Fortunately, its speed was not particularly swift, likely hindered by its size, making it less agile in the dense forest. It remained a mere 10 meters behind him, neither too close nor too far. Lin Xia pushed himself to the limit, his lungs burning. Rain lashed against his face, mixing with sweat and stinging his eyes. The ground beneath him grew increasingly slippery, and he nearly fell several times. Damn! 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 Lin Xia cursed as he ran. What trouble had he stirred up by merely chopping down a tree? Suddenly, he slipped. Oh no! He lost his balance and tumbled heavily to the ground, the shotgun flying from his grasp. Instantly, he began to slide uncontrollably down the steep slope. Damn it! Lin Xia screamed as he slid down the steep mountainside, his body tumbling through the mud, unable to control his direction. Mud and water filled his mouth and nose, causing him to cough violently. Woof! The war dog, seeing Lin Xia slide down, leapt in after him without a second thought. Man and dog rolled down the slope together, gaining speed. The incline steepened, and their velocity increased. Lin Xia desperately tried to grasp onto something, but all he found were slippery mud and brittle branches that snapped under his grip. At the top of the slope, the black bear halted, standing at the edge of the incline, peering down at the direction where Lin Xia and the war dog had vanished into the rain. Its immense body remained steadfast in the downpour, resembling a small mountain. Caw! A drenched crow descended from a tree, landing on the bear's shoulder. He has slipped down? The bear's voice rumbled, and below is the territory of the Wolf King. He is doomed. Caw! The crow tilted its head, tapping the bear's ear with its claw. The bear turned its gaze towards the black pear tree forest, noticing the tree that had been partially felled still standing. It seemed humans would soon send another lumberjack. The bear sighed, a hint of concern in its tone. Sooner or later, humans would inevitably fell the black-hearted black pear trees. It was only a matter of time. Caw, caw, caw. The crow cawed several times, flitting about on the bear's shoulder. The bear paused, contemplating control. Caw! The crow nodded vigorously. The bear fell silent for a moment, then its eyes lit up. Of course. How had it not considered this before? Excitedly, it tapped its head. We could turn a lumberjack into a puppet, if we control him to keep chopping the ordinary black pear trees. Then their company will cease to send new workers. Caw! The crow crooned in satisfaction. Do they not seek the black pear trees? The bear continued. We have plenty of ordinary black pear trees for them to chop at will. Caw! The crow agreed. The bear turned again to gaze towards the valley. In the curtain of rain, visibility was poor, but the steep cliffs could be vaguely discerned. Alas, that human has already fallen. The bear shook its head. Never mind. On to the next. When the next one arrives, we shall execute this plan. Caw! The bear and crow turned and vanished deeper into the dense forest. Chapter 28. Lin Xia unconscious meanwhile at the valley's bottom. Bang! Lin Xia landed in a patch of mud, splattering muck everywhere. The mixture of rainwater and mud smeared across his face. Ugh! The war dog tumbled down as well, rolling several times in the mud before finally coming to a stop. It lay on the ground, its forelegs too weak to support it, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. Lin Xia lay in the mud, feeling as though his entire body was falling apart. His back ached, his arms throbbed, and his legs were sore. He was covered in scratches from the branches, each stinging painfully. Rain poured down on his face, mingling with mud as it flowed into his mouth, bitter and acrid, with a taste of earth. Damn it! Lin Xia groaned as he turned over, spitting out the mud from his mouth. He pushed himself up, attempting to stand, but his arms gave way, and he fell again. After several attempts, he finally managed to rise. He was caked in mud, his raincoat torn, and his clothes soaked through, clinging to his body coldly. The war dog also staggered to its feet, shaking off the mud. But with each shake, it only became dirtier, finally giving up, looking as if it had just emerged from a mud pit. Lin Xia looked up. He was in the valley between the North Mountain and East Mountain, with steep cliffs on either side. The cliffs were barren, with only a few gnarled trees growing in the crevices of the rocks. The slope he had just slid down appeared particularly steep in the rain, at least a 60 or 70-degree angle, the surface slick with mud and loose stones. Damn it! Lin Xia cursed, stumbling towards the base of the slope. He grasped a protruding rock, attempting to climb up. But after just 2 steps, he slipped and fell again. Gritting his teeth, he tried once more. Still, he slid down. Another attempt. Again, he slid down. After 5 or 6 tries, each time only managing to ascend a little before sliding back down, Lin Xia sat down against the slope, panting heavily. This is troublesome. Rainwater flowed down his hair, dripping into his eyes. He wiped his face, forcing himself to calm down. With the rain falling, the slope was impossible to ascend. The ground was too slick to find any foothold. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings. First, he needed to find shelter from the rain and wait for it to cease before devising a plan. If all else fails, he could wait for the ground to dry out or find some branches and vines to fashion a makeshift ladder. There must be a way. Lin Xia examined the environment around him. The valley was quite low, resembling a narrow fissure wedge between the two mountains. Rainwater from the surrounding area gathered here. Rushing down the center of the valley, a small river had formed at the bottom, the murky waters surging swiftly, producing a gurgling sound. On either side lay the riverbed, littered with pebbles of various sizes. Beyond that were the steep cliffs. There wasn't even a tree to shield him from the rain. The surroundings consisted either of muddy slopes or bare rocky cliffs. "Let's go deeper in the valley," Lin Xia said, picking up his slid shotgun and beckoning the war dog as he walked along the pebbled riverbank into the depths of the valley. Zhang Xiong trailed behind him, occasionally shaking off the mud clinging to his fur. The terrain descended further, and the current grew increasingly fierce. After walking for several minutes, Lin Xia suddenly coughed. A harsh fit of coughing soon followed. He halted, leaning against a large rock, gasping for breath. His head grew heavy, and his body felt increasingly burdensome. His forehead burned, yet his body trembled with cold. A curse escaped his lips. He was feverish. Lin Xia's heart sank. Since morning, he had been drenched in rain and had taken a severe fall. Even the strongest of bodies could not endure such strain. He needed to find a place to shelter from the rain and warm up. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xia pressed on. Zhang Xiong sensed Lin Xia's distress and stayed close by his side. After another 10 minutes, Lin Xia's consciousness began to blur. The scenery around him swayed, and his steps grew unsteady, several times almost plunging him into the river. At that moment, he spotted a dark opening beneath a cliff ahead. Lin Xia's eyes brightened, and he mustered the strength to approach the entrance. Zhang Xiong followed closely, baring his teeth and peering into the cave, emitting a low growl from his throat. There was no time to consider the dangers. In his current state, even if a beast awaited within, he had no choice but to enter. Lin Xia raised his hunting rifle and cautiously stepped inside. The cave was dimly lit, with light filtering in from the entrance, illuminating only a small area ahead. Lin Xia pinched his nose and, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness, began to discern the cave's contents. Various bones littered the ground. Some were still fresh, stained with blood and flesh, while others had turned white, appearing particularly eerie in the dimness. In a corner lay a nest made of dry grass, with bloodstains still visible. This was evidently the lair of some beast, judging by the quantity and freshness of the bones. It was clear that this creature had a substantial appetite and frequented this spot. Yet, the master was absent. Perhaps it had ventured out to hunt, or perhaps it was simply caught in the rain. Lin Xia let out a sigh of relief and lowered his rifle. He lacked the strength to search for another refuge. He had to take a gamble, hoping that the beast would not withstand his weapon. He staggered toward the grass nest. He patted his pockets, finding no lighter. His head grew heavier, and his eyelids felt like lead. His vision began to blur, and a buzzing filled his ears. He could no longer hold on and collapsed into the grass nest. Zhang Xiong, he weakly murmured, his voice barely audible, "If a beast comes, you must wake me." Before he could finish, he lost consciousness entirely. Woof, woof. Zhang Xiong anxiously pawed at Lin Xia's back, nudging his face with his nose. But Lin Xia showed no response. His breathing had become faint, and his complexion was alarmingly pale. With a whimper, Zhang Xiong circled Lin Xia twice. Then, he picked up some dry grass from the ground and carefully draped it over Lin Xia, layer by layer, until only his head was visible. Only then did he stop. Zhang Xiong stood guard, shaking off the rainwater from his fur, and settled down in the space before Lin Xia, his ears perked up, vigilantly gazing towards the cave's entrance. The rain continued to fall, a soft patter echoing outside. Inside the cave, a man and a dog relied on each other for warmth. Chapter 29. Kneeling before the black pear blossom in the dreary, rain-soaked sky, the mountains were shrouded in darkness. Time passed unmeasured, and the light grew dimmer. Zhang Xiong dozed fitfully, yet his gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance. Suddenly, he sprang upright, fur bristling, emitting a low growl as he fixated on the entrance. Something was approaching. Instinctively, Zhang Xiong stepped back, positioning himself between Lin Xia and the entrance. Through the rain, a white figure slowly emerged. It was an elderly wolf, larger than an ordinary wolf, standing at least a meter tall at the shoulder. In its jaws, it carried a dead wild boar, which was no small creature. Weighing at least 200 jin, yet appeared as light as a rabbit in the wolf's grasp. It carelessly dropped the boar at the cave's mouth, then raised its head, scanning the cave until its gaze landed on Zhang Xiong. The two pairs of eyes locked in the darkness, and Zhang Xiong trembled slightly. This wolf was certainly beyond his capacity to confront. Nevertheless, he bared his teeth, a fierce expression adorning his canine face. The old wolf tilted its head, a glimmer of surprise flashing through its eyes. A mere dog dared to bare its teeth at it? It leisurely advanced toward Zhang Xiong. The dog's growl intensified, muscles tensed. Ready to pounce, the old wolf approached ever closer, prompting Zhang Xiong to finally lose his composure, leaping forward. He opened his mouth wide, fangs glinting with a deadly sheen, aiming for the old wolf's neck. Yet in the next instant, the old wolf effortlessly evaded the attack. As Zhang Xiong landed, a sharp pain exploded in his neck. The old wolf had appeared behind him, sinking its fangs into his throat. With a pained cry, Zhang Xiong struggled fiercely. He writhed, attempting to shake off the wolf. But the old wolf's grip was as unyielding as steel, and no matter how he fought, he could not escape. Then, with a sudden violent shake of its head, bang, Zhang Xiong was flung against the cave wall. The sound of bones colliding with stone echoed throughout the cave. Zhang Xiong slid down the wall, landing on the ground. He struggled to rise, but as soon as his front legs pushed off the ground, the old wolf appeared before him like a specter, its sharp teeth precisely sinking into Zhang Xiong's left foreleg. The crack of bone reverberated in the cave. Zhang Xiong let out a heart-wrenching howl, blood gushing from the wound. Pulling beneath him, the old wolf released its grip, shaking off the blood that had splattered on its fur. Then it moved to the other side and, with the same method, bit through Zhang Xiong's right foreleg. Zhang Xiong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the old wolf. The wolf, disdainful, opened its mouth again, tearing through Zhang Xiong's neck, creating a bloody hole. Blood poured forth like a stream, and Zhang Xiong's body began to convulse violently. His breathing quickened, with each breath spewing forth blood from the gaping wound in his neck. His vision began to fade, consciousness slipping away. The old wolf withdrew, stepping back to observe Zhang Xiong, now lying in a pool of blood. What a foolish creature, it remarked, its tone dripping with scorn. It turned to retreat to its nest. Upon noticing the head peeking out from within, the old wolf paused. Glancing between Lin Xia and Zhang Xiong, it suddenly understood the source of Zhang Xiong's foolishness. A dog so loyal. The old wolf sighed. At least you are more loyal than my own offspring. It turned back to Zhang Xiong, who was on the brink of death, lying in a pool of blood, his eyes vacant. Life was draining from him. In a matter of minutes, he would succumb. The old wolf opened its mouth once more, biting down on Zhang Xiong's neck, dragging him towards the cave's exit. The rain continued to pour. The old wolf plunged into the downpour, the rain quickly soaking its pristine white fur. It arrived beneath the cliff, glancing up at the nearly vertical rock face. Rainwater cascaded down the stones, coating them with a slick layer of moss. Under normal circumstances, no creature could scale such a wall. But the old wolf was no ordinary creature. Taking a deep breath, it propelled itself with its powerful hind legs. Boom! The ground beneath it cratered, rocks scattering. The old wolf's body shot upwards like a cannonball, soaring several meters into the air. It adjusted its posture in the air, its forepaws deftly grasping a prominent rock on the cliff face. Its claws dug deeply into the crevices, securing its grip. Then, leveraging this hold, it leaped again, another 10 meters. Thus, the old wolf bounded along the nearly vertical cliff, utilizing the protrusions of the rocks, the entanglement of tree roots, and the tug of vines, moving with agility akin to running on flat ground. The body of the war bear swayed in its jaws, blood spilling along the way. Minutes later, the old wolf ascended to the mountain's peak. It landed steadily, shaking off the rainwater clinging to its fur. Then it continued, dragging the war bear deeper into the thicket. The rain intensified, with large droplets pounding against the leaves, creating a deafening cacophony. The wind grew stronger, causing the trees to sway violently, their branches and leaves dancing wildly. Lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, and thunder rumbled like a giant beating a drum above. Yet, the old wolf remained unfazed. It weaved through the forest, circumventing thickets and crossing streams, heading north. After an indeterminate time, the old wolf came to a halt. Ahead lay a clearing. In the center stood a magnificent black pear flower tree, proudly upright. The old wolf brought the war bear beneath the tree. It released its grip, and the body of the war bear collapsed softly onto the ground. The old wolf lowered its head, gazing into the eyes of the war bear. "If you wish to survive." The voice of the old wolf resonated through the rain, then prostrated yourself before this tree. A flicker of reaction appeared in the war bear's gaze. It struggled to move, both forelegs broken and unable to support its weight. Nevertheless, it fought to use its relatively intact hind legs, its head, exerting the last remnants of its strength to press its forehead against the damp, cold ground. Its hind legs bent, kneeling on the earth, while the broken forelegs stretched forward, though incapable of providing support. The posture was assumed. Prostration. The old wolf stood by, quietly observing. Nothing transpired. The war bear's breaths grew faint, the rise and fall of its chest diminishing, its body ceasing to convulse, as if it had resigned itself to the inevitability of death. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in the old wolf's eyes. It sighed, "Loyalty is loyalty, but alas." It turned away, preparing to leave. Such occurrences were all too familiar to it. Not all who prostrate before the black pear flower receive a response. Most perish here, becoming nourishment for the tree beneath. Those who receive a reply are few and far between. The old wolf took a step, having barely moved 2 paces when suddenly, rustling sounds pierced the air. The old wolf turned back, watching as the leaves of the black pear flower tree began to change color at a visible pace. From deep crimson to pure black, it spread rapidly as if splashed with thick ink, consuming all traces of red from the leaf tips. I knew it. Chapter 30. The Melancholy Old Wolf. In the valley, within the cave, Lin Xia abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from his hay nest. His head still spun, but was much improved. At least he could think now. He surveyed his surroundings. The cave was unchanged, but the war bear was nowhere to be seen. "War bear?" he called out, his voice echoing within the confines of the cave. No response. Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the ground. A large pool of blood. The blood was still fresh, appearing especially stark in the dim light. It trailed from the depths of the cave to the entrance, as if something had been dragged out. A heaviness settled in Lin Xia's heart. Struggling to stand, he staggered over to the bloodstain. Squatting down, he reached out to touch it. Cold. Lin Xia frowned. Could the war bear have been taken by a wild beast? Just then, footsteps approached the cave entrance. Top, top, top. Lin Xia turned sharply, instinctively raising his hunting rifle. In the next moment, a familiar figure bounded through the entrance. It was the war bear. Lin Xia exhaled in relief. "You foolish dog, where have you been?" The war bear trotted over to Lin Xia, wagging its tail and nudging against his pant leg. Lin Xia sighed, reaching out to ruffle the war bear's head. He glanced outside the cave. The rain continued to pour, now much heavier than during the day. "Damn it, this rain won't stop," Lin Xia cursed, lamenting his unfortunate situation. Trapped in the valley, he had no food, and with a fever, his head still spun. As he pondered, a flash of white suddenly caught his eye. Lin Xia turned quickly, only to see a scruffy, grayish-white old wolf entering the cave from the rain. Water dripped from its grayish fur, pooling on the ground. Those deep, inscrutable eyes fixed on Lin Xia. His heart raced as he raised his rifle once more. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, the old wolf spoke. "Behave yourself, human." Its voice was hoarse and low, like sand scraping against glass. "That pathetic hunting rifle won't hit me." Lin Xia was taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. The wolf spoke? Surely, he must be dreaming. Yes, he must have succumbed to a fever-induced delusion. How could a wolf possibly talk? Lin Xia took a deep breath, lifting his left hand to pinch his thigh sharply. Ouch! This was no dream. Lin Xia's voice trembled. "Why, you can talk." "Of course." The old wolf ambled into the cave, sitting beside the carcass of a wild boar. "You humans think we animals can't speak, just because we choose not to." Lin Xia opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. This wolf was aware of species discrimination. He glanced at the hunting rifle in his hand, then back at the old wolf. Should he shoot? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia slowly lowered the gun but remained on guard, ready to raise it at any moment. Humans are so easily startled The old wolf shook off the rainwater, speaking dismissively. Aren't there talking animals on your screens? Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Tom and Jerry, even Bears in Trouble. All of them speak better than I do. Lin Xia was once again taken aback. This creature actually recognized Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. It even knew Bears in Trouble. Lin Xia swallowed hard. What exactly are you? Just an old, solitary wolf. The old wolf lay down, resting its head on its forepaws. I've been stuck in this dreary place for far too long, utterly bored, with no one to converse with. Perfect timing for you to keep me company. Lin Xia's hand, gripping the rifle, trembled slightly. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. What is your situation? Why can you speak while other animals cannot? The old wolf shot him a sidelong glance. Because I am a genius. Lin Xia replied. Were you created by scientists? He could only surmise this as a possibility. Perhaps those scientists had managed to cultivate a talking animal from a young age. Scientists? The old wolf scoffed. I told you, I'm a genius. I learn on my own. Understand? Lin Xia decided not to linger on this topic any longer. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Perhaps it was simply smarter, having grown up in a zoo, absorbing knowledge through exposure. Yes, that must be it. What about your companions? He tentatively inquired. Wolves are supposed to be pack animals, right? Upon hearing this, the old wolf's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. It lifted its head, gazing out at the increasingly thick curtain of rain beyond the cave entrance. My children and companions. The old wolf finally spoke, its voice heavy and resonant, as if emerging from the depths of the earth. I killed them all with my own hands. Lin Xia's heart sank. Killed its own children and companions? Why? He could not help but ask. The old wolf turned its head, its profound eyes locking onto Lin Xia's. Because they betrayed me. The old wolf stood and walked to the entrance. When I grew old and frail, when my speed diminished, when my teeth began to loosen, they betrayed me. They conspired against me, seeking to end my life and usurp my place. My children, my mate, and those wolf cubs I raised since they were young all participated. Lin Xia listened, a chill creeping into his heart. I killed them all, dragging my dying body here just to reclaim a life. After that, the old wolf continued. I remained here alone. For 10 years, or was it 12? I cannot recall. Without companions, without communication, each day was a monotonous cycle of hunting and sleeping. Hunting and sleeping, driving me nearly mad with boredom. It glanced at the battle bear, a flicker of complex emotion crossing its eyes. Until today, I encountered this dog. It knew it was no match for me, fully aware of its inevitable demise, yet stood in front of you. The kind of loyalty, the old wolf paused, surpasses that of my offspring. Having uttered this, it lay down again, resting its head upon its forepaws. Thus I saved it. Lin Xia observed the battle bear, which was now obediently lying at his feet, gazing at the old wolf with eyes filled with reverence. You mean Lin Xia pointed at the battle bear? It faced danger? Yes. What happened? It was almost killed by me. Lin Xia exclaimed. So was you who acted? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Lin Xia. His vision blurred, and his body swayed unsteadily. Damn it. This fever must be unusual. How could it render me unconscious? Cursed. He could no longer endure. His body softened, collapsing back into the hay nest. Before completely losing consciousness, he feebly uttered, I may be unconscious for a while longer, troubling you, senior. As his voice fell, he fainted once more. The cave fell silent, save for the sound of rain. The old wolf stared at the figure in the hay nest, momentarily taken aback. Useless, it muttered, sleeping in my den. Chapter 31. Who disturbed my black heart black pear flower? In Jiangdu City, deep in the night. On the rooftop of a 7-story residential building, a black werewolf sat at the edge, casually tossing coins. The coins spun in the air, reflecting the faint moonlight. The werewolf's physique towered over that of an ordinary human, muscles bulging, its body covered in black fur. Its face had fully transformed into a beastly visage, with a pair of crimson eyes surveying the city below, filled with disdain and contempt. Beneath it, the entire complex was shrouded in eerie silence. At this hour, there should still be lights on in several residences. Perhaps faint sounds of televisions or the cries of children could be heard. Yet now, several buildings lay in darkness, with only a few streetlights valiantly illuminating the surroundings with a dim glow. On certain floors, crimson stains could be seen on the windows. The werewolf was named Yinlang. Today marked its first day as a major calamity. To commemorate this special occasion, it had meticulously chosen this residential area. From 8 in the evening until now, 2 in the morning, a full 6 hours. It had visited each household, greeting them one by one. In the complex, no living soul remained. Yin Lang tossed the coins, a cruel smile curling upon its lips. Its gaze wandered to other nearby complexes, contemplating its next target. Just as it pondered, a strange sensation prickled across its face. It felt itchy and somewhat sticky. Yin Lang furrowed its brow, reaching up to touch its face. Upon inspection, it discovered its hand stained with a vivid red hue. It gazed curiously at the red substance on its hand, wondering when it had gotten smeared. Yin Lang raised the coin to its face, using the reflection to examine itself. In the next moment, it froze. The visage reflected in the coin displayed flushed cheeks and a pale complexion. Its hair was styled into a small braid, standing upright like a clown from a theatrical performance. How? Yin Lang abruptly sprang to its feet, fur bristling. The coin slipped from its grasp, bouncing on the rooftop with a crisp clinking sound. It swiftly turned, claws bared. Behind it stood a woman, her blue hair billowing in the night breeze like a flame. Her amber eyes coldly fixed on it, devoid of warmth. Deputy Captain of the Jiangdu Night Watch, Lin Xia. Who gave you the audacity to slaughter civilians here? Lin Xia's tone was frigid. How? Yin Lang roared, launching itself at Lin Xia, claws slicing through the air with sonic force. This strike would have torn Lin Xia apart. However, Yin Lang's foot suddenly slipped. Though the edge of the rooftop was several meters away, it felt as if it had stepped on oil, unable to maintain its footing. Its entire body lost balance, plummeting straight off the rooftop. Face down, limbs splayed, it fell in a classic dog-eating shit pose. Yin Lang spat out dirt, its head buzzing. Its mind swirled in confusion. How could it still fall despite being a major calamity? Just as it attempted to rise, a sudden sound of singing reached its ears. Ah-ya-ya-ya-ya. Yin Lang's heart raced, hastily rolling aside on the ground, awkwardly tumbling to a nearby spot. It then beheld the situation above. Lin Xia, clad in theatrical robes, descended from above, a red tassel spear poised to pierce Yin Lang's chest, driving deep into flesh. Ah! Yin Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood streamed down the spear, pooling on the ground. Immediately after, Lin Xia forcefully lifted the spear, hoisting Yin Lang's massive form before violently pinning it to the ground. Yet, being a major calamity, Yin Lang quickly regained its composure, delivering a fierce kick to Lin Xia, sending her sprawling backward. Lin Xia flipped mid-air, landing gracefully, retreating several steps to stabilize herself. Seizing the moment, Yin Lang yanked the spear from its chest, hurling it at Lin Xia. If it connected, Lin Xia would also be pierced by the spear. But suddenly, Yin Lang's grip faltered. The spear veered off course. What should have impaled Lin Xia's heart struck the wall beside her instead. Yin Lang stared at its hand, utterly bewildered. Why was it so unlucky? Lin Xia approached the wall, effortlessly retrieving the spear, twirling it with finesse. Yin Lang's expression darkened to the extreme. It recognized Lin Xia, deputy captain of the Jiangdu Night Watch, a major calamity-level patron, whose companion was named Xiao. Xiao's ability was peculiar, endowing enemies with various masks that exert influence, and it had been afflicted with the clown mask. Yin Lang roared again, its fur standing on end. Black mist emanated from its form, swiftly enveloping the surroundings, and the mask on its face shattered instantaneously. It was ready to unleash its true power. Yet at that moment, Yin Lang abruptly froze, its expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Someone was worshipping its black heart black pear flower. Yin Lang's heart raced violently. No, absolutely not. It had to return. Right now, to eliminate the one daring to touch its tree. Gritting its teeth, Yin Lang's body transformed into darkness, like ink swirling in water, rapidly dispersing, merging into the shadows below. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Lin Xia furrowed her brow, retracting the spear. She did not pursue. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to the impossibility of catching up. Yin Lang's unique ability allowed it to become one with darkness, rendering it immune to all physical attacks and undetectable. It was nearly impossible to ascertain its escape route. Moreover, it was immortal. For reasons unknown, certain anomalies possessing immortality had emerged in this world. Regardless of the methods employed to eradicate them, they would invariably resurrect after a time. And Yin Lang was one of these immortal entities. Why did it suddenly flee? Lin Xia gazed at the direction in which Yin Lang had vanished, deep in thought. This creature had just ascended to a major calamity, brimming with confidence, eager to make its mark. Why would it suddenly retreat? Furthermore, the expression it bore before fleeing, was it fear, rage, and a hint of urgency? Had something more significant occurred? Lin Xia took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Captain, the Lang has escaped." "I anticipated as much," came the deep male voice from the other end. "It appears we are unable to deal with it. It melds into the darkness, evading our pursuit, and remains unscathed." Lin Xia felt a sense of helplessness. "There is no need for us to confront it. Others will handle it." "What do you mean?" Lin Xia furrowed his brow. "The fortune teller has foreseen it. The Lang is destined to perish, and that will be tomorrow. Isn't it indestructible? Not starting today." Chapter 32. Indestructible? Lin Xia dreamt a peculiar dream. In it, he encountered an enormous toad, its size absurdly massive, resembling a small mountain. Its back was covered in a multitude of warts, yellow-green pus trickling down, forming small streams that eventually dripped onto the ground. Lin Xia nearly retched. "Friend," the toad croaked, its voice hoarse and unpleasant. "Could you assist me in removing the warts from my back? They cause me immense discomfort, driving me to the brink of madness. I am willing to offer you anything. Just help me." Lin Xia instinctively took a step back, covering his nose, feeling his stomach churn. "I beg you. I can scarcely hold on any longer. Help me." Its voice grew increasingly desperate and agonized. "I do not wish to become like this. I do not want to destroy everything. Please." Watching the toad in its torment, a wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Lin Xia. "I am sorry," he said. "I cannot assist you." Lin Xia abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. His forehead drenched in cold sweat, his shirt soaked through. "What a terrible dream," he panted, wiping the sweat from his face. After a few moments, he sat up, touching his forehead. "Not hot anymore. Has the fever subsided?" Lin Xia was somewhat astonished. He recalled burning with fever before losing consciousness, his head pounding as if ready to explode, and his body trembling. "How could I feel better after just one sleep? Strange," Lin Xia muttered, stretching his neck. He looked beside him. Zhang Xiong was curled up, sleeping nearby. In the cave, it was just the two of them. The old wolf was nowhere to be found. Could it be that last night was merely a dream? After engaging in so many perilous professions, he often dreamt of bizarre scenarios, such as corpses rising in crematoriums, secret marriages in the Yellow River, and sharing a bed with spirits in haunted houses. Lin Xia scratched his head, feeling uncertain. Perhaps he had fallen ill with a dreaming malady once more. He approached the cave entrance. The rain had ceased, and daylight broke. The ground was still damp, with puddles everywhere. The river's flow was significantly reduced compared to yesterday, swirling with silt as it flowed downstream. Lin Xia took a deep breath. He needed to test whether he could climb out. Remaining in this valley with no food would ultimately lead to starvation. He turned to wake Zhang Xiong. Just a few steps away, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Lin Xia halted, peering out of the cave. A white figure was walking along the riverbank. It was the old wolf, carrying a white bundle in its mouth. As it drew closer, Lin Xia realized it was a rabbit. The old wolf approached Lin Xia and dropped the rabbit on the ground. "I am growing old," it huffed, shaking its head, droplets splattering everywhere. "It took me half a day just to catch a rabbit." The old wolf complained, its voice hoarse. Hearing the old wolf speak again left Lin Xia bewildered. Though he had somewhat accepted it the night before, the reality of the old wolf's speech still struck him with a sense of incongruity. Lin Xia felt he could no longer convince himself otherwise. "You can truly speak," he murmured. The old wolf shot him a glance. "Are you foolish?" Lin Xia retorted, "Damn. Your mouth is quite foul." The old wolf kicked the rabbit toward Lin Xia's feet. "This is for you to eat. Share it with that dog." Lin Xia was taken aback, looking down at the rabbit. "Aren't you going to eat?" he asked cautiously. "I have already eaten," the old wolf replied matter-of-factly. "What did you eat?" "A goat." The old wolf licked its lips. The meat was tender, but it ran too fast. "I chased it for a long while." Lin Xia had initially thought the old wolf was selflessly catching a rabbit for them while starving. It turned out it had already feasted. This rabbit was merely a bonus. Lin Xia surveyed the rabbit on the ground and then glanced around the cave. No fire, no dry wood. This patch of grass might ignite. But one tea sufficed to roast the rabbit, he thought, feeling somewhat petulant. The old wolf glanced at Lin Xia. "What are you staring at?" It approached the rabbit, opened its mouth wide, and with a crunch, swallowed it whole. Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, you just devoured it all. What are you staring at?" The old wolf licked its lips with an air of entitlement. If you're not eating, why should I refrain? Am I not eating? Will Zhanxiong not eat? Lin Xia countered. The old wolf hesitated, holding its neck stiffly. That dog didn't mention wanting any either. Lin Xia thought, this wolf is rather cheeky. Lin Xia's lips twitched. I think I'll just wait until I get home to eat. Home? Dream on. The old wolf lay down, beginning to lick its paws. Lin Xia was taken aback. Are you imprisoning me? If you leave, no one will talk to me, the old wolf replied nonchalantly. Lin Xia cursed inwardly. True to form, the old wolf indeed intended to confine him. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He needed to devise a plan. He could not allow himself to be trapped here. He had a multitude of matters to attend to. The trees remained uncut. His wages for the month had yet to be received, and his sisters were waiting for him to send money back home. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia adjusted his expression and then revealed a sincere smile. That's Senior. Why not join us? The old wolf paused, tilting its head at him. Join you? Yes, Lin Xia nodded eagerly. Look, my place is a wooden cabin, far superior to this cave. It has a roof, no leaks, a bed for comfortable sleep, a refrigerator to store meat, a television for watching animated shows. Lin Xia spoke while observing the old wolf's expression. The old wolf's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly pondering. After a long pause, the old wolf finally spoke. You make a fair point. I have indeed grown weary of this place. However, my presence here is not without reason. What reason? Lin Xia asked curiously. To guard my Heixin Hailahoa tree. What? Lin Xia was once again taken aback. The old wolf stood up and glanced at Lin Xia. How long have you been in this forest that you are still unaware of Heixin Hailahoa? I've only been here for half a month. No wonder. The old wolf mused. Let me explain, lest you find yourself in peril without understanding how to preserve your life. This forest is divided into two types of trees, Hailahoa and Heixin Hailahoa. Hailahoa serves little purpose, primarily to conceal the existence of Heixin Hailahoa. The latter, however, is significant. By offering a tribute when near death, one may be chosen to establish a connection with the Heixin Hailahoa, allowing for instantaneous healing of injuries. Furthermore, as long as the Heixin Hailahoa remains unharmed, one can achieve immortality. Lin Xia listened with furrowed brows. With various wise beasts around, even a talking wolf, his capacity for acceptance had significantly improved. Yet, upon hearing immortality, he remained utterly bewildered. Is the Heixin Hailahoa truly that formidable? Is this still Earth? It feels as though it is transforming into a realm of immortals. However, the conversation took a turn as the old wolf remarked that if the black-hearted He Li Hua were to encounter misfortune, such as being severed, the entity connected to this black-hearted He Li Hua would perish within 3 days, unless it sought out a new tree to pay homage to, thereby grappling with a meager chance of survival. Thus, this woodland is populated by many beings like myself, all safeguarding their own black-hearted He Li Hua or aiding others in their protection. Simultaneously, the black-hearted He Li Hua possesses a significant flaw. It can only accommodate a single entity. When two beings establish a connection with the same black-hearted He Li Hua, both shall perish within 3 days, rendering the act of venerating a black-hearted He Li Hua linked to another a provocation against the life of another. Lin Xia nodded, persuading himself to accept this reality. Oh, by the way, your dog has provoked another, and I suspect that fellow should be arriving shortly. What? Lin Xia was taken aback. Chapter 33. The arrival in the cabin's living room. Lin Xia sat at the table, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles before him. The steam wafted enticingly, filling the air with a delightful aroma. The red oil floated atop the broth, and slices of sausage were evenly arranged, with the yolk of a soft-boiled egg glistening yellow-orange. It was truly delectable. Lin Xia dove into his meal, while the battle bear lay on the floor, slurping noodles with equal fervor. Having gone an entire day without food, his stomach was already in a state of unrest. At that moment, even a bowl of plain boiled noodles would have been relished. In the bedroom, the old wolf lounged lazily on the sofa, his tail dangling and swaying gently. The television was broadcasting bears on the loose, and the old wolf was engrossed, his eyes fixed on the screen. The aroma of the instant noodles wafted into the bedroom, permeating the entire cabin. This fragrance slipped through the cracks of the door and window, carried away by the morning breeze and drifting up the mountain. It spread further and further, expanding throughout the forest. In the mountains, a crow flapped its wings as it soared through the air. After a day of discussions with Xiongba Tian, the plan had finally been refined. As soon as the new lumberjack arrived, they could put into action. While the crow was lost in thought, it suddenly paused, its beak twitching. Was it the scent of instant noodles? How could the new lumberjack have arrived so swiftly? Based on past experiences, human companies typically took at least a month to send newcomers. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. It was time to make contact with the new lumberjack and see if a dialogue could be established. The crow altered its course and flew towards the cabin. Before long, it arrived at the cabin, perching on the windowsill to peer inside. At the table, two figures were ravenously consuming their meal, one human and one dog. The crow was taken aback. Lin Xia was still alive? That shouldn't be possible. That fierce wolf would surely not leave any survivors within its territory. Could it be that the old wolf's lifespan had been exhausted? The sounds of the television echoed from the bedroom, prompting the crow to cautiously fly to the bedroom window. In the next moment, the bird was utterly astonished. A white old wolf was sprawled on the sofa, completely absorbed in the show. Ha ha! This bald-headed fool is so dim-witted. The old wolf laughed heartily, its front paws tapping on the armrest, as if applauding. The crow's mind buzzed with confusion. How could the wolf king be in the cabin? Just as the crow was trying to comprehend this, the old wolf suddenly turned its head towards it. The crow was startled, its feathers standing on end. The old wolf beckoned with a claw. Come here, Blackbird, let's converse. Its gaze was calm, devoid of malice or threat. The crow hesitated. Although fearful, the wolf king should not be inclined to consume it, right? After all, it and Xiongba Tian were longtime residents of this forest, and the wolf king was familiar with them. Am I truly going to eat you? The old wolf scoffed. Your flesh is both sour and foul, a nuisance to my teeth. The crow had no retort, acknowledging the truth in the statement. With this thought, the crow took a deep breath and cautiously squeezed through the window. It landed atop the television, retracting its neck and keeping a vigilant eye on the old wolf. What brings you here? The old wolf inquired. Caw! The crow pointed towards the living room, indicating Lin Xia. The old wolf followed its gesture and peered through the door crack, seeing Lin Xia engrossed in his meal. Looking for that lad? Caw caw. The crow nodded vigorously. The old wolf squinted. Is this a scheme from Xiongba Tian? The crow nodded again, flapping its wings. The old wolf pondered, its tail sweeping the ground. What are your intentions? To slay him? Caw caw caw. The crow hastily shook its head. It began to chatter excitedly, attempting to explain their plan to the old wolf. Caw caw caw. Ga ga ga. Caw caw. It squawked with fervor, its wings gesturing animatedly. However, the old wolf evidently could not comprehend. Its ears were nearly overwhelmed by the noise. Enough. I cannot understand your bird language. The old wolf waved its paw impatiently. Get lost and do not disturb my television. Caw. The crow was dumbfounded. What did that mean? Just moments ago, it had invited it in, and now it was being dismissed? Was this old wolf unwell? Caw caw caw. The crow protested, flapping its wings as it flew out the window. Had it not been for the inability to confront the old wolf, the crow would have shown it a piece of its mind. The crow flew away in frustration, needing to return and discuss the matter with Xiongba Tian. The wolf king residing in the cabin complicated matters. Xiongba Tian needed to come and negotiate. In the living room, Lin Xia finally felt satiated. What a relief. He wiped his mouth and exhaled deeply, feeling completely at ease. His stomach was warm, and he felt invigorated. The battle bear had also finished eating, lying on the ground and licking the remnants from the bowl. Lin Xia looked at it and chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, he recalled the old wolf's earlier words. The battle bear had provoked another's black-hearted Lin Xia, and that individual would come seeking trouble within 3 days. With this thought, Lin Xia approached the bedroom. He pushed open the door. Senior. The old wolf was engrossed in the television, not turning his head. Senior, what did you mean earlier about the battle bear's provocation? Finally, the old wolf shifted its gaze from the screen to Lin Xia. It is quite literal. That day, I inadvertently brought the battle bear to the brink of death, and then I took it to pay homage to a black-hearted Lin Xia, saving its life. However, that black-hearted Lin Xia has an owner and is already connected to another entity. The old wolf's expression was serious. As I previously mentioned, a black-hearted Lin Xia can only accommodate one existence. When two beings simultaneously venerate the same tree, both will perish within 3 days. Therefore, That individual will undoubtedly come to kill the battle bear within 3 days. Otherwise, it will perish itself. Lin Xia swallowed nervously, feeling a surge of anxiety. Surely, it wouldn't happen so quickly? He tentatively inquired. This is only the first day. It should still be on its way, right? The old wolf shook its head. When it comes to matters of life and death, urgency is paramount. It walked to the window, gazing out at the forest. That individual has likely sensed it already and is probably making its way here. It may have already arrived. The old wolf paused, turning its head to look at Lin Xia. It is already here. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a loud crash echoed from the living room, followed by the low growl and pained cries of the battle bear, heart-wrenching and hair-raising. Lin Xia's expression changed dramatically. Damn! He turned and dashed towards the living room, while the old wolf leisurely followed behind. I told you it would arrive soon. Chapter 34. Do you eat dog meat? Lin Xia burst into the living room, only to find a black wolf pinning the battle bear to the ground. The wolf was significantly larger than the battle bear, its sleek black fur glistening, muscles rippling beneath its skin. Its sharp fangs sank deeply into the battle bear's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The battle bear struggled desperately, but could not break free. The strength of the black wolf was overwhelming, mercilessly pinning down the battle bear, leaving it no chance whatsoever. Blood stained the floor, trickling through the cracks. Damn! Lin Xia cursed, his eyes darting around in search of a weapon. The hunting rifle still hung on the wall. He dashed forward, seized the rifle, pulled the bolt, loaded it, and took aim. Bang! The gunfire resonated within the wooden cabin, sending vibrations through the air. The bullet struck the black wolf's hind leg precisely, creating a gaping hole the size of a thumb. Flesh tore, and blood splattered everywhere. A howl of pain erupted from the black wolf, and it released its grip, turning its head sharply, fixating its crimson gaze on Lin Xia. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent, brutality, and a reckless madness. A chill ran down Lin Xia's spine under that stare. Yet, the black wolf did not lunge at him. Instead, it lowered its head once more, continuing to savage the battle bear. Its fangs sank into the bear's neck, tearing mercilessly, as if it would not relent until the bear was dead. You bastard! Lin Xia fired again, this time aiming for the wolf's head. Bang! However, the black wolf reacted swiftly, jerking its head at the moment Lin Xia pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed its ear, blasting off a portion of its left ear, which fell to the ground, bloodied. The black wolf finally recognized Lin Xia as a threat. It released the battle bear, its fur bristling like steel needles. A low growl emanating from its throat, and dark mist began to rise around it. Then it lunged at Lin Xia with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its forelegs dug deep into the ground, splintering the wooden floor beneath. Its claws sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound. Lin Xia's pupils contracted, instinctively retreating just as the old wolf sauntered out of the bedroom, prompting Lin Xia to hide behind it. Don't you know to respect your elders? The old wolf shot Lin Xia a glance before nonchalantly lifting a paw and swatting at the air. It seemed effortless, like swatting a fly. Yet, the black wolf was sent flying, as if struck by a train, tumbling through the air and crashing into the yard. I knew the elder wouldn't stand idly by. Lin Xia chuckled, raising his hunting rifle to take advantage of the moment and fired another shot. Bang! The bullet found its mark in the black wolf's right eye. A piercing scream erupted from the wolf, its head snapping back violently as the eye socket exploded in a spray of blood and shattered eyeball fragments, splattering Lin Xia's face. It frantically shook its head, blood flying everywhere, now completely blind in one eye. The black wolf had gone utterly mad, charging towards the wooden cabin, not at Lin Xia but at the old wolf. What does that have to do with me? The old wolf remarked, I'm merely an observer. Before it could finish speaking, it was already in motion, its form blurred, moving so quickly it was almost imperceptible, leaving only a white afterimage. In the next moment, it leaped into the air, positioning itself directly above the black wolf. From its elevated stance, it opened its jaws wide and bit down on the wolf's neck. Crack! The sound of bone snapping echoed. The black wolf's cervical vertebrae were severed in half, causing its neck to tilt grotesquely. The old wolf forcefully tossed its head. Boom! The black wolf crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater, dirt flying in all directions as the ground splintered. It struggled to rise, but with its neck half broken, it lacked the strength, flailing its legs helplessly. The remaining eye of the black wolf fixated on the battle bear, filled with resentment and fury. The old wolf released its grip, shaking off the blood that clung to its fur. Then it turned to Lin Xia, urging him to deliver the finishing blow, lest it be wasted. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, pondering what was being wasted. Without further ado, he raised the rifle, aiming at the black wolf's head. Bang! 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 The continuous gunfire obliterated the wolf's head. Thus, a formidable foe met its end under the fire of an ordinary hunting rifle. As the echoes of gunfire faded, the yard in front of the wooden cabin lay in disarray. The black wolf's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its head reduced to a pulp, blood mingling with brain matter, forming a dark red puddle in the dirt. The stench of blood and gunpowder invaded Lin Xia's nostrils. He lowered the still-smoking rifle. Gasping for breath, the series of shots had left his shoulder numb, and his right arm ached. Where was the battle bear? Suddenly recalling his dog, he rushed back into the cabin. Inside the living room, the battle bear lay in a pool of blood, its body twitching slightly. Its throat had been nearly severed, the wound grotesque, blood gushing out. The blood on the floor had formed a large puddle, spreading through the cracks in the wooden planks. Damn it! Lin Xia dashed to the bear's side, frantically trying to apply pressure to the wound. However, the blood flowed too quickly to stem. The bear's gaze began to fade, its pupils slowly dilating. Old wolf, Lin Xia shouted. Is there any way to save it? The old wolf sauntered into the room, glancing at Lin Xia with a calm demeanor. Why the rush? Not in a hurry, Lin Xia exclaimed, eyes wide. Can't you see it's dying? I told you not to panic. The old wolf approached the battle bear, sniffing it. With the black wolf dead, the connection to the black-hearted black pear flower rested solely on the bear. So, Lin Xia frowned, his hands covered in the bear's blood. It is now an immortal entity. The old wolf stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a mundane topic, but it will take a month to revive. Lin Xia was taken aback. He looked down at the battle bear in his arms, then back up at the old wolf. What did you say? I said it won't die. The old wolf licked the blood from its paw. In a month, it will be bouncing back to life as if nothing happened. Really? Lin Xia's voice held a glimmer of hope. He had spent 2,000 on the bear and would genuinely feel heartbroken if it perished. Why would I deceive you? The old wolf rolled its eyes. The rules of the black-hearted black pear flower are such that as long as the tree remains, the connected being will not truly die. It merely requires time to revive. Lin Xia gazed at the battle bear, whose life signs were rapidly fading, and the tension in his body finally eased. The bear's body had ceased twitching, its breathing completely stopping. Yet, its eyes remained open, as if gazing at Lin Xia. He gently closed its eyes with his hand. What do we do now? How do we preserve the bear's body? He inquired. The old wolf tilted its head, pondering for a moment. Do you eat dog meat? Lin Xia was taken aback. What do you mean, eat dog meat? The old wolf replied earnestly, we can't waste meat. In a month, it will revive in a brand new body. This corpse will be of no use. If you don't want it, I'll take it all. Forget it, Lin Xia retorted, exasperated. He carefully lifted the battle bear's body. It still held some warmth, but was now limp and devoid of strength. Lin Xia stepped out of the wooden cabin and into the yard. The old wolf followed. Are you really going to bury it? That's such a waste. Be quiet. Lin Xia shot back, exasperated. He found a sunny spot in one corner of the yard, slightly elevated to avoid water accumulation. There is also a beautiful pine tree nearby, its lush branches providing shade. Lin Xia fetched a shovel and began to dig. The shovel struck the earth with a dull thud as he mechanically and repetitively dug. The old wolf lay nearby, watching. Are you seriously burying it? What a shame to waste such good meat. How about this? You bury it shallowly, and I'll sneakily dig it up tonight to feast on. Lin Xia paused his actions and turned to gaze at the old wolf. The password, it cannot be revealed. The old wolf awkwardly closed his mouth. All right. I shall say no more. You may bury it. It muttered, lamenting the fussiness of humans. In a wolf pack, a corpse will be discarded or devoured by companions. Such is the greatest respect for the deceased, allowing its flesh to return to nature or become part of its kin. Lin Xia ignored it and continued digging. After more than half an hour, he finally excavated a sufficiently deep pit, at least over a meter deep. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gently placed the battle bear into the pit. The bear curled up, appearing as though it were asleep. Yet it would not awaken, at least not for a month. Having completed this task, night had fully descended. The moon ascended the mountain peak, casting a cold, silvery light. Lin Xia brushed the dirt from his hands and turned to return to the wooden cabin. The old wolf observed his retreating figure, unusually refraining from any mocking remarks. In the deep of night, the old wolf nestled on the sofa, watching bear brawls, while Lin Xia lay in bed, his mind filled with thoughts of stinky bears, foul-headed creatures, and wretched squirrels. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Then, the dream returned. The enormous toad reappeared before him, but this time, it seemed even more tormented. The lumps on its back were packed tightly together, resembling festering boils. "Please, I beg you, help me." The toad's voice resonated with anguish and despair, each word seemingly forced from its throat. "I cannot endure much longer." Its body trembled violently, the pus within the lumps oozing more rapidly. Lin Xia gazed at it, sorrow flooding his heart. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "I cannot assist you. I do not even know what you are. How can I help? Why won't you help me?" The toad's voice suddenly turned furious. It lifted its head sharply, glaring at Lin Xia. Its enormous eyes were bloodshot, the bulging orbs threatening to burst. These parasites deserve death. In the next moment, both eyes erupted. Pop, pop. Like two water balloons bursting, blood and pus splattered everywhere. The toad opened its maw wide, lunging at Lin Xia, swallowing him whole. Meanwhile, on the northern mountain, Xiongba Tian carried the crow down the slope. Caw, caw, caw. The crow incessantly squawked in his embrace, flapping its wings against Xiongba Tian's chest. "Are you saying the old wolf has truly associated with that human?" Xiongba Tian furrowed his brow, his voice laced with skepticism. "Caw." The crow nodded vigorously, continuing its incessant chatter. Xiongba Tian fell into deep thought. The old wolf had always been a solitary creature, never mingling with any beast or human. For years, it had remained alone in the valley. How could it suddenly befriend that human? This behavior was inconsistent with the old wolf's nature. Could it be harboring similar intentions? Seeking to leverage the human's aid to protect Xin He Li Hua? No, the old wolf could easily safeguard its own Xin He Li Hua. There was no necessity to collaborate with this human. What then was its true motive? Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Xiongba Tian snapped back to reality, halting his tracks. He looked around, his expression growing grave. A dense white mist surged from all directions, swiftly shrouding the entire mountain. Visibility plummeted, rendering even the trees 5 meters ahead indistinguishable. Such a dense fog. "Something feels amiss," Xiongba Tian murmured, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the area. "Caw, caw." The crow sensed the unease, huddling in Xiongba Tian's embrace, trembling. Xiongba Tian took a deep breath, sniffing the air. "We must leave this place quickly." He quickened his pace, racing down the mountain. His massive form weaved through the trees, branches snapping and bushes crushed in his wake. Yet the fog thickened. Ultimately, even his own feet became nearly invisible. Xiongba Tian was compelled to stop. "At this rate, I may become lost." "Caw, caw, caw." The crow screeched frantically, pointing with its wings toward a certain direction. Xiongba Tian followed its indication. In the mist, he could vaguely discern some towering silhouettes. These shadows were colossal, at least several meters high, and they were moving. Xiongba Tian's heart raced. What are those beings? Chapter 36. Collaboration with Xiongba Tian. Lin Xia abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar sight of the wooden cabin. Not this wretched dream again. He glanced out the window. Daylight had arrived, yet the scene outside left him momentarily stunned. A thick fog enveloped the entire forest, a white expanse rendering everything indistinct. The beautiful pines that were usually visible now lacked even a clear outline, only vague, shadowy forms flickering in the mist. Such thick fog? Lin Xia muttered as he pushed open the bedroom door. The old wolf sat at the entrance of the cabin, its back to him, intently staring into the fog. "What are you watching?" Lin Xia inquired as he approached. "This fog." The old wolf's tone was unusually somber, devoid of its characteristic levity. This was not typical of it. "What's wrong? Isn't it normal for fog to arise in the mountains?" Lin Xia stepped closer to the entrance, waving his hand through the mist. The fog was dense, and the humid moisture enveloped him, carrying the scent of damp earth. "The weather here is truly unpredictable," Lin Xia remarked. The old wolf shook its head. "If only it were merely a change in weather." "What do you mean?" The old wolf shook its head again, sniffing the air. I cannot say. I just sense something is off about this fog. A strange odor. What strange odor? I cannot articulate it. The old wolf's ears twitched. It resembles the scent of something rotting, yet not entirely. Lin Xia inhaled deeply. Apart from the dampness and earthy aroma, he detected nothing else. You're overthinking it. The old wolf did not respond, continuing to observe the fog for a moment before suddenly rising and shaking its tail. Forget it. No use pondering. If the sky falls, I have a tall companion to rely on. It resumed its usual lazy demeanor. I'm off to watch bear brawls. I want beef for lunch. You prepare it. Fine, fine. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. Glancing at the time, it was 7:30 in the morning. According to his usual schedule, he should be out chopping wood. However, with such thick fog in the mountains, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Venturing into the woods was perilous. If he encountered that black bear again, ambushing him in the fog, it would spell trouble. Perhaps it's best to wait until the fog clears. Just as Lin Xia was about to close the door and return to prepare breakfast, something caught his eye. In the distance, through the fog, a massive shadow was approaching. Lin Xia's heart raced. Old wolf, he shouted urgently. Something is coming, something very large. What is it? The old wolf returned to the door, squinting into the mist. Ah, an old friend. Its tone lightened immediately, even tinged with a hint of jest. The shadow drew closer, the fog parting around its enormous form, revealing its true identity. It was the black bear, Xiong. Perched upon its shoulder was the crow, its dark feathers nearly invisible within the fog, save for its striking red eyes. Xiong stepped into the courtyard, its massive body nearly blocking half the yard, standing there like a small mountain of ebony. The heavy scent of beast wafted through the air. Wolf Elder, Xiong deep voice resonated as it nodded toward the old wolf in greeting. It speaks? Lin Xia stood frozen, his mouth agape. This bear can talk, and in perfect Mandarin? Both the old wolf and the black bear conversing. What on earth was happening in this world? Had spiritual energy awakened? Or was there a collective transformation into beasts underway? A rare guest indeed. The old wolf yawned and said, Xiong, why are you here instead of staying at Beishan? Are you here to mooch off a meal? I must inform you, we do not have honey. I do not consume honey, Xiong replied earnestly. Lin Xia, listening to this bizarre conversation, felt as though his worldview had completely crumbled. Two wild beasts were conversing in such an everyday manner. I am looking for him. Xiong suddenly raised a paw and pointed at Lin Xia. That paw was larger than Lin Xia's head, and its sharp claws glimmered ominously in the mist. Looking for me? Lin Xia retreated warily a step, instinctively reaching for the hunting rifle hanging on the wall. The last time this bear nearly killed him, he now harbored a shadow of fear at the sight of it. Do not be alarmed. Xiong noted Lin Xia's apprehension and softened his voice. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Caw! The crow cawed twice. Then what are you here for? Lin Xia remained vigilant, his hand still near the rifle. Xiong fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a full half-minute, he finally spoke. From now on, you may cut down the Haley Hua trees. What? Lin Xia was taken aback by this abrupt turn of events. Did you not previously forbid me from doing so? You may freely cut down ordinary Haley Hua trees. Xiong interrupted him, his tone earnest. As many as you wish. I will no longer hinder you. Really? Lin Xia found it hard to believe. However, Xiong tone shifted to a more serious note. But you must not cut down the Haley Hua. The old wolf interjected, a commendable suggestion. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. If it was merely a matter of avoiding a few specific trees, it would not affect him at all. After all, the company required only ordinary Haley Hua, the kind with black skin and yellow hearts. He merely needed to complete the task. Furthermore, this arrangement alleviated his concerns about this bear seeking trouble with him. And it could even be seen as acquiring a formidable ally. Why not? All right, I agree, Lin Xia nodded. But you must tell me which ones are the Haley Hua, as I cannot distinguish them. Follow me. Xiong turned to leave, demonstrating remarkable initiative. Lin Xia glanced at the thick fog outside, and then at the old wolf. Are you coming? He still felt some trepidation. After all, the events of the previous days were fresh in his mind, and he had witnessed the bear's strength. If it were to attack him in the fog, he would have no means of escape. With the old wolf present, at least there was some assurance. I will not go. I wish to watch cartoons. The old wolf shook his head and turned back toward the living room. Do not worry, Xiong Batian is quite trustworthy. It has guarded this place for hundreds of years solely based on a promise. Hundreds of years? Lin Xia looked in shock at the back of the black bear. This creature has lived for centuries? What exactly is it? A spirit or a legendary beast? What are you dawdling for? Let us go, Xiong Batian urged, its massive head appearing particularly menacing in the mist. Caw! The crow cawed, as if to say hurry up. With no other option, Lin Xia quickly returned indoors to gather his gear. He slung the hunting rifle over his shoulder, grabbed the black bear with axe, and followed Xiong Batian and the crow into the dense fog on the mountain. Chapter 37. Jin Chan Z. The fog was so thick that visibility was less than 5 meters. The damp mist felt icy and biting against Lin Xia's face as he trailed behind Xiong Batian, fearful of losing sight of him. Fortunately, Xiong Batian's size made him quite conspicuous, even in the fog, and there was a unique animal scent emanating from him that served as a guide. After roughly an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the Heilihua forest. Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings. In the dense fog, the black trunks appeared to loom like gigantic pillars rising from the ground. The red leaves looked particularly eerie, as if stained with blood. Caw! The crow suddenly took flight from Xiong Batian's shoulder, circling in the air before landing on a tree. This one, Hey Xian Heilihua. Xiong Batian pointed at the tree where the crow had perched. Lin Xia approached for a closer examination. The tree appeared quite aged, with a sturdy trunk thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Externally, it bore no distinction from an ordinary Heilihua tree. Had Xiong Batian not pointed it out, he would have been unable to discern it. How do I distinguish them? Lin Xia inquired. I cannot call you over every time before I chop down a tree. There is no way to differentiate. Xiong Batian shook his head. You must rely on memory to recall the location of each Xian Heilihua. That is quite inconvenient. Caw-caw, the crow called, flying to another tree. This one is as well, Xiong Batian noted. Wait a moment. Lin Xia drew a cross in the soil beneath the Xian Heilihua tree before following along. Subsequently, Xiong Batian continued onward, indicating the locations of 7 or 8 Xian Heilihua trees to Lin Xia. These trees were scattered throughout the forest, some close together within mere meters, while others were farther apart, requiring several minutes to reach. Each appeared identical to an ordinary Heilihua tree. Lin Xia endeavored to memorize the positions of each tree. But in truth, amid such thick fog, he struggled to even discern direction, let alone remember locations. He could only rely on the markings he had drawn beneath each tree. I cannot retain all of this, Lin Xia expressed helplessly. Take your time, Xiong Batian reassured him with patience. Once the fog clears, return a few more times, and you will remember. No wonder the black bear had sought to prevent Lin Xia from cutting down trees. It was precisely to avoid the possibility of Lin Xia inadvertently felling one of these Xian Heilihua. May I ask a question? Lin Xia gazed at the tree before him. Xiong Batian nodded. Ask away. What exactly are these Xian Heilihua? Why do they grant you immortality? I do not know what these Xian Heilihua truly are, Xiong Batian shook his head. I only know that, long ago, the first abnormally dying entity discovered this tree. As for why it possessed such effects, Xiong Batian shook his head again. No one knows the reason. Some say it is an ancient divine tree. Others claim it is an extraterrestrial plant, while still others assert it is a manifestation of the Earth's will. But all of it remains mere speculation. I see. Lin Xia nodded, yet his mind was preoccupied with another thought. If he were to obtain a Xian Heilihua, would he also achieve immortality? Though the connection could only be established in a state of near death. This risk seemed negligible compared to the prospect of eternal life. Are there any unoccupied Xian Heilihua? Lin Xia asked tentatively. Ones are not claimed. Xiong Batian glanced at him and shook his head. The Xian Heilihua in this forest are mostly occupied. I know of every one, and they all have owners. Mostly? Lin Xia seized upon the keyword. The forest is vast. I cannot possibly know every Xian Heilihua, Xiong Batian explained. Moreover, success is a matter of chance. What are the odds? 1 in 10, Xiong Batian replied. Or even lower. 1 in 10? Lin Xia swallowed hard. The stakes were too high. He might end up jeopardizing his own life. It seemed that he should avoid any unnecessary risks. All right, we have identified all the trees. Xiong Batian turned to leave. Remember these locations. Do not make a mistake. Lin Xia nodded, but he did not intend to leave. Since he was already here, he might as well cut down a few trees. This month's performance was far from satisfactory. He could not afford to delay any longer. Lin Xia selected a Haley Hua tree, its trunk straight and of moderate thickness. He raised the axe and swung it down. Crack! The axe sank deeply into the trunk, splitting the black bark and revealing the wood within. But in the next moment, both Lin Xia and Xiong Batian were stunned. The crow let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings frantically. The interior of the trunk was not yellow, but black. The following chapters narrate the story between the Night Watcher and Jin Zi. Those uninterested may skip directly to Chapter 45 for a seamless transition. A condensed version is also available in Chapter 45. One day prior, in Jiangdu City, in a dimly lit room, 4 individuals stood. A figure with azure hair leaned against the windowsill, while Lin Chu stood beside her, both wearing furrowed brows. In the room, a young man, no older than 18, sat at the table, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Before him knelt a man clad in a black coat. His back turned to the youth, his brow similarly furrowed. The gazes of all 4 individuals were fixed upon what lay before the man, a family of 3, now reduced to kneeling on the ground, their heads shaved, revealing raw, bloody scalps as if their hair had been forcibly torn from them. They clasped their hands together in a most peculiar manner. This manner of death bore a resemblance to a certain malevolent spirit of considerable notoriety. The man, Shigong, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who could it be? The youth, Shirong, inquired, rubbing his chin with curiosity. Shigong turned to glare at his brother, admonishing him for not paying closer attention to the anomaly records. Shirong, scratching his nose, retorted that it mattered not, as these anomalies would kill regardless of his understanding. You will learn your lesson the hard way, Shigong replied with a tone of disappointment. Shigong was a member of the Jiangdu Night Watch, classified as a major malevolent entity, while Shirong, his younger brother, shared the same classification. Does Lin Chu know? Shigong suddenly asked. It resembles the Jin Zi. Most of its victims meet a similar fate, Lin Chu noted. See, Shirong? Look at Lin Chu. I have been too lenient with you. Perhaps I should employ some family discipline, Shigong remarked. Please don't, Shirong exclaimed, startled. Shigong stood, addressing Lu Shi. What shall we do? The Jin Zi is likely in Jiangdu. We must act swiftly to eliminate it. Lu Shi nodded. I will inform the captain. But the Jin Zi is an immortal entity. We can only attempt to expel it from Jiangdu or seal it away. How did it come to Jiangdu to kill? The man pondered aloud. The Jin Zi kills with purpose. This family must have provoked it, Lin Chu stated. Who knows? Shirong, investigate further. Why must it be me? Shirong protested, taken aback, as his role was solely to engage in combat. Consider training. Do not force me to reprimand you. Understood. Understood. Chapter 38. Mapopo in Jiangdu City, Baiyun Community. The morning sun filtered through the clouds, casting light upon the buildings. Yet an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the area. Shirong stood at the door of the victim's home, glancing at the yellow tape plaster across the entrance, impatiently kicking a cigarette but on the ground. What brings you here? Isn't it my duty? He asked, hands buried in his pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. As a rising star in the combat division of the Night Watch, Shirong believed in resolving issues with his fists. Lin Chu, dressed in simple black sportswear with her long hair tied back, appeared composed and collected, a stark contrast to Shirong's impulsiveness. Lu Team sent me to assist you, she explained. In truth, Lu Shi had dispatched Lin Chu out of concern for Shirong's reliability in gathering accurate information. I do not require assistance. I can manage on my own, Shirong scoffed, tearing off the tape and pushing the door open. Covering his nose as he entered, he remarked, this stench is unbearable. Lin Chu remained outside, observing Shirong's actions. The interior was in disarray. The Night Watch had already removed the bodies, yet the scene was left uncleaned. Dark red bloodstains lingered on the floor, dried and blackened, while splatters adorned the walls. The sofa lay overturned, and the coffee table was strewn with shattered glass. A pungent smell of blood mingled with an inexplicable fragrance permeated the air, inducing nausea. Where's that scent coming from? Shirong questioned, frowning. Approaching a corner, he discovered a small altar adorned with burnt incense sticks. What good does praying do when they were still murdered? He mused, after a brief inspection with no findings. Shirong rolled up his sleeves and began searching the house. He started in the living room, upturning the sofa cushions, finding only loose change and a remote control. He rummaged through the coffee table, uncovering a few expired newspapers and a pile of dust. Next, he moved to the bedroom, lifting the mattress to find it empty, even tearing apart the pillow for its stuffing. He rummaged through the wardrobe, discarding men's, women's, and children's clothing until a small mountain of garments formed. Still, nothing of note appeared. After a lengthy search, Rong collapsed onto the floor, wiping sweat from his brow. He had scoured the kitchen, bathroom, and balcony thoroughly, inspecting every pot and pan, even lifting the toilet lid to check. Exhausted, he lay on the floor, surveying the room he had turned into a chaotic mess. Lin Xia stood at the entrance, observing Rong as he rummaged about like a fool. "Have you not turned the room over 5 times already?" Lin Xia finally spoke. Rong's face flushed crimson, extending from his neck to the tips of his ears. "Then you search," he retorted. "There are surely no clues here," Lin Xia replied calmly. "Then where should I look?" Rong leapt to his feet, indignation flaring. "Why did you not say so earlier? I wasted all this time." Lin Xia offered no response, merely turning to exit the room. She approached the opposite door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The chime echoed through the corridor, producing a particularly crisp sound. "Who is it?" A cautious female voice inquired from within, trembling slightly. "Hello, we are." Lin Xia said, retrieving her identification and pressing it against the peephole. "We are community workers seeking to understand the situation." Silence lingered for several moments before a crack in the door appeared, revealing a middle-aged woman. Her complexion was as pale as paper, deep dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was disheveled. "Are you truly?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb something. "Indeed," Lin Xia affirmed, extending her identification. The woman scrutinized the credentials, then looked back at Lin Xia and Rong. After a lengthy hesitation, she opened the door wider. "Come in. I fear standing at the threshold," she said, her eyes darting to the door across the way covered in tape. The two entered the home. Its layout mirrored that of the opposite residence. Yet the atmosphere was entirely different. Though somewhat disarrayed, it was evident that living beings occupied this space. The curtains were drawn tightly, preventing any sunlight from entering. A dim, yellow light illuminated the room, casting an oppressive shadow. The television was on, though silent, displaying a variety show with an overly animated host, creating an eerie contrast in the current setting. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. The ashtray overflowed with butts, indicating he had likely spent the night in a haze of smoke. He glanced up at Lin Xia and Rong before returning to his cigarette. "Please take a seat." The woman beckoned, her voice still barely audible. Lin Xia sat on the sofa, while Rong stood beside her, inspecting the room without restraint. "What would you like to know?" the woman asked. "We wish to learn about the family in the residence across the way," Lin Xia replied directly. "Did they have any enemies, or had they offended anyone?" "Enemies?" The man paused, shaking his head. "Surely not. How could they have enemies? Gao Xing grew up here, a model of honesty, never uttering a harsh word. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. I watched him grow from such a small child. His parents passed away early in a car accident, leaving him all alone. After years of struggle, he finally married and had a child, just as life was turning around." The man's voice faltered as he took a deep drag of his cigarette, tears streaming down his cheeks. The woman beside him wept, and the child, a mere 6 years old, was so pitiful, having left this world without understanding anything. The atmosphere turned heavy and oppressive. Rong stood awkwardly nearby, scratching his head, as he was not adept at navigating such somber situations. "What about your wife?" Lin Xia continued to inquire, her tone remaining calm. "Ma Popo," the woman sobbed. "She's from out of town, as if she married out from the deep mountains." "Deep mountains?" Lin Xia's eyes brightened. "Which mountain? Do you know?" "We are not quite sure," the man replied, shaking his head. "She isn't very talkative. Her demeanor is rather peculiar. We only exchange brief greetings when we see one another, never engaging in lengthy conversations. During festivals, while other families are bustling with activity, hers remains eerily quiet, and we never see her relatives visiting. We've asked a few times, but she always says her family is too far away to come." "Thank you," Lin Xia said, rising from her seat. "Aren't you going to stay a bit longer?" "No, I have matters to attend to." After saying this, she walked out, and Rong hurriedly followed. Chapter 39. Nanshan Chonggu. I intended to come here to gather information. But you beat me to it. Rong spoke up. Lin Chu halted, turning to look at him. Is that so? Of course. Rong replied defiantly. I just wanted to search the room first before questioning the neighbors. Oh, Lin Chu nodded. Now do you know what to do next? Rong scratched his head. Find a Jean Chanzi and eliminate it. Lin Chu sighed, choosing not to engage further. She took out her phone and dialed Lu Shi's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Lu Shi, I have a lead. She briefly recounted the situation. Lu Shi pondered on the other end, the sound of her typing echoing. Let me check. Please hold. A few minutes later, Lu Shi's voice returned. I found it. Nanshan City, Chenggu Village. Chenggu is a primeval forest, vast and complex, spanning over 100 square kilometers, filled with toxic insects, heavy miasma, and perpetual fog, making it quite perilous. I understand. Lin Chu nodded. I will head there immediately. Be careful, Lu Shi advised. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Chu looked at Rong. Let's go to Nanshan City. What for? Rong asked, bewildered. Shouldn't we find the Jean Chanzi in Jiangdu? It must still be nearby. We're going to investigate Ma Popo's hometown. Are you insane? Rong quickened his pace to keep up. Is it worth the journey? That's an entirely different city. It takes half a day for a round trip. What if the Jean Chanzi kills again in Jiangdu? Lin Chu stopped, pressed the elevator button, and turned to him. The elevator's indicator light ascended floor by floor. This is my job. What job? Rong asked, confused. Anomaly information collection. Lin Chu stated earnestly, adjusting her glasses. It is imperative to document all information regarding the anomalies, including their motives for murder. Rong paused, taken aback. He had never considered this aspect. In his mind, encountering an anomaly meant dealing with it and moving on, never pondering deeper implications. Well, Rong scratched his head. You go ahead. I need to find the anomalies. The combat department should handle combat. Information collection is a task for you clerical personnel. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lin Chu stepped inside, while Rong remained outside. Just as the doors were about to close, Rong's phone suddenly rang, the tone urgent. Caller ID, brother. Hello, brother? Follow Lin Chu into the mountains. Gong's voice was serious and left no room for argument. Do everything she says. If you act rashly, I will deal with you. But I'm in the combat department. Rong attempted to argue. Combat my foot, Gong interrupted. You're dealing with a sway level Jean Chanzi. You being a Xia level is just going to hinder things. Stick with Lin Chu and keep her safe. Do you hear? I hear, Rong replied weakly. Remember, Lin Chu is our most vital intelligence analyst. If anything happens to her, don't bother coming back. Clunk. The call was ended. Rong gazed at his phone, feeling utterly despondent. He looked up at the elevator. The doors were nearly closed. Wait for me. At 3 p.m, Nanshan City Railway Station. Lin Chu and Rong disembarked from the high-speed train. Nanshan City was significantly smaller than Jiangdu, and the train station appeared somewhat antiquated. Rong carried a large backpack filled with various gear: tent, sleeping bag, first aid kit, rope, knives, flashlight, compass. He had prepared as if for a wilderness survival expedition, almost as if he were relocating an entire outdoor supply store. In contrast, Lin Chu carried only a small backpack, appearing much more at ease. Inside were merely essentials: water, dried food, phone, power bank, and a small knife. I am exhausted. Rong complained, dropping his bag and wiping his sweat. Why is your bag so small? We're not going camping. We're just investigating and we'll be back at most by tomorrow, Lin Chu replied. What if we don't return? Lin Chu exited the station, and Rong gulped down water, finishing a bottle in just a few swigs. This dreadful weather is scorching. The temperature in Nanshan City was higher than in Jiangdu, leaving one feeling dizzy under the sun. The air was thick with humidity, suggesting rain was imminent, yet the sky was devoid of clouds. Lin Chu glanced at the navigation on her phone, deciding to take a bus to Chengdu town. The bus station was adjacent to the train station, with only 3 buses running daily to Chengdu town, and they managed to catch the last one in the afternoon. The bus roared to life, vibrating violently as it moved. It progressed slowly over the bumpy road, and the scenery outside transitioned from urban to suburban, finally reaching rural landscapes. The houses became shorter and more dilapidated, while trees lined the roadside, and the air grew increasingly fresh. After more than an hour, they finally entered the mountainous region, flanked by rolling hills, lush and green, resembling a vast sea of foliage. The mountain roads were treacherous, and the bus stopped intermittently. Shirong fell asleep and woke as dusk approached. We've arrived, Lin Xia announced. The bus halted at the entrance of a small town. This is Chengdu Town. The town was quite small, easily visible from one end to the other, featuring only a single main street flanked by low buildings. Most were wooden structures, appearing aged, with blackened planks and patches of moss. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few elderly individuals sitting at doorways, basking in the sun, squinting as if asleep. This place feels a bit eerie, Shirong observed, lowering his voice. Lin Xia shot him a glance. First, let us find a place to stay, then we'll eat. We'll head into the mountains early tomorrow. The only inn in town was situated in the middle of the main street. It was small, just 2 stories high, with a faded sign reading, Chengdu Inn. The proprietor, a man in his 60s, sat behind the counter, peering through his reading glasses and newspaper. Rooms? The old man lifted his head, scrutinizing the 2. Yes, 2 rooms. Lin Xia Zipli, 50 a night, no bargaining. All right. Lin Xia paid, and the old man retrieved 2 keys from beneath the counter. Second floor, rooms 201 and 202, next to each other. Is there hot water? Shirong inquired, having been sweating since their arrival. Yes, but only from 6 to 8 in the evening, the old man replied. After that, it's unavailable. Got it. The 2 ascended the stairs. The rooms were small, furnished only with a bed, a table, and a chair. The window was open, offering a view of the mountains across the way. Let us drop off our things and then go eat, Lin Xia suggested. After stowing their belongings, they descended to find a small restaurant in town. Lin Xia ordered several dishes, while Shirong added an extra order of pickled fish. While waiting for the dishes, Lin Xia inquired of the owner, do you know the way to Gongyao Ciyuan? The owner, busy stir-frying, paused momentarily upon hearing her question. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Xia. You wish to go to Gongyao Ciyuan? Yes. The owner shook his head. Very few people go there. Why? Lin Xia pressed for more information. You'll find out if you inquire further, he replied, unwilling to elaborate, and resumed cooking. The dishes were served shortly, and their flavor exceeded Lin Xia's expectations. After their meal, it was already 6 in the evening. The sky began to darken, and the streetlights in the town flickered on, casting long shadows in the dim yellow glow. Lin Xia wandered around the town, asking several individuals about Gongyao Ciyuan, but everyone shook their heads. That place is ominous. You shouldn't go. What business do you have there? It's unwise to wander aimlessly. You outsiders wouldn't understand. That village has its troubles. After questioning many, no one was willing to guide them. Just as Lin Xia was about to give up, a voice came from behind. Are you headed to Gongyao Ciyuan? Turning around, Lin Xia saw a man in his 50s. His skin was dark, his frame lean, adorned in faded camouflage attire, and he wore a pair of liberation shoes. He was clearly a seasoned guide accustomed to the mountains. Yes, Lin Xia nodded. Do you know how I get there? I do. The man assessed Lin Xia from head to toe, but I won't go. Why not? That place is cursed, he stated. In what way is it cursed? The man glanced around and lowered his voice. The men raised in that village do not live past 36. The women, not beyond 41. Lin Xia exchanged glances with Shirong. Ma popo died ate precisely fortune. Can you take us there? Lin Xia asked. We won't stay long. Just a day at most. No. The man shook his head. I wish to live a few more years. Lin Xia retrieved her wallet, pulling out a stack of red bills. The man's eyes flickered at the sight, but he still shook his head. Lin Xia extracted a few more bills. The man stared at the cash, his gaze wavering. After a long internal struggle, he finally reached out to accept the money. All right. I'm the best guide in this town. Chapter 40. Into the mountains early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken. Lin Xia was awakened by a knocking at the door. Get up, we are heading into the mountains, the guide's voice called from outside. If we delay, we will have to travel at night, which is unsafe. Lin Xia rubbed her eyes, glancing at her phone. It was 5:30 in the morning. She got up and stepped outside, where the guide was still knocking on Shirong's door, to which there was no response. What is going on? The guide scratched his head. Lin Xia asked an elderly man downstairs for the key, opened the door, and found Shirong sprawled in bed, sound asleep. 10 minutes later, the 3 gathered at the hotel entrance. The guide carried a tattered canvas bag containing ropes, a machete, and some provisions. He looked at Shirong's massive hiking backpack and scoffed, carrying all that will tire you out. I have good stamina, Shirong retorted defiantly. The guide chuckled, saying nothing further, and turned to walk out of the town. The early morning of Cheonggu town was shrouded in a thin mist. The streets were deserted, save for a few stray dogs rummaging through the garbage. Upon leaving the town, the guide did not take the main road, but veered into a narrow path beside it. The path was tight, flanked by dense underbrush, and the dew soaked their pant legs. Why not take the main road? Lin Xia asked. It's longer. The guide replied without looking back, and their SA toll booth on the main road. 50 per person to enter the mountains. Why? The guide was silent for a moment before speaking. In this impoverished region, there are such bullies. If you venture into the mountains to forage or seek treasure, you must pay a fee. What? Rong was taken aback. Take me there. I'll deal with them. The guide laughed but remained silent, continuing to forge ahead. Hey, don't doubt it. Rong quickened his pace to catch up, but was pulled back by Lin Xia. Wait until you are out, then you can deal with them. Agreed? Rong acquiesced reluctantly. Lin Xia nodded. Rong was not as difficult to get along with as she had anticipated. Rong had only recently transferred from a neighboring city due to a conflict with teammates, and his brother happened to be a night watchman in Jiangdu, which facilitated his transfer here. It seemed he was still quite intimidated by his brother. Thinking of his brother reminded Lin Xia of Lin Xia. She wondered if he was working hard and whether the wildlife in the mountains posed any danger. After walking for over an hour, the trees grew denser, and the trail more treacherous. We are approaching Cheonggu, the guide indicated ahead. Lin Xia looked up to see the trees towering, their branches interwoven, nearly blocking all sunlight. The air was thick with a damp, decayed odor, perhaps the fabled miasma. Put this on, the guide produced 3 simple masks from his bag. There are many poisonous insects in Cheonggu. Being bitten is no trivial matter. Donning the masks, the fine mesh covered their upper bodies. All 3 were dressed rather heavily for the journey, and with facial protection, they effectively shielded themselves. As they proceeded further, upon entering Cheonggu, they beheld a swarm of black clouds swirling above. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an innumerable mass of flying insects. Damn it, I should have checked the calendar before leaving, the guide muttered. In the next moment, the cloud descended, and the multitude of insects charged toward them. What the hell? Rong swatted a bug off his mask. What are these things? He looked down to find his hand coated in greenish fluid, feeling nauseated. Even worse, they soon realized their protective gear was crawling with leeches, those repugnant creatures clinging to their clothing and writhing as if seeking to burrow inside. Rong, having grown up in the city, was utterly unprepared for such a scene and nearly vomited. Don't panic. They can't get in, the guide reassured them. Indeed, the masks kept the flying insects at bay, and the leeches could not reach their skin. It was merely a matter of visual and psychological discomfort, which was manageable. Keep moving. They will disperse after a while. The guide wiped the bug off his face and steadied himself to move forward. Lin Xia followed suit, while Rong remained, shaking his body vigorously in an attempt to dislodge the insects clinging to him. Come on, are you still afraid of bugs? Lin Xia called back. I'm not afraid. I'm just disgusted. Rong's voice trembled slightly. Cut out. Keep up, Lin Xia urged. After about 10 minutes, as if realizing they could not harm the trio, the insects finally flew away. However, many leeches still clung to them, crawling on their clothes in search of warm skin. Ahead lay a steep slope. With an incline of at least 60 to 70 degrees, the ground slick with moss. Be careful, the guide cautioned. It's very slippery. Just as Rong was about to declare it not slippery, a leech crawled to the edge of his mask, poised to enter. Damn it! Rong flinched and instinctively tried to swat it away, but his foot slipped. He lost his balance and began sliding down the slope. In a desperate moment, he instinctively grasped a nearby bamboo. The bamboo bent under his weight, but managed to hold him. Hanging in midair, beneath him was a deep valley, thick with bamboo groves. Don't move, the guide exclaimed, startled. Don't worry, Lin Xia whispered. How can we not worry? He is about to fall. The guide's anxiety was palpable. If Rong were to perish here, it would severely impact the guide's business, upon which his family relied. Rong exhaled, relieved that his reflexes had saved him. Although falling was not a significant issue for a being of his formidable stature, the embarrassment was undeniably acute. Worry not. I merely intend to check for bamboo shoots below. Damn it, where would there be bamboo shoots in this season? The guide was on the brink of despair. I specifically seek bamboo shoots for this season. Time Rong. His teeth clenched, ascended the bamboo with the agility of a monkey. What the hell? The guide was bewildered. Could this still be considered human? As Time Roan continued his ascent, he suddenly felt a piercing sensation of being watched, a strong instinct that something lurked in the shadows, observing him. He instinctively halted and glanced down the mountain. Below lay a dense bamboo grove, lush and swaying gently in a breeze, the leaves rustling softly, with nothing else amiss. Furrowing his brow, Time Roan swiftly climbed the slope and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. I mentioned I would check for bamboo shoots. You are remarkable. The guide was at a loss for words. Time Roan was nothing short of superhuman. How could an ordinary person scale the mountain with such ease? Was he perhaps a warrior? No, he could also be a treasure hunter. Time Roan, oblivious to the guide's musings, approached Lin Xia and whispered, "There is something below." Lin Xia, unperturbed, responded quietly, "What is it?" "I cannot say for certain, but I sense it is already fixated on us." Lin Xia subtly raised her hand, enveloping the guide in an imperceptible aura. This was one of her familiars, capable of blocking perception, hearing, smell, taste, and other senses. The instincts of a master were seldom erroneous. "There is likely something below. Remain vigilant," Lin Xia advised. Time Roan nodded, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, the guide seemed oblivious to their conversation, merely wiping the sweat from his brow. "I haven't heard of any tombs around here," he murmured. "Let us proceed. There is still a long way to go." The trio continued onward. Chapter 41. The bald man behind, crossing the slope, they encountered a river ahead. The water was murky and yellow, obscuring the riverbed. Debris floated on the surface, and the occasional dead insect could be seen. The guide approached the riverbank and rummaged through a clump of tall aquatic plants. Found it. With a strong tug, he pulled out a small boat. The vessel was quite worn, with several patches on the wooden planks, looking as though it could disintegrate at any moment. "My elder brother made this," the guide reminisced. Patting the boat, he used to ferry people to Gongyao village, but now that he has aged, he no longer takes people into the mountains, which is fortuitous for us. "Isn't everyone afraid to go to Gongyao village?" Time Roan inquired. "My brother was bold. He did not believe in curses. Indeed, the curse never found him. He is over 60 now." The three boarded the boat, and while the guide explained, he took up the oars and began to row toward the opposite bank. The boat rocked unsteadily on the water, with Time Roan sitting at the stern, gripping the side of the boat, his eyes warily scanning the surface. That unsettling sensation of being watched returned. The tales of the curse surrounding Gongyao village were relics of a bygone era, long before liberation. Since then, all manner of demons and spirits have been expelled. There was nothing to fear. Time Roan had visited Gongyao village several times, and it was indeed as his brother had described, just an ordinary place. As the guide spoke, he suddenly heard a splashing sound behind him. He turned, startled, only to see Time Roan with his head submerged in the water, his posture oddly reminiscent of someone possessed. "What the hell?" The guide nearly dropped the oar in fright. He hurried to pull Time Roan up, but Lin Xia stopped him. "He is fishing." "What?" The underwater world was a murky mess, with silt swirling in the water, visibility barely a meter. Time Roan struggled to keep his eyes open, the murky water causing blood vessels to burst in his eyes. Yet he saw it, a gleaming bald head floating not far away. The head had exceptionally long ears, at least 20 centimeters, drifting like ribbons in the water. It was staring directly at Time Roan, a bizarre grin spreading across its face. Time Roan opened his mouth, about to summon his familiar, when the bald head, like a fish, flicked its long ears and vanished into the murky depths with astonishing speed. Akin to a ghost in the water, Time Roan abruptly surfaced, gasping for air, droplets cascading down his hair. "Are you insane?" The guide was both shocked and furious. "Why did you suddenly plunge your head into the water?" "I was fishing." Time Roan concocted a hasty excuse. The guide stared at him in disbelief. "You're crazy." Lin Xia once again shielded the guide from perception. "What did you see?" she inquired. Time Roan wiped his face. There was a bald head in the water, with exceptionally long ears like a rabbitess, swimming incredibly fast. Lin Xia's brow furrowed. A bald head, long ears? She immediately recalled the Jin Shanzi. According to the Night Watcher's records, the Jin Shanzi was depicted as a bald monk with long ears. Before entering the mountains, Lucy had mentioned that the Night Watchers had yet to discover any traces of the Jin Shanzi. Could it be that the Jin Shanzi had been following them all along? Why? Was it due to their investigation into Mapopo? Lin Xia glanced at Time Roan, but chose not to inform him. "Exercise caution," she merely advised. Time Roan felt dissatisfied, thinking the bald figure was akin to a thief. daring it to confront him face to face. Is this the new star of the Night Watchers Combat Division? Why does it seem so foolish? The boat finally reached the opposite shore. The trio disembarked, and the guide secured the boat to a nearby tree. Just a bit further ahead, he indicated. After walking for about half an hour, they crested a hill, revealing a vast valley before them. Smoke rose languidly from the valley, and they could faintly see a large village. The houses were densely packed, numbering at least 100, which was considerable for such a remote area. That is Gongyao Village, the guide stated. He led them to this spot, then turned to part the weeds beneath a withered tree, revealing a hollow within. I shall wait for you here and will not enter the village. We will return in the morning. You won't enter the village? Why dwell in a tree hollow? Time Rong asked, perplexed. I wish to avoid any ill omens, lest the curse befall me. Come on, didn't you just say you weren't afraid after liberation? It's one thing to not fear, but it's better to avoid contact altogether. With that, the guide squeezed into the hollow. Lin Xia exchanged a knowing glance with Time Rong. He was momentarily taken aback. What now? Lin Xia, exasperated, gestured with her hand, mimicking a chopping motion. Oh, Time Rong suddenly understood. He followed her into the hollow and raised his hand in a slicing motion. Wait, what are you doing? Thud. A precise hand chop struck the guide's neck. I knew you were a treasure hunter. The guide's eyes rolled back as he slumped to the ground. Are you trying to rob him of his life? Time Rong looked at Lin Xia. She sighed. Leaving him alone to return could lead to him being killed by whatever is following us. It's safer for him to stay with us until we gather the information. Oh, that makes sense. Time Rong nodded, then glanced at the unconscious guide. What about him being out cold? You carry him, Lin Xia stated matter-of-factly. You can't expect me, a girl, to do it, can you? Time Rong. He looked at the guide, who weighed at least 140 pounds. Then at Lin Xia's slender frame. Fine. Resigned, he hoisted the guide onto his back. Fortunately, as a master, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have collapsed under the burden. Let us proceed, Lin Xia urged. The two made their way toward the village nestled within the valley. As they descended, the scent of smoke intensified. Yet, curiously, apart from the smoke, there were no sounds to be heard. No crowing roosters, barking dogs, or human voices. Not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. The entire village exuded an eerie silence. Lin Xia furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. Be cautious, she advised. Rong, sensing the discord, tightened his muscles, prepared for combat despite carrying the guide. At last, they entered the village. A dilapidated archway stood at the entrance. Inscribed with 3 characters, Gongyao Sun. The lettering was weathered and seemed as if it had been gnawed by insects. The houses within the village were wooden, stilted structures, bearing the marks of age. The wood was darkened, some areas already decayed and overrun with moss. Most unsettling of all, strange objects hung at the doorways of every household. Upon closer inspection, they were crafted from insects, centipedes, scorpions, spiders, and beetles, strung together with fine threads, producing a faint rustling sound in the wind. This village, Rong muttered. Is it breeding poison? Lin Xia remained silent, her gaze vigilantly fixed ahead. Before them, at one of the stilted houses, an elderly woman reclined on a wooden chair. Her face was a tapestry of wrinkles, her eyes murky yet fixed intently on Lin Xia and Rong. Then, she broke into a grin, revealing a mouth full of blackened, yellow teeth. Guests have arrived, her voice rasped, akin to nails scraping glass. It has been an eternity since we had visitors. Chapter 42. The History of Gongyao Sun. What kind of demon are you? Rong shouted towards the old woman, still carrying the guide. The woman, momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, slowly straightened herself, leaning on her cane for support. I am no demon. I am the village chief of Gongyao Sun. As her words fell, the previously closed wooden doors began to creak open, one after another. The villagers emerged from their homes, their ages appearing relatively young, with no elders in sight. All bore festering sores, yellowish-green pus oozing down their skin. Lin Xia instinctively took a step back, her gaze sweeping over the villagers before settling on the old woman, who bore no such scars. Her skin, though aged, remained relatively clean. The villagers scrutinized the 3 outsiders. Murmurs of curiosity rising. Another group has arrived. They must be here seeking immortality, judging by their appearance. The village chief raised a hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. She turned her attention to Lin Xia and the others, her voice tinged with fatigue. Have you come here seeking immortality? Lin Xia shook her head, her expression calm. We're not here for that. Then what brings you here? The old woman squinted. We seek information about a person, Lin Xia replied. Who? Ma Popo. At the mention of this name, a middle-aged man surged forward from the crowd. What has happened to Ma Popo? Is she in trouble? The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, his face covered in a network of sores, some still oozing pus. His eyes were filled with anxiety, fixed intently on Lin Xia. Lin Xia paused for a moment before slowly responding. She has passed away. Passed away? The man's complexion drained of color, his body trembling slightly. How could this be? She was only 41 when she died. This revelation rendered the villagers speechless. Shortly thereafter, the village succumbed to an oppressive silence. Then, sighs of despair filled the air. Indeed, we cannot escape the village's fate. It spares no one. It is all their fault for being too greedy. The villagers erupted into a cacophony of lamentation, each face marked with despair and hatred. Lin Xia furrowed her brow, though uncertain of the identity of the it they mentioned. She surmised it must be related to Jinchanzi. She exchanged a glance with Shirong and then spoke. We have come here for Jinchanzi. The moment these words escaped her lips, the village fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned toward Lin Xia and Shirong, expressions filled with shock, fear, and an indescribable complexity. Some villagers instinctively took a step back, murmuring, What do you want with it? We wish to eliminate Jinchanzi, Lin Xia declared with conviction. Though to do so, they must first comprehend its nature. As soon as the words left her mouth, the villagers began to murmur once more, their voices rising in a clamor even louder than before. Eliminate Jinchanzi? Have they lost their minds? That is Jinchanzi. Silence. The old woman suddenly struck the ground with her cane, producing a resounding thud. She turned to Lin Xia, her gaze laden with complexity, and waved her hand dismissively. Family matters should not be aired out. You all should leave this place at once. At that moment, the earlier man suddenly knelt before Lin Xia. Please, if you can truly eliminate Jinchanzi, I will share everything I know. I beg you, save us. The old woman's expression shifted, her demeanor darkening as she prepared to reprimand him. But the man spun around and shouted at her, Ma, say, you speak without understanding. Jinchanzi will not harm you. Of course, you're not afraid. His voice dripped with desperation. I am already 36. Jinchanzi could come for my life at any moment. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to die. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, mingling with the pus on his skin, creating a profoundly tragic sight. The other villagers began to cast unfavorable glances at the old woman. The men do not live past 36, and the women do not live past 41. Why is that? You only care for yourself, showing no regard for our lives. The old woman hesitated, a fleeting look of desolation crossing her features. She did not retort, but instead gathered her wooden chair and slowly retreated indoors, shutting the door behind her. Seeing the old woman depart, the kneeling man crawled closer to Lin Xia, hope gleaming in his eyes. Miss, can you truly eliminate Jinchanzi? Shirong stepped forward, his tone haughty. As long as we acquire information about Jinchanzi, we can reduce it to mere dust. Upon hearing this, the man clung to the words like a lifeline, trembling with excitement. He wiped his tears, inhaled deeply, and began recounting the history of Gongyao Suan. This tale begins a century ago. The man's voice was hoarse as he recalled the painful past. A dreadful plague broke out in Gongyao Suan, infecting the villagers with a highly contagious affliction. They developed painful blisters that oozed pus, unbearable itching leading many to claw themselves to death. The sight was too horrific to bear. As he spoke, his voice quivered, recalling the despair that gripped the village as they prepared to flee. At that moment, a great monk arrived. Lin Xia and Shirong exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. This monk, clad in a robe and holding a staff, appeared benevolent and wise. This disease has a source, he declared. The man continued. He pointed to the eldest son of the village chief, Ma Sheng. Ma Sheng? Lin Xia echoed the name. Yes, Ma Sheng, the man nodded. The monk proclaimed that Ma Sheng was a natural embodiment of immortality. Had he not faced calamity, he could have lived for 1,000 years. Yet, such a constitution inevitably brings disaster. And this plague was the calamity brought forth by Ma Sheng. An embodiment of immortality? Shirong raised an eyebrow, evidently intrigued by the notion. The man continued. The monk instructed us to carve a statue of Ma Sheng, to worship day and night, and to offer incense. In doing so, the disease would surely heal. After delivering this message, the monk departed. Although the villagers were skeptical, they found themselves with no other options, and thus, in desperation, they crafted a statue of Ma Xing overnight. The entire village knelt before the statue, worshipping for 3 days and nights. 3 days later, the plague indeed ceased. All sores vanished from the villagers' bodies. And then, the man's expression darkened. Then, the villagers harbored ill intentions. He paused for a moment, as rumors circulated in the village that consuming the flesh of Ma Xing would bestow immortality upon one. It was as if they had mistaken him for a Tang Sung. Shi Rong fell silent. Indeed, the man painfully shut his eyes. That night, the villagers stormed into Ma Xing's home, brandishing torches. Ma Xing's parents fought valiantly to protect their son, but ultimately met their demise at the hands of the villagers. At the time, his father was just 36, and his mother 41. Lin Xia felt a jolt in her heart. At that age, the villagers descended upon Ma Xing like wild beasts, flaying him alive and tossing his remains into a cauldron. Each villager received a share of the flesh, consuming it in the hope of achieving eternal life. The man's voice grew quieter, mentioning a young girl who, suffering from a high fever, had been unconscious and thus did not partake. The villagers believed they would achieve immortality. Yet the following day, the plague returned, more fearsome than before, leaving them with festering sores that would never heal, much like the one currently oozing on his face. This was the retribution they had brought upon themselves. The monk had returned. The man continued, stating that this time, he stood at the village entrance, coldly proclaiming, "I am Ma Xing. You wish for immortality, but I shall not permit it." Shi Rong narrowed her eyes. Ma Xing is not dead? He is not. He has transformed into a great monk. There was fear in the man's voice as he recounted how Ma Xing began a massacre, slaying every man over 36 and every woman over 41 in the village. Since then, it had plagued them like a curse. Once a man reached 36 and a woman 41, the golden cicada would appear on cue, ensuring their demise without exception. After the man finished speaking, he collapsed onto the ground, as if he had expended all his energy. The surrounding villagers bowed their heads, some weeping softly, others shedding silent tears. A century of curses, generations of tragic deaths. The village was shrouded in despair. Chapter 43. The golden cicada arrives. Serve them right. Shi Rong scoffed, who told them to resort to cannibalism. This is their retribution. The man wore a sorrowful expression, acknowledging their severe misjudgment, yet insisted, "We are innocent. We have lived under the shadow of this curse for generations. It does not only affect us, but also our descendants. Even Ma Papa, who escaped, has been pursued. It clings to our bloodline like a parasite." True. Shi Rong nodded. The golden cicada indeed seems rather vindictive, targeting that generation. The other villagers gathered around, nodding in agreement. What about that old woman? Lin Xia suddenly inquired. The villagers exchanged glances, discussing among themselves. She is the little girl who had a fever a century ago, having lived from that era to the present. She is over 100 years old and does not appear to be on the verge of death. I suspect she may have achieved immortality. Moreover, she possesses medicine to treat festering sores. Ma Papa was cured by her, but she refuses to share it with us. Upon hearing this, Shi Rong questioned, "Why wouldn't she provide it to you, being from the same village?" The man who initially spoke was about to explain when a loud sound of a door opening interrupted them. They turned to see the old woman trembling as she emerged from her home, her gaze icy and her hands visibly shaking. The vendetta of the golden cicada requires 9 generations to resolve. I am merely an observer. At most, I can address him as Brother Ma Xing to elicit some pity for a few. As for you, I cannot save you. Your hearts are still filled with hatred, and this animosity must be diluted over 9 generations. Only then will he relent regarding this bloodline. The old woman's voice echoed in their ears. Though her words were simple, they sent shivers down the spines of Lin Xia and Shi Rong. The villagers, too, wore ashen faces while the man was filled with rage. "You are in league with the golden cicada. You wretched creature." As the man shouted, he picked up a stick from the ground. "If I kill you, perhaps the golden cicada will perish as well. Maybe you are its origin." With bloodshot eyes, he advanced toward the old woman, and the villagers merely watched, none attempting to intervene, their eyes glinting with anticipation. If what the man said were true, killing this old woman might indeed bring them relief. as guardians of the night. Shi Rong and Lin Xia could not stand idly by as this tragedy unfolded. Just as Shi Rong prepared to set down the guide on his back, the ground before the man suddenly cracked open, and a massive centipede, as thick as a wash basin, emerged and bit into his right foot. The man screamed in agony, falling to the ground, his stick clattering to the earth. The centipede's bite was powerful, instantly severing the man's ankle. After crunching a couple of times, it spat him out. The sight of this monstrous centipede filled the villagers with terror, prompting them to scream and flee, locking themselves tightly inside their homes. Ma Xing has come. The cries reverberated in Lin Xia and Shi Rong's ears. Turning around, they saw a figure at the village entrance. It was gaunt, draped in a tattered blood-red robe, one hand wielding a knife while the other cradled a smooth monk's head. It was none other than the golden cicada. At this moment, it advanced slowly toward them, its gaze fixed intently on the man. What the hell? Shi Rong was momentarily taken aback, then discarded the guide, swiftly positioning herself before Lin Xia, her eyes warily observing the approaching golden cicada. What do we do, Lin Xia? We might be doomed, Shi Rong whispered. There may still be a chance. Lin Xia replied quietly. What chance? Shi Rong queried, puzzled, wondering if Lin Xia had a powerful card up his sleeve. Let's split up and flee. Perhaps one of us can survive. Then you escape. I will test the capabilities of this great calamity. The two of them braced themselves for the worst, while the golden cicada seemed oblivious to their presence. Thus, it drifted past them, directly approaching the man. Golden cicada. The man lay on the ground, one hand clutching his bleeding right leg. The terror he felt had caused him to forget the pain, his eyes fixated on the golden cicada. The golden cicada remained silent, plunging its knife into the man's chest and hoisting him up, forcing him to kneel. Pity me, I beg you, the man wept bitterly. The golden cicada, still wordless, simply withdrew the knife. In the next moment, it seized the man's hair and yanked it with great force. The man screamed in agony as a chunk of hair, along with his scalp, was forcibly ripped away, blood streaming down from his head. The golden cicada continued its relentless assault. Lin Xia and Shi Rong stood frozen, the invisible pressure exerted by the golden cicada rendering them forgetful of the need to flee. The old woman stood nearby, silently observing. After 10 minutes, the screams finally ceased. At that point, the man's head was entirely devoid of hair, and similarly, there was no scalp left. Vivid red blood cascaded down like a waterfall, creating a gruesome scene, and he had lost consciousness. The golden cicada gazed with satisfaction at its handiwork, then raised its right hand. In the next moment, countless tiny centipedes emerged from the earth, crawling over the man and enveloping him like a zongzi. His hands were forcibly clasped together, and it was only then that he truly succumbed to death. After slaying the man, the golden cicada glanced at the old woman. They exchanged a moment of shared understanding before it slowly turned to face Lin Xia and Shi Rong. The guardians of the night are as meddlesome as ever. The golden cicada spoke, its voice rich and resonant, akin to that of an enlightened monk. However, since you have come, do not depart. Stay here and pay your respects to me. Shi Rong, filled with disdain, stood before Lin Xia, directing a scathing tirade at Jin Chunzi. You wretched bald ass, truly believe yourself to be something significant? After tormenting countless generations, you now see yourself as a loyal hound bound by principles? Jin Chunzi grinned wickedly, raising his right hand once more. In an instant, the massive centipede erupted from the earth, lunging towards Shi Rong with ferocity. Bai Long. Shi Rong remained unfazed, uttering a low command. As his words resonated, dark clouds amassed in the sky, and a cerulean-eyed white dragon descended with great speed. In the blink of an eye, the dragon reached Shi Rong, enveloping him in a suit of azure and white armor, and brandishing a Qinglong Yinyue Dao. With a powerful slash, the centipede was cleaved in two. Is that all you've got? Do you truly fear me? Chapter 44. Guest at Jin Chunzi's home? A great evil dares to speak to me in such a manner? Jin Chunzi sneered, cradling his bald head. So, how many subordinates do you possess? Reveal them all. Shi Rong stepped forward, one finger pointed at Jin Chunzi, while the other gestured discreetly to Lin Xia, signaling her to retreat. If you wish to witness the prowess of a handsome man, you must first prove your worth. With that, Shi Rong summoned his strength, wielding his Qinglong Yinyue Dao toward Jin Chunzi. Unperturbed, Jin Chunzi merely raised his right hand, causing countless small centipedes to erupt from the ground. Lunging at Shurong remained composed, his actions unwavering, dismissing the minuscule centipedes entirely. Indeed, upon contact with Shurong, the tiny centipedes were repelled by the azure armor, leaving only minor punctures. The cerulean-eyed white dragon, among the foremost of its kind, easily dealt with Jin Chunzi's minions. The Qinglong Yinyue Dao struck downward. Yet Jin Chunzi simply stepped back, effortlessly dodging Shurong's blade. Abruptly, he hurled his severed head, which screeched as it soared, aiming to bite Shurong with astonishing speed. Shurong's pupils narrowed as he raised a hand in defense. A sharp crack echoed as the steel shattered, the flying head biting into the armor on Shurong's arm, tearing away flesh and blood. Damn it! Shurong cursed, pointing skyward. Cloud Dragon. Instantly, the heavens darkened, swirling clouds converged, and a colossal dragon formed. The black cloud dragon roared and descended, the ensuing gales howling as Jin Chunzi stood his ground, showing no intent to evade. He merely brushed off his robe, and a faint crimson barrier enveloped him. The dragon collided with the barrier, failing to budge it in the slightest. Instead, the crimson light spread over the dragon, inciting its furious roar as it turned to charge at Shurong. Wait, what? Shurong was taken aback, helplessly watching the dragon charge towards him. Just as calamity loomed, a flash of azure-white lightning struck between Shurong and the dragon, the Qinglong Yinyue Dao slicing through and dispersing the dragon. Lin Xia. Shurong was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Xia, adorned in the cerulean-eyed white dragon armor, wielding the Qinglong Yinyue Dao. Wasn't she his subordinate? He had only recently arrived, unaware that Lin Xia's first subordinate was indeed a mirror-like entity adept at replication. And even after ascending to the realm of great evil, she had managed to secure another formidable mirror-like entity as a follower. This was solely due to the undeniable utility of such a companion. Didn't I instruct you to flee? Shurong finally reacted, exasperation etched on his face. After all his efforts to buy time for Lin Xia, he found she had not escaped, but had instead chosen to watch the spectacle unfold. I cannot abandon my allies, Lin Xia replied coldly. I must admit, you look rather dashing, sharing resemblance with me. Shurong pointed skyward once more, conjuring another cloud dragon. With only two subordinates, the cerulean-eyed white dragon and the cloud dragon, he thought, I refuse to believe it can turn my dragon against me again. With a decisive motion, Shurong pressed down, the cloud dragon coalescing and charging downwards, while he propelled himself forward, swinging the Qinglong Yinyue Dao at Jin Chunzi. Lin Xia followed suit without hesitation, joining the fray. This time, Jin Chunzi finally demonstrated some significant action, first throwing the severed head to intercept Shurong, then raising his right hand to summon the giant centipede toward Lin Xia. With two adversaries on the ground hindered, the cloud dragon descended, leaving Jin Chunzi with no time to reactivate his robe. However, as he initiated his attack, countless tiny centipedes had already crawled over him, ready to withstand the cloud dragon's strike. Boom! The cloud dragon descended, a cloud of dust erupting. The force of the impact caused both Shurong and Lin Xia to take a step back, their eyes warily scanning the dust, contemplating whether the strike had inflicted harm. Quite impressive, but not particularly practical. The severed head echoed Jin Chunzi's voice as it flapped its large ears and flew into the haze. Damn it! Truly the mark of great evil, Shurong swore. Lin Xia furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the dust cloud. The sound of fabric stirring through the air signaled the dispersal of the dust, revealing Jin Chunzi standing unscathed. I warned you. A mere minor evil thinks it can contend with me. Yet, before he could finish, a barrage of stone spears suddenly erupted from his chest. Jin Chunzi froze, turning to see 6 armored terracotta warriors behind him. The mirror entity had replicated them, drawing from the subordinates of the captain of the Jiangdu Night Watch. In a swift motion, Jin Chunzi waved his hand, the blood-red robe sliding off him and obliterating the 6 warriors into dust. Nevertheless, blood still seeped from his chest, and his countenance darkened. You shall pay, Jin Chunzi roared, the severed head in his grasp striking the ground with force. In the next moment, the earth trembled violently. Shurong and Lin Xia exchanged glances, both seeing the resignation mirrored in each other's eyes. Do you have any trump cards left? None, Lin Xia replied, shaking her head. Neither do I. We might as well await our fate, Shurong sighed. Boom! With a mournful groan of the earth, a massive fissure tore through the village's center. The old woman who had been spectating behind Jin Chunzi tumbled into the chasm, her screams drawing his attention, yet he merely watched her plummet into the abyss. In the next moment, a colossal centipede emerged from the crevice, rearing up as if it were a towering skyscraper. Jin Chunzi stood atop the centipede, his icy gaze fixed on Lin Xia and Shurong. However, just as he prepared to eliminate these two who had breached his defenses, a tremor, deep within his soul, seized him. Who? Jin Chunzi exclaimed in alarm. Without hesitation, he hurled the severed head toward the northern sky. The head flapped its ears, wobbling away. Jin Chunzi leaped from the centipede, vanishing into the northern thickets. The giant centipede hesitated for a moment, then after some deliberation, dove into the fissure, leaving Shurong and Lin Xia in a state of utter bewilderment. What has happened? Unclear. Perhaps a visitor has arrived at his home. Chapter 45, The Misguided Tree. The condensed version of Jin Chunzi's tale. A family of 3 perished in Jiangdu under mysterious circumstances, their scalps seemingly forcefully removed. The Jiangdu Night Watch suspected the anomaly was the work of Jin Chunzi, prompting Lin Xia and the rising star Shurong to investigate. After inquiries, they discovered that the family's only troubling member was the mother, Ma Popo, who hailed from the depths of Chenggu Mountain in the village of Gonyao. Thus, Lin Xia and Shurong ventured to Chenggu, intending to examine the situation in Gonyao village. 2 individuals sought the guidance of a local guide in a town beyond the mountains, who led them into the depths of the wilderness. The guide recounted the tale of Gonyao village, a cursed settlement where men rarely lived beyond the age of 36 and women seldom reached 41. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Shurong and Lin Xia noticed a disembodied head trailing behind them. Nevertheless, they refrained from any rash actions and followed the guide to Gonyao village. Upon arrival, they encountered villagers afflicted with festering sores, the only exception being the elderly village matriarch. She urged Shurong and Lin Xia to leave, but they expressed their intent to seek the Jin Chunzi, mentioning the tragic demise of Ma Papa. The villagers, disregarding the matriarch's warnings, recounted the village's harrowing history. A century prior, the inhabitants of Gonyao village were struck by a devastating illness that caused blisters to erupt all over their bodies, leading to numerous fatalities. In their time of peril, a great monk appeared, proclaiming that a child of eternal life was the source of their plague. This child was Ma Sheng. He instructed the villagers to create a statue of Ma Sheng and to worship it for 3 days and nights to dispel the illness. The villagers complied, and indeed, the disease began to wane. However, they soon became obsessed with the notion of Ma Sheng's immortality, spreading rumors that consuming his flesh would grant them eternal life. Consequently, Ma Sheng was gruesomely cooked alive, and his parents were brutally slain, his father at 36 and his mother at 41. After consuming Ma Sheng, the plague returned, accompanied by the vengeful spirit of the monk, who now bore the countenance of Ma Sheng. He proclaimed, "You desire immortality, yet I shall not grant it." The specter of Ma Sheng then exacted vengeance upon all men over the age of 36 and women over 41. Henceforth, whenever an individual reached the cursed age, he would appear to claim their life. As the tale concluded, Jin Chunzi Ma Sheng manifested at the village entrance, slaying a man who had just turned 36. Shurong and Lin Xia bravely joined forces to confront this formidable foe, yet they were ultimately no match for the malevolent Jin Chunzi. Just as Ma Sheng was about to strike them down, he suddenly sensed that his black-hearted Hei Li Hua tree had been severed. Distracted, he abandoned the two in favor of his pet centipede and retreated into the forest. The narrative was indeed captivating, and the personalities of Shurong and Lin Xia were firmly established within it, inviting the curious to delve deeper. In the heart of the mountains, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. Lin Xia gripped a pear wood axe, staring in astonishment at the severed trunk before him, revealing a heart of pure black, akin to ink emitting an eerie sheen. Lin Xia swallowed hard, pondering whether he had stumbled upon an unclaimed black-hearted Hei Li Hua. Nearby, Xiongba Tian and Wu Yi stood equally bewildered. Xiongba Tian furrowed his brow and cautiously approached, using his claws to pinch a bit of the blackwood shavings, bringing it to his nose for a closer inspection. Something felt amiss. Xiongba Tian's eyes widened in shock. He swiftly turned and strode towards the black-hearted Lin Hua tree that Lin Xia had marked the previous day. With a swift swipe of his paw, the bark was torn away, revealing the ordinary yellow heartwood within. "What in the world?" Lin Xia exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Fluttering between the two trees, Xiongba Tian shook his head, his voice heavy with concern. "It is impossible for me to have mistaken the location. I have lived in this forest for years and remember the positions of every black-hearted Lin Hua distinctly." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gazed into the depths of the dense woods. Last night, among the thick fog, those shadowy figures, he murmured, his voice trailing off. Could they have been mobile black-hearted Lin Hua trees? What? Lin Xia was left utterly perplexed. Xiongba Tian offered no response, his expression growing increasingly grave. Wuya frantically circled above Xiongba Tian's head. Suddenly, Xiongba Tian looked at Lin Xia. "The tree you cut might belong to someone else." Lin Xia's heart sank. "What should I do?" Xiongba Tian shook his head. "He will come for you, and I hope you can survive." "Wait, what?" "Be cautious. Wuya and I will investigate the depths of the forest to uncover the truth. And for now, do not cut this tree any further. Doing so will leave you with no chance of retreat." With that, Xiongba Tian dashed into the thick woods, with Wuya following closely behind, leaving Lin Xia standing alone, gazing at the wounded black-hearted Lin Hua on the verge of tears. What a predicament! Dejected, Lin Xia returned to the wooden cabin. Lao Lang lay sprawled on the couch, engrossed in an animated series. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his head. "How did it go? Did you finish your task?" "Not good." Lin Xia plopped down in a chair. "I accidentally chopped someone else's black-hearted Lin Hua." "What?" Lao Lang sat ubayin shok. "I cut the wrong one." Lin Xia shook his head. "Xiongba Tian warned me that the owner will surely come for me and advised me to be careful." "Wait." Lao Lang furrowed his brow. "Wasn't it Xiongba Tian who took you there? How could it let you make such a mistake?" "I'm not sure." Lin Xia scratched his head. Xiongba Tian was acting strangely, suggesting that the trees might be able to move, and then it went into the depths of the forest with Wuya. Lao Lang rolled his eyes. What kind of business does Xiongba Tian run? It can't even remember the locations of the black-hearted Lin Hua. It wasn't a mistake. Lin Xia clarified, "It seems like the trees shifted positions on their own." "Nonsense." Lao Lang scoffed. "How could black-hearted Lin Hua move? They don't have legs." Lin Xia shrugged. "So what now?" Lao Lang pondered for a moment, sighing. This was originally Xiongba Tian's responsibility, but it has made a promise not to interfere with matters concerning the black-hearted Lin Hua. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xia. "So the burden of responsibility falls solely upon you." "I'm on my wit's end," Lin Xia lamented. "Don't be too disheartened." Lao Lang chuckled mischievously. "You could ask Xiongba Tian for compensation, since it is ultimately their fault." "If I even get to that point," Lin Xia replied with a bitter smile. "Don't be so pessimistic," Lao Lang yawned. "Now we just wait for the owner of that black-hearted Lin Hua to arrive. I hope they are reasonable." He paused, however. "From what I understand, those who possess black-hearted Lin Hua are seldom amiable." Lin Xia sighed and rose to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a day of turmoil, he was famished. He retrieved a piece of pork from the refrigerator, simply preparing it as skewers and placing them over the fire. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling and releasing a delightful aroma. "Let them come. I have nothing to fear." As darkness fell and the last rays of sunlight filtered through the window, Lin Xia set the grilled meat on the table, ready to eat, when a satellite phone in the bedroom suddenly rang. He set down his chopsticks and walked into the bedroom to answer. "Boss Li?" Xiaodong." Boss Li's familiar booming voice resonated through the phone. "How have you been lately?" "Not too bad," Lin Xia replied casually. "That's good to hear." Boss Li chuckled. "Xiaolin, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Tomorrow, the company is undergoing an inspection." Boss Li lowered his voice. "It's from above. To evaluate the progress of our project." Lin Xia paused. "An inspection in this remote mountain?" "Indeed." Boss Li sighed. "You know how those higher-ups love their formalities." He continued. "Old Tang left 2 days ago with the inspectors. They should arrive at your location tomorrow." "Oh," Lin Xia acknowledged. "Xiaolin." Boss Li's tone turned serious. "This inspection is crucial. It concerns the future funding of our project." "What does that mean?" "You need to perform well," Boss Li said with a chuckle. "Prepare a splendid meal to curry favor with the inspectors." Lin Xia rolled his eyes. "Understood." "Excellent." Boss Li exclaimed. "Your salary increase hinges on your performance tomorrow." "Got it." After hanging up, Lin Xia returned to the living room, deep in thought. He informed Lao Lang about the arrival of someone tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Lao Lang replied, "Then I shall go out tonight to avoid suspicion." "Avoid suspicion?" Lin Xia questioned, puzzled. "Nonsense." Lao Lang shot him a glare. "As a talking wolf. If discovered by you humans, I would surely be captured for dissection and research." Lin Xia pondered for a moment and realized the truth in his words. "Where are you going?" "Back to the valley," Lao Lang stated, picking up a large bag nearby and bouncing over to Lin Xia's snack box. Then, under Lin Xia's astonished gaze, Lao Lang opened his mouth wide and swept half of the snacks into the bag. Spicy strips, potato chips, beef jerky, duck necks. Hey, why are you taking my snacks?" Lin Xia exclaimed in alarm. "Just borrowing them for a couple of days," Lao Lang mumbled through the bag. "I can't starve out there for 2 days, can I? Aren't you capable of hunting?" Lin Xia retorted. "Too troublesome," Lao Lang replied confidently. "Why hunt when there are ready snacks?" After saying this, he dashed out of the wooden cabin with a bag full of snacks without looking back. Lin Xia thought to himself, "This old wolf is becoming increasingly shameless." Chapter 46. The monk in the deep mountains. The next morning, the thick fog still lingered. Lin Xia was still asleep when the roar of a truck engine broke the silence. "Lin Xia, are you dead?" came the irritating shout from Lao Tang outside. Lin Xia quickly got up and opened the door. A chill from the autumn air rushed in. Lao Tang's truck was parked in the yard, and he leaned against the front of the truck, smoking. From the passenger seat, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped down. His hair was meticulously combed, and his shoes shone brightly. "Oh, you're still alive?" Lao Tang waved his hand. "I was about to go grab a body bag from the truck." "I can't die before payday," Lin Xia retorted. Lao Tang chuckled and pointed at the other man. "This is the inspection team from above, here to check on the work situation." The suited man stepped forward, extending his hand. "You must be Lin Xia? My surname is Zhang. Just call me Manager Zhang." "Hello." Manager Zhang. Lin Xia shook his hand. Manager Zhang smiled reassuringly. "No need to be nervous. It's just a routine company inspection to check the work environment and tally the output. By the way, how many trees have you felled this month?" Lin Xia's heart sank. "One." The air became instantly quiet. Manager Zhang's smile froze on his face. "One?" "Yes," Lin Xia nodded, forcing himself to respond. "Haha, you need to pick up the pace. I recall the company requires at least 10 trees to be felled each month." Manager Zhang's smile returned. "I was busy surveying the environment for the past while preparing to commence work tomorrow," Lin Xia explained. A planner. A competent lumberjack." Manager Zhang patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. "Let us head inside. It's almost noon, and I'm preparing lunch." Lin Xia led Lao Tang and Manager Zhang into the wooden cabin. There was little to offer as hospitality, so Lin Xia presented some of his own snacks. The two enjoyed them heartily. After finishing a dish of konjac, Manager Zhang wiped his mouth and said, "Lin, it's not enough to just stay indoors. Take me to see your forest." Lin Xia thought to himself, "What can we see in this thick fog? The visibility is under 10 meters. It's pointless." However, as a worker, he had to comply with his superior's request and nodded. "All right, Manager Zhang, this way, please." Lao Tang extinguished his cigarette and retrieved a hunting rifle from the truck's cabin. "Let's go. It's a good opportunity to stretch and see if you've been slacking off." "Lin, bring your gun. Safety first," Manager Zhang reminded him. Lin Xia nodded, slinging his hunting rifle over his shoulder, and the three plunged into the thick fog. "This fog is truly dense," Manager Zhang complained as they walked. "I've been to this forest a dozen times, but this is the first time I've seen such heavy fog." "You've been here so many times?" Lin Xia was taken aback. Lao Tang scoffed nearby, puffing out a smoke ring, indicating that Manager Zhang was quite experienced in this project. Manager Zhang waved his hand dismissively. He gazed at the shadowy outlines of trees in the fog and sighed. "I've been here dozens of times over the years. This place is not so simple." It seemed he was in a conversational mood as he continued. "This forest was discovered by the company in the 1970s. They sent hundreds of people and heavy machinery to establish a base in the mountains over there, planning to exploit the resources. However, within a month, the base went silent. There was no radio communication. When the company sent someone to check, they found everyone had perished. Hundreds of people, along with the machinery, were all lost at the base." Manager Zhang's tone was calm, as if recounting someone else's tale. The company did not give up and sent several more waves of people to take over the work, but they all met the same fate. Eventually, the company learned to be cautious and reduced the number of personnel. This way, fewer died each time, making the records look better. It was until recent years, when the demand for that kind of wood decreased, that they reduced it to just one lumberjack. Lin Xia felt a chill run down his spine. So this high salary is built on the lives of others? High risk, high reward. Manager Zhang patted his shoulder. Such a high monthly salary isn't meant for a vacation. What is the black pear flower would used for? Is it worth this? Lin Xia couldn't help but ask. There's a special circle that favors it. Manager Zhang chuckled, but did not elaborate further. They can pay the price. We supply the goods. As for which circle, you need not know. As they conversed, they arrived at the black pear flower forest. After a quick inspection of the dark trunks barely visible in the fog, Manager Zhang suddenly cursed, incompetent rage. What? Lao Tang didn't catch that. Nothing. Manager Zhang shook his head. All right, I've seen enough. We can't see anything in this fog. Let's head back. I'm hungry, and it's time for lunch. Manager Zhang strolled down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Lin Xia and Lao Tang exchanged puzzled glances. Incompetent rage? Lin Xia mused, wondering who he was cursing. Was it the fog or the forest? He had a nagging feeling that Manager Zhang was rather mysterious. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Xia did not dare to be negligent. Whether his salary would increase depended on whether Manager Zhang enjoyed lunch today. He took out all the meat and vegetables supplied by the company from the refrigerator and busied himself, quickly preparing 6 dishes and a soup. Braised pork, stir-fried, 3 delicacies. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, smashed cucumber, peanuts, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Lin Xia also dug out 2 cases of beer from a corner and placed them all on the table. Wow, this is a good find. Lao Tang's eyes lit up as he grabbed a bottle of beer and opened it with his teeth. After downing half the bottle, he wiped his mouth and declared, "No drinking while driving, and no driving while drinking." Manager Zhang laughed and picked up his chopsticks. Come, let us taste Lin Xia's cooking. Just as the 3 were about to dig in, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the wooden cabin. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xia froze, his movements halted. In this deep mountain forest, apart from the 3 of them, who else could be here? Lao Tang's expression darkened as he set down the beer bottle and reached for his hunting rifle. Manager Zhang remained relatively calm, merely putting down his chopsticks. Lin Xia, go take a look. Lin Xia swallowed hard, grabbing the hunting rifle hanging on the wall, and cautiously approached the door. He swung the door open abruptly. Standing outside was a rotund monk with a round face. Clad in a drab robe, he wore a string of prayer beads around his neck and held a purple gold alms bowl in his hands. At that moment, he was raising the bowl high, and from Lin Xia's perspective, it looked as if he intended to smash it down on him. What do you want? Lin Xia aimed the rifle at the monk's face. Frowning deeply, he couldn't shake the feeling that the monk had just intended to strike him. The monk swallowed hard at the sight of the dark barrel, and then his peripheral vision caught the sight of the seasoned driver inside, also holding a hunting rifle. The gentleman in the elegant suit was utterly absurd. He nonchalantly retrieved a desert eagle from the inner pocket of his coat, the black handgun glinting coldly in his grasp. Umipa, the old monk, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly tucked away his purple gold alms bowl, clasping his hands together. 3 benefactors, this humble monk comes to the mountains to cultivate, and passing through this place, I was famished by the aroma of your meal. Thus I sought a modest offering of vegetarian fare. As he spoke, he extended his bowl forward. Lin Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He recalled a time when he was retrieving bodies from the Yellow River and had encountered a monk performing an inverted meditation in the water. The monk claimed he was seeking enlightenment by swimming against the current and, after uttering this, leapt back into the river. Those engaged in such practices often seemed rather unhinged. Lin Xia assessed the man before him and, sensing no malevolence, was about to take the bowl to serve him some food when, suddenly, Manager Zhang interjected. He holstered the Desert Eagle, stood up with a smile, and said, "Master, since our paths have crossed, do not linger at the door. Come in and dine with us." The monk quickly declined. "Oh, how could I impose? A humble monk needs only a bit of rice." "Nonsense. Do not be so polite," Manager Zhang insisted. Approaching and seizing the monk's arm, "It is rare to encounter a living soul in these mountains. Come, sit and eat." Reluctantly, the monk was ushered inside, taking a seat beside Lin Xia. "Come, eat." Manager Zhang then placed a chicken leg into the monk's bowl. The monk, with hands joined in prayer, looked troubled upon seeing the braised pork. "Benefactor, I only consume vegetarian fare." The moment he uttered this, the smile vanished from Manager Zhang's face. and the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. Lin Xia's heart sank. He sensed trouble brewing and pondered the implications for his salary. Lao Dang, Tu, ceased chewing on his chicken leg, looking at Manager Zhang in confusion with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Master. Manager Zhang's tone remained eerily calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. In this remote mountain wilderness, there are no vegetarian options available for you. A humble monk requires only a bit of rice. The monk replied with bowed head. Suddenly, Manager Zhang slammed his hand on the table, causing the beer bottles to rattle. I command you to eat meat. So you shall eat meat. His sudden outburst was laced with mania as he pulled out the Desert Eagle again, aiming it at the monk's left hand resting on the table. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed. Ah! The monk screamed in agony as the bullet pierced through his left palm, blood and flesh exploding forth. Lin Xia and Lao Tang were left dumbstruck. The chicken leg dropped from Lao Tang's mouth onto the table as he stared blankly at Manager Zhang. What the hell? Lin Xia's mind went blank. How could Manager Zhang shoot without hesitation? A true madman. Eat, Manager Zhang commanded, pressing the muzzle against the monk's forehead, his voice icy. If you do not eat, I shall blow your brains out. Trembling with pain, the monk, drenched in cold sweat, glanced from the dark barrel to the chicken leg in his bowl. With a shaking right hand, he grasped the bloody chicken leg and shoved it into his mouth. That's more like it. Manager Zhang nodded in satisfaction, holstering his weapon. He opened a bottle of beer with a pop and slid it toward the monk. Eating meat alone can be quite tedious. Have some beer. The monk's face turned pale. Benefactor, a monk cannot consume alcohol. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time piercing through the monk's right palm. Ah! The monk cried out, both hands now rendered useless. Can you drink now? Manager Zhang asked with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Xia and Lao Tang exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Manager Zhang was undoubtedly deranged. Moreover, the monk, despite the agony, seemed to be acting, as his expressions were not those of a typical person shot. One lunatic facing off against another. I shall drink. The monk, suppressing his excruciating pain, awkwardly clutched the beer bottle with his bloodied hands, struggling to pour it into his mouth. But after only a small sip, he set the bottle back down on the table. Manager Zhang's brow furrowed once more. Bang! A third bullet struck the monk's right thigh. Is it too much to ask for you to drink more than a sip? Manager Zhang coldly inquired. The monk's face twisted in pain, yet this time he complied without a word, raising the bottle and gulping it down. Now, that is more appropriate. Manager Zhang finally appeared satisfied, taking a seat once more and picking up his chopsticks. Come, Lao Tang, Lin Xia, let us continue our meal. Lin Xia and Lao Tang found it impossible to eat amidst the tension that engulfed the room. The meal had turned into a harrowing ordeal. At last, satiated, Manager Zhang wiped his mouth and stood. All right, we have eaten and observed. It is time to leave. He addressed Lao Tang. Let us go. The monk, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief and struggled to stand. Yet the next moment, bang, Manager Zhang shot again, this time striking the monk's left thigh. The monk, barely managing to rise, fell back to the ground, both legs gushing blood. What was that shot for? The monk finally managed to ask, his voice trembling. Manager Zhang waved the Desert Eagle in his hand with a grin. Just felt a bit of itchiness. Is that a problem? He disregarded the monk entirely and climbed into the truck with Lao Tang. As the truck roared to life, Manager Zhang rolled down the window, casting a deep gaze at Lin Xia. Shaolin, keep up the good work. I hope to see you again on my next visit. The truck thundered away into the thick fog. Lin Xia stood at the door, gripping his hunting rifle tightly, left alone in the cabin with the strange monk. He understood now that this monk was not an ordinary person, and neither was Manager Zhang. It had become apparent that the monk was unusual, prompting Manager Zhang to fire a few warning shots. Lin Xia had come to terms with the reality of the world, filled with all manner of supernatural beings, and this forest seemed particularly rife with them. Yet he felt unafraid. What was there to fear from the uncanny? After all, could a mere beggar be more terrifying? As the sound of the truck faded, Lin Xia promptly turned, aiming his gun inside the cabin. The monk was slowly rising to his feet, blood streaming from the 4 wounds in his hands and legs, yet he bore an unsettling smile on his face. Lin Xia's heart sank. This man was indeed not right. Ba, acting is truly exhausting. The monk dusted off the blood from his robe. Lin Xia's pupils constricted. What exactly are you? Benefactor, the monk's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. I have but one inquiry. Yesterday, did you ascend the mountain and cut down a black-hearted Haley Hua tree? Lin Xia thought to himself. As expected, this fellow was the tree's master. Just yesterday, he had felled it, and now the enemy had arrived. I did not, Lin Xia replied decisively, shaking his head to distance himself from the matter. I spent the entire day at home and did not go up the mountain. Benefactor, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Nor do I. The monk fixed his gaze on him. That tree is connected to my life. If it is harmed, I can sense it. In this forest. Apart from you, who else would wield an axe? There is. Lin Xia, in a moment of inspiration, recalled the absurd dream. I did see a strange fellow while patrolling the mountain yesterday. He began to weave a tale. That fellow wielded an axe and chopped down trees indiscriminately. I intended to intervene, but he was too fierce. What sort of strange fellow? The monk furrowed his brow. Lin Xia took a deep breath and replied earnestly. A toad wielding an axe. The monk paused for a moment, clearly taken aback by this unexpected response. A toad? He seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, Lin Xia nodded, vividly recounting the dream's imagery. The toad was as large as a calf, oozing pus, swinging its axe wildly in the mountains while muttering about lumps and parasites. I sensed it was unstable, so I dare not approach. The monk's expression shifted, oscillating between dark and light. In this enigmatic realm, an array of creatures exists, talking wolves, bears that have lived for centuries, and perhaps even multiple toads. Yet, his suspicion remained directed towards Lin Xia. Ba, regardless of the truth in your words, the monk shook his head. I cannot allow you to remain. Should I slay you, I shall then seek that toad. My time is limited. No sooner had he spoken than the monk's corpulent form suddenly moved. Bang! Lin Xia unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, having anticipated this very maneuver. The bullet whistled through the air, aimed straight at the monk's face. Remarkably, the monk's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He abruptly turned his head, his body twisting at an unnatural angle. The bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a long trail of blood. You seek death. The monk's sinister smile widened as he charged at Lin Xia, delivering a mighty punch. Despite the bullet wound in his right hand, he formed a fist that, accompanied by a violent rush of air, struck towards Lin Xia's chest. Lin Xia's pupils dilated. He had no time to evade and instinctively raised a shotgun to shield himself. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Lin Xia felt an overwhelming force crash into him, propelling his body backward until he collided heavily with the wall. He looked down in disbelief as a shotgun had shattered into 2 pieces. What the hell? Lin Xia was utterly astonished. The monk stood still, shaking his hand. Blood gushed from the mangled wound on his right hand, a result of the immense force. Your iron rod seems rather fragile, the monk sneered, advancing step by step towards Lin Xia. Chapter 48, Killing the Monk. Lin Xia cursed under his breath, pressing his back against the cold wall, his heart racing. This is a disaster. The shotgun was broken, and this bald monk was like a madman, immensely strong and seemingly indestructible. The monk grinned maliciously as he approached, blood still dripping from his perforated right fist. Your iron rod seems rather fragile, he taunted. Lin Xia's gaze frantically scanned the courtyard, searching for anything that could serve as a weapon. A chainsaw? Too far in the warehouse. A wooden stick? That would be suicidal. Finally, his eyes locked onto a yellow pear wood axe lying on the ground. This tool was remarkably sturdy, capable of cleaving through the black pear tree that even a chainsaw could not sever. Damn it, it's now or never. Just as the monk was about to pounce, Lin Xia rolled to the side, evading the monk's grasp and sprinting towards the axe. Where do you think you're going? The monk bellowed in anger, launching a fist towards Lin Xia's back. Lin Xia rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the blow, and seized the pear wood axe. The weight of the axe provided a strange sense of reassurance. To hell with this. Lin Xia gripped the axe tightly, spinning around and channeling his core strength to deliver a powerful strike at the monk's head. The monk's face momentarily flickered with disdain. Having just shattered a steel shotgun with a single blow, he dismissed the wooden axe as inconsequential. He was too lazy to dodge, raising his perforated left hand, fingers spread wide, ready to grasp the axe blade. However, as the axe met his palm, a deafening crack resounded. The monk's arrogance was instantly replaced by sheer terror and agony. "Ah!" he screamed, stumbling backward. In that fleeting moment when the axe struck his palm, he envisioned a colossal moose, towering 10 meters high, engulfed in black-red flames, crushing his hand beneath its mountainous hoof. The terrifying force was beyond his capacity to withstand. The monk gazed down at his left hand, which had been utterly deformed. Bones protruded through the flesh, blood gushed forth, and his palm twisted grotesquely at an unnatural angle. What kind of axe is this? Lin Xia felt a surge of exhilaration. This entity was not invulnerable. It merely had greater resilience and strength. Inflicting injury meant it could also deliver death. Lin Xia's fear diminished as he wielded the pearwood axe, launching another assault towards the monk. Damn! The monk, now cautious, evaded the blow, rolling away in panic. Once he dodged the attack, a flicker of malice crossed the monk's eyes. He abruptly placed 2 fingers in his mouth and emitted a sharp whistle. As the whistle echoed, the ground behind the wooden house erupted, revealing a gigantic centipede. As thick as a wash basin, emerging from the earth, exuding a foul, toxic gas. What the hell? Lin Xia's pupils contracted. This bald monk could summon allies? The centipede moved with blinding speed, leaving Lin Xia no time to react, and sank its vicious jaws into Lin Xia's calf. Damn! A surge of pain coursed through him, and Lin Xia cursed vehemently, feeling his leg go numb. Get the hell away from me! Lin Xia roared, swinging the pearwood axe backward. The centipede was cleaved in half, its green innards and juices splattering across the ground. The monk, witnessing the demise of his summoned creature, was consumed by anguish, appearing deranged. He lunged for the severed shotgun on the ground, grasping its sharp edge and recklessly thrusting it towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia braced with the axe handle, but the monk's hand shifted, causing the sharp metal edge to circumvent the axe handle and plunge brutally into Lin Xia's shoulder. Damn! Lin Xia grimaced in pain as blood quickly soaked his clothing. In agony, Lin Xia retaliated fiercely. He released the axe and, using his uninjured shoulder, charged forward, toppling the monk to the ground. Seizing the axe once more, he prepared to finish off the bald monk. Yet, the monk was as slippery as an eel. He rolled away, narrowly escaping the axe's descent, and scurried into the thick fog outside, sprinting towards the direction of the East Mountain. Lin Xia steadied himself with the axe, glancing at the wound on his shoulder and the 2 dark bite marks on his calf. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the half-broken shotgun from his shoulder. Damn it! Lin Xia lifted the pearwood axe, his gaze frigid. He could not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Otherwise, he would not sleep soundly at night. Seizing the opportunity, he would take his life. Without hesitation, he plunged into the fog of East Mountain, dragging his injured leg. The trail of blood was unmistakable. It was the monks. Following the blood trail, Lin Xia pressed on, enduring the excruciating pain as he ascended the mountain. The fog thickened as he pressed forward. At last, he arrived at the lake atop the mountain. Piercing through the mist, he spotted the corpulent figure of the monk, who was kneeling by the lake. A pitiful sight as he fervently knocked his head against the ground, worshipping the enormous black pear tree at the lake's center. Lin Xia wasted no time, lowering his stance, charging forward, and swinging the pearwood axe with all his might towards the monk's bald head. The monk, engrossed in his worship, was entirely oblivious to Lin Xia's approach. Thud! The axe struck with tremendous force against the back of his head, sending the monk flying into the water with a resounding splash. The lake erupted, startling the fish that peeked curiously from the surface, only to dive back down into the depths upon recognizing Lin Xia. Birds fluttered away from the lake's surface. Coughing, the monk thrashed in the water, blood pouring from his head and staining the lake's surface, struggling to climb back up. Yet, Lin Xia was determined not to grant him an opportunity. Standing on the shore, he looked down at the monk. The moment the monk's head broke the surface, Lin Xia swung the axe down again. Thud! The monk's head was once again thrust back into the water. He struggled to surface once more. Lin Xia swung his axe again. Thud! The lake's waters transformed into a deep crimson hue. Just as the monk's consciousness began to fade and he was on the brink of being mercilessly slaughtered by Lin Xia, an ancient voice suddenly resonated from the center of the lake. My good sir, what profound enmity do you hold against this Jin Shanzi? Jin Shanzi? It was only then that Lin Xia learned the monk's name. He lifted his head, squinting towards the source of the voice. There, atop the towering black pear tree in the lake's center, sat an elderly snow-white monkey, observing him with a somber gaze. Lin Xia paused for a moment. He glanced down at the barely breathing Jin Shanzi beneath the water, his expression turning cold. Damn it. Lin Xia had no intention of engaging with the monkey. He raised the pair wood axe high, aiming for Jin Chanzi's crown, and brought it down with tremendous force. Splatter. A mixture of red and white substances, mingled with blood, surged forth, staining the lake's surface. Jin Chanzi convulsed twice, finally letting out a whimper before sinking completely to the bottom. Only then did Lin Xia raise his head, panting heavily, and coldly address the white-haired monkey perched in the tree. He sought to kill me. I cannot allow him to live. Chapter 49. The old wolf pleads. Lin Xia stood at the lake's edge, gripping the still-dripping pearwood axe, his chest heaving violently. He cast a cold glance at the white monkey in the tree and asked, "So, do you intend to seek vengeance for him?" The white monkey shook his head. "This Jin Chanzi has taken many lives and committed numerous atrocities. I certainly will not save him." However, he shifted his tone, a glimmer of coldness in his murky eyes. "You killed one of my green fish in this lake a few days ago. Thus, I shall not allow you to depart lightly." The surface of the water teemed with the heads of hundreds of fish, though they bore no expressions. Lin Xia could feel their hatred directed at him. "So it turns out that all the creatures in this lake are raised by this old monkey? I apologize for eating your fish," Lin Xia said, shouldering the axe and spitting out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva. "But today, if you wish to keep me here, we shall see whether my axe is harder than your monkey head." At his words, the fish thronged, agitated, causing the water's surface to roil. The white monkey also stood, fixing a cold stare upon Lin Xia. Just as the tension escalated, a carefree voice emerged from the dense forest of the eastern mountain. "Oh dear, I just stepped away for a moment, and you've come here?" It was the voice of the old wolf. Lin Xia turned to look, seeing it trotting towards him. Clutching a package of konjac snacks, it steps carefree and unperturbed. Upon reaching the lake's edge, it first glanced at the bloodied surface, then at the faintly visible body of Jin Chanzi beneath the water, exclaiming dramatically, "What the hell? Lin Xia, you've slain this bald donkey?" Before Lin Xia could respond, it continued, "This monk clearly isn't a good fellow. He must have provoked you first. This is self-defense." After speaking, it looked up and noticed the white monkey in the lake center and gasped once more, "Oh my lord, you are awake. I pay my respects to you." The white monkey regarded it with an impassive expression. "You old wolf certainly know how to perform." "Haha, my lord, you flatter me," the old wolf replied, showing no signs of embarrassment for being called out. "Lin Xia is simply unaware. He is new to the mountain and accidentally killed one of your green fish brothers." As it spoke, it waved to the fish in the water. "Come here, little ones. I have good things to offer my lord." The moment the words left its mouth, the agitated fish instantly calmed, forming a queue to surface, creating a bridge of fish leading to the lake's center. The old wolf stepped onto their backs, making its way steadily to the giant tree, then respectfully presented the konjac snacks to the white monkey. The white monkey remained silent, letting a fluffy tail dangle down to retrieve the konjac snacks. It leisurely tore open the package and sampled a piece. The pungent flavor rushed down its throat, invigorating even the ancient creature. The white monkey closed its eyes in appreciation, nodding, "Indeed, a fine delicacy." "Of course," the old wolf chuckled. "These were brought back by Lin Xia from outside the mountain. I will have him bring more to honor you." It then turned to Lin Xia, who still stood on the shore, and shouted, "Lin Xia, why don't you express your gratitude to my lord for sparing you?" Lin Xia offered a slight bow, saying, "Thank you, my lord." "Enough." The white monkey waved its hand dismissively, closing its eyes once more to sit back on the branch. The konjac snacks were placed aside on the tree's tip. Seeing this, the old wolf quickly scampered back across the fish bridge, urging Lin Xia to leave. "Let us go. This place is not safe for long." The two departed, limping away and swiftly vanishing into the thick fog. They hurried back to the wooden cabin. As soon as they closed the door, Lin Xia could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the ground. He rolled up his pant leg to reveal his calf, swollen and bruised from a centipede bite, with 2 puncture marks oozing black blood, rendering his entire leg numb. The wound on his shoulder was also bleeding and burning with pain. What a hassle. The old wolf glanced at him, wagging its tail before stepping outside. After a brief wait, it returned with several herbs emitting a strange odor. After crushing them, it applied them to Lin Xia. Lin Xia, disregarding cleanliness, stuffed the herbs into his mouth, chewed, and spat out half, smearing it on his leg and the other half on his shoulder. then hastily tore a strip from the bedsheet to bandage himself. Just as he finished, Lin Xia struggled to rise again, seizing the pair wood axe from the ground. "What are you doing now?" The old wolf stared wide-eyed. "I'm going to chop that black-hearted black pear tree down." The old wolf was at a loss for words. "Just go and come back quickly." "Understood." Lin Xia limped into the fog once more, axe in hand. Watching Lin Xia's retreating figure, the old wolf felt a twinge of concern and secretly followed him. Chapter 50. Fulfilling a wish. Lin Xia ascended the mountain, limping painfully. In the thick fog, he relied on memory to locate the black-hearted black pear tree he had mistakenly chopped down the previous day. The small notch on the trunk still remained, the blackwood standing out prominently in the mist. Lin Xia spat, raising his axe to strike. Crack, crack. With his leg injured and movement limited, he relied solely on sheer willpower to chop. With each swing of the axe, the wounds on his shoulder and leg felt as though they were being torn open anew. Yet he pressed on relentlessly, delivering blow after blow. After half a day of labor, with a resounding crash, the black-hearted black pear tree finally toppled. At the moment the tree fell, Lin Xia seemed to hear a piercing wail echoing through the mountains, filled with resentment and bitterness. Useless. Lin Xia shook his head, leaning on his axe as he made his way down the mountain. By the time he returned to the wooden cabin, dusk was nearly upon him. He felt utterly drained. His right leg had swollen to the size of a pig's leg, worse than before. "Old wolf," Lin Xia called weakly, "does this medicine even work?" "What's the rush?" "The medicine takes time to take effect." The old wolf, having returned to the cabin unbeknownst to him, lay sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon. Lin Xia rolled his eyes, unable to endure any longer, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. The old wolf sighed, glancing at him. What a troublesome fellow. It stood and nudged Lin Xia's snack-filled box to the bedside. "Cooking is out of the question for the next couple of days. You'll have to survive on snacks." In the dead of night, Lin Xia once again slipped into a dream, racked by pain and fever. It was still that familiar place, still that toad, as massive as a mountain. It was still seething with rage, its body covered in clusters of welts, each glistening ominously, as yellow-green pus cascaded like a waterfall. However, unlike before, it did not devour Lin Xia this time. "You aided me," it cried out in agony, "and in return, I can grant you one wish, any wish that I am capable of fulfilling." Lin Xia furrowed his brow in his dreams. A wish? Observing the tormented toad, an alternate thought surged within him. "I do not desire wealth," Lin Xia declared. "I merely wish for my two younger sisters to live safely and happily." The toad's enormous eyes rolled as if contemplating these words. Moments later, it seemed to have an epiphany, its voice tinged with fervor. "I understand. With ultimate power, one shall naturally attain safety. With ultimate power, one shall naturally find happiness. This wish I can fulfill." Lin Xia was taken aback, about to clarify. "Oh, what I mean by safety and happiness is..." Before he could finish, the scene before him shattered like glass, and his consciousness was abruptly pulled back into darkness. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu City, at Haitang residential area, Lin Xia sat by the window, diligently adding the final touches of color to the anime character on her canvas. This was the 5th order from the same buyer in the past month, and Lin Xia felt a wave of contentment. Encountering such a generous and consistent client was indeed her fortune. This money would alleviate some of her sister's burdens. Once she received more orders, she could ensure her brother no longer had to undertake hazardous work. Perhaps she could even open a small shop for him, allowing him to live safely. Lin Xia put down her brush, glanced at the time, and realized her sister Lin Chu would be home soon. She had just called to say she had disembarked from the high-speed train and was on her way back. Smiling, Lin Xia picked up her phone, ready to order her sister's favorite dish, sauerkraut fish, from a delivery platform. Just as she unlocked the screen, the phone suddenly went black with a startling pop. "Huh?" Lin Xia mused, pressing the power button a few times with no response. "Is it broken? I've had this phone for years." As she pondered, the black screen flickered back to life. However, it did not display her home screen, but rather a single, an eerie, bluish eye, unlike any human's, staring coldly at her through the screen. Lin Xia's breath caught in her throat, her mind blank. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted completely. 10 minutes later, a click echoed as the security door was unlocked. "Chi-Chi, I'm back," Lin Chu announced, dragging her suitcase into the living room. only to find Lin Xia slumped over the table, seemingly asleep. Chi. Lin Xia approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Lin Xia stirred, groggily lifting her head, and upon seeing Lin Xia, she broke into a smile. Sister, you're back. Chapter 51. The tree grew legs in the following days. The dense fog over the forest showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it thickened, enveloping the entire woodland. Lin Xia was utterly exhausted. His leg, bitten by a centipede, swelled grotesquely, resembling a purple dough ball, while the wound on his shoulder throbbed painfully. At this point, he could hardly muster the strength to even get out of bed, subsisting solely on the half-box of snacks at his bedside. Regret washed over him for not having purchased more. Damn it, if I eat any more spicy strips, my mouth will be ruined, Lin Xia lamented, leaning against the headboard, chewing. Count your blessings. At least there's something to eat, Old Wolf remarked, lounging on the sofa, engrossed in an animated series and munching on spicy strips with delight. Lin Xia rolled his eyes at the useless Old Wolf, who could talk and watch cartoons but could not cook. Gazing at his increasingly swollen leg, Lin Xia sighed. By the way, does your medicine even work? It seems to be swelling even more. I don't know, Old Wolf replied. I saw a similar treatment in an animation, so I gathered a few herbs that seemed appropriate. What? Lin Xia was bewildered. Don't worry, the effects take time. On the third day, the swelling in Lin Xia's leg finally subsided significantly, and the wound on his shoulder began to scab over. He could finally hobble to the kitchen to prepare a proper meal. Whether it was Old Wolf's medicine working or Lin Xia's sheer determination to endure, he leaned toward the latter. By midday, sunlight pierced through the fog, dimly illuminating the cabin. Lin Xia, still limping, managed to rise from his bed and began simmering a pot of ribs for soup. The rich aroma mingling with the fragrance of mushrooms wafting from the wooden cabin, an exquisite treat in the damp, chilly mist. Wow, it smells incredible. Old Wolf's canine head popped out from the bedroom, drooling. I'll feed you once I'm full. How selfish of you. Lin Xia shot a glance at it, just as he was about to ladle a bowl to taste the seasoning. A cacophony of cawing interrupted from the windowsill. A crow descended through the thick fog, followed by a massive shadow parting the mist and entering the yard. It was Xiong. Damn, your bare nose is pretty sharp. You managed to find your way here in this fog, Old Wolf marveled. Xiong paused at the entrance, sniffing the air. What is that delightful aroma? Rib soup. Would you like to try some? Lin Xia offered. The crow flew to Lin Xia's shoulder, flapping its wings against his face. Lin Xia guessed it wanted to taste too, so he extended a bowl of soup, and the crow took a sip, startled for a moment before greedily gulping it down. Would you like to taste some? Lin Xia offered another bowl to Xiong. I would. Old Wolf rushed over, snatching the bowl, and tilted his head back to swallow the soup and meat in one go. This soup is potent. Help! Cough, cough. It even gulped down the bowl itself. Xiong shook his head, his tone grave. The black-hearted black pear blossoms on the mountain are moving. Old Wolf spluttered, spraying the bowl out of his mouth. His face flushed with bewilderment as he looked at Xiong. The tree grew legs. I do not know, Xiong replied, shaking his head. In all my years guarding this forest, this is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. He continued now. The positions of the black pear blossoms on the mountain are all in disarray. I can no longer distinguish which ones are ordinary and which are the black-hearted ones. Silence fell over the cabin. Lin Xia halted, the bowl of soup suspended in midair, his face paling. You can't tell the difference? How the hell am I supposed to chop them down? He felt as if he were traversing a minefield. One careless swing of his axe could trigger an explosion. Just the thought of that extraordinarily resilient monk, Jin Chanzi, who could endure dozens of axe blows and wield a centipede, sent a shiver down Lin Xia's spine. He had no desire to endure that life-and-death struggle again. What should we do? Lin Xia's voice was strained. Perhaps I could lightly score the bark with the axe first, to see if it's yellow-hearted or black-hearted. Would you appreciate someone lightly scoring your throat with a knife? Xiong retorted. Lin Xia was momentarily speechless. For those beings, Xiong emphasized, the black-hearted black pear blossoms were their very lifeblood. To even touch them would result in an explosion. Lin Xia was utterly at a loss for words. This task was impossible. What now? He despaired, returning to his seat at the table, neglecting the rib soup. I have 9 trees to assess this month. If I fail to deliver, I won't receive my wages at the end of the month. What are you afraid of? Old Wolf lounged by the pot, dishing out meat for himself, mumbling, just chop away. If anyone comes after you, just deal with them like that bald donkey. Slice them with an axe. You haven't killed a few, so what's one or two more? Lin Xia rolled his eyes. It's easy for you to say. Next time, you can help me fight. Forget it. I'm a lover of peace, Lin Xia replied helplessly. The last victory had been sheer luck. Firstly, the pearwood axe is remarkably effective. Secondly, Jin Chanzi, that bald donkey, underestimated the situation. Thirdly, Manager Zhang had already assisted by preparing himself. However, when encountering another adversary, who knows what manner of fiend may appear? What if they can fly? What if they can become invisible? It is imperative to be thoroughly prepared. Although this worn axe is powerful, its short attack range makes it susceptible to being kite, and a shotgun cannot penetrate their defenses. Heavy firepower is essential. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. At the very least, I need an automatic rifle and a few boxes of grenades. Xiong Batian, unable to reach a consensus, decided to return and devise a plan. He no longer dared to recklessly disturb those trees, and the previously sinister black pear flowers had all reverted to ordinary black pear flowers. After bidding farewell to Lin Xia and the old wolf, Xiong Batian vanished into the thick fog, accompanied by the crow, Gugu, sipping soup. Once Xiong Batian departed, Lin Xia immediately seized the satellite phone from the corner and dialed Boss Li's number. Hello, Boss Li, it's me, Lin Xia. Ah, little Lin, you've performed admirably this time. Manager Zhang commended your hospitality. I will raise your salary by 10,000. Boss Li, Lin Xia interrupted, lacking the patience for idle chatter. I need some supplies. If you refuse, I 1T chop down the trees, and I 1T pay the 10 million and breach a contract, even if it means going to prison. On the other end, Boss Li hesitated. Little Lin, what has prompted this? Please tell me what you need. I require heavy firepower. Lin Xia replied coldly. Do you have a Gatling gun? And some rocket launchers? After a moment of silence, Boss Li inquired, has the Steel Terminator been released? Close enough. At least an automatic rifle. Do you have grenades? Send me a few boxes. Boss Li fell silent again. Lin Xia realized he was hesitating, so he added fuel to the fire. The beasts in this forest are ferocious. That large black bear returned last time, and the shotgun was utterly ineffective. I almost died on the mountain today. If you don't provide the supplies, whoever wants this job can take it. All right, Boss Li exclaimed, alarmed by Lin Xia's ultimatum. Don't act rashly. It's just heavy firepower. I'll find a way. I'll get on it right away. What do you need it? Now. Immediately. Okay. Lao Tang just returned to the company. I'll have him prepare it and send it over tonight. Boss Li assured him. After hanging up, Lin Xia finally exhaled in relief. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. It was already September 22nd. Having been here for nearly a month, he had achieved nothing but a single tree, and he felt as if he were on the brink of chronic procrastination. Once the supplies arrive, he must fervently cut down trees, or else what would become of this month as salary? Chapter 52. Ling Ba with the weapon issue resolved. Lin Xia felt a sense of security. He limped back to the living room and nudged the old wolf away from the pot. This soup is nourishing. The old wolf licked his tongue, satisfied. Lin Xia glanced into the pot, noting that there was still half a pot remaining. Fortunately, he had prepared a full pot. Otherwise, he would have gone without soup today. Sitting down at the table with a bowl of soup, he pondered another matter. From the initial encounters with the moose, squirrels, and later the black bear, old wolf, Jin Chanzi, and that white monkey in the lake, this world seemed entirely different from what he had previously known. Old wolf, may I ask you something? Speak, the old wolf replied, having settled at the door and grooming his fur while gazing into the thick fog outside. What exactly are Jin Chanzi, Xiong Batian, and that white monkey? Monsters, of course, the old wolf replied casually, as if discussing something entirely mundane. Lin Xia frowned. That is obvious. Everyone knows you are monsters. Be more specific. The old wolf shot a glance at Lin Xia and curled his lips. We are a third kind of existence, distinct from humans and beasts, which you humans refer to as anomalies. Most anomalies inhabit the human world, their minds often disturbed, consumed with thoughts of exterminating humans or preying upon them. In this forest, we are considered relatively mild-mannered monsters. Xiong Batian is single-minded, keeping a broken promise. The old fellow, the white monkey, has lived too long and is too lazy to move. As for me, the old wolf shifted to a more comfortable position. I find chips and cartoons far more entertaining than killing. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. So, hidden in the shadows of the human world, These monsters lurked. Unlike those within the forest, they did not seem particularly formidable. No wonder they were seldom seen in the city. They likely could only kill stealthily. If faced head-on with humans, they might not prevail, just like Jin Shanzi and himself. It was only then that Lin Xia realized he was no longer an ordinary person. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Jiangdu City, within an old-fashioned detective agency, a dim light flickered. Lin Shu, Lu Shi, Shi Gong, and Shi Rong were all present. On the display screen before them was a photograph depicting a pair of eerie blue eyes, cold, haunting, and beautiful, with a deep gaze that seemed to contain a flowing river of stars. Shi Rong swung his legs nonchalantly, a lit cigarette hanging from his lips. "What did the captain send? It looks quite nice." Shi Gong swiftly slapped the back of his head. "Shut that mouth of yours. Why so violent?" Shi Rong protested, rubbing his head. "I just achieved a feat. Is that your achievement?" "That's Lin Chu's," Shi Gong replied with another slap. Lin Chu pursed her lips. "Shi Rong helped me a lot. Did you hear that?" "You're slandering me," Shi Rong retorted, his tone suddenly firm. "I can't hear anything. I'm deaf." Shi Gong continued striking, leaving Shi Rong utterly subdued. The captain just sent an encrypted message from the headquarters in Kyoto. Lu Shi's voice remained as cold as ever. "3 days ago, this eye appeared in Jiangdu, and our current mission is to locate it." "Wait, in such a large city, how do we find an eye?" Shi Rong couldn't contain himself again, only to receive another thump from Shi Gong. Lu Shi continued, "Recently, the frequency of anomalies in Jiangdu has been surging, and the captain believes it's connected to this eye. We can use the newly emerged anomalies to trace it back from the shadows." Lu Shi paused briefly. "The captain has already requested urgent support. Night watchers from nearby cities will be dispatched, and the captain is on his way back from Kyoto." Lin Chu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the eye. She suddenly spoke. "Lu Shi, what exactly is this eye? How can it influence the number of anomalies?" Lu Shi shook her head. The captain didn't elaborate. After a moment, she dropped a bombshell that plunged the safe house into silence. He only said that this thing is at least linked to city-destroying levels. At once, Shi Rong's swinging legs halted. Within the detective agency, only the creaking of the old fan remained audible. City-destroying. Those 3 words loomed like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A slight misstep could result in the annihilation of the entire Jiangdu. At the same time, in Haidang community on the 3rd floor, Lin Xia sat by the window, gazing quietly at the gray sky outside. Her expression was frigid, and within her mind, those unbearable memories replayed like scenes from a film. At 15, her parents tragically fell to their deaths at a construction site, and the unscrupulous company offered no compensation. Her brother attempted to reason with them, but was beaten to a pulp by the site security. He dropped out of school, shouldering the entire family burden at merely 17, taking on jobs at crematoriums, haunted houses, and the Yellow River, tasks even adults feared to undertake. Barely a month later, she was bullied in high school, pushed down the stairs by the mayor's daughter, resulting in shattered legs. The perpetrator faced no consequences. The brother, in a frenzy seeking vengeance, found his arm broken by the opponent's bodyguard and was subsequently deemed mentally unstable, confined for a month before his release. The sister, meanwhile, faced isolation, slander, and exclusion at school due to the targeting by the mayor's daughter. Their family, intertwined in misfortune, questioned the injustice of a world where the wicked thrive while the virtuous languish in despair. Within Lin Xia, hatred blossomed like a suffocated black vine, surging forth to obscure every glimmer of light in her heart. She yearned for retribution, starting with the woman who had irrevocably altered her life. Grasping a paintbrush from the table, she abandoned her commissioned works in favor of a blank canvas, swiftly sketching a figure of the Grim Reaper, cloaked in tattered black robes and wielding a colossal scythe. With a red watercolor pen, she inscribed the name Ling Ba in an uneven script at the bottom right corner of the paper. Setting down the brush, she gently held the artwork to her lips and blew softly. To her astonishment, the paper ignited with a thunderous roar, not with searing crimson flames, but with a chilling azure fire that consumed it entirely, transforming it to ash that floated into the air. Meanwhile, beneath the Haitang community, in the shadows of a street lamp, a figure identical to her drawing began to coalesce. It lifted its head, revealing an abyss of darkness beneath its hood. Locking eyes with Lin Xia, who stood 3 floors above, a cold smile crept across her face as Ling Ba's silhouette silently vanished into the depths of the night. The hunt had commenced. In Jiangdu, the rain fell again. The night's rain shimmered under the streetlights, a disjointed yet persistent melody. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Haitang community, the Hongqing district appeared dilapidated, its aged buildings shedding plaster. Dim streetlights casting faint reflections of neon filth upon the puddles that marred the uneven pavement. Zhang Ping's father was imprisoned for embezzlement, and her mother quickly remarried, severing all ties. She had moved from a spacious apartment in the city center to this crumbling neighborhood where she now resided with her grandparents. A rumble of thunder jolted her awake, drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, she instinctively reached for the bedside lamp, but it remained dark, indicating a power outage. The room was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only sporadically by flashes of lightning. In the flickering light, she noticed a wheelchair by her bed. Frustrated, she hurled a pillow at it, producing a dull thud. At that moment, she froze. Someone else was in the room. At the foot of her bed stood a tall figure, draped in tattered black robes and clutching a scythe taller than itself. Lightning illuminated the darkness beneath its hood. "Were you?" Zhang Ping shrieked in terror, curling into a ball at the head of her bed, desperate to distance herself from the monster. Yet her legs betrayed her, powerless to bend, merely sliding helplessly against the sheets. The Grim Reaper slowly raised its scythe, just as it was about to strike. The figure suddenly twisted like smoke, dissipating. In its place sat a girl in a wheelchair. Zhang Ping was momentarily stunned, relief flooding her heart. "What happened to your legs?" Lin Xia inquired softly, glancing at Zhang Ping's feeble limbs. "In my senior year," Zhang Ping trembled, "a man impersonating my driver took me to a desolate area and broke my legs." Lin Xi's body shuddered slightly as memories of Lin Xia's weary, yet ever-smiling face flashed through her mind. "Foolish brother," she muttered, "why didn't you tell me about this?" "Who are you?" Zhang Ping asked, curiosity piqued. Lin Xia lifted her head, her eerie azure eyes glowing in the darkness. "Don't you recognize me? These legs," she tapped her knees, "are your handiwork." Zhang Ping's eyes widened in shock as fragments of memory began to assemble. After a long pause, she sorrowfully shook her head. "I don't remember. I've done so many terrible things and broken so many legs. I can't recall who you are." "Ah," Lin Xia chuckled softly. Her figure vanished once more. In the next instant, the Grim Reaper, Ling Ba, reappeared at the foot of the bed. The wind howled as the scythe sliced through the air, and Zhang Ping's terrified screams were abruptly silenced as she was pierced and pinned to the bed. Ling Ba's silhouette faded into the rainy night as if it had never existed, leaving behind a suffocating stench of blood. Moments later, a loud crash shattered the fifth-floor window as a figure burst through, landing gracefully amidst the shards of glass. "Damn it!" Shirong cursed upon seeing the lifeless body on the bed. "I'm too late." Almost immediately, another figure leaped through the window, revealing Lin Chu. Upon witnessing the girl's face twisted in terror, Lin Chu's pupils constricted, momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong?" Shirong noticed her unusual demeanor. "Do you know her?" Lin Chu quickly composed herself, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes behind her glasses. "Nori Lastion." "Damn." Shirong scratched his head in frustration. "Where did this murder go? This aura feels strange, not like an ordinary anomaly." He glanced outside. "Shall we split up and search the area?" "Anzai, Lin Chu note that." Shirong wasted no time, vaulting out of the window and disappearing into the rain-soaked darkness. Alone in the room, Lin Chu approached the bed, gazing down at Zhang Ping's lifeless form. A smile crept across her lips. "So is you, Chi. On a high-speed train from Jingdu to Jiangdu. The business-class cabin was unusually serene. A man reclined by the window, eyes closed in repose. Clad in pristine white attire, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage and an ethereal presence, starkly contrasting with the cacophony of modern society. In his arms lay a long object swathed in layers of white gauze, resembling a sword. This mysterious and vintage appearance drew curious glances from neighboring passengers. Suddenly, the man's phone vibrated. He slowly opened his eyes and retrieved the device. The screen displayed a message from a contact named Xiejianren. The content was succinct. "Eyes, too. Be careful." The man regarded the message with an unflinching demeanor. Moments later, he turned off the screen and returned the phone to the table, closing his eyes once more. Simultaneously, night watchmen from Dun, Shaoan, Hangsheng, and Wenshang received a notification to converge on Jiangdu to prevent a potential outbreak of anomalies, despite the apparent calm of the city. The order, issued directly from above, left no room for dissent. By the late hours of the night, Lin Xia returned to Haitang community. Following Shirong, she scoured the vicinity of Hongshan community but found no trace of the anomaly. Frustrated, Shirong had cursed and returned home. Upon looking up, Lin Xia noticed her sister watching from the window, who cheerfully waved upon, making eye contact. Lin Xia smiled in return and descended to a nearby convenience store, still open, purchasing some snacks her sister enjoyed before heading upstairs. Sister, how was the club activity today? Lin Xia pushed her wheelchair over, happily accepting the snacks from Lin Xia. It was great, quite interesting, Lin Xia replied with a smile. That is good, that is good. If only I could accompany my sister. Lin Xia bit into a spicy strip, her lips smeared with chili oil. Lin Xia gently ruffled Lin Xi's hair, her expression tender. Once you excel in painting, you will earn a fortune, allowing you to seek the best doctors at the finest hospitals, and surely they will help you stand again. Hee. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Xi's eyes. Yes, today I received a significant commission to illustrate an entire comic book, and they offer me 100,000 yuan in advance. Moreover, there will be many more comics for me to work on. It seems she has established a connection with the comic platform. Lin Xia, is it the girl who has been trying to reach you? Yes, sister, it's her. That's wonderful. Lin Xia is indeed making progress. Brother will be very pleased to hear this. Hee. Lin Xia beamed with joy. Sister, when brother comes down from the mountains next time, he won't need to work anymore. I will support our family. You must tell brother next time. He'll be very happy. Lin Xia's eyes brimmed with affection for her sister. In fact, the one who had been seeking out her sister for commissions was Lin Xia herself, and she had not given Lin Xia 100,000 yuan today. So Lin Xia was deceiving her. However, Lin Xia had no desire to expose the truth. No matter how her sister changed, she would always be her sister. And as long as she and brother were happy, that was all that mattered. As for others, they were of no concern. All right, it is time to sleep. Lin Xia set the snacks on the table and gently ushered Lin Xia towards the bedroom. Wait, I want to eat another pack of spicy strips. No more. You'll upset your stomach. You can have some tomorrow. The bedroom light flickered on and off as they whispered to each other for a while, then fell silent. In the depths of the night, a wealthy family in Jiangdu experienced a burglary, which might only be discovered the next day or perhaps dismissed as an ordinary theft. In the morning, the dense fog had not dissipated. Rather, it was even thicker than the previous day. The white mist resembled thick milk, enveloping the entire wooden house and reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Lin Xia sat on the threshold of the wooden house, holding a yellow pear wood axe. Her head bowed as she diligently sharpened the dull blade with a piece of pear wood splinter. The old wolf, unusually, was not watching cartoons in the warm bedroom, but rather squatting at the door, gazing wistfully at the swirling fog outside. Sigh. It suddenly sighed, its voice tinged with desolation. I wonder if this old body of mine can withstand this winter. Lin Xia paused her sharpening, casting a suspicious glance at it. What are you lamenting about now? Hee. The old wolf put away its melancholic demeanor, wagging its tail as it approached. Lin Xia, next time, could you ask that driver to bring me a few sets of blankets? It's getting cold, and this old wolf is afraid of the chill. Lin Xia rolled her eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Old Tang just came a few days ago. It's not too late to mention it now. The old wolf nudged its head against her arm. Next time, I promise. Lin Xia responded nonchalantly. Hee. Next time, don't forget to bring me some snacks. The old wolf pressed for more, at least 2 boxes. Lin Xia halted her actions, looking at it expressionlessly. Are you paying for them? Talking about money hurts feelings. The old wolf retorted confidently. You provide me with care, and I offer you something better. What could that be? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. You'll find out when you truly need it. The old wolf teased, keeping it mysterious. So secretive. Lin Xia muttered, losing interest, and continued to focus on sharpening her axe. The grating sound of friction echoed far into the still, dense fog. After laboring until noon, Lin Xia finally sharpened the axe to a certain degree, its blade gleaming coldly. Is it time for lunch? The old wolf poked its head out of the bedroom, as scheduled. Wait for me to return before cooking. Lin Xia tucked the axe at her waist. I'm going to fetch that black-hearted pear tree I chopped down a few days ago. You really are idle. The old wolf complained. I've become thinner since coming to your place. Lin Xia paused, looking at the old wolf's belly, which appeared swollen. It had consumed at least 3/4 of a large box of snacks and the meals prepared as well. Lin Xia seriously suspected it was a pig in disguise. "What are you staring at?" The old wolf defensively covered its belly. Lin Xia climbed onto the fork truck, roaring as she drove northward. Although the fog was thick, she had a good memory and successfully located the felled black-hearted pear tree, bringing it back to the front of the wooden house with the fork truck. After finishing her work, Lin Xia began to prepare lunch. At the dining table, she pushed her rice aside and couldn't help but ask, "Old wolf, does the wood from the black-hearted pear tree have any special effects?" "I'm not sure." The old wolf mumbled with its mouth full. "It should be good for making on masks, blocking out light, while sleeping at night." After finishing lunch, Lin Xia began to process the large black-hearted pear wood. She swung the newly sharpened pear wood axe forcefully against the trunk. Crack! Wood chips splattered. The hardness of the black-hearted pear wood was similar to that of ordinary pear wood, and the axe cut into it with relative ease. Lin Xia worked with fervor, chopping one blow after another. She continued until dusk, her arms nearly unable to lift, finally reducing the thickest part of the tree trunk into 5 segments. However, the axe she had sharpened that morning had already dulled again. Damn it, such a waste of effort. Lin Xia cursed as she dropped the axe and dragged the smallest segment of black-hearted pear wood into the wooden house. This piece of wood was about the size of a bucket, entirely black, emitting a faint pear fragrance. Lin Xia had initially chopped it out of boredom, but now she intended to craft herself a new axe. Although the yellow pear wood axe was useful, its handle was too short for her comfort, making it difficult to wield effectively, and it was already starting to wear out. She planned to create a new axe with a longer handle, more suitable for chopping, so she could use it in emergencies for defense as well. After preparing dinner, night had fully descended. The old wolf, well-fed, scampered off to the bedroom to watch cartoons. After a while, noises came from a bedroom as the old wolf dragged out the old iron stove and lit a fire. "Damn it, it's a bit cold." It added firewood to the stove. Lin Xia cursed again, then went to the main room, using the light to begin crafting a new axe head, slowly whittling away at the black-hearted pear wood. After a short while, he felt his exposed arms grow numb from the cold. The temperature inside the house seemed lower than outside. "What kind of weather is this?" Lin Xia grumbled as he stood up, dragging the now smaller piece of black-hearted pear wood over to the stove. The old wolf glanced at him lazily and changed position. Chapter 55. Dongshan Base. On the third morning, the fog remained, as if it had entangled this forest. Just after Lin Xia finished crafting the new axe head, he heard the rumble of a truck engine in the yard. He told the old wolf to hide in the bedroom and stepped outside. "Lin Xia, you really don't let me rest." Old Tang jumped down from the truck, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and took a deep drag on a cigarette. "I've basically spent this whole week in the truck. I just returned home for 2 days before being kicked back by Boss Li." Lin Xia smiled. "Those who can do more must work harder." "You brat." Old Tang cursed, turning to pull back the canvas covering the truck bed. Lin Xia's eyes widened at the sight in the truck. Beneath the canvas were 2 sturdy army green wooden crates. The word "danger" spray painted in red on top. Next to the crates leaned 2 pitch-black automatic rifles gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Alongside them were 4 large boxes of open ammunition, the shiny yellow bullets lined up neatly on the belts. Old Tang smacked his lips. 2 automatic rifles. 2 boxes of grenades for boxes of bullets. "Kid, who are you planning to take on?" "I'm using them to hunt wild animals." "Hunt wild animals?" Lao Tang gulp. "What wild animal are you planning to hunt with that thing? Wouldn't you turn it into a sieve?" "No, it will remain intact. Otherwise, the meat would spoil and become inedible." Lin Xia caressed the cold gun body. With this item in hand, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. "Are you staying for lunch?" "No, the goods have arrived, and I must hurry back." Lao Tang extinguished his cigarette. "The popular streamer is waiting for my gifts. There is no signal in this desolate mountain, and I haven't watched a live stream for several days." Lin Xia looked at him in disbelief. "Your energy is truly remarkable. It's a must." Lao Tang thumped his chest, leaped onto the truck, and departed. "I'll come back next month to collect your remains." The truck roared as it turned around, quickly vanishing into the thick fog. Lin Xia hummed a tune while laboriously moving the boxes of treasures into the wooden cabin. "What is that?" Lao Lang poked his head out of the bedroom, curiously approaching. Upon seeing the 2 rifles, he paused momentarily, then disdainfully curled his lip. "Just fire sticks." However, When he spotted the 2 boxes of grenades, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He kicked the wooden crate and exclaimed, "Wow, what a great find." Lin Xia was startled. "Don't touch that. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not ignorant," Lao Ling replied, filled with pride. "I've seen this in Xiongshimo. Balchong used these to blow up bears. Their power is immense." "What are they called? Pomegranate eggs?" Lin Xia facepalmed. "That's called a grenade. Stay away from me. If you set it off, we'll both end up in coffins." Lao Ling shook his head, correcting him. "I can be resurrected." Lin Xia chose to ignore him. Picking up a rifle and skillfully loading a magazine, he stepped into the yard and aimed at the silhouette of a beautiful pine tree shrouded in fog, unleashing a burst of fire. The gunfire shattered the silence of the mountain forest, echoing through the air. After firing a round, Lin Xia glanced at the rifle, puzzled as to why it felt so manageable. It didn't seem to have the recoil that movies often depicted. Yet the exhilaration was undeniable. Observing the row of bullet holes peppering the beautiful pine, he felt relieved. With this firepower, let them come. Let us see whether their heads are tougher or my 7.62mm bullets. Bolstered by this newfound confidence, Lin Xia was invigorated to work. The following morning, he donned the rifle, grasped the freshly crafted, pitch-black extended pearwood axe, and trudged into the misty mountains. He arrived at the black pear flower forest and randomly selected an unsightly tree, swinging his new axe with all his might. Crack! Wood chips flew as the black blade effortlessly cleaved through the bark, revealing the yellow wood within. Luck was on his side. It was an ordinary black pear tree. Relieved, Lin Xia prepared to swing for a second strike when a low, dark shadow suddenly loomed over him. His pupils contracted as he forcefully swung the axe behind him. Bang! The axe struck a solid object, producing a dull thud. Lin Xia looked up to find Xiong Batian standing behind him, towering over him with an imposing glare. A crow perched on Xiong Baishan's shoulder, also observing him intently. The axe had struck Xiong Baishan's thigh, and despite the solid blow, he remained unfazed. The axe hadn't even ruffled his fur. "Cough! How come you walk without making a sound?" Lin Xia cleared his throat, quickly retracting the axe. Xiong Batian stared at him, silent. "What is the matter?" Lin Xia scratched his head, feeling the pressure of being scrutinized by a large black bear was quite intense. "No more tree cutting. Xionu Batian spoke ina graviton." "What do you mean?" "The black-hearted black pear trees are on the move. The positions of the trees in this forest are all disordered. I promised to protect the black-hearted black pear trees, so I cannot allow you to cut any down, at least until a method to distinguish them is found." Lin Xia furrowed his brow. "I still have 9 trees to assess this month. If I can't complete it, I want to get paid at the end of the month." Xiong Batian fell silent. "Caw!" The crow pecked at Xiong Baishan's head. With a sigh, Xiong Batian conceded. "Very well, regarding the incident with the golden cicadas, it was indeed my negligence. You may finish cutting the remaining 9 trees this month. Consider it my compensation." Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. His salary for the month was secured. "Do you have any clues?" Xiong Batian gazed toward the eastern mountain. "Perhaps there is a location with information. Several decades ago, the Great Forest Company established a deep mountain base over there. They logged for a long time, and perhaps they have a method to identify them." Xiong Batian stated solemnly, "I was just about to go with the crow to check it out. Be cautious, remember. You can only cut 9 trees." Lin Xia nodded eagerly. "Understood. Xiong, take care." Xiong Batian nodded, turning with the crow and disappearing into the thick fog. "This is troublesome," Lin Xia murmured as he grasped the axe once more. Crack! Crack! In the silent forest, the diligent sounds of logging resumed. Now armed with firepower and courage, Lin Xia, with the rifle slung over his shoulder and the new axe in hand, cut down trees with vigor. Without the interference of Xiong Batian or any other monsters, he worked tirelessly until dusk, having felled 3 black pear trees in the thick fog. "That is enough for today." Lin Xia wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the sky. 3 down, 6 to go. At this rate, in 2 days, my salary for the month will be secured. As for next month's pay, it depends on Xiong Baishan's performance. He patted the 3 enormous logs beside him, deciding to wait until all 9 trees were cut before bringing the tractor up for transport. He hoisted the axe, slung the rifle over his back, and limped down the mountain toward the wooden cabin. His injured leg still felt uncomfortable in the damp fog, but thinking about the 80,000 yuan, which Li Laoban had raised by 10,000, made him feel as if the pain had vanished. This salary surpassed what he earned dredging corpses in the Yellow River. And the risks were comparable, drowning there, being crushed by monsters here. Chapter 56. The real Rubik's Cube that night. At Dashan, the fog here was even thicker, almost tangible. In a clearing completely engulfed by vines and shrubs, the remnants of several massive concrete structures could be vaguely discerned. This was the deep mountain base established by the Great Forest Company in the 1970s, now long abandoned. Rusted barbed wire lay on the ground, and a bulldozer, half buried in the earth, was covered in moss, while the collapsed barracks stood dark and ominous, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast. Caw! The crow perched on Xiong Baishan's shoulder, tucking its neck in and calling uneasily. It's nothing, Xiong Batian growled softly, reassuringly patting the crow. Let us go. There's nothing to fear. Xiong Batian stepped through the entrance of the base, venturing deeper inside. At that moment, within the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly flickered to life. Am I finally able to leave? Bai Qingqing felt increasingly agitated. The cause of her distress was the recent spate of disappearances in Lianyun City. Last night, an entire building of residents vanished. Such occurrences could not merely be the work of criminals. Thus, the night watchmen were called in to urgently search for this lurking anomaly. Captain, we have arrived at Jiangpan Community. The voice of Deputy Captain Chu Yu of Lianyun City broke, Bai Qingqing from her reverie as the vehicle halted in front of the community entrance. It's in your hands now, Captain. I'll go recruit new members. Chu Yu adjusted his sunglasses, a smile gracing his lips, with the captain personally handling it. This anomaly will surely be resolved effortlessly. Go on, go on. Bai Qingqing responded softly and pushed open the car door to alight. After Chu Yu drove away, Bai Qingqing lifted her gaze to the imposing, sealed residential building before her. 30 stories tall, it was a coveted property within the school district. Last night, an anomaly in this building had been reported, subsequently handed over to their night watchman. Currently, the entire community had been cordoned off, with residents relocated to nearby hotels. Bai Qingqing, wearing high heels, walked expressionlessly toward the entrance of the building. Upon entering, she found herself in a security corridor, leading deeper into the elevator area. The stairwell was eerily empty, an uncanny atmosphere lingering in the air. Jidong, Bai Qingqing, Witspa. As her words faded, her waist-length hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes morphed into crimson vertical slits. Within her sight, an imperceptible red thread appeared, meandering toward the staircase. Following the thread upward, she ascended the steps, the sound of her heels echoing sharply in the silent corridor. Finally, Bai Qingqing reached the rooftop, pushing open the door to step outside. The terrace was deserted, save for a dilapidated Rubik's Cube placed conspicuously at the edge. A gentle breeze tousled her red hair as a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, a short sword resembling deer antlers appeared in her hand. One of the two short swords Lin Xia had sold her. With a flick of her wrist, Bai Qingqing hurled the sword toward the cube. A fierce wind howled as the sword transformed mid-air into a massive spectral moose, engulfed in black and red flames. Its blood-red eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. The formidable antlers lunged viciously at the cube. However, just as the spectral moose was about to strike, the cube began to spin rapidly, its colors instantly becoming chaotic. A faint blue ripple spread through the air, causing both the sword and the moose to vanish. Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow. She recognized this entity, the real Rubik's Cube, an indestructible anomaly. Just a month prior, she had slain it, only to discover it had resurrected and followed her all the way to Lianyun City. A low hum reverberated in the air, distorting it slightly as a line of black text formed slowly. Kill me, and everyone within a 10-kilometer radius shall accompany me in death. Bai Qingqing's movements froze as she slowly lowered her right hand, which had been poised to summon the koan. What do you intend to do? She asked coldly. The text dissipated and reformed. I seek not to quarrel with humanity. I merely wish to draw you here to apologize. I am simply clumsy in social matters. Hence the unfortunate killings. Bai Qingqing nearly laughed in disbelief at the absurdity of it. Clumsy? To lure her here, it had slaughtered the residents of this building and the hundreds who had gone missing days prior. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury. Such immortal anomalies were incredibly repulsive. They could not be killed, only banished or sealed, and sealing them would require at least 2 guardians of equivalent power. This helplessness stirred a growing agitation within her. The text morphed once more. I shall be leaving Lian City today, seeking someone adept at solving Rubik's Cubes, so I can live a mundane life as an ordinary cube. Bai Qingqing paused in surprise at these words. Yet in that fleeting moment, the tone of the text shifted abruptly. Enter the maze and repent. The letters had not yet faded when the cube began spinning wildly again, a soft blue light radiating like ripples on water, enveloping the entire terrace in an instant. It had been biding its time, preparing for this lethal strike. Nevertheless, Bai Qingqing, seasoned in battle, sprang into action the moment the blue light flickered. Cool wind, she called out. The massive white bird's head tore through space, clamping down on the real Rubik's Cube's core. Crack! The cube instantaneously fractured, splintering into countless cracks. Yet, the real Rubik's Cube remained steadfast, allowing the koan to gnaw at it as the blue light intensified. A glimmer of determination flashed in Bai Qingqing's eyes as another deer antler sword materialized in her hand. In a flash, she surged toward the cube, which was firmly gripped by the bird's beak. Just as the sword was about to pierce the cube, the blue light exploded. Bai Qingqing and the koan, along with the sword, vanished from the terrace. Thud! The real Rubik's Cube fell to the ground, its surface marred by cracks, appearing on the verge of shattering. In midair, the black text reappeared, the cube seemingly muttering to itself. Humans are indeed timid. A mere handful of their kin's lives causes her hesitation. Once ensnared in my maze, even a great curse-level being cannot escape in a day. However, before it could finish, the letters began to tremble violently. Ultimately, all the chaotic strokes coalesced into 9 words. Someone has moved my highly hua. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lin Xia sighed in frustration, wiping the sweat from his brow. He gazed at the black wooden tree before him. This was the second tree he had felled today, only to find himself confronting the malicious highly hua. Yet, it mattered little. If it dared to approach, he would show it who the true hunter was. Lin Xia swung his axe and continued his work. In a misty evening, Lin Xia sat atop the felled highly hua tree, fanning himself with both hands. The cool breeze evaporated his sweat, providing a refreshing reprieve. After a day of labor, he had achieved considerable success, having taken down 3 ordinary highly hua trees, along with a misfortunate black-hearted one. With this month's goal nearly met, he only needed to push through 1 more day to complete his task. After that, he would venture back down the mountain to visit his sister. It had been a while since they last met. He wondered if she had missed him. As dusk approached, Lin Xia stood up, shouldering his axe and carrying his pack, and began his descent. However, just as he made some progress, a rumble echoed from the sky. The sound grew closer, low, and oppressive, unlike thunder. Could there really be an aircraft in this desolate wilderness? Lin Xia looked up. The thick fog obscured everything, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, a dark shape plummeted rapidly through the mist, trailing a white parachute above it. Almost immediately, a piercing, shrill noise emanated from the direction of the drop, akin to nails scraping glass or some high-frequency alarm resonating through the still fog. An airdrop. Lin Xia was taken aback. In this remote mountain forest devoid of life, how could there be an airdrop? Was there someone else here besides him? He glanced toward the direction where the parachute was descending, a mere few hundred meters away. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to investigate. Following the sound, Lin Xia made his way toward it. Minutes later, he arrived in a clearing and spotted the airdrop box on the ground. The box, adorned in red and blue, resembled an airdrop from a certain video game. However, atop the box was a large speaker, blaring a painfully shrill noise on repeat. The speaker seemed to serve the same purpose as the smoke, drawing attention to the drop. Lin Xia cautiously surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no danger before hastening forward to find the switch on the side of the box, silencing the speaker. The world fell silent in an instant. Lin Xia scrutinized the box, discovering it lacked even a lock, merely secured with a few clasps. How rudimentary, he mused, before opening the airdrop box. Inside, it was quite empty, containing only 3 items: a rather worn Rubik's Cube, 3 chocolate-like pieces wrapped in golden foil, and a letter. What could this be? Lin Xia picked up the Rubik's Cube, examining it. It was an ordinary 3-layered cube, its plastic casing scratched and slightly stiff to turn. What a shoddy object, he thought, setting it aside to take up the letter. The envelope bore no signature, prompting him to open it directly. Dear Mr. Xiong, I apologize for disturbing your tranquility, but a certain entity has felled my cherished black-hearted pear tree. I humbly request your assistance in eliminating this being. Additionally, please aid me in finding a new, ownerless black-hearted pear tree. These 3 calm chocolates are a token of my appreciation for you, Mr. Crow, and the Great Lord. I sincerely hope for your support. Thank you. Upon reading the letter, Lin Xia was taken aback. Could it truly be so coincidental? Was this person the owner of the black-hearted pear tree he had just cut down? How audacious to airdrop a bribe, spending money on chocolates to hire Xiong to kill him. He chuckled at the absurdity, tearing the letter into shreds and tossing it into the nearby bushes. Still want to kill me? Perhaps in your next life. He picked up the 3 calm chocolates, hesitating briefly before pocketing the tattered Rubik's Cube as well. Surely, these items bribing Xiong must possess some special function. Lin Xia clapped his hands, dismissing the thought for now, intending to take them down the mountain and have Old Wolf take a look. Half an hour later, Lin Xia returned to the wooden cabin, the night having fully descended. Upon hearing the commotion in the living room, Old Wolf's mournful head emerged from the bedroom. You finally decided to return. I haven't eaten all day. Lin Xia shot a glance at it, asking, can't you nibble on some snacks? Your snacks are all gone. I was saving them. Lin Xia ignored its complaints, dumping the chocolates and Rubik's Cube onto the table. As soon as he placed them down, Old Wolf's nose twitched vigorously. It darted from the bedroom, completely ignoring the Rubik's Cube, eyes sparkling as it fixated on the 3 chocolates. What delectable treasures! Old Wolf swiftly snatched one, tilting its head back and crunching it down along with the foil. Damn it! Lin Xia was quick to clamp his hand over Old Wolf's mouth, snatching the remaining 2 chocolates away. Are you a dog? You don't even ask what it is before consuming it? What if it were poison? Old Wolf spat out the foil remnants, smacking its lips, utterly enchanted. This flavor is exquisite. It squinted its eyes in delight, declaring it must be pure chocolate sent from Europe by steam train. No doubt about it. Lin Xia was exasperated. Get lost. He recounted the events of cutting down the black-hearted pear tree, discovering the airdrop, and reading the letter. Old Wolf paused, momentarily ceasing its chewing. Oh, that fellow is in Europe? It pondered. No wonder the bribe was airdropped. Its true form was in Europe, thousands of miles away, unable to sense the tree being felled. Get lost, Lin Xia retorted, picking up the remaining 2 chocolates. On a serious note, do you recognize these? Didn't the letter mention it? Old Wolf licked its lips. They're called calm chocolates. I suspect they are meant to aid sleep. Consume one, and you'll sleep soundly. You suspect? Don't you know about your own kind's products? I've been in the mountains for decades, completely out of touch with the outside world. Old Wolf opened its mouth, attempting to bite the chocolate in Lin Xia's hand. Useless. Lin Xia pushed its snout away, pocketing the chocolates. Give me some. This stuff isn't even good. It's of no use to you. Lin Xia shot Old Wolf a skeptical glance. He didn't believe its claims of it being unpalatable. If it said it was bad, it must be delightful. He decided to keep it for himself, planning to sample it later. After all, items used for bribery by monsters ought to be of decent quality. At the very least, not cocoa butter. After stowing the chocolates away, Lin Xia picked up the worn Rubik's Cube, tossing it lightly in his hand. What about this? Old Wolf took notice of the cube, sniffing it with disdain. What a piece of junk. It scoffed. This is what they use to bribe Xiong? Does he enjoy such trinkets? Lin Xia found it peculiar as well. Would someone of Xiong stature truly enjoy manipulating a Rubik's Cube? His fingers were nearly as thick as the cube itself. Wait, Old Wolf seemed to have an epiphany. It took hold of the cube, fiddling with it a couple of times before shaking it. If I'm not mistaken, Old Wolf whispered conspiratorially, this individual is wary of their airdrop being intercepted, hence hiding the real treasure within this cube. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. Hidden inside? After a moment's thought, he realized Old Wolf's reasoning held merit. Otherwise, it was illogical to bribe someone with such a trivial object. Finally, you've proven somewhat useful, Lin Xia praised, patting Old Wolf on the head. Useless, it retorted. Chapter 58. The Rubik's Cube gift for women hidden inside? Lin Xia weighed the cube in his hands. He placed it on the ground, grasping the pear-wood axe and aiming for one of its corners. Careful now, you might break something fragile, Old Wolf warned. But his caution was cut short as Lin Xia swung the axe down. Crack! The cube, though appearing worn, seemed surprisingly sturdy. Lin Xia followed up with another blow. Smash! The cube shattered completely, plastic shards scattering across the floor. Just as Lin Xia was about to inspect the contents for hidden treasures, a figure suddenly materialized from the debris, collapsing softly onto the floor. What the? Lin Xia, an old wolf, instinctively jumped back, mouths agape in astonishment. Lying on the floor was a stunning woman clad in a black trench coat, her long hair cascading, features exquisite, yet her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. What the hell? Old Wolf stared wide-eyed, circling the woman twice, sniffing intensely. Did this bribe involve a person? Old Wolf was utterly baffled. Why would that fool send a beauty to Xiong It looked at Lin Xia in confusion. Xiong was a bear. Would his tastes align with this? Lin Xia, however, was too overwhelmed to concern himself with Old Wolf's commentary. His shock was immeasurable because he recognized the woman. Wasn't she the aloof beauty he encountered on the high-speed train not long ago? He had sold her the 2 antler short swords. How did she end up emerging from a Rubik's Cube? Well, while Old Wolf continued to comment, Lin Xia, don't just stand there. This woman has fainted. It's a divine opportunity. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and procreate. Get lost. Lin Xia cursed, crouching down to check her breathing. She was still alive. He nudged her shoulder. Hey, wake up. No response. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, then swiftly slapped her delicately on the cheek. Still, no reaction. What the hell? Old Wolf gasped. You slapped her? Won't she wake up and make you pay for it? If she doesn't wake up, I'll be the one in trouble. Lin Xia replied, exasperated. If she dies in my room, I'd be unable to clear my name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing still had breath. She must have merely fainted for some reason. How troublesome. Lin Xia sighed, bending down to scoop Bai Qingqing into his arms. Oh my. Old Wolf began to wail. You're taking her straight to bed? You humans progress so quickly. Ignoring Old Wolf, Lin Xia carried Bai Qingqing into the bedroom, gently laying her on his hard bed. He looked at the unconscious woman, feeling a headache coming on. What on earth is happening? Lin Xia gazed at Bai Qingqing for an extended period, still unable to fathom how she emerged from a cube. Please don't truly die on me, Lin Xia muttered. Dying might be preferable, came the haunting voice of Lao Lang, but you had better leave swiftly. Lin Xia found herself at a loss. If Bai Qingqing did not awaken by the morrow, she would have no choice but to await Lao Tang's arrival to carry her to the hospital. Yet, should Bai Qingqing not recover, she could easily be deemed a suspect. Never mind, I shall eat first, Lin Xia resolved, stepping out of the bedroom. Upon hearing the word dinner, Lao Lang immediately forgot about the matter of procreation, drooling profusely as he eagerly followed Lin Xia. Make sure to add plenty of meat. I haven't eaten all day. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about, Lin Xia retorted. She retrieved the last remnants of meat and vegetables from the refrigerator, quickly frying up a couple of dishes and boiled a large pot of rice. The man and the wolf sat at the table, devouring their meal ravenously. As if a tempest had swept through, Lao Lang, having eaten to his heart's content, let out a satisfied belch. After their meal, Lin Xia moved to a corner, picked up the satellite phone, and dialed Boss Li's number, requesting him to inform Lao Tang to come and transport the timber. She casually mentioned her plans to venture out, to which Boss Li agreed. For him, as long as Lin Xia could chop down 10 black pear trees each month, that was sufficient. Oh, and Boss Li, please ask Lao Tang to bring a few thick blankets and some boxes of snacks, especially spicy strips. After hanging up, Lin Xia exhaled in relief. The next issue was sleep. The bed in the bedroom was occupied by Bai Qingqing, indicating that Lin Xia would have to sleep on the sofa tonight. With a sigh, Lin Xia grabbed a blanket and tossed it onto the dilapidated sofa in the living room. What about me? Lao Lang inquired with innocent eyes. You? Lin Xia pointed to the floor beside the stove. Sleep there. It's warm. As night fell, the cabin was enveloped in silence. Only the crackling of the firewood occasionally breaking the stillness. Lin Xia lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Sigh. In the darkness. Lao Lang shou maofun sai go. Are you really not going to create? Get lost. Lin Xia exclaimed, hurling a pillow at him. The pillow struck Lao Lang squarely, and he whimpered in protest before placing the pillow under his head. The next morning, Lin Xia, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arose from the sofa. On the bed, Bai Qingqing lay still, breathing steadily, yet unresponsive. Lin Xia shook his head, deciding to disregard her for the time being. After a quick wash, he consumed some leftover rice from the previous night, then shouldered his axe, preparing to head out. What about this woman? Lao Lang, still groggy, climbed up from the ground. You keep an eye on her, Lin Xia replied, shutting the door behind him. You stay home to watch over her. Ensure she doesn't wake up and run about. And don't let anything in here take her away. Are you treating me like a dog? Lao Lang Garumba, visibili zeluten. Lin Xia ignored him, pushing the door open and stepping into the thick fog outside. As he traversed the mountain path, Lin Xia found himself mulling over the events of yesterday. The airdrop had evidently been intended for Xiong Batian. He had intercepted the letter and chocolate, and the woman from the cube had been brought home by him. He wondered if Xiong Batian had visited the airdrop site. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he ultimately decided to take a detour to the location of yesterday's airdrop. The ground bore only his footprints, suggesting that Xiong Batian had not discovered the airdrop the night before. To be honest, Lin Xia felt a twinge of trepidation regarding Xiong Batian. He could not comprehend the attitude Xiong Batian held toward him. It had been several days since he last saw Xiong Batian, and he pondered whether it had uncovered anything at the Dashan base. If there was no method to distinguish the black-hearted black pear trees, he would face a headache next month, perhaps even needing to confront Xiong Batian. He was uncertain whether his acts would sway Xiong Batian. Chapter 59. Trouble for Xiong Batian after spending another day felling trees in the mountains. Lin Xia returned to the cabin, his body weary. The fog lingered, and the damp, cold air seeped into his bones. Although autumn had only just begun, the mountains had already adopted a wintry chill. It appeared that Lao Lang was indeed aging, as he had sensed the change in weather so early and desired blankets. Damn this cursed weather, Lin Xia cursed as he approached the front of the cabin. Just as he was about to push the door open, he abruptly halted. In the muddy yard lay a dark, unidentifiable mass. Lin Xia paused, crouching down to inspect it, only to discover it was a crow. It was drenched, its feathers matted and disheveled, eyes tightly shut. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of its chest, Lin Xia would have presumed it dead. What the hell? He exclaimed, picking it up. What happened to this creature? He pushed open the cabin door. A wave of warmth mixed with the background music of a bear's presence greeting him. Peering through the bedroom door, he saw Lao Lang sprawled on the sofa, intently watching television, a half-eaten spicy strip clutched in his mouth. Upon noticing Lin Xia's entrance, Lao Lang hastily swallowed the strip and slyly concealed the remnants behind him. You're back. What about the food? I'm starving, he demanded. Lin Xia was speechless, realizing that this lazy creature had likely hidden the snacks. However, feeling exhausted, he chose not to argue. He placed the unconscious crow on the table and leaned in to examine it, concerned it might be on the verge of death. Lao Lang, momentarily surprised, leaped off the sofa and trotted over. Sniffing the crow, a look of confusion crossed his wolfish face. What is going on? Did Xiong Batian attack it? I don't know. I found it in the yard, lying there, unconscious, Lin Xia replied. As they spoke, the crow abruptly awoke with a start, feathers bristling in alarm. Caw! It seemed utterly terrified, flapping wildly within the cabin, crashing against the walls before falling to the ground, feathers and dust flying everywhere. Calm down, Lin Xia exclaimed, pinning it down. It's us. The crow struggled fiercely in his grasp, but gradually settled upon recognizing Lin Xia and Lao Lang, though its crimson eyes still brimmed with terror. Caw! 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 The crow called anxiously, one wing frantically pointing eastward. Damn it! I can't understand bird language. Lao Lang grumbled impatiently, scratching its ears. It's pointing to the east. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, recalling Xiong Batian mentioning a few days prior about a method to identify the black-hearted black pear trees at the Dashan base. Had something occurred to Xiong Batian at the Dashan base? Upon hearing the mention of the Dashan base, the crow's cries became even more plaintive. Lao Lang's expression grew serious as it exchanged glances with Lin Xia. All right, crow, stop calling for now. Lao Lang cleared its throat. I will ask you a few questions. If the answer is yes, caw once. If no, caw twice. Do you understand? The crow instantly quieted, nodding vigorously. Caw! Did something happen to Xiong Batian at the Dashan base? Lao Lang in guit. Caw! Is he already dead? Caw! Caw! The crow shook its head vigorously. So he is not dead yet. Lin Xia sighed in relief, though he was unsure why he felt that way. Lao Lang pressed on. Did you encounter some terrifying entity that even Xiong Batian couldn't handle? The crow trembled violently with fear. Are you trapped and want us to rescue you? Caw! The crow nodded fervently. Lin Xia and Lao Lang exchanged another glance, the atmosphere in the cabin growing heavy. After a lengthy pause, Lao Lang turned to Lin Xia. So what do you think? Shall we go? Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, glancing at the crow, then looking back at Lao Lang. Do you think I should go? That place is bound to be dangerous. Lao Lang, unusually serious, remarked that although Xiongba Tian was somewhat simple-minded, his prowess was undeniable. If even he had fallen, then you, with your slight build, would likely meet the same fate. Lao Lang curled his lip. If you go, you'll probably end up dead too. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia fell silent. Thoughts of his monthly salary of 80,000 kuai and his two younger sisters, who were eagerly awaiting his remittances, filled his mind. Thus, he decisively shook his head. It was far too perilous. Lao Lang was taken aback, having expected Lin Xia to act impulsively and enact a dramatic display of brotherly affection. Have you not considered it further? Consider what? Lin Xia shot him a glance. I'm not familiar with him. The last time we met, he even tried to squash me. Why should I risk my life to save him? What would happen to my two sisters if I were to perish? Lao Lang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that Lin Xia's reasoning was, indeed, quite sound. Fine. Lao Lang shook his head in exasperation, surprised by Lin Xia's decisiveness. It's true that Xiongba Tian and we share no bond. If you choose not to go, so be it. Quack, quack, quack. The crow, upon hearing Lin Xia's decision, grew agitated. It broke free from Lin Xia's grasp and flew in front of Lao Lang, tugging desperately at his fur with its wings. Hey, don't touch me, Lao Lang said, growing impatient. This old body can't withstand such torment. Going there would only mean certain death for me. The crow's caw took on a plaintive tone as it turned back to Lin Xia, nuzzling against his hand. Lin Xia sighed. There's no point in seeking me out. Lao Lang shook his head in agreement. Crow, we can't assist you in this matter. Perhaps you could seek Dajun at the center of the lake? However, that old monkey values its life even more than I do. It is highly unlikely that it would intervene. Upon hearing this, the crow froze momentarily. It glanced at Lin Xia, who wore an expression of indifference, and then at Lao Lang, who had already turned back to watch cartoons. A flicker of despair flashed in its eyes. Quack! It emitted a heart-wrenching cry, unfurling its wings and bursting out of the wooden house, resolutely disappearing into the thick fog. Sigh. Lin Xia exhaled deeply. Sigh. Lao Lang echoed his sentiment. Lin Xia glanced towards the bedroom. Had that woman awakened? Lao Lang shook his head. No signs of movement. Lin Xia chose not to dwell on it further and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. However, when he opened a refrigerator and storage cabinet, his face darkened entirely. The fridge was utterly bare. The last remnants of company-distributed meat and vegetables had vanished. Lao Lang! Lin Xia bellowed. Have you been stealing again? I didn't mean to, Lao Lang replied. I just nibbled a little out of habit. The supplies initially delivered by the company were sufficient for one person for a month. But with the gluttonous Lao Lang around, the provisions had swiftly dwindled. After rummaging through the corner of the cabinet for a while, Lin Xia managed to find the last 5 potatoes. He boiled them, and 10 minutes later, mashed them up, then grabbed a bottle of Lao Gan Ma sauce from the table. Tonight, mashed potatoes would accompany his rice. After dinner, Lin Xia returned to the bedroom door. Bai Qingqing lay quietly on the bed, showing no signs of waking. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. It had been days without food or water. Even the strongest person would struggle. Damn, he muttered, at this rate, she really might starve to death. He could only hope she would awaken soon or hold out until Lao Tang returned to take her to the hospital. Chapter 60. Dajun's request the next morning. Lin Xia awoke amidst a symphony of aches and pains. The sofa was both hard and narrow, leaving his back nearly broken, with dark circles under his eyes. He rose and glanced at the bed. Bai Qingqing still lay motionless, her status unknown. Come and torment me, will you? Lin Xia grumbled as he stepped to the door and pushed it open. The thick fog remained undispersed, and the damp, cold air hit him, causing him to shiver. Just as Lin Xia intended to close the door and prepare a meal, he suddenly froze. Looking down, he saw the crow lying rigidly on the threshold of the wooden house. Its black feathers were coated in a layer of white frost, and its eyes were tightly shut, clearly lifeless. In front of it, on the damp ground, it had scratched out the words, "Please, save Xiongba Tian. It is trapped, unable to die or escape." Lin Xia stood in shock. He crouched down, touching the crow's stiff body, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. With a sigh, he picked up a shovel from the yard. Such loyalty and affection. He dug a small pit next to the corner of the yard, beside the grave of the war bear, and buried the crow's body. War bear, you're no longer alone. Brushing the dirt off his hands, Lin Xia felt more resolute. He would not go. Betting his life to save a bear? Such a deal was not worth it. All he needed was to secure this month's salary. In a couple of days, once Lao Tang arrived, he could leave this place and reunite with his sisters. With that 80,000 kwai, he could rent a larger home for them and buy them some new clothes. This, indeed, was the purpose behind his struggles. With that thought, Lin Xia no longer hesitated. He climbed onto the forklift and started the engine. Today, he would transport the 9 trees he had felled over the past few days back to the woodhouse. The forklift roared as it ventured into the fog. Upon reaching the mountain, Lin Xia skillfully found the area where he had cut down trees yesterday. He began loading the wood onto the forklift, working industriously. The forklift operated swiftly, and within half a day, only the last black pear tree remained. Just as Lin Xia secured the black pear wood and prepared to return to the wooden house, a sudden rustle of wings echoed through the fog. Instinctively, Lin Xia grasped the hanging beside the forklift, squinting into the dense mist. A pure white crane emerged, gracefully descending and blocking his path. Here we go again? Lin Xia frowned, recalling the squirrel from the beginning. He leaned out from the forklift. Get out of the way. Don't delay my work. However, the crane merely tilted its head and, in a clear voice, said, "Dajun seeks you." Lin Xia was taken aback. Dayun? That old monkey from the center of the lake. What does it want with me? What does it need me for? Lin Xia asked warily. The crane did not respond, spreading its wings and soaring back into the fog. How rude. Lin Xia watched as it vanished, hesitating briefly before starting the forklift again. He decided to prioritize transporting the wood down the mountain. He drove the forklift, making his final trip to deliver the wood back to the wooden house. After disembarking, he entered the house and relayed to Lao Lang that the crane had come to find him, saying that June wished to see him. Lao Lang nodded in response. Go ahead, listen to what it has to say. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. What if that old monkey has ill intentions? It won't attack you. Lao Lang yawned and sauntered back to the sofa. Dajun is a prideful monkey. It already forgave you last time. If it were to strike you again, it would be slapping its own face. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia sighed in relief. Are you coming with me? Not going, not going. Lao Lang waved his paw dismissively, engrossed in watching cartoons. You're useless, you lazy wolf. Lin Xia thought, bemused by Lao Lang's slothful nature. He checked the magazine of the A, then retrieved 2 grenades from a box and tucked them into his pocket. With the A slung over his back, he headed toward the western mountain. At the summit, the lake remained tranquil. The fog shrouded the surface, adding an air of mystery to the enormous tree at the center of the lake. The animals here seemed unaffected by the thick mist, remaining as leisurely as they had been during Lin Xia's first visit. Some splashed in the water while others blew bubbles. Arriving at the lakeshore, Lin Xia quickly spotted the hint of white atop the tree. Dajun sat there, quietly watching him, clearly having waited for quite some time. Dajun Lin Xia clasped his hands together, unceremoniously inquiring what the esteemed elder sought from him. The great lord of the white monkey did not respond immediately, his murky eyes gazing toward the direction of Dongshan, letting out a deep sigh. The creatures of this forest regard me as their guardian. He spoke in a voice that was both ancient and distant, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the true protector is Xiong Batian. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, pondering the old monkey's nonsensical ramblings. Long ago, when Xiong Batian was still quite young, the great lord began to recount how he and his family had faced peril, leading to the demise of his parents. When passing by, I managed only to rescue him and his brother, who was utterly traumatized. At that moment, Xiong Batian made a promise to me, vowing that when he grew up, he would aid me in safeguarding this forest and the precious black-hearted Haili Hua as a means of repaying my life-saving grace. There was a hint of nostalgia in the great lord's tone. Over the years, he indeed fulfilled that promise, becoming the most diligent guardian of this woodland, caring not only for his deranged brother, but also patrolling day after day to drive away those with ill intentions. He is the true guardian of this forest. Therefore, what is it that you wish to convey? Lin Xia furrowed his brows. I have grown old. The great lord's voice carried a sense of helplessness. My last remnants of strength must be reserved for something more significant, and I cannot come to his rescue. He turned his head, his ancient eyes locking onto Lin Xia. Thus, I implore you to save him, for he is but a pitiable child. Lin Xia fell into silence. After a moment, he shook his head. I'm sorry, great lord, I cannot go. Why not? I carry burdens of my own. Lin Xia's voice was calm. In a few days, I must return home to see my sister. Why have you come here to fell trees? The great lord inquired. To earn money, Lin Xia replied succinctly. To support my sister. Why not seek a safer occupation? There is more money here. The great lord chuckled, his laughter tinged with desolation. You do not truly care for your own life, but only for your sister. Lin Xia lapsed into silence once more. He gazed up at the overcast sky. Memories of dropping out of school at 18 to work flooding back. Frankly speaking, he was utterly exhausted. He had once been a timid and introverted individual, molded by life into his current state. He had envisioned many scenarios, fantasizing whether one day he might perish and transcend to another world, awakening some extraordinary system, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Yet, those remained mere fantasies. Lin Xia inhaled deeply. He did not wish for death just yet. He had his sister to think of. Should he die, it would be as if both of them had perished. I'm sorry, great lord, I cannot go. Chapter 61. The great lord's deceitful tactics cannot go. Shishan, the lake. The great lord retorted, his gaze toward Lin Xia no longer exuding friendliness. The fish and birds around the lake also fixed their eyes on Lin Xia, their expressions unwelcoming. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, instinctively placing his hands in his pockets. Just as the situation threatened to devolve into a standoff once more, the great lord suddenly exhaled a long sigh, gesturing with his hand, causing the fish and birds to adopt a more amicable demeanor. I apologize for my earlier outburst, the great lord said with an apologetic expression. This matter does not concern you greatly, and I should not have pressured you. Consider this my compensation for earlier. As he spoke, a fish adorned with a lotus flower approached the water's edge at Lin Xia's feet. What is this? A treasure born of the lotus pond over a century. A gift for your sister. Lin Xia exhaled in relief, reaching down to retrieve the lotus from the water. As he drew it near, a subtle fragrance wafted toward him, causing Lin Xia to pause momentarily. After a brief moment, he vigorously shook his head, furrowing his brow. It is fine now, you may leave. Regaining his composure, Lin Xia bowed slightly to the great lord and turned to depart. After he left, the great lord chuckled, the fish and birds in the lake joining him in laughter, the scene appearing rather peculiar. At that moment, a suppressed fury erupted. Such despicable tactics from the great lord? The great lord's laughter ceased, and he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, which belonged to the old wolf striding over with a stern expression. The old wolf halted by the lakeside, his fur gray and dull, yet still exuding an imposing aura that sent the nearby fish retreating into deeper waters. The great lord sighed. You have grown up under my watch. You know the burdens I carry. Once I am gone, someone must remain to guard this place. Thus, to save Xiong I have resorted to such measures. The old wolf's expression remained cold, but he was merely a child. Should he perish there, even if I risk my life? I will pluck a hair from you. Why go to such lengths? The great lord sighed. I have so many fish and birds. Each one could sustain you in your old age. It is different. I find him likable, the old wolf replied icily, casting a disdainful glance at the great lord before turning away. Lin Xia returned to the wooden cabin, an increasingly strong urge to rescue Xiong growing within him. He was unclear about what had transpired. Perhaps he was not even aware of the changes occurring within himself. Lin Xia grabbed another A from the wall, slinging it over his shoulder, and strapped a row of grenades around his waist, while also securing the pair with sword he had crafted earlier in the gaps of his belt, finally picking up the black-hearted Haile Hua axe. Just as he prepared to step out, the old wolf entered. Where are you going? To rescue Xiong Lin Xia replied succinctly. Are you coming? I am not. I will watch cartoons. Be careful. What good are you? Lin Xia retorted, exasperated, as he pushed the door open and exited. The old wolf observed Lin Xia's retreating figure, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. He could not contend with the great lord's schemes, and the desire to save Xiong had emerged from the depths of Lin Xia's heart. Only by rescuing him could it be expunged. He should have prevented Lin Xia from leaving, but he had not anticipated that the great lord would resort to such underhanded methods for Xiong The old wolf sighed. He had originally hoped to endure through this winter. He too stepped outside, though he had no intention of heading to the Dongshan base. He was old and weary. Yet his strength had not waned. As long as he could bestow this power upon another, a new city-level annihilator would rise again. That dog should be reviving soon. Just as the old wolf prepared to sacrifice himself for the greater good, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind the wooden cabin. The old wolf turned to see Bai Qingqing standing at the door, her cold eyes fixed on him. "You saved me?" Bai Qingqing inquired. "Not I." The old wolf shook his head. "It was a person." "Where is he?" "He has gone to a dangerous place. He is likely to die." "Which direction?" "Up the eastern mountain, an abandoned base." "Thank you. He saved me, and I will go rescue him." The old wolf was taken aback, astonished by her decisiveness. "If so, that would be splendid." Chapter 62. The Huangquan Huai Tree Dongshan Base. Lin Xia held an A in each hand, the gun barrels angled downward, cautiously stepping over the collapsed barbed wire as he officially crossed the threshold. A profound silence enveloped the area, the only sounds being the whispering mist and the crunch of gravel beneath his feet. Upon entering, Lin Xia immediately heard Xiongbaishan's suppressed roar reverberating from deep within the base. "He is still alive?" Lin Xia's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace, following the sound through a moss-covered expanse of ruins adjacent to makeshift tents. Suddenly, Lin Xia halted abruptly, raising his gun. To his left, near the remnants of a collapsed tent, a figure crouched on the ground, motionless. What could it be? Lin Xia frowned, discerning that whatever appeared in such a place was unlikely to be normal. Without hesitation, he lifted his A and fired a test shot at the figure's back. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the desolate base, reverberating ominously. The figure jolted at the impact, slowly turning around. It was only then that Lin Xia discerned the true nature of this being. Before him lay a desiccated corpse, clad in tattered work garments from decades past. Strangely, clusters of pale flowers adorned the lifeless skin, reminiscent of locust blossoms, densely packed. This monstrous sight was increasingly unnerving. Lin Xia could not suppress a sarcastic remark. From the initial sighting of the moose to the golden cicada, though each was eerie in its own right, they remained within the realm of nature. However, this corpse was different. It was a vision one would only encounter in television dramas. The corpse let out a ghastly howl, baring its mouth, also festooned with white flowers, and lunged toward Lin Xia like a feral beast. Unfazed, Lin Xia raised another firearm, aiming for its head. Bang, bang, bang. Two weapons erupted simultaneously, a torrent of bullets striking the corpse's skull, causing the pale flowers and decaying flesh to explode. The corpse collapsed at Lin Xia's feet, convulsing a few times before lying still. The true source of fear stemmed from insufficient firepower, Lin Xia mused, just as he contemplated stepping over the body. A rustling sound echoed from all directions. Emerging from the dense fog ahead, one by one, more corpses, each adorned with pale, locust flowers, staggered forth from the ruins. There were no fewer than dozens. Lin Xia felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. He had encountered corpses before, but this was his first experience with such a grotesque spectacle. "Come on," he shouted, raising both weapons and pulling the triggers. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Fiery tongues danced amidst the fog, the deafening gunfire reverberating throughout the base. Under the unrelenting onslaught of modern weaponry, these corpses proved as fragile as paper, unable to advance within 10 meters of Lin Xia before being shredded by the relentless bullets. With an impassive expression, Lin Xia emptied a magazine, casually tossing it aside, and drew another from his waist with fluid grace. Minutes later, the gunfire ceased. The ground before Lin Xia lay strewn with the remnants of corpses and pale petals. He blew on the hot muzzle of his firearm, reflecting, insufficient firepower is indeed the greatest fear. After dispatching these minions, Lin Xia replaced his magazine and ventured deeper into the base. The furious roars of Xiongbaishan grew ever closer, passing through the final remnants of rubble. Lin Xia halted at the sight before him. Xiongbaishan's massive form clung desperately to a sturdy concrete pillar, its body entwined with a multitude of vine-like branches that ensnared it from the neck down, leaving only its bear-like head exposed, thrashing and roaring in defiance. Lin Xia followed the branch's trajectory and spotted a colossal locust tree standing silently in the thick fog. Towering beyond sight, its branches were laden with the same pale blossoms. Countless tendrils descended from the trunk, connecting to Xiongbaishan. "Is it the main boss?" Lin Xia murmured, finding it even more terrifying than the corpses. Xiong, having noticed him, bellowed urgently, "Help me break these branches." Without hesitation, Lin Xia lifted his weapon, aiming at the branches, ensnaring Xiong. Hot, 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 hot. Flames erupted again, bullets impacting the resilient branches, causing them to snap under the assault. While firing, Lin Xia did not forget to inquire loudly, "What on earth is happening?" "Huangquan locust tree," Xiong roared. "If its branches pull me in, I become part of it unless a replacement for the trapped soul is found. Otherwise, I will be eternally ensnared." Huangquan locust tree? Lin Xia contemplated, his gunfire relentless. So, within that Huangquan locust tree, there already existed a trapped soul? He glanced back at the enormous tree. Indeed, within the thick trunk, a pair of crimson eyes glared back at him. Those eyes fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Chapter 63. The man within the Huangquan locust tree. Lin Xia observed the pair of glimmering crimson eyes, partially obscured by the mist, a sense of unease washing over him. Damn it, this is no time for supernatural antics. Xiong remained bound to the pillar, necessitating swift action. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xia aimed his firearm at the piercing gaze and fired a test shot. Bang! The bullet struck true, and a chilling, human-like wail erupted from the tree. Damn! The Huangquan locust tree trembled in fury, all its dangling branches tightening, violently yanking at Xiong. The robust concrete pillar groaned under the strain, fissures appearing across its surface. "Hold on, I'm coming to save you." Lin Xia cursed under his breath, swiftly retrieving a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin, and hurling it toward the densest cluster of branches. The grenade arced beautifully through the air. However, just as it was about to land among the branches, a shadow sprang forth from the nearby rubble, snatching the grenade mid-air. Lin Xia squinted, realizing it was a wild boar, its body adorned with pale, locust flowers. Clenching the grenade in its jaws, its eyes blazing crimson as it stared at him, Lin Xia exclaimed, "What the hell?" Boom! The grenade detonated explosively, obliterating the wild boar into a shower of gore. From the shadows of the ruins, rustling sounds emerged. 1, 2, 3. A horde of wild animals emerged from the fog, including deer, foxes, and even a few wolves, each adorned with those bizarre pale flowers. Lin Xia's expression darkened as he observed the crumbling pillar. Aware that time was of the essence, he raised both firearms, aiming at the advancing beasts. Tot. The furious flames erupted in the fog, the dense hail of bullets instantly transforming the leading deer into a sieve. Yet, in that brief moment of delay, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. The concrete pillar, unable to withstand the immense force, shattered. Xiong colossal form lost its last support, dragged inexorably by the branches toward the trunk of the Huangquan locust tree. "Kid!" Xiong roared in midair. "Be careful, it's coming out." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his body collided forcefully with the trunk, as though sinking in a quicksand. His massive form began to eerily meld into the tree. Xiong struggled in agony, but lasted less than 2 seconds before being completely consumed by the locust tree. Lin Xia continued firing, and moments later, he eliminated all the wild animals. When he aimed his gun once more at the Huangquan locust tree, the crimson eyes had vanished. Lin Xia's pupils constricted, a chill creeping down his spine. Who is it? At that moment, a terrifying force surged toward him from behind. Bang! Lin Xia barely had time to react, his body propelled as if struck by a speeding truck, hurtling several meters away to crash into a heap of rubble. He spat out a mouthful of warm blood, the pain radiating through his insides, and his firearms flew from his grasp. Clambering up from the debris, Lin Xia turned sharply to see a figure where he had just stood. It was a man, with shoulder-length black hair and crimson eyes locked onto Lin Xia. As one of humanity, the man spoke slowly, his voice gravelly as if he had not uttered a word in decades. "Why do you seek to thwart my escape?" With a flick of his foot, the dark-hearted pearwood axe that had fallen to the ground was seized into his hand. In the next instant, he vanished, appearing before Lin Xia, swinging the axe down upon him. Damn it! Lin Xia rolled to evade, scrambling toward the fallen firearm not far away. Lin Xia seized the A, barely taking the time to aim before pivoting and pulling the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted, yet the man's movements were swifter. He darted through the hail of bullets with an uncanny agility, evading them as they whizzed past his clothing. Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment of shock, the man closed the distance, his black axe slicing through the air and effortlessly severing Lin Xia's other A that had fallen to the ground. The weapon shattered into two pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, the man extended his other hand, swiftly grasping the barrel of the A that Lin Xia still clutched. The gunfire continued as Lin Xia's finger remained on the trigger, bullets tearing into the earth and sending dirt flying. They found themselves locked in a bizarre standoff. Their eyes locked. What the hell? Lin Xia murmured. The man seemed to lose his patience, lifting a foot to deliver a brutal kick to Lin Xia's chest. The impact sent him crashing backward, his back colliding heavily against a broken concrete pillar. He had expected to feel several ribs breaking, but oddly, aside from a dull ache, he felt no significant pain. Lin Xia stared down at his chest, astonished. When had he become so resilient? The man opposite him appeared equally taken aback, glancing at Lin Xia, then at the axe and A he had discarded, tossing them aside with indifference. He beckoned Lin Xia with a finger. His crimson eyes filled with disdain. Lin Xia regarded the man's taunting demeanor and laughed. All right, you're impressive. He slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt, one hand moving toward his waist. In the next instant, he produced a grenade, pulling the pin with his thumb and throwing it without a second thought. The man instinctively reached out, catching the grenade with ease. He peered down at it, seemingly studying the object. Upon recognizing it as a grenade, his expression shifted dramatically, and within half a second, he reacted, hurling the grenade away. Yet it was too late. The grenade detonated just half a meter from his face. The explosion unleashed a wave of force and smoke that engulfed the man. Lin Xia roared, charging into the still swirling smoke like a cheetah, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the man's temple. However, within the haze, a hand expertly intercepted his strike. Almost immediately, a tremendous force swept from below, as the man's leg whipped like a lash, striking Lin Xia's lower body. Lin Xia lost his balance and leaned forward. The man ruthlessly delivered a fierce side kick that struck Lin Xia squarely in the chest. The impact sent him flying for the third time, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. As the smoke dissipated, the man stood impassively, a cold expression on his face. He touched the jagged metal embedded in his skin, his scarlet eyes fixated on Lin Xia. You are truly despicable, he said with an icy tone. Deception is the essence of warfare. Do you not understand? Lin Xia spat a mouthful of blood and rose once more. Internally, he felt a sense of despair. This man surpassed him in speed, strength, and combat skills, resembling a formidable beast trained in fighting. Were you? Lin Xia asked warily, creating distance between them. A monster? How can you be so fierce? At Lin Xia's question, the man faltered for a moment. The murderous intent on his face faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. Who am I? I have forgotten. All I know is that I must leave this place. He abruptly raised his head, his crimson eyes filled with determination. I have to convey a crucial piece of information. Lin Xia's curiosity was piqued. What information? The man fell back into confusion. I forgot. Lin Xia was utterly speechless. What the hell? After all this, you're just an amnesiac? Chapter 64. The antler sword piercing the chest, yet this was inconsequential. Killing you will allow me to escape. The Dashan base lay shrouded in thick fog. As the man spoke, he picked up the axe from the ground, the blade poised menacingly against Lin Xia's throat. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, both hands reaching for the grenade at his waist, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the man lunged, the grenade would likely be of no use. Yet Lin Xia had no other options. The only intact lay at the man's feet. As the man prepared to leap forward with the axe to finish Lin Xia suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? The man inquired. I find your eyes to be quite red, Lin Xia replied. The man paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, you really, before he could finish. A sharp pain pierced his chest. The man looked down to find a white blade protruding from his body. Before he could react, another blade emerged. His pupils dilated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still laughing? Lin Xia asked with a smirk. The man opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, the two blades swiftly snuffed out his last breath, and he collapsed to the ground. You saved me. How fortuitous, Ching Ching said, withdrawing the antler sword from the man's chest and glancing at Lin Xia. Now we are even. Lin Xia shrugged, astonished that a fainted woman had ultimately rescued him. Where is this? Such a strange place. Never mind that. Lin Xia approached the man's corpse, picking up the axe and heading toward the Huangquan Huai tree. Bai Qingqing, frowning at the body on the ground, followed Lin Xia toward the tree. If her senses were correct, this tree was likely a city-destroying Huangquan Huai. The Huangquan Huai tree was a unique anomaly, exhibiting a relatively impartial stance, treating both anomalies and humans equally. Once it absorbed its first existence, it would assimilate the consciousness of that being, becoming a subordinate to another. Indeed, it was akin to a head-giving anomaly. However, few would choose to assimilate it, as doing so would mean becoming one with the tree, permanently bound and unable to leave unless another existence of equal or greater strength absorbed it, allowing the original consciousness to escape. What a peculiar place, capable of exerting immense pressure on subordinates while nurturing such powerful entities, Bai Qingqing thought, slowly trailing behind Lin Xia. Yet, as she pondered, her footsteps suddenly halted, and her pupils constricted as she swiftly sidestepped. In the next instant, boom, the sound of rushing wind erupted beside Bai Qingqing's ear, the howling gust whipping her hair and tugging at her scalp painfully. She swiftly turned, raising her hands defensively, and was propelled backward by a tremendous force that struck her arms. Lin Xia heard the commotion behind him and furrowed his brow, his pupils narrowing. The man, previously torn apart, had somehow risen again, grinning maniacally, his blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Xia. Now it's your turn to be speechless, he cackled. Bai Qingqing landed beside Lin Xia, her brow furrowed in concern. You should have delivered the finishing blow, she softly advised. No one had anticipated he could survive this, but it served as a reminder for the future. Lin Xia sighed. Hearing this, the man wagged a finger. You will not have it next time. With that declaration, the man lunged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger, charging toward them. Lin Xia steeled himself, gripping the black pearwood axe tightly. Rather than retreating, he advanced, delivering a powerful downward strike aimed directly at the man's face. However, the man's reflexes exceeded his imagination. Just as the axe blade was about to reach him, the man's figure glided sideways like a ghost, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Following this, he delivered a powerful side kick that struck precisely at the axe handle. The impact was tremendous, causing Lin Xia to feel a violent tremor in his hands, and the Heixin Lihua wooden axe was instantly dislodged, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the distant mud. Lin Xia's heart sank in terror. Before he could react, the man had landed and launched a fierce straight punch toward his chest. If this blow connected, Lin Xia had no doubt his ribs would shatter on the spot. In that critical moment, a flash of white darted past. Clang! Bai Qingqing had arrived, her short deer antler sword skillfully intercepting the man's fist. The man transformed his fist into an open palm, unflinchingly grasping the sharp blade. Blood surged from his palm, yet he seemed impervious to pain, his fingers locking onto the sword's body like iron pincers. Bai Qingqing's expression turned icy, with a flick of her wrist. Another short deer antler sword appeared in her other hand, striking towards the man's face like a venomous serpent. In response to this cunning attack, the man performed a motion that sent chills down Lin Xia's spine. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the incoming sword blade. Crack! The sound of teeth grinding against the antler resonated painfully. Lin Xia, dumbfounded, thought, is he truly a superhuman? However, he did not remain a mere spectator. Seizing the moment while Bai Qingqing constrained the man, Lin Xia rolled and lunged for the fallen Heixin Lihua wooden axe. The man seemed to sense Lin Xia's intent, swiftly kicking Bai Qingqing in the abdomen, sending her flying. He then seized the blood-stained deer antler sword and, without a glance, thrust it towards Lin Xia, who had just risen. Thud! Lin Xia felt a chilling sensation in his abdomen and looked down to find the deer antler sword deeply embedded in his lower belly. A sharp pain surged through him, yet the ferocity in his eyes remained undiminished. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lin Xia swung the Heixin Lihua wooden axe with all his might, crashing it against the man's waist. Boom! Blood gushed forth, but the man's expression remained eerily calm, as if he were entirely unfazed by the grievous wound visible to the bone. He yanked the deer antler sword from Lin Xia's abdomen, spraying blood like a rainstorm, and immediately aimed for Lin Xia's face. Lin Xia's pupils constricted, and in the next instant, Bai Qingqing, who had just been kicked away, lunged forward, grabbing Lin Xia's clothing and yanking him back. Whoosh! The deer antler sword narrowly grazed Lin Xia's nose, the fierce wind stinging his cheek. "Are you all right?" Bai Qingqing's voice remained icy yet tinged with urgency. "Damn it, I'm fine." Lin Xia clutched his bleeding belly and steadied himself. Chapter 65. The Indomitable Cockroach the Man, realizing his strike had missed, displayed a glimmer of cruelty in his eyes. Unwilling to grant the two any respite, he propelled himself forward with the force of a cannonball, charging at them. Just then, a foul wind surged from the thick fog nearby. Roar! A tiger, its body covered in pale Huai flowers, lunged from the ruins, sinking its teeth into the man's shoulder and bringing him crashing to the ground. The tiger savagely tore at the man's chest, its claws leaving deep, visible wounds. "Get off!" The man reacted with lightning speed, delivering a brutal punch to the tiger's head. Boom! The tiger's skull burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white brain matter across the man's face. The man shoved the tiger's carcass aside, and as he stood, his gaze instinctively fell upon the Huangquan Huai tree. Through the thick fog, he caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him. It was Xiong Batian. The man seemed to realize something, his expression shifting dramatically. He glanced at Lin Xia and Bai Qingqing before turning to flee without hesitation. Damn it, try to escape? Lin Xia understood this too. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swiftly pulled 2 grenades from his waist, yanked the pins, and hurled them towards the man's path of escape with all his might. Boom! Boom! 2 fireballs erupted almost simultaneously before the man. The violent shockwave, accompanied by shrapnel and debris, struck him fiercely. The man was hurled backward by the blast, his back exposed to Lin Xia. Grabbing the Heixin Lihua wooden axe from the ground, Lin Xia aimed a powerful swing at the man's back, still airborne. However, the man twisted his body mid-air, fixing his blood-red gaze upon the approaching Lin Xia, his expression twisted in fury. "If you seek death, I shall grant it." His deer antler sword traced a cold arc through the air, aiming directly at Lin Xia's heart. Lin Xia, blinded by rage, did not flinch. He swung the Heixin Lihua wooden axe toward the man's chest with unwavering determination. Clang! Just as the man's deer antler sword was about to pierce Lin Xia, another deer antler sword expertly deflected it, courtesy of Bai Qingqing's timely intervention. The man's deadly strike was thwarted, yet Lin Xia's axe remained unimpeded. Crack! The Heixin Lihua wooden axe, imbued with tremendous force, struck the man's chest with full impact. The moment the axe blade made contact, a surge of black-red flames erupted. Boom! The man's ribcage collapsed instantly, his body crashing to the ground as if struck by a battering ram, leaving a distinct and massive hoof print in the debris beneath him. Spurt! The man spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson light in his eyes dimming slightly. Yet, to Lin Xia's astonishment, even after such a grievous injury, the man's body responded with alarming agility, rising once more like a sensationless corpse. What the hell? Lin Xia was caught off guard, eyes widening as he helplessly watched the man's deer antler sword lunge towards his eyes. Boom! Bai Qingqing, reacting just in time, delivered a fierce kick to Lin Xia's waist, propelling him away and narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. However, she herself was now completely exposed to the man's attack. Seeking death, the man, furious at Bai Qingqing for repeatedly saving Lin Xia, instantly turned, thrusting his deer antler sword at her with lightning speed. Bai Qingqing's pupils constricted as she hastily raised her sword to block. Clash! The 2 blades met, but the man's strength was overwhelming. Bai Qingqing felt an immense force surge towards her, her short sword being forcefully pushed aside. Thud! The man's deer antler sword pierced through her neck without hesitation. Bai Qingqing froze momentarily before collapsing backward, hitting the ground with a thud. At the same moment, an enraged roar echoed from the Huangquan Huai tree. In the next second, countless pale branches surged forth like dragons breaching the waves, swiftly ensnaring the man's limbs and waist. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He struggled desperately, but the branches were remarkably resilient, binding him tightly in place. Having just been consumed, the Huangquan Huai tree had yet to fully assimilate its power. It poured its remaining strength into creating this rare opportunity for Lin Xia. Rising from the ground, Lin Xia seized the moment, grabbing the intact that lay on the ground, aiming the muzzle squarely at the head of the bowman. D. Ah ta 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 ta. Lin Xia roared as he pulled the trigger. The furious firestorm erupted. 7.62 mm bullets raining down upon the man's face at close range. Ah! The man emitted a heart-wrenching wail, his face instantly reduced to a bloody pulp under the relentless hail of bullets. Yet, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, defiantly resisting the tug of the Huangquan Huai tree. With a chilling crack, Lin Xia, expressionless, emptied an entire magazine, carelessly discarding it before swiftly drawing another from his waist. The gunfire erupted once more, echoing through the air as Lin Xia unleashed a torrent of bullets at the man's disfigured visage. After a relentless 3 minutes, the gunfire finally ceased. Lin Xia's gun barrel glowed a fierce red, and several spent magazines littered the ground. The man, bound by branches, had long since lost his face, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. His feet, once steadfast, finally succumbed, and his body slumped, slowly dragged towards the trunk of the Huangquan Huai tree. Panting heavily, Lin Xia cast aside the searing weapon, momentarily disregarding the corpse being pulled away as he rushed to Bai Qingqing's side. "Are you all right?" he inquired urgently. Bai Qingqing lay in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, gazing at him with a pallid complexion, her neck still dripping with blood. She attempted to speak, but could produce no sound, only managing a weak nod. Lin Xia sighed, a chill settling in his heart. However, at that moment the man, like an unkillable cockroach, suddenly opened his eyes wide once more. "I cannot die. I have vital information to relay." His anguished roar reverberated, accompanied by an overwhelming force as he violently broke free from the grasp of the branches. Dragging his battered body, he paid no heed to Lin Xia, stumbling away towards the Dashan base, vanishing into the thick fog. Lin Xia stood frozen in disbelief. How could he still run after being reduced to such a state? A wave of dread surged through him as he watched the figure fade into the mist. He could not allow him to escape. He was on the verge of leaving the forest to meet his sister in Jiangdu if he followed him. Lin Xia could not allow such thoughts to linger. He seized a dark, heartless pair with axe from the ground, ignoring the excruciating pain in his abdomen and shoulder as he madly pursued the direction in which the man had disappeared. His only thought was to eliminate him. The two raced through the mountains, Lin Xia catching fleeting glimpses of the man's staggering figure amidst the fog. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, consumed solely by the desire to kill, oblivious to how swiftly the man was running, or how quickly he himself was gaining speed. After an unknown duration of pursuit, the man finally sensed Lin Xia's approach, abruptly halting and turning to face him. His face, a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, bore a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Lin Xia. "Why must you insist on my death?" he rasped in fury. Lin Xia offered no reply, merely advancing towards him with the axe raised. The man erupted into manic laughter. "Once I leave this forest, you will be no match for me." With a sudden motion, he slammed his palm onto the ground. In an instant, the soil of the mountain stirred violently, and a massive maw, over 10 meters in diameter and lined with sharp teeth, erupted from the earth before Lin Xia, accompanied by a foul wind, lunging towards him. Lin Xia's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with rage. At that moment, his consciousness faded, leaving him to act purely on instinct as he swung the axe with all his might. A thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal elk, towering at least 10 meters, wreathed in black and red flames, materialized from the axe, bellowing fiercely. The flaming elk drove its enormous antlers, like mountains, into the gaping maw. The mouth was pierced through, and the elk, undeterred, pushed forward, forcing the maw back over 100 meters until it crashed against a distant cliffside. The ground trembled, dispersing the fog momentarily, revealing a colossal, blood-red worm nearly 100 meters in length. Lin Xia gasped for breath, his eyes blazing with fury. He had lost all awareness of the situation, consumed with the need to destroy this creature. "You also have kin?" The man stared intently at the fading elk, then shifted his gaze to Lin Xia. Lin Xia remained silent, advancing with his axe raised. "Let us see what you will use to stop this." The man roared, his flesh tearing apart as two enormous, pale wings erupted from his back. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, spiraling like a predatory hawk, diving towards Lin Xia with a piercing shriek. Instinctively, Lin Xia raised the axe once more, but this time the familiar heat did not return. As the man approached, Lin Xia felt a metallic taste in his throat, a surge of primal rage and hunger welling up from deep within his soul. Roar! A sound not unlike a human's erupted from Lin Xia, and in the next moment, a massive azure fish appeared, its gaping maw swallowing the airborne manhole. Simultaneously, from the mist emerged a golden tiger, its sharp claws striking the azure fish's form with ferocity. The azure fish, unable to even struggle, was torn to shreds. The man reappeared, having freed himself from the bindings, yet he looked disheveled, several feathers from his white wings missing. You seek death. The man was now completely unhinged, launching a fist towards Lin Xia's face. Just as the punch was about to land, the ground before Lin Xia erupted once more. An even larger giant centipede, surpassing the previous red worm in size, burst forth, its hundreds of legs like blades, and its massive pincers ensnared the man's body, holding him aloft. At that moment, the golden tiger lunged forward. With a fierce shake of its head, the centipede sent the man tumbling, its many legs piercing into the tiger's flesh. And the two colossal beasts rolled and bit into one another. The man, trapped in the centipede's grip, twisted in agony, his expression increasingly monstrous. I have spent 2 years in this mountain, and though I was trapped in a tree for 1 year and 10 months, you are not worthy to compare with me. He howled defiantly. His flesh began to writhe and swell grotesquely. With a thunderous roar, the man's form rapidly expanded, his skin hardening into a dense rock-like armor, transforming him into a terrifying rock giant nearly 20 meters tall. The rock giant broke free from the centipede's grasp, seizing it as though it were a mere whip, violently smashing it into the ground. The earth quaked, rocks tumbled. The centipede stood no chance against the brute force of a rock giant, being smashed into a pulp in mere moments. The tiger, poisoned, dissolved into specks of starlight, vanishing into the mist. The rock giant pounded its chest and strode towards Lin Xia. As Lin Xia beheld the advancing colossus, an ancient bloodlust surged from the depths of his soul. He gazed at the hazy blood moon peeking through the fog and let out a roar that transcended humanity. Lin Xia's body began to swell under the moonlight, muscles tearing through his clothing, black fur erupting from his skin, bones cracking as his hands morphed into razor-sharp claws. In an instant, Lin Xia transformed into a towering werewolf, nearly 20 meters tall, a fearsome sight cloaked in dark fur. The two titanic beasts collided amidst the fog with a resounding crash. The terrifying shockwave transformed into a tangible gust of wind, instantly sweeping away the surrounding thick fog, causing even the nearby mountains to tremble and begin to slide. There was no technique, no evasion, only the most primal and savage biting and pounding. The rock giant struck the werewolf's chest with a mighty punch, collapsing its ribcage, while the werewolf sank its teeth into the giant's shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of rock. The brutal melee continued for an indeterminate duration. Finally, accompanied by 2 weary howls, the 2 colossal figures simultaneously succumbed to exhaustion, crashing to the ground and creating 2 immense craters, which quickly shrank back to their original forms. The thick fog once again enveloped the chaotic battlefield. A man, drenched in blood, stood there in disarray, looking down at Lin Xia, who lay on the ground. Lin Xia had also reverted to human form, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, the wound on his abdomen deep enough to expose bone. With a sinister grin, the man proclaimed, "I have one." He picked up a sharp branch from the ground and staggered to Lin Xia's side, kneeling beside him. Lin Xia's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at him. "Die," he uttered. The man raised the branch, and in the next moment, a tiger's roar echoed, a sharp golden light emanating from the branch as it plunged violently into Lin Xia's heart. With a gasp, Lin Xia's eyes widened, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He could distinctly feel his life ebbing away. The man wore a cruel smile as he withdrew the bloody branch, preparing to stab again. At that moment, a rush of wind was heard. The man turned his head and saw the crimson silhouette of a moose charging towards him, with a thrown antler sword leading the way. The man was unable to evade. The sharp antler pierced through his chest as the moose let out a furious roar and lifted him off the ground. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated from mist. "Kulin." In the next instant, a white bird's head materialized beside the man, its sharp beak suddenly piercing through his body. The man, in disbelief, raised his head only to see Bai Qingqing staggering toward him through the fog, a deer antler sword still embedded in her neck. Bai Qingqing waved her hand, and the bird's beak opened wide, instantly tearing the man's body in half, blood mist filling the air. Lin Xia stared with gradually blurring vision at the mangled corpse falling down. The blood mist drifted into his eyes, engulfing him in a scarlet haze. Chapter 67. I'll carry you. I'm strong. When Lin Xia opened his eyes once more, he found two enormous eyeballs staring intently at him. Upon noticing he was awake, the eyes widened in alarm and swiftly retreated. It was that toad. It had been peering at him just moments ago. The toad wailed pitifully, though its cries were considerably softer than before. Lin Xia sat up and touched his chest. Had he fallen asleep? Was that man dead? And what of the monstrous mouth summoned earlier? Could those creatures truly be so formidable? Lin Xia was filled with uncertainty. Help me, please. The toad gazed at him in agony, beginning its pleas anew. How can I help you? Lin Xia inquired. I don't know how to be saved, the toad sobbed, trembling in pain. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. What is wrong with you? I don't know, the toad cried, shaking its head. All I know is that I hurt terribly. My back aches, my body is in pain. Lin Xia glanced at the toad's back, where festering sores oozed pus, a rather grotesque sight. It appeared the toad was ill, with its wounds becoming infected. I have no idea how to help you, Lin Xia admitted, feeling helpless regarding the sores on its back. You know, the toad insisted, shaking its head. What do you mean? Lin Xia questioned. You must remember, last time you helped me, and I didn't grant you a wish. That is why I'm saying this. You should make a wish. Lin Xia was perplexed by the odd creature's words. However, this was a dream, so it made sense for it to be strange. Hurry and make a wish. I will do my best to fulfill it, the toad pleaded, trembling and weeping. Then let me return safely to Jiangdu and see my sisters. All right, I promise you, the toad cried in response. But sadly, I haven't even asked your name. In the thick fog, Bai Qingqing hung her head, the blade still dripping blood from her neck. Beside her, Lin Xia lay on the ground, eyes wide open, the gaping hole in his chest glaringly visible. He was already dead. Bai Qingqing crouched down, covering Lin Xia's unblinking eyes with her palm, gently pressing down. His eyes closed, but the next instant, they opened once more. Bai Qingqing paused, observing Lin Xia's open gaze. She attempted again to close his eyes, but Lin Xia's head suddenly turned away. What are you doing? He asked, frowning. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. Didn't you die? You died, Lin Xia retorted, glancing at the deer antler sword embedded in Bai Qingqing's neck. He now harbored serious doubts regarding her being a monster, especially since she had survived such an injury. It was rather abnormal. Bai Qingqing looked at Lin Xia's chest, where a previously visible wound had vanished. Even the stab wound from the antler sword had disappeared. He now appeared as if nothing had happened, truly befitting someone capable of casually gifting themselves two antler swords. He was indeed powerful. Is your neck all right? Lin Xia asked, rising to his feet and regarding Bai Qingqing. I want to die. Bai Qingqing nodded, the wound on her neck bleeding more heavily due to the movement. Lin Xia fell silent, having accepted the existence of these bizarre entities. Nothing surprised him anymore. By the way, what about that man? He is dead. Dead? How'd he die? Lin Xia paused in surprise. I killed him, Bai Qingqing replied softly. You're quite impressive. Lin Xia exhaled in relief. He stood up, stretching his limbs, picking up the new axe made of black-hearted pear wood and resting on his shoulder. Looking around, the gray morning light pierced through the thick fog, illuminating the devastated ruins, where the flattened trees and turned earth narrated the ferocity of last night's battle. Lin Xia recalled that he had seemingly created something extraordinary yesterday, yet now reflecting on it made his head ache. Would he fall ill? Or had he become a superhuman or a monster? Lin Xia glanced at Bai Qingqing again. This woman had survived with a sword lodged in her neck. Perhaps she too was a monster. Bai Qingqing blinked. What are you looking at? Can you walk? Lin Xia tilted his head toward her. Bai Qingqing nodded, using a rock for support to stand. Then let us go, Lin Xia stated tersely, turning to head toward the east mountain base. Bai Qingqing silently followed behind him. The sun had yet to rise fully. The forest remained shrouded in darkness, with the path beneath their feet barely visible. Bai Qingqing struggled to keep pace behind Lin Xia, who walked 2 steps and paused, his furrowed brow suggesting deep contemplation rather than intentionally waiting. However, after a while, Bai Qingqing's steps began to falter, and her body swayed. She felt the oppressive force return, rendering her internal strength inaccessible, transforming her into just a slightly stronger, ordinary person. Were it not for her life-saving item, she might have perished long ago. Lin Xia halted, turning back to frown at her. What's wrong? I'm a bit tired. Bai Qingqing leaned against a tree, her breathing rapid. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, then walked back, squatting down in front of her. I'll carry you. I'm strong. Lin Xia stammered, surprising even himself, wishing to reprimand his own foolishness. What was he doing, carrying a woman? To speak frankly, Lin Xia had never been in a romantic relationship throughout his life, nor did he harbor any desire for one. He always believed that he would not develop any interest in women, even when he encountered Bai Qingqing last time. However, now, as Lin Xia recalled how Bai Qingqing had saved him multiple times yesterday, he found her undeniably impressive. Were it not for her, he couldn't fathom how many times he might have met his demise. Gratefully, Bai Qingqing was not one to be overly sentimental. She gently rested on Lin Xia's back. As soon as he stood up, a sharp pain shot through his neck. To his dismay, Bai Qingqing's antler sword, which was lodged in her neck, had jabbed into his throat. Apologies, Bai Qingqing's voice floated from behind him. No problem. Lin Xia gritted his teeth, his neck stiff as he trudged forward. This was no mere burden. It felt akin to carrying a guillotine. He seriously doubted that if he stumbled even slightly, this woman would meet a grim fate, and he might follow suit. Be steady, Lin Xia cautioned, one hand supporting her while the other gripped the black-hearted pearwood axe, trudging through the morning mist towards Dongshan Base. Chapter 68. Chopping the Huangquan Huai tree. By the time the two returned to the ruins, daylight had significantly brightened. The Huangquan Huai tree loomed in the fog, appearing like a giant with outstretched claws. Xiong Baishan's furry bare head was visible, its crimson eyes glaring at them. Hey, still alive? Lin Xia called out to the tree trunk. Roar! The response came in the form of a branch that suddenly lashed out. Lin Xia was momentarily stunned, but the branch was swiftly severed by Qingqing's antler sword, falling to the ground and still quivering. Is still not fully aware, Bai Qingqing remarked softly. Thank you. Lin Xia carefully placed Bai Qingqing on a clean stone. He then turned to Xiong Batian. Do not attack. I am here to rescue you. Xiong Batian let out a low growl, and another branch lashed out. Lin Xia cursed and swung his axe, easily chopping the branch in two. Unlike the branches controlled by the Huangquan Huai tree, those released by Xiong Batian were brittle and weak, perhaps due to the lack of synergy between the bear and the tree. Fortunately, Xiong Baishan's desire to attack was not high. Upon realizing it could not best Lin Xia, it ceased its assault. Lin Xia approached the Huangquan Huai tree, gazing up at its massive trunk, and suddenly felt a strain in his arms. Damn it, he cursed, raising his axe to strike. Thud! The axe collided with the trunk, and Lin Xia felt as though he had struck stone, causing his hands to tingle. Upon inspecting the trunk, he noted a small chunk had been removed, but it was far from being ineffective. Bai Qingqing, seated on a stone behind, watched Lin Xia's actions in surprise. Hey, that's not how it works. Hearing her voice, Lin Xia turned. Bai Qingqing took a breath, her neck wound making her speech slightly labored. This is the Huangquan Huai tree. It will imprison the first being it devours unless another entity of equal standing to this bear is drawn in to replace it, in which case it will never escape. Equal standing? Lin Xia paused, glancing at the bear's head, which was larger than a basin, and then at the towering tree shrouded in mist. Did that mean he needed to find a creature of similar size? He had only seen one animal in the forest that was comparable to such a bear, and it was already deceased. The search would be exceedingly troublesome. He looked at the stout trunk before him, then at the pitch-black axe in his hand. Let me ask you, if I were to fell this tree outright, would the bear be able to emerge? Fell it? Bai Qingqing shook her head gently, the sword handle on her neck swaying slightly. That anomaly, its hardness. I'm not asking about its hardness. Lin Xia interrupted her, pointing the axe at the giant tree. Just tell me if it is possible. Bai Qingqing was momentarily stumped. She stared at Lin Xia for several seconds before reluctantly speaking. Theoretically, if the tree dies, the being imprisoned by should regain its freedom. All right, that suffices. Lin Xia grinned, spat into his palm, and tightened his grip on the extended black axe handle. Chopping down trees is my forte. With that declaration, he suddenly twisted his waist, channeling all his strength into a single point, and the black-hearted pearwood axe carved a terrifying arc through the dense fog. Crack! With a resounding boom, The axe struck, but alas, it only created a small opening. This tree was a level harder than black pearwood. Lin Xia's strike sent vibrations through his hands. Nevertheless, it could be felled. Truly hard, Lin Xia muttered, withdrawing the axe and preparing to strike a third time. Behind him, Bai Qingqing observed silently. Lin Xia had originally been on par with her, but now he was on the verge of ascending to a city-destroying level. Time passed incrementally. Lin Xia labored for a considerable duration, his arms nearly unable to lift. And on the massive trunk, he had only managed to create a gash the size of a basin. Damn it! Lin Xia plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily, his stomach growling and his mouth parched. He glanced at Bai Qingqing beside him. She too looked weak, her neck wound no longer bleeding. Yet her complexion was growing increasingly pallid. No way. We need to return to the wooden house to replenish our energy. Struggling, Lin Xia rose and crouched before Bai Qingqing once more. Let us go home and eat. Lin Xia hoisted Bai Qingqing onto his back and made his way down the mountain. Though she appeared slender, she felt rather heavy on his back, especially after he had just spent so long chopping wood. As they neared the wooden house, Lin Xia spotted the old wolf sitting on the steps, grinning at him. I knew you'd survive. You're tough. I may not be dead, but I'm starving, Lin Xia grumbled as he approached. So am I, the old wolf lamented, rubbing its belly pitifully. I've been waiting for you to return and cook for me. Lin Xia shot a glance, too lazy to retort to the lazy creature. Upon entering the bedroom, he cautiously laid Bai Qingqing on his hard bed. You rest here, Lin Xia instructed her before striding straight to the refrigerator. He yanked the door open, only to find it completely empty, not even a scrap left. It dawned on him that he had consumed all the food with the old wolf the previous day. Old wolf, go out and hunt. Lin Xia fumed. Not going. The old wolf shook its head, providing a well-reasoned argument. The fog outside is so dense. What if I get lost? My old bones can't endure the strain. Lin Xia was on the verge of striking the wolf. However, the old wolf shifted its tone and mysteriously stood up, trotting into the bedroom and crawling beneath the bed. Moments later, it emerged, panting, dragging out a half-damp cardboard box. The old wolf patted the box proudly. I still have a bit of stored food. I can take it out for emergencies, but you'll have to repay me afterward. Lin Xia opened the box with skepticism, and when he saw its contents, he was utterly stunned. The box was half full of his snacks, spicy strips, konjac snacks, beef jerky, duck necks, all his. In an instant, Lin Xia understood. So that's why my snacks disappeared so quickly. You've been hoarding them. Hoarding. The old wolf stood tall, indignant. Is it wrong for me to stockpile some snacks for my old age? Lin Xia was left speechless. He had seen shamelessness before, but never this level of audacity. Confiscated. All confiscated. This is my retirement fund. The old wolf lay protectively over the box, its face a mix of outrage and despair. You can't confiscate it. Lin Xia shoved the old wolf's head aside and snatched a pack of spicy strips, tearing it open. You're inhuman. You're robbing me. You're even stealing the old wolf's retirement money. The old wolf wailed dramatically from the side. Lin Xia, indifferent to Lao Lang, grabbed a handful of spicy strips and beef jerky, stuffing them into his mouth. After a long day of hunger, everything tasted delightful. Lao Lang, with his two paws raised in a pitiful attempt to intervene, was no match for Lin Xia. Age had dulled his reflexes, rendering him slower than Lin Xia. Turning to Bai Qingqing, who lay on the bed, Lin Xia mumbled, Do you want some? Bai Qingqing shook her head, her neck wound causing her movements to be stiff. She simply wished for tranquility. All right, Lin Xia nodded. You rest well. Lao Tang should come by tomorrow to haul the wood. I'll ask him to take you back to Lianyan City. Chapter 69. Destruction of the City Howl. Oh my, delicious. Amidst Lao Lang's frenzied reproaches and accusations of ingratitude, Lin Xia devoured half of the snacks and unearthed 2 bottles of screaming drink from the bottom of the box, guzzling them down in one breath. Burp Lin Xia let out a contented belch, feeling revitalized. Wiping his mouth, he picked up his axe once more, resting it on his shoulder. Where are you off to now? Lao Lang helplessly shielded the remaining snacks. Chopping wood. Without a backward glance, Lin Xia ventured into the thick fog. He made his way back to the Dashan base. Arriving at the tree trunk, he inhaled deeply. Damn it, time to work. He swung the axe forcefully at the trunk, which was thicker than several water barrels combined. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Xia mechanically repeated the motion until the sun began to set, his arms nearly giving out. With a resounding crack, the massive trunk of the Huangquan Huai tree was finally severed. Panting, Lin Xia leaned on his axe, just as he intended to catch his breath. A voice echoed in his mind. Destruction of the city. Lin Xia paused, a wave of familiarity washing over him. This sensation felt oddly reminiscent. He recalled that after slaying the moose, similar words had flashed through his mind. What was this? Shaking his aching head, he mused that it sounded like an order. Destruction of a city? Which city? Who is commanding me? Confused, Lin Xia chose to dismiss it. Whether it was the destruction of a city or a nation, he would simply not comply. He had no desire to oppose the state, as the multitude of soldiers and weapons was no trifling matter. As Lin Xia pondered, a heavy thud resonated from within the severed trunk. Thud, thud. He looked up to see a dark fissure slowly opening in the trunk, from which a colossal bear paw emerged, gripping the edge. In the next moment, the trunk exploded apart, and a massive bear baton landed heavily before Lin Xia, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Xia gazed up at the giant bear, instinctively swallowing hard. The sense of pressure was far greater than that experienced within the Huangquan Huai tree. Bear Bation lowered its head to scrutinize Lin Xia, the crimson in its eyes quickly receding. After a moment of silence, it extended its massive paw, laying it before Lin Xia. Lin Xia was taken aback for a moment, but then reached out to grasp the bear's furry claw. The disproportionate handshake appeared rather comical amidst the ruins. Thank you. Bear Bation's voice rumbled deeply. In the future, if you encounter any troubles, seek me deep within Beishan. It paused, its tone grave, even in death. I shall assist you. Lin Xia grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth. All right. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, night had fallen. Lao Lang was sprawled by the fireplace, engrossed in a cartoon, while Bai Qingqing sat on the bed, gazing out at the woods. Oh, right, you're using my blanket. The chilly weather was becoming increasingly biting, whether due to the fog or some other reason. Lin Xia settled down beside the bed, and Bai Qingqing turned to him. Ahem, I have something to ask you. What is it? Lao Lang adeptly lowered the volume of the television. His ears perked up. Are you human or a monster? Lin Xia inquired. Bai Qingqing blinked, caught off guard. What do you think? You don't seem human. Lin Xia crossed his arms, furrowing his brow. Why do you say that? Bai Qingqing queried. Because you don't act like a normal person. Aren't you the same? What's wrong with me? Lin Xia was momentarily stunned. You don't seem normal either. Lin Xia scratched his head. Bai Qingqing had a point. He indeed did not conform to the norm. After all, what kind of ordinary person would dare venture to Dashan base alone? He couldn't fathom what had compelled him to rescue Bear Bation in the first place. Forget it. That's not what I meant to ask. I want to know if you're aware of anything regarding anomalies. I've encountered quite a few lately, but remain clueless about them. Bai Qingqing paused, surprised that Lin Xia had reached a city-level crisis and was still oblivious to the anomalies. I know a little. What do you want to know? Lin Xia contemplated for a moment before speaking. I recall summoning some anomalies yesterday, but why do I feel nothing now? After returning, he had attempted to summon those entities again, but to no avail, leaving him questioning whether it had all been a dream. Bai Qingqing was silent for a moment, realizing that Lin Xia was indeed unaware of the forest's secrets. She had intended to inquire about his insights. I'm not entirely sure either, but it seems this forest can suppress us. Once you leave the forest, you should be able to summon them. Is that so? Lin Xia pondered. By the way, how can I make fighting these anomalies easier? Is there some sort of evil technique? Bai Qingqing was taken aback once more by his question. It was rather peculiar for someone in a city-level crisis to seek an easier way to combat anomalies. What caliber of anomalies was he facing? City-level ones? She had no experience with such matters. After some thought, Bai Qingqing ultimately shook her head. I have no experience with the anomalies you need to confront. Lin Xia frowned. Did this mean the anomalies he faced were too weak? Did Bai Qingqing disdain such encounters? Then what techniques do you typically employ? None. Bai Qingqing shook her head. You just fight. Most anomalies can't match your strength. Is that so? Lin Xia mused, surprised by her high regard for his abilities. Am I really that strong? Yet he recalled the man from yesterday and sighed. It seemed he would have to rely on brute force in the future, should he encounter someone like that man again. Would he still be so fortunate? By the way, I still don't know your name. Bai Qingqing, Lin Xia. Their hands clasped together, one warm and the other cool to the touch. Chapter 70. Do you eat fish? Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xia, are you alive? The following morning, Lao Tang finally arrived. His voice cut through the window, rousing Lin Xia, who lay on the sofa. Lao Lang perked up his ears, then began to nudge the still drowsy Lin Xia. Wake up! Wake up! My snacks and blankets have arrived. Lin Xia pressed Lao Lang's head down and scratched his own. You hide them well. Lin Xia arose and glanced at Bai Qingqing, who had also awakened and was staring at him. Wait a moment, I need to grab a few things. Okay. Bai Qingqing nodded. As Lin Xia stepped outside, he spotted Lao Tang standing in the morning mist, bundled in a military coat, rubbing his hands. Uncharacteristically, he wasn't smoking this time. Good morning. Hey, you're still alive. You must be among the top 3 toughest in here. Lao Tang Godin, making it impossible for Lin Xia to retort, as one does not strike a smiling face. Did you bring the goods? Lin Xia, accustomed to the banter, was unfazed. Of course. 3 boxes of snacks and 2 thick blankets. Are you preparing for winter? Lao Tang scratched his head, opening the truck's trunk. Inside were indeed 2 sets of thick blankets and 3 large boxes standing half a meter tall. Lin Xia called to Lao Tang to help him move to the living room, then told him to tidy up before slipping into the bedroom. Lao Tang, pleased with the leisure, squatted at the door and lit a cigarette. As Lin Xia entered the bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of the large head of Lao Lang, drooling at the corner of his mouth. My blanket has finally arrived. Lin Xia glanced at it and began to organize his belongings. There wasn't much, 2 old garments and a bag. While stuffing the clothes into the bag, he suddenly felt something hard. He pulled out the clothes and discovered 2 pieces of chocolate. I had forgotten about these when I changed clothes last time. Oh, you still kept them. Lao Lang, still savoring his drool, approached, but Lin Xia pinched his mouth and pushed him aside. So stingy. As if I lack your 2 pieces of chocolate transported from Europe by steam train. Lin Xia ignored Lao Lang, stuffing the chocolate and clothes into his backpack. With the bag on his back, he gently helped Bai Qingqing down from the bed. Let's go. I'll take you back to Lianyan City. Bai Qingqing nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. As Lin Xia supported Bai Qingqing out of the bedroom, Lao Tang, hearing the commotion, turned around and nearly popped his eyes out upon seeing Bai Qingqing. Lin Xia shot him a glare, and Lao Tang quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and rushing to the truck to open the door. Lin Xia carefully assisted Bai Qingqing up, then got out of the vehicle to give Lao Lang another reminder. Where did you find this girl? Lao Tang nudged him, whispering. Picked her up. Lao Tang. Lin Xia reached the wooden cabin door and closed it, through the crack still witnessing Lao Lang rushing out from the bedroom. The man and the wolf shared a heartfelt gaze through the door gap. I'll be gone for 2 days. You keep an eye on the house. Are you still worried about me? Lao Lang glanced back at the snacks, then spoke softly. Lin Xia, do you eat fish? Lin Xia paused for a moment. What? Do you eat fish? I'll catch dozens for us to taste when I come back. All right. Lao Lang, you actually know how to work. What about the password? Do you eat it? Yes, yes, yes. Wait for me to return. Lin Xia chuckled, suddenly remembering something. By the way, the war bear should be reviving soon, right? Soon. In a couple of days, I'll go find on the mountain. Good, well done, Lao Lang. Now hurry up. You're delaying me from snacking. Password. Lin Xia left, fastening the wooden fork onto the truck before departing. Lao Lang opened the door, sitting on the porch steps, wrapped in the thick blanket he had brought, comfortably squinting his eyes. It is time to settle the score with the June Lao Lang basked under the sun. The road leading from the forest to Lianyan City was bumpy. Nearby, on a hillside, 2 individuals were lying down, gazing dreamily at the dirt road. One was short-statured, the other robust like an ox. The shorter one was named Ma Da, the elder brother, and the sturdier one was Ma Er, the younger brother. They were members of the Bai Long Jiao organization, lying there to ascertain the location of the Dashan Lin Company's lumberyard. The price of the black pear wood provided to their church was exorbitantly high, one tree costing them a staggering 10 million, which was utterly outrageous. Hence, the bishop dispatched them to find the lumberyard and bypass the Dashan Lin Company as a middleman. Did you set the bomb properly? Ma Da asked, shaking his head to clear his mind. They had been lying there for 2 days without seeing that surname Tang person emerge. Ma Er, waking from his slumber, rubbed the sweat from his face and replied, Brother, it's done. I buried it last night. As soon as that surname Tang comes over, boom. Ma Da nodded in satisfaction, taking the bomb's remote control from his brother and resumed watching the road ahead. Ma Er buried his head back into the grass, soon snoring. Time passed, and the sun began to set. When Ma Da awoke again, the sky was tinged with red, the sunset casting a warm glow over the forest. Grass. Ma Da turned to look at Ma Er, who was still sleeping among the grass. Wake up, you fool. Mata kicked Ma air awake, who groggily rubbed his eyes. Bewildered. What is wrong, brother? What is wrong? Why are you sleeping? Look at the time. That surname Tang might have already passed. Ma air looked innocent, stammering and unable to speak. Useless. Mata cursed again, feeling quite vexed. This was supposed to be a straightforward job. All they had to do was stop that surname Tang, threaten him to lead them into the forest, and the task would be completed easily without alarming anyone. Now, because they had slept, they had ruined everything. If the bishop found out, he would surely toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Just as Ma Da was fretting, a sudden roar erupted from the distant forest. Both men looked up simultaneously to see a truck emerging from the woods. It could only be Lao Tang's truck. Brother, we haven't messed up. Ma air exclaimed, wide-eyed. I know. Ma Da slapped Ma air on the head. Everything is under my control. Brother, you're truly amazing, like a modern Zhuge Liang. That's not Zhuge Liang. Ma Da shoved his brother into the bushes and quickly laid down in the grass, nervously watching the approaching truck. Just don't stop. Ma Da fixed his gaze on a protruding stone in the center of the road. That was where Ma air had buried the bomb. This bomb was invented by the church's most brilliant dragon son, and upon detonation, it would release a gas that would render anyone within 100 meters unconscious within 3 seconds. The truck drew nearer, soon reaching the bomb's location. Ma air pressed the remote control tightly. As the truck passed over the bomb, he eagerly pressed the button down. Boom! What the hell? The bomb didn't explode as anticipated. Mata only heard the sound of an explosion without any visible effect. What the heck? Mata turned around to see Ma air with his mouth agape, and upon noticing his brother's glance, he mimicked the explosion sound again. Boom! Ma air's imitation was so lifelike that one might genuinely believe the bomb had detonated. What the hell? Mata kicked Ma air back into the bushes, frantically pressing the remote button, but seemed to have malfunctioned, unresponsive to his commands. As the truck moved out of the explosion range, Mata was exasperated and hurled the remote control away. Ma air, how did you mess this up? Did you only dig the hole and forget to bury the bomb? No, brother. Ma air replied, looking aggrieved, picking up the remote control that Mata had thrown and pressing it. In the next moment, there was a loud bang as the bomb in the center of the road suddenly detonated, releasing a cloud of white gas that rapidly spread outward. Ma da. Perhaps the remote recognizes its owner. My apondut. Damn it. Mata once again kicked Ma air into the bushes and hurriedly dashed into the dense forest behind them. Hurry up and follow me. We'll take a shortcut to intercept again. Ma air crawled out from the bushes, chasing after Mada's retreating figure. Wait for me, brother. He hastily gripped the steering wheel, stabilizing the vehicle. Lin Xia, who had been resting with closed eyes, sensed the swaying of the car and quickly opened her eyes, glancing back at Bai Qingqing, anxious that she might have been thrown against the door. Bai Qingqing was seated on the bed at the back, leaning against the small window, her eyes wide open, watching him. Are you all right? Lin Xia inquired, noticing the blood trickling from Bai Qingqing's neck where the Lu Jiao Jian was embedded. Em fine. Bai Qingqing replied, shaking her head. Only then did Lin Xia turn to Lao Tang, asking, what is going on? You didn't fall asleep at the wheel, did you? How could that happen? Lao Tang chuckled awkwardly, sneezing without looking at the road, likely having hit some wild animal. Are you even professional? Lin Xia pressed. Stop talking nonsense. I've been driving for decades. Lin Xia shot him a sideways glance, choosing silence as she resumed her rest. We'll arrive tomorrow. Finally, we can enjoy some good food and drink, she thought, provided her salary was in hand. Suddenly, Mata burst out of the bushes, his gaze landing on his brother. Ma air, whose nose was crooked and eyes askew from the collision, tears streaming down his face. Ma, you died so tragically. Mata wept, cradling his brother's lifeless body. Brother, I'm not dead yet. Ma air weakly raised his hand, gently caressing Mata's face. He understood that his brother cared for him. Mata's usual tough love was merely a form of training. Not dead? Mata was momentarily stunned, his tears ceasing abruptly. He tossed Ma air from his embrace, stood up, and kicked him twice. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ma air urged, stop lying around. Hurry, let us catch that guy named Tang. Mata sprang into action, and Ma air quickly scrambled to follow. Brother, wait for me. After a night of jostling, morning dawned, and with the first rays of sunlight, the truck rolled into the station. Finally, Wei arrived. Lao Tang slammed the brakes. the truck screeching to a halt as he turned off the engine, collapsing in the driver's seat, waving his hand weakly. I can't take it anymore. My old bones are about to fall apart. He rubbed his back, declaring he wouldn't be driving any further today and needed to rest before hauling the wood to the company tomorrow. Lin Xia sighed in relief. The bumpy ride had nearly split her in two. She jumped out of the truck, glancing back at the cargo area. Get out, she called. Bai Qingqing responded and, gripping the door frame, slowly descended. The Lu Jiao Jian was still lodged in her neck, and the blood had begun to congeal. Lin Xia's eyelids twitched at the sight. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? She tentatively asked. I genuinely fear for your well-being. I want to die. Bai Qingqing shook her head. I've already contacted a friend. She'll come and pick me up. Lin Xia shrugged. Since she had said so, he felt no need to pry further. Just as Bai Qingqing finished speaking, a strikingly pink beetle executed a stylish drift and parked beside the truck. The door swung open, and a short-haired girl wearing sunglasses hopped out. Captain, you're finally back, she exclaimed, rushing towards Bai Qingqing. When she reached her and noticed the blood still seeping from the Lu Jiao Jian, her voice faltered. What? Is this some kind of cosplay? Bai Qingqing sighed with resignation. Let us discuss it later. Just help me into the car. All right. The girl snapped back to her senses, hurriedly assisting Bai Qingqing. Once she was in the car, Bai Qingqing rolled down the window, looking back at Lin Xia. I still have a few words to say. If you need anything, text me, and I will certainly assist you. All right. Lin Xia waved his hand, appreciating Bai Qingqing's politeness. She had saved him multiple times in the forest. She truly was a remarkable person. However, Lin Xia couldn't shake off the feeling that her kindness was somewhat excessive, almost as if she were repaying a debt. After all, who would venture into such perilous places to save someone without reason? Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? He pondered, intrigued. Bai Qingqing nodded, and the vibrant pink car roared to life, departing and leaving Lin Xia and Lao Tang behind. TSK, Lao Tang rubbed his chin. I didn't want to ask earlier since she was around, but what is the deal? How could she be alive after all that? It's a prop, Lin Xia replied. No wonder, Lao Tang remarked, casting Lin Xia a curious glance. This wouldn't be your idea, would it? Quite the spectacle. Lin Xia, uninterested in Lao Tang's musings, grabbed his backpack and said, All right, I'm leaving now. Rest well. Hey, wait. Lao Tang seized him. I need your help. What now? Lin Xia replied, exasperated. Nature calls. Lao Tang crossed his legs, clutching his stomach. I'm about to burst. Please watch the truck for 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Lin Xia rolled his eyes at Lao Tang's desperate expression. Go already. Good brother. Lao Tang dashed into the public restroom at the station. Lin Xia sighed, wishing he could summon something extraordinary, but with so many people around, it felt too risky. So, he leaned against the truck, observing the bustling crowd. At that moment, from the shadows in a corner of the station, Mada and Ma Er were intently watching him. Brother, which one is the guy named Tang? Ma Er asked with a solemn expression. Bang! Mada kicked Ma Er in the rear. Are you blind? There's only one left among the three. Brother, what should we do? Should we just tie him up? Ma Er cracked his knuckles. Tie him up. Mada smacked him on the head. There are too many witnesses. We'll follow him and find a secluded spot to do it. Mada wore a self-satisfied grin. Once we have him tied up, we'll beat him for a night and then threaten him with his family. Who is afraid he won't take us into the forest? That forest will belong to our Bai Longjiao. Brother, you truly are the smartest. Meyer admired him wholeheartedly. That's not Zhuge Liang. Chapter 72. Just wait and see if I stab you or not. Lin Xia waited in the biting wind for a full 10 minutes. Yet Lao Tang had still not emerged. Damn it, did he fall in the toilet? Just as he pulled out his phone to vent his frustration, a message from Lao Tang arrived. Xiao Linzi, you can go ahead. I'm just finishing up. What bad luck. Lin Xia cursed under his breath, stowing his phone and tightening his backpack before turning to leave the station. As he exited, Mada and Ma Er emerged from the shadows. Brother, he leaving. You think I'm blind? Follow him. Mada waved his hand, and the two stealthily trailed Lin Xia. Once outside the station, Lin Xia swiftly hailed a taxi to the train station. Bosley was efficient, settling his wages for the month as soon as he arrived. Feeling reassured as he checked his account balance, Lin Xia knew this money would allow his younger sisters to enjoy a decent life for a while. He purchased a sleeper ticket to Jiangdu, taking the upper bunk. Upon boarding the train, the cramped carriage was filled to capacity, the air thick with the mingling scents of instant noodles and sweaty feet. Lin Xia frowned, found his bed, tossed his backpack onto it, and climbed up. Just as he settled down to sleep, a heated argument erupted from the lower bunk. "Are you mistaken? This is my bunk. Please move." A deep voice protested. "Nonsense. The ticket clearly states it's mine." A brash young voice retorted. "Try saying that again. I dare you." "I just did. What are you going to do about it?" Irritated by the commotion, Lin Xia peered down. A thin, bespectacled boy, looking like a college student, was flushed with anger, facing off against two unruly characters. Two individuals were engaged in a heated argument. One stood nearly 2 meters tall, as robust as an ox, glaring intensely, while the other was strikingly short, measuring only about 1 meter 30 or 40, with a furtive expression, standing with his hands clasped behind him. They were none other than Mata and Maier. "What is all this commotion about?" Mata stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Show me your ticket." The university student let out a cold snort and handed over his ticket. Mata took the ticket, glanced at it, then stuffed it into his pocket only to retrieve it again, pointing at the student and barking. "See here? It's the lower berth number 12. This ticket belongs to us. You better scram." "You're stealing my ticket," the student exclaimed, panic setting in. Maier chuckled sinisterly, cracking his knuckles ominously. The student, observing the massive arms that were thicker than his own thighs, and seeing that none of the onlookers dared to intervene, could only grit his teeth and gather his belongings. "Damn it, what bad luck," he muttered as he departed. Lin Xia, perched on the upper bunk, witnessed the entire scene unfold. He cast a glance at the bizarre duo below and mused to himself. Indeed, in such vast forests, one encounters all kinds of birds. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he could scarcely muster the energy to concern himself with such trivialities. He cocooned himself in his blanket, dismissing the antics below as he prioritized his need for sleep. As the train gradually commenced its journey, the atmosphere around him quieted, save for the rhythmic clatter of the train. Below, Mada endma erudolt conspiratorially. With so many eyes watching, it was ill-advised to plot aloud. So Mata produced paper and pen, scribbling. "Let us knock him out later and find a chance to make him jump off the train." Maya nodded, retrieving a small box from his pocket, which contained a syringe filled with a pale blue substance. This was a specially formulated deep sleep agent crafted by Lin Xia. It was said that even a formidable beast like a tiger would succumb to slumber with just one prick. Mata nodded in satisfaction, urging him to proceed swiftly. Maier tucked away the paper and pen, pretending to stretch in the confined space, one hand raised to obscure the view of others, while the other stealthily maneuvered the syringe towards the underside of the upper bunk. Aiming for Lin Xia's heart, he thrust the needle forcefully. However, the anticipated sound of the needle piercing through wood and mattress failed to materialize. Instead, a dull thud resonated. Maya Forza, feeling as though he had struck not wood, but a solid mass of steel. The needle barely penetrated the wood and refused to advance further. "What's this?" Maier thought incredulously, summoning all his strength, his face reddening. Yet the syringe remained immobile. Mada, anxiously observing from below, grew worried at his brother's prolonged silence. Gesturing for him to withdraw, when Maier pulled out the syringe, they both peered at it in shock. The needle, crafted from a special steel set to pierce iron, was now completely dulled at the tip. "What the hell?" Mata cursed under his breath, snatching the syringe in disbelief. He hastily wrote, "What happened? Did you stab the steel beam of the bed frame?" Maier shook his head in dismay, feeling aggrieved. He could recognize characters, but struggled to write, rendering communication with his brother difficult. He wished to convey that such a needle should pierce even metal. The two exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the inexplicable situation. Meanwhile, on the upper bunk, Lin Xia was in deep slumber when he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, akin to an insect bite, causing mild irritation. He groaned, rolling over and sleepily scratching his back. "Muffled," Lin Xia murmured, burying his face into the pillow, wondering if the train's sheets had not been washed, as it felt like bugs were biting him. Shifting to a more comfortable position, he smacked his lips and drifted back to sleep. Chapter 73. Unsettled Jiangdu. It wasn't until evening that Lin Xia emerged from Jiangdu railway station, having slept fitfully on the train. Stretching his arms, he tightened his backpack and hailed a taxi, slipping inside. "Driver to Haidang Community." "Sure thing." The taxi merged into the flow of traffic, gradually departing. Just moments after the taxi left, Mada and Maier rushed out of the station, breathless. "Brother." He got in the car and left. Maier pointed at the taxi. Damn it, should we chase? Of course, we must chase. Ma da swatted my ear on the back of the head angrily, cursing. Damn it, it's definitely long Z cutting corners again, giving us such a useless syringe. He glared in the direction the taxi had gone, gritting his teeth. I refuse to believe that two of us, who are formidable beings, cannot handle one mere driver. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Chase. All right, brother. Ma air surged ahead, his sturdy legs propelling him into a sprint along the sidewalk, clearing a path ahead. Make way, step aside. Pedestrians on the sidewalk found themselves in disarray, pushed this way and that, with several unfortunate souls losing their balance and being shoved into the nearby greenery. What the hell? Are you crazy? In such a hurry to meet your maker? Onlookers grumbled, yet none dared confront Ma air, given his imposing stature. Ma da followed closely behind, feeling somewhat reassured. Fortunately, it was the evening rush hour, and the traffic was an absolute mess, with the taxi stopping and starting, allowing them to keep pace. Inside the taxi, Lin Xia hesitated, contemplating whether to inform his sister in advance. After a moment's thought, he decided to pocket his phone. Never mind. Let us surprise them instead. The thought of reuniting with his sisters lightened Lin Xia's spirits, making even the congested traffic outside seem more bearable. Driver, let us head to the largest nearby shopping mall. Sure. As they approached a red light, the vehicle slowed at the intersection. At that moment, Lin Xia suddenly heard a commotion and instinctively glanced out the window. A large crowd had gathered on the nearby sidewalk, and it seemed that some individuals were shoving each other, resembling a brawl. What's going on? Lin Xia remarked, irritated. Is the security in Jiangdu so poor that people are brawling in broad daylight? The driver chuckled at the comment, lighting a cigarette with nonchalance. Brother, this is nothing. Lately, Jiangdu hasn't been peaceful. Fights have become trivial matters. What's going on? Lin Xia inquired, taken aback. Jiangdu has seen daily fatalities lately. It's no longer surprising. What is happening? Are there terrorists? Who knows? The driver lowered his voice. There's no official statement, but rumors are rampant. Every day, someone dies, and they are often well-known individuals. He glanced at Lin Xia through the rearview mirror, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Some even claimed to have seen monsters. Monsters? Lin Xia pondered, recalling the creatures he had encountered. After the scuffle at the Dashan base, he realized that some monsters could indeed be formidable, and frequent killings in Jiangdu shouldn't be too difficult. We must be cautious when venturing out, Lin Xia advised. Haha, it's fine. The driver chuckled, appearing unconcerned. We ordinary folks aren't on anyone's hunting list. The deceased all share a common trait. What trait? They are all notorious villains. The driver flicked the ash off his cigarette. Like Zhang Dasheng, who died yesterday. Have you heard of him? Lin Xia paused, recognizing the name. Zhang Dasheng had caused quite a stir in Jiangdu 2 years ago, exploiting family connections to abduct and sexually assault multiple high school girls, some of whom were even minors. The situation escalated dramatically, culminating in a death sentence. However, through dubious connections, he was released shortly thereafter, continuing his nefarious activities in Jiangdu, unchallenged by anyone. The driver, Zhang Dasheng, expressed his schadenfreude, remarking on the gruesome demise of the individual, allegedly found hanging from a streetlight in the city center, along with his entire family, who met the same fate. Lin Xia, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that among these monsters, there existed those who were dedicated to ridding society of its scourges? As the green light illuminated, the vehicles commenced their departure. Meanwhile, on the sidewalk, Ma Da and Ma Air, who had previously refrained from retaliating out of fear of exposure, suddenly erupted in aggression, their hands striking left and right, causing pedestrians to flee in terror. Do they truly believe I fear them? Ma Da exclaimed, discarding the remnants of an eggshell from his head and kicking away the individual who had just insulted him. Chase them. Don't lose track. Ma Da led the charge, while Ma Air hastily tossed a large woman into the greenery before following suit. Chapter 74. The Magician in the Casino. Young man, we've arrived. The taxi halted in front of Jiangdu's largest shopping center, and Lin Xia disembarked, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The neon lights of the city, which he hadn't seen for several days, seemed to overwhelm him with a dizzying allure. Rubbing his eyes, he entered the mall, which was bustling with activity. Even at around 8 o'clock, the sight of various skirts, minis, pleated, and bodycon left Lin Xia momentarily dazed, more so than the neon lights themselves. He was not alone in this. Meyer also succumbed to the same affliction, stumbling into a revolving door upon entering. Mada cursed and rushed to assist his brother, eliciting laughter and chatter from onlookers as the two clumsily exited. Can you not aspire to something greater? Ma scolded, kicking his brother in frustration. Ma hung his head, looking as dejected as a scorned wife. Brother, you have a nosebleed. What? Mada quickly pinched his nose and then kicked Ma again. Damn it, you're driving me mad. What do we do now, brother? What can we do? We wait. If we can't handle this punk today, we might as well find a place to end it all. Mada sat down with a thud, drawing curious glances from passers-by. What are you looking at? Meyer plopped down beside him. The two brothers sat at the entrance of the shopping mall like guardians. Just as they settled, Meyer suddenly spotted a group of people rushing towards them. He rubbed his eyes. Brother, do they look like they're coming after us? Mada squinted, then sprang to his feet. Damn it, they dare approach. Let's confront them. Lin Xia was oblivious to the commotion behind him, eagerly making his way to the snack shop. In his memory, Lin Chu and Lin Xia had always delighted in these little treats. Each time he returned home with bags of snacks, their joy was palpable. Lin Xia cherished these moments, reveling in the simple pleasure of spending time with his sisters, sharing snacks while watching movies. Upon entering the snack shop, Lin Xia eagerly filled 2 baskets with an assortment of goodies: konjac snacks, Wei Long spicy strips, hot chicken noodles, Red Bull spicy strips, honey-glazed pork jerky, dried chicken, and boneless chicken feet. Finally, when the baskets were brimming, he paused. At the checkout, his total exceeded 400 yuan. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret. After years of frugality, such indulgent spending was unprecedented. Yet, the thought of purchasing gifts for Lin Chu and Lin Xia lightened his heart. He worked tirelessly to ensure his sisters could enjoy a better life. As the eldest brother, enduring hardship was a small price to pay. His sisters deserved to live free from worry. Chuckling to himself, Lin Xia purchased additional hot pot balls and pork bones, then headed outside with his 2 heavy bags of snacks. After hailing a taxi, he anticipated reaching home in about half an hour. However, as he exited the mall, he was taken aback to find several police cars parked at the entrance, surrounded by numerous battered individuals. A few standing victims were recounting their ordeal to a police officer. They crashed us right into the greenery. When we caught up, they beat us senseless. Where are they? The officer inquired. They fled upon hearing the sirens. Puzzled, Lin Xia scratched his head, musing on the increasing unrest in Jiangdu. Nevertheless, these incidents bore no relevance to him. He had no interest in gossiping. It was time to return home for a hot pot meal. He hopped in a taxi bound for Haidang apartment in Jiangdu City. Beneath the Dragonbone Hall lay an underground casino, the most chaotic, dirtiest, and most hopeless place in the entire city. The air was thick with the acrid sense of smoke, sweat, and the allure of money, an intoxicating blend. Roll, roll, roll. Damn it, I lost again. One more round. I refuse to believe it. I must recover my losses today. Bet big, all in on big. The cacophony of deafening shouts, the crisp clatter of dice, and the impassive announcements from the dealer melded into a hellish symphony. Countless gamblers, their eyes glazed with greed, surrounded the tables, tossing chips that represented money, only to have them snatched away mercilessly by the dealer moments later. In this place, ruin and despair were commonplace, with individuals wagering their spouses and children as collateral. 1. A bellboy's clear voice rang out. A man dressed in a tailcoat and high-top hat, resembling a magician, gracefully entered the casino, in stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. He appeared pristine and unblemished. Ignoring the high-stakes tables, the magician made his way directly to a table in the corner, taking a seat. Exchange chips, he said, his tone unperturbed, and with a wave of his hand, a stack of cash materialized on the table. The dealer hesitated briefly before complying. The game commenced. The magician casually tossed his chips onto the table. The house won. The players won. The players won. The players won. 10 minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on the dealer's forehead. The magician's stack of chips had grown into a small mountain, as he nearly won 9 out of 10 bets. Damn it, shouted a bald man seated across from him, slamming his hand on the table, having lost everything. The bald man glared at the magician, his eyes bloodshot. I have no money left, but I have a wife. I'll wager my wife on this last hand. All in, are you brave enough to match me? The magician smiled, scarcely glancing at his cards, and pushed his mountain of chips forward. Very well. The bald man, momentarily stunned, erupted with joy, flipping over his cards. 3. I win. Ha ha ha. The magician revealed his hand as well. 3 aces. The bald man's laughter abruptly ceased, the color draining from his face as he slumped back in his chair. I'll go home and fetch my wife. No need, the magician replied, standing up. Other players at the casino began to take notice of the commotion gathering around. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the magician pushed all of his chips back in front of the bald man. Continue playing. These are all for you. The bald man, incredulous, lifted his gaze to the towering stack of chips, trembling with excitement. For me? Indeed. Ha ha ha. The bald man, seemingly deranged, lunged for the chips, laughing and crying simultaneously. I can play. I can recover my losses. The magician did not look back. He turned and strode deeper into the casino, towards the more elite tables. His actions quickly captured the attention of the entire casino, resembling a benevolent deity, winning from every table before returning all the money to the players. Gradually, he was surrounded by a throng of people, yet no one dared to gamble with him any longer, for the sensation of losing was simply too unbearable. Edangya, that lad possesses a peculiar aura, one of his subordinates whispered to a man nearby. The man, with a cigarette clenched between his lips and eyes narrowed, bore a ghastly scar across his upper lip, lending him a sinister demeanor reminiscent of a rogue from the land of cherry blossoms. He was none other than the second-in-command of Longu Tang, known as Dao Ba. Shall we find someone to drag him out and deal with him? The subordinate suggested, making a slashing motion across his throat. Let's see. Dao Ba exhaled a smoke ring, his voice gravelly. Having frequented gambling dens for many years, he could easily discern that this magician was cheating, yet he was baffled that he could not detect the magician's methods. Chapter 75. Who do you intend to knock out? The magician had once again triumphed over 3 newly indebted gamblers at the high-stakes table, leaving the 3 burly men in tears over their losses. The magician continued to push the money back, rising to seek a more elite table, yet it was evident that no one was willing to play with him anymore. That lad, Dao Ba, extinguished his cigarette and slowly approached the gambling table. I'll play a hand with you, Dao Ba said coldly, outlining the simple rules. 3 cards with numbers totaling 0-10 would determine the winner. The highest sum would prevail. The magician smiled and sat down. The dealer's hands trembled nervously as she shuffled the cards. The cards were dealt. Dao Ba picked up his hand, glanced at it, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. 3 tens. This is a sure win. All in, Dao Ba pushed all his chips into the pot. The magician, without even glancing at his own cards, mirrored the action. Let us reveal the cards. Dao Ba was confident of victory. He unveiled his 3 tens and mockingly inquired, how do you intend to win? The magician chuckled and turned over his cards. In the next instant, the entire casino fell into an eerie silence. On the magician's table, the numbers on the 3 cards were not between 1 and 10, but rather 999. 3 nines. Dao Ba's smile instantly froze, and he leapt to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table, roaring, how dare you deceive me? Ha ha, that is precisely what I have done. The magician laughed heartily, his voice bright and pure, silencing the entire casino. Kill him. Dao Ba, unable to contain his rage, gestured, and his subordinates, who had been lurking nearby, surged forward, ready to reduce this brazen cheat to a bloody pulp. Hey, can't you take a loss? Aren't I older than you? The magician shook his head in resignation, flicking his fingers. A playing card shot forth like a razor-sharp blade, spinning through the air. With a swift sound, Dao Ba barely had time to react before a crimson line appeared across his neck. In disbelief, he clutched his throat as blood gushed from his fingers, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Sarilang! The crowd erupted into chaos, screaming as they rushed for the exit. Don't leave. Let us continue playing. The magician sneered, his hands moving like phantoms, sending cards flying in a machine gun-like barrage. Thud! 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 Those struck by the cards, whether in the chest or head, fell immediately, collapsing in heaps. The fortunate gamblers who had narrowly escaped bolted toward the exit, only to halt in despair. At the entrance of the casino stood a dark-robed figure, bearing a massive scythe. Beneath him lay 2 lifeless doormen. Get lost! A gambler, eyes ablaze, charged forward. The figure moved, discarding the corpses with ease, grasping the scythe with a swift motion. Whoosh! A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and the first few who rushed in were severed at the waist, their blood and entrails splattering across the marble floor. The casino had been transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Amidst this chaos and carnage, Lin Xia sat quietly in her wheelchair, observing with an indifferent gaze. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow before her eyes widened in surprise, transforming her expression entirely. In the next moment, her form began to blur, akin to a malfunctioning television screen. Before, with a crackle, she dissolved into a swirling black mist. Instantly, the mist reformed. A pitch-black figure resembling a bipedal monkey appeared in her previous spot, twirling a black staff. Roar! The black monkey growled lowly, leaping into the fray. Thud! It brought down its staff, obliterating a gambler's head like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Thud! 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 Open the door. We're here to check the water meter, Lin Xia shouted, carrying several large bags at his doorstep. Suppressing his voice, the door swung open, revealing Lin Xia in her wheelchair, her face alight with joy. Brother, I knew it was you. How did you guess? Lin Xia chuckled, stepping inside and using one hand to push Lin Xia. Your voice is unmistakable. I could recognize it even if it were transformed into electronic music. Indeed, you are my sister. Lin Xia placed the snacks on the table, and Lin Xia eagerly reached for them, cradling them in her arms and rummaging through them, unable to suppress her rising smile. Where's your sister? Lin Xia inquired. She has a club activity today, Lin Xia said cheerfully, pulling out a package of konjac snacks and offering Lin Xia one. Brother, eat. What club? Is there an event this late? Lin Xia asked. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock. I don't know. She always stays out this late. I seriously suspect she's in a relationship. What? Lin Xia's voice shot up several octaves. He worried that Lin Chu might be deceived in love, that she might encounter the wrong person. Ultimately, he simply wanted to eliminate her future brother-in-law. Damn it, I must see who dares. He immediately pulled out his phone to call Lin Chu, but the line was temporarily unavailable. Not necessarily, brother. It's just my guess, Lin Xia said, happily sipping from a packet of yogurt. All right. I'll cook while waiting for your sister to return. Lin Xia gritted his teeth, carrying hot pot meatballs and pork bones into the kitchen. Lin Xia smiled, finding her brother's demeanor amusing. However, she knew that Lin Chu was unlikely to be in a relationship, as she understood her sister all too well. These trivial matters were insignificant, especially now that their family had settled down. Lin Xia continued to enjoy her yogurt, turning on the television to find a good movie to watch later with her brother and sister. By the way, Lin Xia, what happened to your right eye? Are you wearing colored contacts? Lin Xia's voice echoed from the kitchen, causing Lin Xia to freeze momentarily with the remote in her hand. She turned stiffly to look at the kitchen, where her brother was busy preparing food with his back to her. What are you doing? Lin Xia asked again. Lin Xia finally came to her senses and hurriedly nodded. Yes, I'm wearing colored contacts. I think it looks cooler this way. It does look cool, but not as cool as your sister. Lin Xia gritted his teeth, vowing to confront her when she returned. Meanwhile, at the base of Haitang apartment, Mada and Ma Er leaned against the wall, panting heavily after chasing a taxi that had nearly exhausted them. Damn, there's so few taxis in the suburbs. If it weren't for Ma Er's strength, we would have lost them long ago. Let us go, take action, knock him out, and take him away. Ma commanded while bent over, feeling nauseous, being carried by Ma Er. Understood, big brother. I'll go knock that lad out right now. Meyer rolled up his sleeves and headed for the stairwell. Who do you intend to knock out? Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Mada and Ma Er turned to see a girl with a ponytail coldly observing them under the streetlight, a faint crimson glimmer shining in one of her eyes. Chapter 76. Red and blue colored contacts? Who is this little brat? Mind your own business. Under the Haitang apartment. Mada furrowed his brow and waved his hand as if shooing away flies, directing his disdain towards the girl under the streetlight. Who do you intend to knock out? Lin Chu asked coldly, repeating his question. Damn it, Mada spat, ready to teach this audacious girl a lesson. Big brother, let me handle it, Ma Er offered, eager to defend his sibling. Get lost. I'm itching for a fight and will take care of this myself. Mada kicked Ma Er aside and charged towards Lin Chu like a large black rat. Lin Chu slightly raised a hand, and in an instant, Mada's face was splattered with paint, transforming him into a clown. He did not yet comprehend the gravity of the situation until he twisted his ankle and fell to the ground with a scream. Big brother, Ma Er shouted, rushing to help him. Damn, Mada cried out, deeply suspicious that his brother had done this on purpose. He kicked Ma Er away, only to stumble again. What the hell? Mata touched his nose, his hand smeared with blood mixed with paint. Damn it, this is a patron. At that moment, he finally realized the severity of the predicament, having initially thought Lin Xia was merely an ordinary person. Meyer, you go. Mada kursid. Pushing Meyer in front of him, Meyer rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at Lin Xia. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying backward, crashing into Mada. You useless fool. Mada hastily got up and looked towards Lin Xia, only to see a towering, grayish-white monster standing protectively in front of her. This beast stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a muscular physique, its hair whipping behind it like octopus tentacles, and its crimson eyes fixated on them. Boluo. Lin Xia stepped aside from the monster, pointing at them with a finger. The ground suddenly cracked, and before Mada could react, he was struck squarely on the chin, flying upwards. Just as Meyer attempted to catch his brother, he too was pinned down by the monster's foot, his head smashing into the ground. Damn, Mada, his nose crooked and eyes askew from the impact, came to his senses mid-air and quickly summoned his patron. In an instant, he transformed into a red lantern, escaping like a rocket. Having witnessed the monster's explosive speed, he realized that he and his brother stood no chance against it. If he didn't flee, it would be certain death. Fortunately, with Meyer as a target, his odds of survival increased. Lin Xia frowned at the vanishing red lantern and approached Meyer. By now, he was frothing at the mouth, unable to summon his patron after taking such a hit. I ask you again, who do you intend to knock out? Meyer shook his head, his lips twitching. The one surnamed Tang. The one surnamed Tang? Lin Xia frowned, wondering if there had been a misunderstanding. When she sensed these two, she thought it was her sister who had inadvertently revealed their intentions, attracting unwanted attention. Now, it appeared she had misjudged the situation. Why had she not noticed that there were other patrons in Hai Tang apartment? Could it be that they were ordinary people? What level of patron is the one surnamed Tang? He should be an ordinary person. We felt no aura of a patron from him, Meyer said, still foaming at the mouth. Why are you kidnapping him? To have him take us to a place. Only he can lead us there through legitimate means. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia lost interest in further inquiries, confirming that it did not involve her sister. She waved her hand and entered the stairwell. The pale monster lifted its foot and stomped down violently. With a splat, brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, and in the next moment, crimson flames engulfed the pale creature, incinerating Meyer's corpse into ashes. A few seconds later, the red lantern returned, and Mada emerged from it. Looking at the now spotless blue brick floor, he scratched his head in disbelief. Damn, did he die so cleanly? Mada pulled out a handful of flour from his pocket and tossed it into the air. In an instant, a robust figure materialized from the flour, standing beside Mada and waving. This was one of Meyer's patrons, known as Ling Hunchan. After death, it could maintain a soul form for a day, and during this time, if it found a new body to inhabit, it could resurrect. Although this ability could only be activated once a month, it was indeed a valuable means of survival. Mada took the lantern, inhaled deeply, and absorbed Meyer's spirit into it, before diving in himself. Damn, leave me some space. Squeeze in. At that moment, Lin Xia had just placed a fragrant pork bone soup on the table when the sound of keys jingling at the entrance announced a return. Click. Lin Xia looked up excitedly. Sister is back. Lin Xia quickly dashed back to the kitchen, and when he emerged again, he brandished a shiny kitchen knife. As Lin Xia entered the room, she looked up to see her brother leaning against the kitchen door frame, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a knife, staring coldly at her. Brother? Lin Xia exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. What did you come back? You didn't say a word. Heh, Lin Xia smirked. If I had announced it, would I have caught you just now? Lin Xia's smile froze on her face as she hurried to take the knife from his hand. Lin Xia stepped forward, lowering his voice. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be harsh. Tell me, are you a relationship? What nonsense? Lin Xia blushed with anger, shooting a glare at Lin Xia, who was snickering in the living room. Lin Xia quickly raised the konjac jelly she was holding, feigning innocence. When did I start dating? Brother, are you believing Lin Xia's nonsense? Lin Xia hurriedly explained, our photography club had an event today capturing the city's night scenes. I just got back. Photography club? Lin Xia narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He grasped Lin Xia's wrist, inspecting it closely. Noticing her wrist was bare without a hair tie, he released her, deciding to trust her for now. But if you come home this late again, that so-called club can be disbanded. It's not safe. Lin Xia was exasperated, but quickly assured him, got it, brother. All right, go wash your hands. Lin Xia waved his hand and turned back to the kitchen, where the meal was just finishing. They were having hot pot today. Lin Xia sighed in relief, clenching her fists as she approached her sister. Lin Xia, are you the one causing me trouble? No, sis, it was all brother's guess. Lin Xia replied cheerfully, offering a package of konjac jelly as a bribe. Lin Xia gladly accepted the bribe, but still gave her sister's ear a playful tug before heading to the kitchen. I'll help you, brother. Sure, wash the cabbage over there. Lin Xia was busy preparing the dipping sauce. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air, and Lin Xia glanced at his sister from the corner of his eye. Why are you only wearing one beauty lens? Did you learn from Lin Xia, or did Lin Xia learn from you? Clatter. The cabbage Lin Xia was holding fell into the sink. She abruptly turned around, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Huh? What? Why the big reaction? Lin Xia paused his task, eyeing her curiously. I noticed right when I came back. Both you and Lin Xia are wearing beauty lenses, right? Oh. Lin Xia quickly picked up the cabbage, turning her back. And nothing. I just learned from Chi. She said it looks cool. In the living room, Lin Xia, engrossed in selecting a movie, had overheard the conversation and paused momentarily, a subtle smile appearing on her lips. So was sister. Lin Xia could not comprehend the current aesthetic preferences of young girls. He shook his head and refrained from asking further, continuing to mix the dipping sauce. Chapter 77. Sister earns 100,000 a month? In front of the television, the steaming pork bone soup and hot pot emitted swirling white steam, filling the small room with a rich meaty aroma. Wow, it smells amazing. Lin Xia inhaled deeply, clapping her hands in satisfaction. She wheeled herself to the television, fiddling for a while before finally finding the movie she wanted to watch. Bears on the Loose, the movie, New Year. It's coming, it's coming. Lin Xia carried the last plate of tender beef rolls and hot pot meatballs out of the kitchen, while Lin Xia brought bowls and chopsticks. The three of them gathered around a small folding table, the warm yellow light casting a cozy glow over the steaming hot pot. The familiar ruckus of Xiongda and Xiong air echoed from the television, creating an atmosphere that was simply heartwarming. Lin Xia picked up a piece of beef, perfectly cooked in the spicy oil, and savored it, his eyes narrowing in bliss. This was truly the life. Go. How many days are you staying this time? Lin Xia inquired while serving Lin Xia. Just 2 days, Lin Xia replied casually. Tomorrow, I'll take you to rent a bigger place and also buy some medicine for Chi. I have to return the day after. Don't go back, go. Lin Xia suddenly lifted her head, looking at him earnestly. Huh? Lin Xia was taken aback. Why should I go back? Yeah, I can make money with my paintings now, Lin Xia said proudly, puffing out her small chest. I can support you, in Jia. Lin Xia chimed in with a smile. Yeah, I've also found a part-time job at school and can support myself. Lin Xia felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He set down his chopsticks, chuckling at his 2 younger sisters. What are you 2 talking about? I'm a grown man, and I still need you little girls to support me? As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and transferred money to his sisters. This month's living expenses, 5,000 each. After taking a sip of beer, he added, your brother makes 30,000 a month. Do I really need you to make money for me? He refrained from revealing the truth. What a joke, earning 80,000 a month while merely chopping wood in the mountains. If they heard that, they would surely worry he had joined some illegal organization. Lin Xia preferred they think of him as just an ordinary lumberjack with a decent salary. 30,000? Lin Xia wrinkled her small nose. Go, is that a lot for a month? Lin Xia froze mid-bite into a bone. Huh, isn't that a lot? Yeah, my monthly royalties can exceed 100,000, Lin Xia declared. Lin Xia nearly spat out his beer, staring wide-eyed at Lin Xia. How much? Over 100,000. Lin Xia repeated. Lin Xia was utterly stunned, his expression one of disbelief. You can check for yourself. Lin Xia proudly handed him her phone. Skeptically, Lin Xia took the phone and saw messages from 2 individuals seeking commissions from Lin Xia. One was exceptionally generous, offering 100,000 for a comic piece. The other, while less, placed orders almost daily for a few hundred each time. Lin Xia's mouth gaped wider and wider, unable to close for a long time. He toiled in the mountains, battling monsters for a mere 80,000, while his sister painted at home and made 100,000, unable to contain his laughter. Lin Xia ruffled Lin Qi's hair excitedly. You've made it, Qi. You're earning big money. Lin Xia and Lin Xia joined in the laughter, filling the small room with joyful air. Then don't go back, Lin Xia urged, seizing the moment. Lin Xia's smile faded as he shook his head. No, I still have to work. Why not? Both sisters asked in unison. How can an older brother let his younger sister support him? That would be quite the joke. Lin Xia replied seriously. Besides, I'm not incapable of working. Lounging around a home every day would be unbearable. This was but one reason. Another was the hefty 1 million penalty from the company, which required him to work for at least a year to escape. But go. You've worked hard for so many years. It's time you enjoyed life, Lin Xia said, genuinely concerned for Lin Xia. Silly girl, Lin Xia chuckled. Do you think I'm suffering in the mountains? You picked up a hot pot meatball. My job is quite easy, the air is fresh, and I've even raised 2 dogs. I spend my days exploring the mountains with them, and when I'm hungry, I feast on mountain delicacies. It's quite enjoyable. Recalling Zhang Xiong and Lao Lang, as well as the meals of elk and freshwater fish, he realized he wasn't entirely exaggerating. Lin Xia was about to say something more when Lin Chu stopped her. Knowing Lin Xia's character well, she realized that once he made a decision, no one could sway him. Go. Is there anything fun in the forest? Tell us about it. Lin Chu smiled, shifting the topic. Fun? Oh, there's plenty. There are 2 talking bears, Lin Xia replied enthusiastically. With the steaming hot pot, the upbeat music from the TV, and Lin Xia's half-true tales of forest adventures. The meal was filled with joy. Gazing at his sister's happy faces, all traces of fatigue from work vanished from Lin Xia's heart. Chapter 78. The anomaly captured that night. In the underground casino of Longgutang, the metallic scent of blood hung thickly in the air. The ground was littered with corpses, some sprawled on the gambling tables, clutching blood-stained chips, while others lay at the entrance, their bodies cleaved in 2. Blood soaked into the expensive carpets, reflecting a dark crimson hue under the dim lights. 2 figures slowly entered this realm of silence. Leading was a man dressed in an immaculate white robe, standing in stark contrast to the bloody hell. He cradled a long object wrapped in white gauze, which bore the outline of a sword. It was Jiang Jun, the captain of the night watch in Jiangdu. Following him was Lu Shi, the deputy captain, clad in a black trench coat, her sharp blue hair complementing her demeanor. Jiang Jun stood in the center of the casino, slowly closing his eyes. Lu Shi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with her amber eyes, cold as ice. Moments later, Jiang Jun opened his eyes. What do you sense? Lu Shi asked. There are 3 anomalous presences here. Jiang Jun replied calmly, devoid of any emotion. Lu Shi frowned. 3? Yes, Jiang Yun nodded. Strangely, these 3 anomalies share the same nature. Same? Lu Shi quickly grasped the implication. Are you saying these 3 anomalies are, in fact, one and the same? Jiang Jun shook his head. Not just that. It seems that all recent disturbances plaguing Jiangdu may stem from the same source. Upon hearing this deduction, Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Since the appearance of the anomalies, their frequency had escalated daily, with their intensity rapidly increasing from minor disturbances to major chaos. Had it not been for the support of the night watch from surrounding cities, they would have been unable to manage the situation. Even so, over 100 lives have been lost in Jiangdu recently, though most of the deceased were of ill repute. Lu Shi sighed, her feelings complex. If it were truly the same anomaly, its capabilities were indeed peculiar, capable of inciting chaos, while also manifesting into different entities, committing crimes simultaneously across various locations. Captain, what about our plan? The plan remains unchanged. Jiang Jun interrupted her. Lu Shi nodded. All right. We wait for them to strike again. Jiang Jun acknowledged her, then inquired, have we contacted the captain of the night watch in Lianyan City? We have. Captain Bai Qingqing is already on the fastest train to Jiangdu, Lu Shi reported. Good. Jiang Jun turned his gaze back to the blood-soaked casino, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake, like a sloth indifferent to the world around it. Once Bai Qingqing arrived, utilizing her crimson eyes, she would be able to locate the hidden gaze lurking in the shadows of this city. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu, at a quaint tea house adorned with ancient charm, the establishment bustled even in the dead of night, with luxury cars lining the entrance. This was the lair of Longgutang, the foremost underground power in Jiangdu. On the top floor, within a lavishly decorated private room, the atmosphere was stifling. Bang! An expensive blue and white porcelain teacup shattered violently on the floor, scattering into fragments. Long Tong, the head of Longgutang, sat in a grand chair, his face contorted with rage. The two frightened women, trembling in his arms, dared not even breathe. Before Long Tong, the third and fourth leaders of Long Gutang knelt on the ground, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. Damn it! Long Tong gritted his teeth, his voice seeping through clenched jaws. Regardless of the creature's nature, anyone daring to harm the members of my Long Gutang is courting death. He glared at the two kneeling before him and bellowed, "Go! Arm every brother with a gun. I refuse to believe this monster isn't afraid of firearms." Yes, yes. The third and fourth elders, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet and exited the room. Humph. The more Long Tong thought about it, the angrier he became. He cast a glance at the woman in his arms and squeezed tightly. "Ah!" The two women cried out in pain, but quickly stifled their voices. Long Tong snorted coldly, preparing to indulge in some pleasurable activities to vent his frustration when suddenly, the door of the private room was forcefully flung open. Bang! The figures of the third and fourth elders flew in, crashing heavily to the ground. However, their heads had morphed into a grotesque pulp. "Ah!" Accompanied by the piercing screams of the two women, a pitch-black monkey slowly entered. It bore a staff adorned with strange patterns upon its shoulder, reminiscent of the mythical Rui Jingubang. With a wide grin revealing its white teeth, it resembled a dark version of Sun Wukong. Long Tong's face turned pale as he frantically fished a handgun from the drawer, aiming at the black monkey and firing wildly. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the great sage, producing only dull thuds, barely dislodging a few strands of its fur. The great sage remained unfazed, still grinning wickedly. "You!" Long Tong stammered, paralyzed by fear. The great sage's smile grew increasingly sinister. It moved. In a flash, its staff swung down with the force of a tempest. Thud! The once arrogant leader of Long Gutang was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Casting a disdainful glance at the two terrified women, the great sage wiped the blood from its staff onto Long Tong's clothing, hoisted the staff, and turned to leave. But just as it pivoted, it beheld a figure standing at the doorway. Clad in azure-white armor and wielding a Qinglong Yinyue Dao, the figure gleamed coldly in the light. It was Shi Rong. "Thank you for helping Jiangdu eliminate a malignant tumor." Shi Rong smiled, yet the blade remained pointed at the great sage. "Now, you will accompany me." "Huh?" The great sage grinned wickedly at the words. Without a moment's hesitation, it swung its golden staff toward Shi Rong with immense force. Shi Rong's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly thrust the Qinglong Yinyue Dao upward. Clang! The clash of blade and staff sent sparks flying. The two contended fiercely, neither yielding. In that moment, the private room was filled with flashes of blades and shadows. A fierce battle ensued. As Shi Rong parried, he spoke, "Jiangdu is not yet in the hands of aberrations like you to punish evil and promote good. Sometimes, what appears to be evil only brings more harm to the innocent." The great sage paid no heed to his words, relentlessly swinging its staff with escalating ferocity. Clang! Another powerful collision sent both combatants reeling back several steps. "Huh! Compared to the true great sage, you fall woefully short." Steadying himself, Shi Rong slammed the Qinglong Yinyue Dao against the ground, gazing coldly at the creature. "Now surrender." The instant his words fell, the walls of the private room began to crumble. An abundance of white gauze surged forth. The gauze, seemingly alive, swept in from all directions, swiftly binding the great sage tightly. Roar! The great sage thrashed violently, but the gauze constricted ever tighter, rendering its immense strength useless. This spectacle was mirrored across various corners of Jiangdu. On this night, a total of 9 aberrations, wreaking havoc, were simultaneously captured. Chapter 79. The Hidden Puppeteer. The following morning, at Jiangdu High-Speed Railway Station, in the gentle drizzle, Bai Qingqing emerged from the exit. Her complexion had improved significantly compared to the previous days, though a thin band of white gauze encircled her neck, adding a touch of battle-worn fragility to her strikingly beautiful face. She scanned the square and quickly fixated on a vibrant red Ferrari parked at the roadside. As the window rolled down, a woman with short blue hair waved at her. Bai Qingqing approached, opening the door to sit in the passenger seat. Head of the night watch team in Lianyun City, Bai Qingqing. Deputy Captain of Jiangdu, Lu Xi. Lu Xi extended her hand, stating, "The situation is urgent. No pleasantries today. The captain is already waiting for us." Bai Qingqing nodded and shook her hand. The Ferrari's engine roared to life, leaving a red trail on the wet morning streets. This target is rather peculiar. Last night we captured 9 high-level aberrations, yet they all emanated identical auras. As Lu Xi drove, she swiftly elaborated, "We need Qi Tong's assistance to uncover the puppeteer, and then our captain will take action." Bai Qingqing leaned back in her seat, shutting her eyes to rest, indifferent to the passing scenery outside. The Ferrari eventually halted before a detective agency. Lu Xi guided Bai Qingqing inside. Within the agency, Jiang Jun sat leisurely at a tea table, brewing tea with calm composure. "Captain, you've arrived." Jiang Jun gestured for them to sit and pushed 2 cups of freshly brewed tea toward them. Without further ado, he flipped his palm, and the agency's vacant space was suddenly filled with 9 tightly bound figures wrapped in white gauze, resembling mummies. These were the 9 aberrations captured last night. "Thank you." Jiang Jun succinctly expressed his gratitude. "Bai Qingqing note that sop the wheat spoon, ti dong." The moment her words fell, her long hair transformed into a blood-red hue, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes morphed into crimson vertical pupils. In her vision, the world instantly lost color, reduced to black and white. From the 9 bound aberrations, fine red threads emerged, intertwining in midair to form a thicker crimson line that snaked through the walls of the detective agency, extending toward an unknown destination. "Found it." Jiang Ju nodded. "Lu Xi, please take my captain ahead while I prepare." "Understood." The Ferrari roared back to life, and Bai Qingqing followed the only red line visible to her, continuously guiding Lu Xi. The vehicle weaved through towering buildings, closely trailing the serpent-like crimson line weaving through the city. Moments later, the car finally stopped at the entrance of Jiangdu People's Hospital. The 2 disembarked and hastily entered the bustling hospital lobby, filled predominantly with elderly individuals queuing for registration, the air thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Inside here, Lu Xi scanned the surroundings warily. Bai Qingqing's gaze drifted across the lobby, gradually closing in on the red line. Suddenly, she froze. "Have you found it?" Lu Xi's gaze crossed the crowd, settling on a corner near the registration desk. There, a young man clad in a checkered shirt stood with his back to them, a gentle smile gracing his face as he leaned down to speak with 2 girls. One girl, with a ponytail, crouched on the floor, looking up and chatting animatedly, while the other sat in a wheelchair, cradling a large bag of medicine and laughing joyfully. "Lin Ju." Lu Xi paused, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "Not here." Bai Qingqing suddenly spoke, turning to leave. "Huh?" Lu Xi was taken aback. The line merely passed through the hospital. Bai Qingqing's voice echoed, "The puppeteer is elsewhere." Though Lu Xi was puzzled, she promptly followed suit. The 2 hastily returned to the car, vanishing into the flow of traffic. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, who had been crouching, cast a glance in their direction, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. "What's wrong, sis?" Lin Xia shook the konjac jelly in her hand. "Nothing." "Lin Juice, my." Recognizing a familiar face, Lin Xia glanced back, but saw no familiar faces. Perhaps it was Lin Chu's friend from school. "Why didn't your friend say hello?" Lin Xia lightly patted Lin Chu's head. "She didn't see me. She has already left." Lin Chu pouted. "Is that so?" Lin Xia pulled Lin Chu up. "After buying the medicine, let's go. I'll take you both to find a larger house." "Yay!" Lin Chi cheered immediately. "Brother, I want 2 bedrooms. One for you and one for me and sister." Lin Xia chuckled at her enthusiasm. "How old are you now? Still wanting to sleep with your sister?" "I don't care. I just like being with sister." Lin Chi clung to her sister's arm, her eyes filled with affection. "I also enjoy living with my little sister." "All right then, let us rent a place with 2 bedrooms. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing and Lu Xi returned to the detective agency. Jiang Jun, holding a bandaged weapon, opened his eyes at the sound. "What is the news?" Bai Qingqing shook her head. It vanished. Even Qi Tong couldn't lock its position. Hearing this, even Jiang Jun, with his calm demeanor, revealed a hint of disturbance, but it quickly faded. He merely nodded and bowed slightly to Bai Qingqing. "Thank you, Captain Bai, for coming. Lu Xi, please see Captain Bai back to the high-speed train station." "No need," Bai Qingqing replied, shaking her head. "I want to explore Jiangdu." "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I want to see you off." "My apologies." Jiang Jun closed his eyes again after speaking. Bai Qingqing bid farewell to Lu Xi and turned to leave the detective agency. Once outside, she sent a message to Lin Xia. "I'm in Jiangdu. Shall we have a meal together?" Chapter 80. Your sister is unusual at Haitang Gongyu. Lin Xia had just returned home after viewing apartments with his sisters. They had found a place with a monthly rent of 1,000, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, conveniently located closer to Jiangdu University for Lin Chu's schooling. Ding dong. Lin Xia pulled out his phone and saw a message from Qingqing. Qingqing, I'm in Jiangdu. Shall we have a meal together? What the heck? Lin Xia was taken aback. What was going on with her? She just arrived in Lianyun City yesterday, and now she was in Jiangdu? Why invite him to dinner? Lin Xia pondered, could this be a date? Brother, who is it? Why the smile? Lin Chu, quick to notice, rushed over and snatched the phone before Lin Xia could react. Let me see. Wow. Lin Chu's eyes lit up instantly. Qingqing, brother, you're impressive. What? Lin Xia excitedly wheeled herself over. Sister-in-law? Is it sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Lin Xia's face flushed with embarrassment as he tried to reclaim his phone. Don't spout nonsense. She's just a normal friend I met on the train. Normal friend? Lin Xia took the phone from Lin Chu, leaning in closely, nearly pressing her eyes against the screen. Brother, you are too slow. After adding her for so long, your chat history is still empty? Lin Xia looked at him with disappointment. Having to be a boyfriend like this. Before Lin Xia could respond, Lin Xia lowered her head, her fingers flying across the screen. What are you doing? Lin Xia exclaimed in a panic. Done. Lin Xia triumphantly turned the screen towards him. In the chat box, she had already replied for Lin Xia. Effortlessly earning money to support my sister. Sure, where are you? The moment the message was sent, a reply came back. Qingqing, at Baiyun Western Restaurant, I'll wait for you. Yay. Lin Xia and Lin Chu high-fived. Brother, hurry up. Lin Chu insisted, pushing Lin Xia towards the door. Don't dawdle. Don't keep the girl waiting too long. It leaves a bad impression. Go get her. Lin Xia cheered from behind, waving her tiny fists. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Xia stood in the hallway, holding the phone with the screen still lit, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Just then his phone dinged again. It was a WeChat transfer from Lin Xia, 60,000 yuan. Lin Xia. Brother, good luck. Spend freely, and I want a sister-in-law. What the heck? Lin Xia laughed and cried at the same time, quickly clicking to refund it. Effortlessly earning money to support my sister. Your brother is rich. He glanced at his WeChat balance, which began with a 6, feeling somewhat more confident. It's just a Western meal, right? Let us go. At Baiyun Western Restaurant. When Lin Xia walked in wearing faded jeans and a plaid shirt, he instantly felt out of place in the opulent ambience reminiscent of a palace. The melodious sound of the violin surrounded him, and the surrounding patrons were well-dressed, conversing softly, the clinking of cutlery producing a crisp sound. Lin Xia scratched his head awkwardly, scanning the restaurant until he spotted a familiar figure. By the window, Qingqing, clad in a black trench coat, rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, her brow slightly furrowed. Her aloof demeanor attracted the attention of several men at nearby tables. Why does she always look so serious? Lin Xia wondered as he approached. Ahem. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Qingqing, as if awakening from a dream, came to her senses upon seeing Lin Xia, and the icy demeanor that had kept others at bay melted slightly as she offered him a smile. Lin Xia swallowed hard. When she smiled, she was rather attractive. Didn't you just return to Lianyun City? Why are you in Jiangdu again? And how did you know I was here? I'm here for a mission. Qingqing replied succinctly. As for how she knew, she glanced at Lin Xia's phone. Your WeChat address states Haitang Gongyu in Jiangdu. I assumed you had returned home. A mission? Lin Xia's interest piqued. He knew Qingqing was no ordinary person, and it seemed she had an organization. However, she had specifically checked my WeChat profile. Lin Xia touched his chin, feeling quite pleased. Could it be? What would you like to eat? Qingqing handed over the menu. Lin Xia took it and flipped through casually. In the next moment, his expression froze. Australian tomahawk steak, 298 yuan. French baked snails, 188 yuan. Black truffle foie gras, 398 yuan. What the heck? Lin Xia cursed inwardly. Why not just rob a bank? He discreetly flipped to the back, his fingers scanning the menu for what seemed like an eternity until he finally found the cheapest main dish in the corner of the last page. Ahem. Lin Xia cleared his throat, returning the menu. I'll have this, the 58 yuan spaghetti. Me too. Qingqing nodded to the waiter. After the waiter left, an awkward silence fell over the table, only interrupted by the faint background music in the restaurant. Lin Xia felt incredibly uncomfortable, beads of sweat forming in his palms. This was the first time in his life he was genuinely out to dinner alone with a girl, not counting his two sisters. What should he say? Lin Xia was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Bai Qingqing remained silent as well. She wasn't here just for a meal today. She was also organizing her thoughts, contemplating how to begin the conversation. Your spaghetti. The waiter's arrival broke the tension, delivering 2 plates of seemingly small portions of pasta. Let us eat. Lin Xia picked up his fork and twirled the noodles before shoving them into his mouth. The taste was decent, but the texture of the noodles reminded him of the coarse noodles found in spicy hot pot. Just as Lin Xia dug into his meal, Bai Qingqing suddenly spoke up. Lin Xia. Lin Xia mumbled, his mouth full of noodles. Do you know that many people have died in Jiangdu recently? Lin Xia paused mid-bite, swallowing the noodles before raising his head. I heard from a taxi driver that those who died were notorious villains. Bai Qingqing remained silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, they were villains. They deserved to die. What is going on? Lin Xia felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Bai Qingqing had suddenly broached that topic. Bai Qingqing chose not to respond to his inquiry, instead shifting the conversation and fixing her frosty gaze upon him. Who are the 2 girls who accompanied you to the hospital today? Lin Xia's heart sank, an inexplicable anxiety washing over him as he hurriedly explained, They are my sister. My biological sister. Bai Qingqing echoed sister, then inquired, Are you familiar with the girl in the wheelchair? Of course. Lin Xia hesitated, taken aback by her abrupt question. Her name is Lin Xia. She is my sister. She is a diligent and optimistic child, although she has lost her legs. She studies painting every day and is now able to support herself through her art. Bai Qingqing shook her head. With your level of understanding, she scrutinized Lin Xia's eyes. Can you not sense the aura surrounding her? What aura? Lin Xia scratched his head, thoroughly puzzled. Is it fragrant? Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow. After a moment of hesitation, she inhaled deeply, lowering her voice to ask each word deliberately. Lin Xia, do you not know that your sister has become an anomaly? Chapter 81. Let the sister-in-law inside stunned. Lin Xia nearly choked on the spaghetti he had been eating when he heard Bai Qingqing's words. He quickly wiped his mouth, smiling awkwardly at her across the table, thinking she was joking. I watched her grow up. How could I not know if she were an anomaly? Bai Qingqing did not dispute him. She opened her phone, swiping a few times before handing it to him. Lin Xia glanced curiously at the screen, which displayed a pair of striking blue eyes, beautiful and eerily familiar. What is this? He sensed something ominous. An anomaly that could potentially devastate Jiangdu, and it currently resides within your sister. In other words, your sister wields its power. Lin Xia recalled Lin Qi's right eye, which resembled the eyes on the screen exactly. Could it be true? But why must such a fate befall her? She had already suffered so much, though reluctant to believe it. He found himself unable to dismiss it either. Clenching his fists tightly, he rasped, Are you specifically tasked with eliminating anomalies? Yes, Bai Qingqing nodded, a flicker of compassion stirring within her. The soft music of the restaurant lingered in his ears, but to Lin Xia, it felt unbearably jarring. What will you do to her? Lin Xia's voice trembled, adding, She is a good child. She is still herself. She will die. Bai Qingqing delivered the cruel truth. With a pang of sympathy in her heart, she longed to shield Lin Xia from the grim reality. Yet she understood that withholding the truth would only bring him greater anguish. Lin Xia felt as though he had been struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. Then he abruptly seized Bai Qingqing's hand. Who else knows about this? His grip was firm, causing Bai Qingqing discomfort, yet she did not pull away. Only I know. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Xia's eyes as he pleaded, Please, do not tell anyone else. I can pay you. I earn 80,000 a month, and I can give it all to you. Bai Qingqing gazed at him, feeling an unexpected sting in her eyes. Having grown up as an orphan, she had never experienced such familial love. To be honest, she envied Lin Xia's sister. Withdrawing her hand from his, she assured him, I will not speak of it. But eventually, other night watchers will discover her. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Can I convince her to stop killing? Would that prevent anyone from discovering her? Yes, the authorities place immense importance on that eye. They will continue searching for it and will eventually find it. What if I became that eye? Bai Qingqing's pupils constricted. She observed the man before her, whose eyes now brimmed with madness, and suddenly understood that this might be the only solution. With Lin Xia's unfathomable strength, should the authorities believe the eye was with him, all their attention would be diverted. allowing them to overlook Jiangdu. As long as he remained undetected, his sister would not be discovered. You could die, Bai Qingqing said earnestly. Death holds no fear for me. Lin Xia replied with an unexpected smile. He pulled out his phone and, without a second glance, transferred all the money in his account to Bai Qingqing. After I die, can you look after them for me? In his view, as an ordinary lumberjack, confronting a mysterious national organization was a certain path to demise. Yet if his life could secure his sister's safety, it would be worth it. Bai Qingqing silently accepted the transfer, gazing at Lin Xia with newfound admiration. He was not only powerful, but possessed a noble spirit. You need not die, she whispered. If possible, try to escape to the forest. It will be difficult for them to pursue you there. The Dashan Forest Company should also secretly assist you. As long as you remain undetected, your sister's identity will not be revealed. Is that so? Lin Xia understood fully now. It seemed he would have to play the role of a false fugitive, drawing all the fire towards himself. It appeared that his journey of evasion was about to commence, a rather thrilling prospect. I will find someone to help you disguise the aura of your eye. It will erupt precisely at midnight. Bai Qingqing stood, stating, the items will be delivered to your home. You must leave Jiangdu before then. All right, thank you. Lin Xia expressed his gratitude once more. In his eyes, Bai Qingqing had become an angel, both beautiful and kind-hearted. She rose to leave. I must go. We cannot linger together for too long. Wait. Lin Xia suddenly remembered something and quickly grasped Bai Qingqing's hand. What is it? She asked, slightly pursing her lips. Is there only one eye? Lin Xia walked home in a daze. The night had deepened, and the brilliant neon lights of Jiangdu flickered on his face, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. His sister had become an anomaly, and he was to become a fugitive. Everything felt like an absurd nightmare. He pulled out his phone and sent Bai Qingqing a message. Can you lend me 500? I want to buy something nice for my sisters. Bai Qingqing transferred 1,000 to him, and Lin Xia thanked her before entering a store, purchasing all of his sister's favorite dishes and snacks. Upon returning to Haitang apartment, Lin Xia composed himself, smiling as he opened the door. Brother, you're back. Lin Chu and Lin Qi rushed over, taking the bags from his hands. Wow, so lavish? Lin Qi's eyes sparkled upon seeing the treats and dishes. Lin Chu propped her chin thoughtfully and remarked, Brother, did you fail at a date and bring these to appease us? No, Lin Xia chuckled, playfully pinching Lin Chu's cheek. I simply earned some money and wanted you both to enjoy something good. Is that so? Lin Qi realized too, grasping Lin Xia's hand as she asked, What about sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? We haven't even begun. Lin Xia ruffled Lin Qi's hair, his face glowing with joy. All right, I'll go cook. We're having a feast today. Yay, go ahead. Lin Chu and Lin Qi scampered off, clutching the snack-filled bags, while Lin Xia headed to the kitchen. Listening to his sister's laughter outside, Lin Xia felt a mix of emotions. Before long, Lin Chu entered the kitchen to help, and amid their bustling activity and Lin Qi's encouragement, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Dishes included sweet and sour pork, black pepper beef, braised pork ribs, steamed base, cola chicken wings, and stir-fried beef. Vegetable dishes featured garlic lettuce, stir-fried broccoli, and spicy shredded potatoes. The soup was corn and pork rib soup. During dinner, the family shared laughter and joy, filling their cozy home with warmth and happiness. However, when Lin Xia announced that he would be leaving that very night, the smiles on the two girls' faces instantly faded. Why so soon? Lin Chu asked. There is an urgent matter at the company. I must return. Lin Xia's smile appeared somewhat strained. How frustrating. What a ridiculous company. Lin Qi waved her tiny fists in dissatisfaction, expressing her disappointment as she had hoped for her brother to tell her story tonight. Lin Xia gently ruffled her hair, and at that moment the doorbell rang. He walked over to open the door, revealing Bai Qingqing standing at the entrance, presenting a small black box the size of a palm. At midnight, all the night watchmen in Jiangdu will know that you are the Eye. Thank you. Lin Xia replied hoarsely as he accepted the box. Brother, who is she? She is so beautiful. Lin Qi curiously leaned forward from her wheelchair. Just a friend. Lin Xia casually fabricated. Is she your sister-in-law? Lin Chu also leaned in, her pupils narrowing upon seeing Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing paused for a moment, glanced at Lin Xia, and smiled. For now, just a friend. Sister-in-law will come in and sit. Lin Qi nudged Lin Xia, urging him to invite her inside. No. I have things to do. I'll come back when I have time. Bai Qingqing waved her hand and turned to leave. Huh? Lin Xia pinched Lin Xia aside. Brother, you're such a fool. Why not let your sister-in-law in? Lin Xia chuckled helplessly, closing the door. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. No need to rush. Lin Xia huffed, glancing at the box in Lin Xia's hand. What did sister-in-law give you? Lin Xia also looked over with curiosity. I can't show you. It's private property. Lin Xia tucked the box in his pocket, mysteriously entering the bedroom and shutting the door. Humph, stingy, Lin Xia complained, tugging at Lin Xia. Sister, don't you think so? Lin Xia nodded. Perhaps it was something ambiguous. Wow, then I want to see it even more. In the bedroom, Lin Xia locked the door. He sat on the edge of the bed and opened the small black box gifted by Bai Qingqing. Inside, there were two tiny lenses lying quietly on the velvet, one a deep blue and the other a crimson red. Under the dim light, the lenses shimmered with a faint glow. Although they differed slightly from Lin Xia and Lin Xia's eyes, it was inconsequential. From a distance, no one would notice. Lin Xia closed the box, took a blank sheet of paper from Lin Xia's art supplies, and found a pen. He leaned over the table, the pen tip hovering above the paper for a long while before finally dropping. Lin Xia, I do not know why you have become anomalies, but it does not matter. No matter what you become, in my heart, you will always be my sisters. After I leave, your sister-in-law said no one will trouble you. So do not expose your powers. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Live well, and if possible, you can move to another city. Next month, I will return to find you after I come out of the forest. Do not worry about your brother. I am strong, and they cannot do anything to me. I love you both. He set down the pen, carefully folded the letter, and tucked it under Lin Xia's pillow. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled out 2 chocolates wrapped in golden foil that he had forgotten to eat and placed them next to the envelope. This was the only item he could leave as a memento for his sisters. He didn't want them to worry too much and could only leave a message through the letter. If he spoke to them directly, they would surely prevent him from taking such risks. Lin Xia glanced at his phone. It was just past 9 in the evening. He could not wait until midnight. He had to prepare in advance. As soon as the clock struck 12, he needed to leave Jiangdu without delay. Taking one last look at the small bedroom, he opened the door. Brother. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Xia wheeled herself over, her face full of curiosity. What did sister-in-law give you? You're being so mysterious. Children shouldn't be so nosy. Lin Xia chuckled, ruffling her hair as he hurried to the sofa to pack his backpack. In truth, there wasn't much, just a bag and a few changes of old clothes. Brother, are you leaving now? Lin Xia approached, noticing Lin Xia's urgency. Yes, Lin Xia replied, zipping up his bag and feigning nonchalance as he lied. There's an urgent matter at work. They want me to hurry back to finish something, saying that if I complete this task, I can earn more next month. Brother, don't go. Lin Xia clutched the hem of Lin Xia's shirt. I told you. I can take care of you and sister now. Lin Xia burst into laughter, squatting down to pinch Lin Xia's cheek. Silly child. How could a brother rely on his sister for support? I'm the pillar of this family. You and Lin Xia can just relax. Lin Xia puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Humph. One day, I will be the pillar of this family, and then you can stay underneath. All right, Lin Xia laughed, bending down to embrace Lin Xia tightly before standing up to hug Lin Xia. Brother is leaving now. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sorrow within. Take care of yourselves at home. Okay. Lin Xia's eyes glistened with tears. Brother, be careful on your way. Lin Xia was also shedding tears. Lin Xia waved at them with a smile, turned, and pulled open the door. Bang! The door closed behind him. Lin Xia leaned against the cold wall, wiping the corners of his eyes, casting one last glance at the familiar door before stepping into the dark staircase. The Haitang apartment was located in the suburbs of Jiangdu, where the streets at night were occasionally filled with spirited young men riding motorcycles. As one of the leading metropolises, Jiangdu's spirited youths were relatively affluent, riding authentic motorcycles. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Lin Xia walked along the sidewalk, the night breeze brushing past him with a hint of chill. He had already donned the beautiful lenses, which emitted a faint red and blue glow in the darkness, giving him an almost ethereal appearance. Midnight was approaching. Once Bai Qingqing began her operation, he would become the target of all the night watchmen in Jiangdu. He could not go to the high-speed rail or train station. He needed to procure a vehicle. Just then, a cacophony of roaring engines accompanied by DJ music grew louder in the distance. Lin Xia turned to see a group of spirited youths riding motorcycles approaching. They sported vibrant hairstyles, deliberately revving their engines loudly as they tore through the quiet night, causing nearby houses to close their windows. Lin Xia halted. A vehicle. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? With an impassive expression, he bent down and picked up a brick from the roadside greenery, weighing it in his hand. The motorcycle gang roared past, and the leader, a young man with yellow hair, noticed Lin Xia standing by the roadside, especially his glowing red and blue eyes and the brick in his hand, instantly intrigued. Look at that idiot, wearing colored contacts to show off. The yellow-haired youth deliberately skidded his bike, coming to a halt right next to Lin Xia, arrogantly blowing smoke in his face. What do you want with that brick? Planning to hit me? With a swift motion, Lin Xia hurled the brick at him, catching the yellow-haired youth off guard. The brick struck him squarely in the face, causing a shriek as he lost control of both himself and his bike, tumbling into the roadside greenery. Damn it! How dare you? Get him! The spirited youths behind him slammed on their brakes, angrily surrounding Lin Xia. Shit! The yellow-haired youth climbed out of the greenery, grabbing a bloodied brick from the ground, his eyes blazing as he swung it at Lin Xia's head. Lin Xia sidestepped, kicking him down to the ground, and snatched the brick, striking it down on his head without a second glance. Blood sprayed everywhere. The yellow-haired youth didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. Hiss! The surrounding youths were momentarily stunned. Where did this fierce guy come from? Just as they were bewildered, Lin Xia turned and swung the brick at the nearest green-haired youth. The green-haired youth's nose caved in, and he flew backward like a broken kite. Shit! Run! This guy is insane. The remaining individuals were utterly paralyzed with fear, daring not to advance any further and screaming as they dashed towards their motorcycles. Lin Xia's gaze landed upon the most visually appealing black motorcycle, and he rushed forward, yanking down a spirited young man who had just mounted the bike, delivering a stunning blow to his consciousness. He swiftly climbed onto the motorcycle and turned the key. Thank you. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forward, leaving behind a group of bruised young men and 3 companions sprawled on the ground, oblivious to their fate, disheveled in the night breeze. Chapter 83. Triangular conflict at 11:50 in the evening. In Jiangdu City, the neon lights flickered in the rain-soaked city. Yet the detective agency remained eerily silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Jiang Jun sat in a chair, eyes closed in meditation, blissfully unaware of the impending storm outside. However, from a bird's-eye view of the entire Jiangdu, one would observe that atop every high-rise building stood a terracotta warrior, their expressions solemn as they gazed down upon the city. Beside Jiang Jun were Lu Shi, Shi Gong, and Shi Rong, each displaying varying expressions. Brother, what is the captain waiting for? Shi Rong was the first to lose patience, swinging his legs nonchalantly. It's almost midnight, and those eyes are too well hidden. We have over 20 night watchers in Jiangdu, yet we haven't found a single trace. Shi Gong maintained a cold demeanor, choosing silence. Noting his indifference, Shi Rong muttered, If it were up to me, we should bring out those 9 anomalies captured last night for interrogation. I refuse to believe they wouldn't fear pain. We're bound to extract some information. With a swift motion, Shi Gong struck Shi Rong on the back of the head, the force causing him to stumble. You think you're clever? Shi Gong scolded. The captain has already tried that. Those anomalies are shielded by some force. Even if you were to slice them open, you wouldn't glean any useful information. Shi Rong rubbed his head, ready to retort, when suddenly the tranquility of the detective agency was shattered by a ringing phone. Lu Shi glanced at the caller ID, her amber eyes narrowing. It's by Qingxing. She promptly answered the call and, moments later, leaped to her feet, shouting towards the meditative Jiang Jun, Captain, we found it. Almost simultaneously, on the rooftops of every high-rise in Jiangdu, all the terracotta warriors turned in unison, their hollow eye sockets fixated on the northern outskirts of the city. A blinding red beam shot up into the sky from the northern horizon, akin to a sword piercing the night, visible even from dozens of kilometers away. Crimson eye mark. Notify all night watchers to mobilize. Meanwhile, at the highway toll station in the northern outskirts of Jiangdu, a deafening roar of engines shattered the night's tranquility. The drowsy workers at the toll booth were jolted awake as a black motorcycle approached like a specter, showing no signs of slowing down. Damn it! Stop! With a crash, the barrier splintered into pieces, with shards flying. Lin Xia, riding the borrowed motorcycle, surged onto the highway without a backward glance. Damn it! Forcing through the toll. The staff member had just grasped the intercom to call for assistance when a more ominous engine growl echoed, and they turned to see a strangely shaped, matte black truck, resembling a steel beast, barreling toward them with the same reckless abandon. Crash! The barrier was completely obliterated. Another one. The staff member was utterly bewildered, noticing two figures standing atop the bizarre truck, one tall and one short, braving the wind with an audacious posture. Hello, 110? This is Jiangdu North Toll Station. Someone is forcing through the toll. Two vehicles. No, wait, boom. 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 Before they could finish, two black SUVs followed closely behind, ignoring the astonished workers as they forced their way onto the highway. No, it's a whole fleet of vehicles. On the highway, the biting night wind rushed into Lin Xia's collar. As he sped down the road, he sensed something amiss. A red beam descended from the sky, landing squarely upon him like a massive spotlight, marking him unmistakably. Lin Xia surmised it must be by Qing's ability, but he had grown accustomed to such fantastical occurrences. After all, could anything be more surreal than witnessing his younger sister transform into a monster before his very eyes? However, rather than panic, Lin Xia felt a sense of relief, just as he desired. He had chosen to traverse the heavily monitored highway precisely to draw all the night watchers' attention here. The highway was straightforward. No one would expect him to leap off midway, thus allowing him both the attention of the night watchers and more time to hide. Come on, everyone, chase me. Lin Xia twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared, accelerating once more. Boom! Yet, just as he sped ahead, a deep rumbling sound erupted behind him, growing ever closer. Lin Xia glanced back, spotting a strange black truck tailing him closely, with two familiar figures standing atop it. Listen, motorcycle ahead. A piercing horn blared as the shorter figure on the truck raised a loudspeaker, shouting, "Pull over immediately. We need to check your driver's license." Lin Xia was utterly perplexed. Why were the night watchers pursuing him so swiftly? And demanding a driver's license seemed a bit off. "Big brother, how impressive." Another voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "This strategy is astoundingly sophisticated. You truly are the hero of our age." Get lost. Lin Xia, bemused by their absurd banter, found it utterly nonsensical. He chose to disregard them and accelerated again, attempting to shake off the truck. What? He dares to run? On the truck's roof, Ma air. Witnessing Lin Xia not only refused to stop, but accelerate even more, grew frantic. Longzi, give it some gas. Ram him. Boom. Just as Ma air's command fell, the truck surged forward with terrifying momentum, the force propelling him back. Ma air stood firm, but beside him, Ma Da was unprepared. Damn, Ma Da cried out, his body flung off the truck's roof like a rolling gourd. Big brother, quick on his feet. Ma air grasped Ma Da's ankle mid-air, yanking him back up. Bang! The moment Ma Da landed, he kicked Ma air in the chest. What the hell are you directing? I Longzi. Ma Da seized the loudspeaker from Ma air, shouting into the cabin, faster. Just ram him. Boom! The truck accelerated violently again, this force even more intense than before. This time, it was Ma air's turn. He was hurled by the force, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air, accompanied by a chilling scream, disappearing into the darkness behind the truck. Bang! Ma air crashed heavily onto the highway, tumbling for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Dazed, he struggled to rise, his body feeling as though it might fall apart. Brother? Longzi? He gazed at the rapidly departing truck, utterly bewildered. Beep beep. Blinding headlights approached, and before he could react, a fully loaded freight truck roared past. Damn! Bang! Meyer was sent flying once more, landing in the center of the highway. Struggling to lift his hand, he attempted to say something. Bang! Another car rolled over him. Bang! 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 Damn! Chapter 84. The Mad Night Watcher? On the northern outskirts of Jiangdu, at midnight, a man drove his somewhat aged domestic vehicle along the desolate highway. Tonight, he must hurry back to his hometown, with his wife and son peacefully slumbering in the rear seat. On the G45 North Suburban Expressway, a vehicle-mounted broadcast is announcing the traffic conditions ahead when, suddenly, a jarring sound of electrical static pierces the air. An urgent announcement crackles through. This is Jiangdu Military District. The G45 North Suburban Expressway has been temporarily requisitioned. All civilian vehicles must immediately exit at the nearest exit. Repeat, all civilian vehicles must. What? The man jolts awake, his wife beside him startled. What happened? Military requisition? His grip on the steering wheel trembles as he urges, "We must get off the expressway quickly." His wife, now alarmed, asks, "What is going on? How would I know?" The man anxiously searches for the next exit sign. At that moment, an indescribably blinding white light suddenly flashes from the rearview mirror, dazzling him. Before he can comprehend, a black motorcycle streaks by like lightning in the night. He catches a fleeting glimpse of the rider, who is not wearing a helmet. Their eyes glowing an eerie red and blue. Thunderous roars. Before he can recover from the shock of the motorcycle, a terrifying shadow engulfs his vehicle. In the next instant, a menacing black truck, resembling a steel beast, brushes past him. His wife screams, awakening their child. "Oh my God, a madman!" The man, frightened out of his wits, dares not hesitate any longer. Spotting an exit sign ahead, he glances in the rearview mirror, then abruptly yanks the steering wheel, tumbling off the expressway. On the expressway, Lin Xia revs the borrowed motorcycle to its limits. The biting night wind rushes into his collar, but all that occupies his mind are two expletives. He glances back. That strange black truck is still tailing him relentlessly, with a figure standing atop it. This is truly a relentless pursuit. Lin Xia curses. Logically, the night watchman should not have caught up so quickly. Perhaps they were fortuitously in the north suburbs, and he had just exposed himself. Little does he know, this group is not the night watchman, but rather members of the Bai Long Jiao who mistake him for Lao Tang as disciple. On the truck's roof, Mada faces the howling wind, his sparse hair sticking to his scalp, his face contorted by the gusts. "Damn it!" Mada yells into the cab. "Long Zi, step on it. Run him down." Long Zi in the driver's seat does not respond, merely pressing the accelerator deeper, but the motorcycle ahead glides like an eel, making it difficult to catch up. Mada grows anxious. If they fail to accomplish the bishop's task, both brothers will become fish bait. No more waiting. "I'll do it myself." Mada roars, releasing his grip on the railing and slapping his hands together in front of his chest. In the next moment, his body twists and expands violently in the wind, and with a series of muffled sounds, he transforms into a swarm of dense black swallows. Each swallow bears Ma Da's beady-eyed face. The hundreds of Ma Da swallows emit piercing screams, converging into a dark arrow, tearing through the air towards Lin Xia. Hearing the cacophony behind him, Lin Xia turns to look, his scalp tingling with dread. What the hell is that? Before he can react, the swarm of Ma Da swallows collides with his back. Clang, clang. Lin Xia feels as if dozens of small stones have struck him, aside from annoyance. He feels no harm. Get lost. Lin Xia waves his hand impatiently, attempting to swat the flapping nuisances away. What the hell? Ma Da is utterly bewildered. His thousand swallow killing has never failed. Their sharp beaks can pierce steel, yet they cannot even break the skin of this fellow. Clang, clang, clang. The Ma Da swallows frantically peck at Lin Xia's flesh, producing sounds akin to metal striking metal. Is this guy even human? Ma Da is astonished. The Ma Da swallows, undeterred, circle to the front and deliver a fierce peck at Lin Xia's right eye, which glows with an azure light. "Damn it, you mother!" Lin Xia yelps in pain, the motorcycle jolting violently. Cursing, he steadies the bike with one hand while the other shoots out like lightning, grasping the swallow that pecked his eye, pulling it up close. The bird's body features a shrunken version of Ma Da's face, complete with a black beak, biting his hand. Disgusted, Lin Xia grimaces. Without hesitation, he snaps the swallow's neck. The moment the Ma Da swallow dies, all of its attacking brethren freeze mid-air, their ferocity extinguished. Their wings cease flapping. They plummet to the ground like dumplings, scattering across the expressway. Thud! The Ma Da swallows hit the ground, desperate to move yet unable to. In their view, a gigantic pale phantom of a locust tree flashes behind Lin Xia, extending countless pale branches that bind them tightly. Next, the black truck roars past. With a crunch, the truck does not break, its wheels grinding over, turning the majority of the Ma Da swallow carcasses into mush. Only one swallow, having fallen near the central barrier, narrowly escapes being crushed. Ma Da, watching the truck speed away, breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, two more black SUVs follow closely behind, zipping past him. Phew! Ma Da finally excites. That damned Long Zi, even injuring his own comrades. If he does not catch Lin Xia, Ma Da swears he will drag Long Zi down with him, at the very least ensuring that Lin Xia is also thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, just relieved, is suddenly jolted by the truck behind him accelerating wildly, its bumper crashing into his rear wheel. Boom! The back of the motorcycle crumples instantly, sending the entire vehicle into a state of chaos. Damn it! Lin Xia abruptly releases the handlebars, propelling himself backward. Thud! He crashes heavily onto the hood of the black truck, gripping the front bumper tightly, hanging on for dear life. Crash! The motorcycle he had just borrowed is now a heap of scrap metal beneath the truck's wheels. As Lin Xia attempts to climb up the bumper, the truck recklessly veers toward the central barrier of the expressway. Damn! Lin Xia exerts himself, launching onto the truck's roof. Simultaneously, the concrete barrier shatters. The truck, amidst violent tremors, breaks through the obstruction, brazenly veering into the oncoming lane. Lin Xia is tossed side to side by the immense force, clinging desperately to the truck's railing to stabilize himself. The oncoming lane is eerily empty, as the truck rampages like a wild bull across the wrong side of the road. Lin Xia crouches atop the truck, the howling wind stinging his cheeks. Damn, are the night watchmen this insane? He clings tightly to the edge, his gaze frantically scanning the expressway below. He must abandon the highway. Initially, he had hoped to travel 100 kilometers or so before jumping off to escape. But now, plans have changed. If he continues like this, he will inevitably be captured. It would be easier to escape once he is below. Now, he only needs to wait for a river. Chapter 85. Collaborating with Shi Gumiao on the G45 North Suburban Expressway, the night is as dark as ink. In the reverse lane, approximately 500 meters behind the heavy truck, two black SUVs closely pursue. Inside the night watchman's SUV from Hangzhou, the atmosphere is tense. Olwa, something's off. The voice of Deputy Captain Lin Xia from the adjacent vehicle comes through the intercom. This vehicle appears to belong to Bai Long Jiao. The one referred to as Olwa is none other than Guoda, the deputy captain of Hangzhou. He furrowed his brow, fixated on the rear of the black heavy-duty truck ahead, where a black flying dragon emblem flickered ominously. Indeed, Guoda's voice was somber. It belonged to the Longzi Shige Miao of the Bai Long Jiao. Shige Miao? On the other end of the communicator, Lin Xia fell silent. Realizing why this individual dared to commit acts of violence in Jiangdu, he had the backing of the Bai Long Jiao. Guoda remained reticent, his gaze shifting to the figure crouched atop the truck. It was no wonder that the higher-ups were so intent on acquiring this individual. They were evidently protecting someone of great significance. This was the first time he had witnessed a Longzi taking such risks, engaging in a task already under the scrutiny of the Night Watchers. However, it remained unclear whether this person was an anomaly or a master. If they were a master, the higher-ups would surely be disappointed. After all, while anomalies could be extinguished to create subordinates, the demise of a master would result in the loss of all their subordinates. Olgua, are we making a move? Lin Xia's voice echoed through the communicator once more. Not yet. Guoda rubbed his throbbing temples. Longzi were not easily dealt with. Although they were a formidable force, he glanced at the two equally tense Xia-level team members in the back seat. Old one, we cannot allow them to meet their demise in vain. Guoda made a decisive call. We will follow at a distance. I have already reported the situation to Captain Jiang of Jiangdu and await reinforcements. Understood. The two off-road vehicles slightly reduced their speed, trailing behind the heavy-duty truck like hounds on a hunt. Meanwhile, atop the truck, Lin Xia lay flat against the cold metal, equally troubled. He glanced back at the two identical black off-road vehicles leisurely trailing them. Another two vehicles? Lin Xia's heart plummeted. With a night watcher beneath him and two more vehicles behind, the situation had become dire. He pondered why they had yet to act and where they intended to take him. He felt as if he were a rabbit encircled by three wolves, silently praying for he to arrive swiftly. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Inside the truck's cabin, a strikingly handsome young man anxiously rubbed his face, his brow equally furrowed. He was Shige Miao, the Longzi Bai Long Jiao. One foot casually rested on the steering wheel while the other controlled the accelerator and brake, his hands cradling his face. It's all because of those two useless fools, Ma and Ma Er. Shige Miao glared disdainfully at the rearview mirror. He had barely made his presence known. How could he have attracted the attention of the night watchers so quickly? Initially, he had thought it was a simple task, merely a chance to have some fun. Yet, here he was in this predicament. It was undoubtedly due to those idiots causing a commotion in Jiangdu, prompting the night watchers to remain on high alert, leading to their rapid arrival. He knew full well that there were more than just these two vehicles. Reinforcements from the night watchers were already on the way. No, I must shake them off. Shige Miao's gaze pierced through the highway guardrail, looking down into the abyss below. The highway is too cramped. A cold smile crept across his lips as he thought, then I shall exit the highway. He was merely waiting for a river to appear. Once off the highway, escaping from the night watchers would be a simple task, albeit at the cost of his newly acquired vehicle. Each party harbored ulterior motives, racing recklessly along the wrong side of the highway, yet bizarrely maintaining a tacit understanding. All waiting for the same opportunity. Half an hour later, a river finally appeared in the distant fields, glimmering like a silver dragon as it crossed beneath the highway in the dark. Lin Xia felt a surge of anxiety. They were about to jump off the highway. It had to succeed. It absolutely had to succeed. If they fell from this height of several dozen meters, it would be disastrous. Just then, a more piercing roar echoed from behind. Lin Xia quickly turned to see a striking red Ferrari suddenly burst forth between the two off-road vehicles, speeding toward the truck. And atop the Ferrari stood a figure clad in azure and white armor, wielding a Qinglong Yanyue Dao. What the hell? Lin Xia exclaimed, utterly shocked. This armored warrior has appeared. What am I supposed to do now? Sure Rong stood on the Ferrari's hood, wind whipping through his armor. Suddenly, he raised a hand and pressed it toward the truck, shouting, Yunji Long. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, coalescing into a fearsome black dragon that circled above, emitting a deafening roar before hurtling toward the heavy-duty truck with the force of a thunderstorm. Lin Xia was utterly befuddled. What in the world is this? Is he some sort of superhero? In a moment of desperation, Lin Xia recalled that he too could summon such entities. He shouted, Come forth. The air fell into an awkward silence as the looming cloud dragon approached. Just then, the truck's cabin door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. Shige Miao grabbed the doorframe, using it to vault onto the roof of the truck. He glanced at the black cloud dragon descending from the sky, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Raising his right hand, he formed a seal at his chest and pointed forcefully at the darkness below the highway. Roar! In the next moment, from the depths of the darkness beneath the highway emerged a giant black serpent, several times thicker than the cloud dragon. The massive serpent soared upwards, its gaping maw sinking its fangs into the cloud dragon's neck, effortlessly tearing it to shreds. After accomplishing this feat, the giant serpent sank back into the darkness below the highway, as if it had never existed. Lin Xia looked down at his hands, then back at the strikingly handsome man before him, his mind racing with a singular thought. Damn it, why can't I do that? Didn't they say one could summon once out of the forest? And here I was, waiting in anticipation. Having dispatched the cloud dragon, Shige Miao turned to Lin Xia, brushing his disheveled hair aside with a grin. Well, it seems we have caught the attention of the same individuals. He extended a hand toward Lin Xia. Given the current circumstances, I believe it is in our best interest to cooperate. Lin Xia was even more perplexed. He had already discerned that Shige Miao and the group behind him were not allies. Yet why would he want to collaborate with him? While the reasoning eluded him, he realized that partnering with the superhero was undoubtedly the best choice. He grasped Shige Miao's hand firmly. With a powerful tug, Shige Miao pulled Lin Xia from behind the bumper, bringing him securely onto the roof of the truck. Lin Xia was startled. He had expected to be blown off the truck by the fierce wind. Yet when he stood up, he discovered that he could withstand the gale generated by their high-speed movement. Damn it, I'm not an ordinary person, but why can't I summon? Lin Xia fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 86. This constitution seems off. Inside the Ferrari, Lu Xi pressed the accelerator. Her brow furrowed as she observed the two figures atop the truck, particularly Lin Xia, whose eyes glimmered with red and blue light in the darkness. It turned out the eyes they had been searching for belonged to Lin Chu's family. Thankfully, Lin Chu had taken leave. Otherwise, Lu Xi dared not imagine the current scenario. Lu Xi glanced at the front passenger seat, where Jiang Jun sat, his expression calm as he surveyed the scene ahead. Captain, I see them. Jiang Yun retrieved a walkie-talkie. His voice steady and unflappable. Guda, Wan Jiao, the target is mixed in with the Longzi of Bai Long Jiao. Please assess the strength of those eyes. Received. As soon as he finished speaking, the two black off-road vehicles surged forward, flanking the Ferrari and barreling toward the heavy-duty truck. I'm going too. Lin Xia took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. She pushed the car window open and climbed out. Sheng had long been prepared. With a swift motion, she darted into the driver's seat, seizing control of the steering wheel. Lin Xia stood atop the vehicle as the wild wind billowed around her, her form adorned in an intricate costume. With a sudden burst of strength, she propelled herself like a cannonball, landing deftly atop the adjacent Guoda's off-road vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt again, tracing a graceful arc through the air, aiming for the roof of the looming truck ahead. Miao, of course, would not remain passive. With a flick of his wrist, an exaggerated black sniper rifle materialized in his hand. "Taste a bullet," he shouted, aiming at the airborne Lin Xia and pulling the trigger without a second thought. Bang! The sound echoed, yet the bullet failed to discharge, merely emitting a wisp of smoke. A jam! Miao paused momentarily, while Lin Xia seized the opportunity to land atop the truck, her wrist flicking to reveal a crimson spear that sliced through the air towards Miao's heart. Miao swiftly sidestepped, grasping the spear shaft and yanking Lin Xia towards him. Simultaneously, he raised his sniper rifle once more, targeting Lin Xia's chest and squeezing the trigger again. Bang! Yet again. A jam. What the hell? Miao's fury ignited as he hurled the sniper rifle onto the roof of the vehicle. Lin Xia capitalized on his misfortune. Releasing the spear, a glint of cold steel appeared in her hand, a short red-bladed knife aimed at Miao's throat. Miao reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Xia's wrist, sending the knife flying and creating distance between them. As he touched his face, he noticed the smear of grease paint on his fingers, and his expression darkened. Damn it, this actress is truly vile. He glanced at Lin Xia, who was still in a daze, frowning. Are you just watching, brother? Join in. Huh? Lin Xia exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the black sniper rifle Miao had discarded. He dashed over to retrieve it. Lin Xia shot him a wary glance, but remained silent, her focus fixed on Miao. Meanwhile, Guoda and Wenjiu leapt from the off-road vehicle, landing beside Lin Xia. In an instant, atop the speeding truck, Lin Xia, Miao, Lin Xia, Guoda, and Wenjiu stood, poised for confrontation within a mere 20 meters of one another. Wait, Miao suddenly raised his hand, smiling. I believe we can sit down and discuss this. Fighting is quite uncivilized. Indeed, Lin Xia nodded with the sniper rifle in hand. However, the trio opposite them remained unyielding and launched their attack simultaneously. Red and white grease paint splattered across Lin Xia and Miao's faces, while a massive fire demon ignited behind Guoda, and Wenjiu vanished from sight. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing rang out, freezing everyone who had been prepared to strike. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, noticing a large blade embedded in his shoulder, his clothing torn, a thin line of blood surfacing on his skin. He turned to a bewildered Wenjiu. What the hell? Miao was equally stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Xia. What level are you? Damn it. Lin Xia did not respond. Instead, he aimed at Wenjiu and pulled the trigger, oblivious to any level distinction. All he knew was that his opponent aimed to kill him, so he would strike first. The gun fired, and the sniper bullet did not jam. At such close range, combined with Lin Xia's bewildering presence, Wenjiu was caught off guard, the bullet striking him in the abdomen. With a grunt, Wenjiu was launched backward, crashing against the truck's windshield, blood seeping from his wound. Yet his high-level constitution allowed him to survive, though he found himself unable to move, ensnared by numerous branches of a pale locust tree. Wenjiu! Guoda shouted, fists ablaze, launching a punch at Lin Xia, while the fire demon mirrored his attack. Finally, Miao reacted, raising his hand as a wall of twisted human figures erupted from the ground, shielding them. Boom! The assaults from Guoda and the fire demon shattered the wall, scattering the distorted figures everywhere. Without hesitation, Guoda pressed forward toward Lin Xia, but suddenly a massive resistance halted him. Looking down, he saw the very figures that had been shattered clinging to his legs like a horde of rising zombies. Yeah! Lin Xia's theatrical voice rang out, as two red-faced warriors appeared at Guoda's side, their swords slicing through the mass that bound him. Seizing the opportunity, Guoda charged once more toward Lin Xia, resolute in his intent to eliminate him. Lin Xia's gaze turned icy as he raised the sniper rifle again. Aiming at Guodi. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet exploding forth. Guida made no attempt to evade, the fire demon's hands shielding him as if prepared to withstand the impact. However, hey, am I invisible? Sure, Ge Miao smiled, as the scattered human figures converged once more, forming a grotesque giant that wrenched apart the fire demon's arms. Guida's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. Meanwhile, Lu Xi prepared to aid Guida, but in the next moment, a colossal serpent lunged from beneath the highway, biting into Lu Xi. She thrust her spear against the serpent's jaws, yet was dragged toward the opposite lane, plunging into the darkness below the highway. At that moment, the bullet finally struck Guida, the force piercing through his arms and propelling him away. He tumbled from the truck, but was caught by the off-road vehicle behind, the members of Hang Chung swiftly pulling him inside. Wow. Well-coordinated, Shi Ge Miao clapped his hands, his delight evident as he regarded Lin Xia. Why not join? Before Shi Ge Miao could finish, a multitude of white gauze materialized around them, seemingly alive, swiftly constricting toward them. Shi Ge Miao's pupils narrowed as he leapt to evade the encroaching fabric, while Lin Xia, caught off guard, became ensnared. Struggling fiercely, the gauze shattered upon his exertion. Xie Mi. This kid's physical prowess is astounding. Could he be a city-level powerhouse? Lin Xia was unaware of Shi Ge Miao's thoughts. His gaze shifted to the rear of the truck, where a man in white stood, exuding an aura distinct from their own. Shi Ge Miao grew cautious, glancing toward the fields beneath the highway. This Jiang Jun was no ordinary individual. It was said he commanded 5 high-level followers, a terrifying prospect. And Shi Ge Miao had no desire to engage him. Lin Xia felt similarly. He recognized Jiang Jun as a boss-level entity, and in this situation, retreat was the wisest course of action. As the truck continued to move, it finally reached the Great River. Shi Ge Miao and Lin Xia, adorned with red and white grease paint and sporting braids, leapt from the truck without hesitation, plunging into the depths of the river below. Jiang Jun's expression remained unchanged. He made no move to intercept, yet his hand, naturally hanging by his side, tightened instinctively. Beneath the highway, a thud echoed as Lin Xia and Shi Ge Miao miscalculated their landing, crashing into the fields and kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Xia's head struck a stone tablet marking the boundary, and despite his defenses being maximized, he felt a dizzying sensation before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 87. I am no longer human? A light rain began to fall, and the fields beneath the highway lay in a state of disarray. Lin Xia and Shi Ge Miao fell, resulting in 2 large craters not far apart. Both lay motionless, seemingly lifeless. As the night breeze swept by, a figure clad in elaborate theatrical robes descended silently. It was Lu Xi. Her amber eyes glinted with icy resolve as she glanced at the 2 forms on the ground and approached them. Shi Ge Miao lay prostrate, his body still twitching slightly. Clearly, a fall from such a height was perilous even for a powerful patron. Lu Xi's expression remained impassive as she thrust her red tassel spear without hesitation. The spear pierced Shi Ge Miao's chest with a sickening thud, pinning him firmly to the ground. He felt the pain, his body convulsing momentarily, only to be silenced forever as the spear's tip penetrated the back of his skull. It was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Having dispatched Shi Ge Miao, Lu Xi turned her attention to the other figure, Lin Xia. He lay on his back in the grass, his chest rising and falling gently, and closer inspection revealed the sound of deep breaths. No, it was the sound of snoring. Lu Xi furrowed her brow and slowly raised her spear, aiming the tip at Lin Xia's heart. This was the eye that had become the source of chaos in Jiangdu, an entity of devastating power. Killing him would bring an end to it all, fulfilling the task assigned to her. However, her wrist trembled slightly. She recalled Lin Xia, a good girl, diligent in her work, responsible for eliminating anomalies while also documenting them. Lu Xi had learned about her family. Her parents had passed away during her high school years, and the household relied solely on her brother, who had dropped out to work. Her sister, bullied, was now confined to a wheelchair. It was unjust. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Xi's eyes. The Night Watch's higher-ups regarded this pair of city-destroying eyes with extraordinary seriousness, not merely for the slaughter of evildoers, but due to the unfathomable power they represented. Ultimately, it was merely the self-serving desires of those above. Lu Xi stood silently for a moment before retracting her spear, Good luck, she whispered, not caring whether Lin Xia could hear her. Then, like a graceful night bird, she leapt towards the highway bridge pier several dozen meters high. The red tassel spear tapped against the concrete pillar a few times before she vanished into the night. Lin Xia deftly used the spear's shaft to propel herself back onto the highway. A black truck lay wrecked in the middle of the road, its front crumpled. Rong leaned against a Ferrari, idly picking at her nails, while Jiang Jun sat quietly atop the truck, cradling a long sword wrapped in white cloth, seemingly meditating. Lin Xia's figure landed lightly on the truck's roof, producing a soft thud. What happened to Guida and Wenjiao? She inquired. They're fine, Rong replied. Her voice tinged with irritation, as their respective teams had taken them back to Jiangdu for treatment. Lin Xia nodded and settled beside Jiang Jun. Why not bring him back? Jiang Jun remained with his eyes closed, his voice calm and steady. Lin Xia's pupils constricted suddenly. Captain? My terracotta warrior, I saw it. Jiang Jun slowly opened his eyes, looking at her with composure. Rong was taken aback, staring at Lin Xia in disbelief. Sister Lin Xia, you let the target go? Why? Lin Xia bit her lip, speaking softly. He is Lin Chu's brother. Lin Chu. Rong was momentarily stunned. That was indeed the right call, Sister Lin Xia. Jiang Jun shot a glance at Rong, who promptly fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jun stood up. Let's go. Back to Jiangdu. Lin Xia hesitated, looking up at him. Captain, will you face punishment? Punishment? Jiang Jun shook his head, glancing northward at the endless darkness, his voice carrying a hint of unnoticed weariness. An entity of city-destroying caliber is beyond our capability to confront. We have done our utmost, and those old geezers above cannot punish me for this. Is he truly of that caliber? Lin Xia frowned. In their previous encounter, Lin Xia had not displayed any formidable strength, nor had he summoned any patrons or utilized his own abilities. He merely appeared to possess a slightly stronger physique, resembling an ordinary person who knew nothing. Jiang Jun shook his head and leaped off the truck. Without systematic training, he is unaware of the power he possesses. Only when he fully comprehends it will he truly embody that level of existence. He then gazed once more at the fields beneath the highway. Once we leave Jiangdu, it is no longer our concern. Let those old geezers worry about it. Time passed, and Lin Xia groaned, slowly opening his eyes. Gazing at the starless sky and the falling drizzle, he couldn't resist stretching. Wait. Lin Xia suddenly realized and sat up abruptly. Looking around, he found himself sitting in a field, his backside and back covered in damp soil. He recalled jumping from the highway, miscalculating his landing, and crashing to the ground. Shaking his head, he climbed out of the mud pit and spat out some muck. How am I not dead? Lin Xia instinctively checked his body, feeling only a slight heaviness in his chest. He looked up at the highway towering several dozen meters above. I fell from such a height and only feel a bit of pressure in my chest. Lin Xia was utterly bewildered. He recalled the earlier encounter with that fellow named Jiao, who had ambushed him, striking his shoulder with a large blade that had merely left a shallow cut. Rubbing his chin, Lin Xia wondered if his ability was simply a remarkably durable physique. He glanced at his hands and clenched his fists tightly. A flicker of joy surged within him. Possessing strength was paramount, regardless of whether he was human. However, Lin Xia still felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was too simplistic. He desired those impressive summons. Come forth, my pets, Lin Xia called out, his voice quickly fading into the empty fields, with nothing materializing in response. He scratched his head, frowning, and brushed off the mud from his backside. Damn, this is unfair. Nevertheless, this physique was commendable. After all, even the one who had attempted to ambush him had failed to injure him. A smile crept onto Lin Xia's lips as he felt a surge of elation. He was, in a sense, half a superhuman now. Chapter 88. The duality of black and white. Lin Xia glanced toward the other crater, where Gumiao lay motionless in the mud. He approached and was momentarily taken aback by the gruesome sight of Gumiao. Damn, there were gory holes in Gumiao's back and skull, blood and brain matter smeared together. He was undeniably dead. Lin Xia stood frozen, surveying the desolate field, where only the sound of the wind could be heard. Gumiao had been killed, yet he remained unscathed? Was it the night watch? That seemed unlikely, as they were also meant to eliminate him. Lin Xia's mind became a chaotic jumble, unable to comprehend why someone would finish off Gumiao, yet spare him. Damn, never mind. There's no use overthinking it. He shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. What mattered most now was to leave this place of turmoil and return to the forest. Lin Xia oriented himself and began walking north along the narrow path through the field. Shortly after he departed, 2 splashes echoed from the nearby riverbank, followed by 2 figures scrambling up from the water's edge, grumbling. Damn, Tui, Mata spat out some water weeds. Hey, look. Ma air pointed to the body, lying not far away. 2 individuals exchanged a glance and rushed over, scrambling on the ground. Upon realizing it was indeed Shige Miao, they were momentarily stunned, then erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, he's dead. That scoundrel is finally dead. Mata, filled with excitement, charged forward and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Shige Miao's lifeless body. You used to bully us. My heir joined in, and together they pounded and kicked the corpse as if celebrating a festivity. After several minutes of exertion, they finally paused, panting heavily. What a relief. Mata wiped the sweat from his brow and anxiously began to erase the footprints on Shige Miao's body. He then pulled out a red syringe from his pocket and injected it into Shige Miao's neck. In the next moment, Shige Miao's corpse jolted violently, and his eyes slowly opened. This was a unique resurrection ability possessed solely by the dragon sons of the Bailong Jiao. What the hell? Shige Miao sat up in bewilderment, rubbing his face. Why does my back and backside hurt so much? Mada in ma erixinged aglans. And Mada quickly fabricated a lie. Lord Dragon's son, you must have fallen from such a height. Is that so? Shige Miao scrutinized them suspiciously, contemplating their words and ultimately dismissing any further thought. What about that fellow named Tang? Mada fin de Kunchern. Did you not capture him? Bang! Shige Miao retaliated with a kick, sending the just resurrected Ma to tumbling back into the river. Dare to mention him. Shige Miao roared. If it weren't for your 2 useless fools causing a ruckus in Jiangdu, how could the Watchers have targeted me so swiftly? Ma heir shrank back, refraining from retorting. They had indeed been rather boisterous in Jiangdu, not only assaulting passersby, but also disregarding traffic signals. Ma heir scratched his head. So, Lord Dragon's son, what shall we do now? What can we do? Shige Miao stood up irritably, returned to the church. That Tang, damn it, is a city-level threat and not one to be trifled with. He cast a glance at the splashing Mada in the river, cursed him as a fool, and then proceeded with Ma heir along the small path through the fields heading north. Help me. My legs are cramping. The following day in Jiangdu, Lin Xia and Lin Xia were summoned to the detective agency, their eyes swollen and appearing as though they had wept throughout the night. Inside the agency, apart from Jiang Jun and Lu Shi, there were 2 others, 1 male and 1 female, of contrasting complexions. The male was called He Pe, and the female by Pu, both watchers from the capital. You will accompany us back to the capital, under surveillance until your brother arrives, He Pe stated coldly. Lu Shi clenched his fists, wanting to speak, but halted upon seeing Jiang Jun shake his head. However, Shi Rong could not contain herself, stepping in front of Lin Xia and Lin Xia with a stern expression. They are merely ordinary people. On what grounds do you confine them? Shi Gong sighed, wishing he could slap some sense into He Pe, but ultimately positioned himself in front of Shi Rong. My apologies, this fellow speaks rather bluntly. I will discipline him upon our return. Shi Gong wore a forced smile, attempting to pull Shi Rong back, but she stood her ground firmly. He Pe smirked, shoving Shi Gong aside and standing before Shi Rong. Do you wonder why? Why? Shi Rong retorted defiantly. As the most illustrious star of the combat team, fear was not a word found in her lexicon. Pow! In the next moment, Shi Rong was knocked to her knees by a punch, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. Shi Gong rushed to support her, sighing in resignation. He Pe withdrew his fist, his expression dismissive. You truly believe yourself to be something special, daring to defy orders from above. If I do not kill you today, it will be my greatest mercy. Damn it! Shi Rong cursed, preparing to summon her familiar when Shi Gong swiftly struck the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. My apologies, Shi Gong said as he dragged Shi Rong away. You at least possess some sense, He Pe remarked, shaking his hand. Come along, young ladies, do not linger. In a corner of the detective agency, a woman clad in a stark white short skirt stood before Lin Xia and Lin Xia. Despite the autumn chill, her attire was scant, the skirt barely covering anything, and her upper garment could hardly be described as clothing, exposing large swathes of her alabaster skin. Bipu, Lin Xia grasped her sister's hand and nodded. The two women were known as the Kyoto twin calamities, powerful leaders with four formidable familiars, their strength formidable. Lin Xia was acutely aware of their precarious situation. Should a confrontation arise, their chances of escape were slim. It seemed wiser to accompany them for now, waiting until they grew stronger to devise an escape. However, the complexities of Kyoto weighed heavily on Lin Xia's mind. Just as Bai Pu prepared to lead them away, a chilling voice rang out. "Where do you intend to take my sisters?" Outside the detective agency stood a figure clad in a black trench coat, her hair cascading behind her. Even with bandages wrapped around her neck, her poise remained undiminished. Upon her arrival, Jiang Jun and Lu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qingqing, the captain of the Lianyan City Watchers. Besides this, she bore another illustrious title, the daughter of the war god Bai Zhan Tian. Even though Bai Zhan Tian perished in a catastrophic event during a mission, her identity still commanded respect and fear. "Sister?" Lin Xia rubbed her eyes, tears streaming anew. Bai Qingqing entered the detective agency, and the expressions of He Pe and Bai Pu darkened. "Captain Bai, we are following protocol to escort them to the capital. Any matters should be directed to me personally. They're my sisters and will live with me henceforth." Bai Qingqing extended her hand, and Lin Xia and Lin Xi immediately took hold, moving closer to her. "Sister." Lin Xia clutched Bai Qingqing's hand tightly, her pent-up grievances spilling over. Bai Qingqing embraced her, smiling gently. "It's all right. I will take you home." She turned to Lin Xia. "Let us go." Lin Xia nodded, grasping Bai Qingqing's hand as they made their exit. Watching the three depart, He Pe clenched his fists, and Bai Pu furrowed her brow. "My apologies, ladies, but we must convene. Would you prefer to leave?" Jiang Jun's voice interjected. He Pe glanced at him, unusually unperturbed. Then, "Until we meet again, Captain Jiang." Bai Pu adjusted her demeanor and smiled, offering a slight bow before leaving the detective agency with He Pe. On the high-speed train bound for Bianbei City, Bai Qingqing sat by the aisle, Lin Xia leaning against her, while Lin Xia occupied the innermost seat. "Sister, do you know where my brother has gone?" Lin Xia grasped Bai Qingqing's hand, refusing to let go since leaving the detective agency. Lin Xia also looked over. Despite her outward strength, her swollen eyes betrayed her emotions. "He has returned to the forest." Bai Qingqing replied, pursing her lips. "Will he be all right?" Lin Zhu in Gui. Bai Qingqing shook her head. "Your brother is a city-level entity, supported by a vast organization. No ordinary person can pose a threat to him." "Really?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in Lin Xi's eyes. After reading Lin Xia's letter last night, she had even feared it was a farewell note. "Indeed, your brother is quite formidable, and he has already escaped Jiangdu last night. A dozen watchers were unable to detain him." Hearing this, Lin Xia exhaled, gazing out at the fleeting scenery outside the window. She had been startled and furious the previous night. Lin Xia always bore the weight of the family's burdens alone, never considering whether he could handle it. At times, Lin Xia wished to scold him. Why couldn't they share the load as a family, especially when both she and her sister possessed strength? Lin Xia was confused, but also understood. Perhaps this was the role of an older brother after losing their parents. Before his shoulders were crushed by the weight of the rafters, his sister should find refuge beneath him. "What a fool," Lin Xia murmured softly. Bai Qingqing cast a glance at Lin Xia, reaching out to grasp her hand. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, then managed a rigid smile. "Once you arrive in Lianyan City, you should stay with me first." "Sister-in-law, is that the house you share with my brother?" Lin Xia inquired curiously. "Not quite. Your brother and I haven't lived together yet." The days swiftly passed, and the sun set. In a small town 100 miles from Jiangdu City, Lin Xia emerged from a cart that had been transporting cattle. "Thank you, uncle," he said. "What a polite young man." The uncle replied with a smile as Lin Xia waved goodbye and walked into the small town ahead. Contrary to his expectations of a high-stakes escape, he had encountered no pursuers since leaving the highway, leading Lin Xia to believe that the night watchers had abandoned their pursuit. Therefore, he decided to rest for a while. After walking for half a day and riding in a cart for another half, he was quite fatigued, and his stomach rumbled. What a lovely name for a town, Lin Xia mused as he brushed off the dirt from his clothes before entering. Shortly after Lin Xia stepped into the town, two individuals arrived carrying a makeshift palanquin, which was more accurately described as a wooden plank. The bearers, one tall and one short, positioned themselves such that the plank slanted awkwardly, resembling a reclining chair. Upon this makeshift seat lay a strikingly handsome young man who was leisurely picking his nose. Lin Xia, we've arrived at the town. Why not get down and take a stroll? Ma, struggling under the weight, urged. Fine, I've been lying down all day. Sure Gamao leaped off the plank, causing Ma and Ma Air to hastily drop it, which resulted in the plank breaking into 3 pieces. Sure Gamao shot them a glance, frowning slightly. What s with the resentment? You two seem quite disgruntled. No. Mata quickly replied, while Ma Air scratched his head sheepishly, smiling awkwardly. Sure Gamao snorted disdainfully, uninterested in engaging with the 2 fools, and turned to walk into the heart of Daitian town. After lying around all day, it's time to search for food. By the way, do you 2 have any money? Sure Gamao glanced back. Huh? Do we need money to buy things? Ma Air scratched his head in confusion. Of course. If you don't pay, won't they rob you? Won't you get beaten? Why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder we always get beaten when we buy things, Mata exclaimed in realization. In Chapter 90, The Orphan Child, Sure Gamao posed a question to the owner of a barbecue stall in Daitian town, already enveloped in night. Under a large umbrella, Lin Xia was the only customer, having just devoured 2 plates of skewers, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. Ha! The owner chuckled heartily, placing a freshly grilled lamb leg on Lin Xia's table. We're friends here, feel free to eat. Hearing this, Lin Xia felt at ease and began to gnaw on the lamb leg. He genuinely intended to leave without paying, as his phone had no funds, and he had no idea where it had gone the previous day. Moreover, as a nationally wanted fugitive, paying for meals would surely be an embarrassment. After devouring half of the lamb leg, Lin Xia stood up, ready to leave. Hey, brother, you haven't paid yet. The owner, who was busy on his phone, quickly stood up, warily brandishing a pair of tongs. Didn't you say we were friends? That means I don't have to pay, right? The owner widened his eyes in disbelief. You should have mentioned that sooner. I wouldn't have eaten if I knew. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Xia dashed into the rain, prompting the owner to shout angrily and pursue him. Yet, just around the corner, Lin Xia's figure vanished. Damn it! The owner cursed as he returned to his stall, realizing it was his first experience of someone eating without paying in all his years of barbecue business. Just as he contemplated calling the police, 3 more individuals burst through the rain. Damn, why is this rain getting heavier? Sure Gamao complained, flicking his slightly damp hair. Mata and Ma Air, unfazed, had their hair slicked down, resembling 2 turtle heads. Boss, bring me 2 servings of every type of barbecue you have, plus 2 cases of beer. Sure Gamao commanded grandly. The owner's heart leaped with joy as he set aside his phone. Looks like I have a big client here. I can even add that previous guy's meal to this order since my prices are already high. The owner happily prepared the food, and within 10 minutes, he had served 2 of every barbecue item, then sat down to resume scrolling through his phone. After several rounds of drinks, the trio had nearly finished their meal. The owner stood up, ready to present the bill. Boss, what happens if I eat without paying? The owner looked puzzled. Hey, can I stay the night? The rain poured heavier, and Lin Xia stood beneath the eaves of the house, clutching half a lamb leg and knocking on the door. Oh no, you can't stay here. Go back where you came from, came the voice of an elderly man from inside, his hands waving insistently. Lin Xia scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. Daitian town was far from the city center, lagging significantly in development. Even the roads were newly paved. As he walked, he had hardly seen any young people. Most residents appeared to be elderly. This was the 3rd house he had knocked on, and typically, older generations were known for their hospitality. Yet none were willing to take him in for the night. Was it possible that everyone had become overly cautious against scams? Lin Xia took a bite of the lamb leg, glancing at the increasingly heavy rain. This wouldn't do. He needed to find somewhere to stay. Otherwise, spending the night outside in the rain and cold would surely lead to illness, even for someone as resilient as himself. He was just about to leave when the door suddenly cracked open, and an old woman handed him a blanket wrapped in a plastic bag. Young man, it's cold outside. Take care of yourself. We're not cold-hearted, but there has been a murderer in town, and several people have already died. Lin Xia was taken aback. Haven't you called the police? The old woman sighed. The killer hasn't even been seen. If you head east, there is a small bridge. You can find shelter under the arch for the night. All right, thank you. Lin Xia began to understand why everyone was so wary. There was indeed a murderer in the area. He hoped he wouldn't cross paths with him, or he would show him what it meant to be tougher than steel. Clutching the blanket and shielding the lamb leg, Lin Xia hurriedly made his way east along the eaves of the houses, perhaps due to the murderer. The streets were eerily deserted at night, with only the occasional sound of conversation drifting from nearby homes. As Lin Xia walked, nibbling on the lamb leg, he suddenly felt like a wandering hero. No, he was a wanted fugitive. Lin Xia cursed under his breath when he noticed a small figure ahead, huddled under an umbrella. It was a little child around 7 or 8 years old, running in the rain with a small umbrella, their face distressed, smeared with either rain or tears. Whose child is this? Looks like they've been beaten, Lin Xia muttered before averting his gaze. Just as the child dashed past him, they slipped and fell into a puddle with a splash, sending water splattering onto Lin Xia's lamb leg. Damn it! Lin Xia rushed over to lift the child up, pointing to the muddy lamb leg with gritted teeth. You little brat, you just dirted my freshly bought lamb leg. Go get your mother to compensate me. To his surprise, the child began to cry. I don't have a mother. She is dead. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. Then get your father. I have lost my father. He has passed away. Lin Xia expressed her condolences, stating that it would not cost him anything, urging him to leave. The boy sobbed, picked up the umbrella from the ground, and fled into the shadows of the street. Lin Xia glanced at his retreating figure, sighed, and was reminded of her deceased parents. She pondered why the child was out so late at night. Was he perhaps seeking an end to his suffering? Meanwhile, Shi Gumiao was accompanied by Ma De and Ma Er, both of whom were carrying small legs of lamb. Like Lin Xia, they had knocked on several doors seeking shelter. Although they were denied entry, Ma Er's strength allowed him to forcibly break open one door. However, the previous residences were unsuitable, and Shi Gumiao, being rather particular, had not found a satisfactory place despite their attempts. Why don't we simply find a supermarket to stay for the night? These old folks' homes all have a musty smell, suggested Ma De. After some contemplation, Shi Gumiao nodded in agreement. It appeared they had no other choice. Just as the trio prepared to seek out a supermarket, a small boy appeared, running towards them with an umbrella. As the boy passed by, he slipped and fell into the puddles, splattering water everywhere, including onto the 3 lamb legs. Damn it! Exclaimed Shi Mi. I have no mother. Your father is absent. I too have lost mine. Ma Er clenched his fists, wiping away his tears as he adjusted the boy's clothing. You may leave now. I shall not harm you. Poor child. Ma De also wiped his eyes, the boy reminding them of their own parents from when they were young and had lost theirs. As the child attempted to leave, Shi Gumiao suddenly seized him. My parents are alive. I have no sympathy for you. He grinned maliciously, demanding that the boy's grandparents compensate him for the lamb legs. My grandparents have also passed, the boy cried. Then go to hell. Shi Gumiao kicked out, sending the boy sprawling in the mud along with his umbrella. The boy glanced at Shi Gumiao with a look of injustice before scrambling away. Dragonzi, you are rather unkind. Ma Er scratched his head, receiving a kick from Shi Gumiao in response. What a fool. Who in their right mind would run around in the rain at this hour? He scolded. Ma Er finally understood, realizing that Shi Gumiao's words held truth. Ma De also pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In another location, Lin Xia paused, gazing at the seemingly endless street ahead, rubbing his chin. Is this road truly so long? It had been no less than 5 minutes since he had started walking, yet he had not reached the end. The bridge the old lady mentioned was nowhere in sight. As he contemplated this, another indistinct figure emerged from the rain ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was the same boy, still running with the umbrella. Lin Xia furrowed his brows, fixating on the child. As the boy passed by, he slipped once more and landed in the mud. Water splashed, this time soaking Lin Xia. He was momentarily taken aback by the coincidence. The boy attempted to flee, but Lin Xia caught him. Why have you come running from that direction again? Lin Xia squinted, a hint of menace in his tone. What? The boy stammered. I'm looking for my brother. He just ran out. Are you twins? Lin Xia paused, surprised. Yes. The boy exclaimed, breaking free from Lin Xia's grip and sprinting down the street. Watching the boy's departing figure, Lin Xia frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then quickened his pace. Something felt amiss. He discarded the lamb legs and clenched his fists tightly. Behind him, Shi Gumiao, Ma De, and Ma Er encountered the umbrella-wielding boy once more, who fell again, splattering them with water. This time, Ma De and Ma Er showed no mercy, pinning the boy down and delivering a beating. Only after the boy explained he was searching for his twin did Shi Gumiao wave him off to leave. As the boy vanished from sight, Gu Miao suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, echoed by Ma Da and Ma Er. Why does this seem familiar? Gu Miao pondered with a frown. Dragonzi, wasn't he there another boy just like him? Ma da quickly clarified. Do you take me for a fool? Gu Miao shot him a glare. I'm not referring to this boy, but to something else entirely. Ma Da and Ma Er scratched their heads in confusion. Gu Miao cursed them for their lack of understanding and continued forward, quickening his steps. Where the hell is that supermarket? In this remote area, there are fewer supermarkets. Perhaps if we push on a bit further, we might find one. Returning to Lin Xia, he was engulfed in a state of bewilderment. Before him, the familiar figure sprinted towards him once again. Triplets? Lin Xia shook his head, now suspecting he was encountering something beyond the ordinary. Not only was the child repeating his actions, but even the road seemed to stretch on endlessly. Just as before, the boy fell beside him, and despite Lin Xia being prepared this time, the mud splattered onto him once more. Lin Xia seized the boy, who looked at him in fear. Why have you returned? I'm looking for my two brothers. The boy stuttered, fear etched on his face, his lips trembling. Lin Xia scrutinized the boy's face, then glanced at the seemingly endless street ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he delivered a punch. The boy's face caved in like dough, only to quickly regain its shape. The arm Lin Xia grasped slipped away as if it were made of dough. The boy snatched up the umbrella and dashed down the street, vanishing into the rain in the blink of an eye. Lin Xia frowned, gazing at his fist, perplexed by the peculiarities of this situation. Was it an attempt to frighten him? While Lin Xia contemplated, Gu Miao and his companions encountered the running boy yet again. Damn it, he is not human, Ma Da cursed, realizing the gravity of their predicament. They were either facing an anomaly or a being of significant importance. Ma Da and Ma Er rushed into the rain, pinning the boy down to strike, but he was as pliable as dough, causing them no harm. The boy slipped from beneath them and fell before Gu Miao, splattering him with water once more. He quickly rose and ran down the street behind him. Ma Da and Ma Er attempted to pursue, but Gu Miao called them back. Dragonzi, why don't you want us to chase him? Ma Er wiped the rain from his face, confused. If you wish to grow old and die, then go ahead and chase him, Gu Miao replied with a furrowed brow. Ma Da and Ma Er exchanged startled glance, their eyes widening in realization. They looked as if they had aged a decade, and Ma Da even sprouted white hair. Dragonzi, what is happening? Ma Da stammered in shock. Gu Miao maintained a stern expression, appearing more haggard than before. If I'm correct, this is the manifestation of a city-destroying anomaly from the Night Watcher. The boy in the rain. Within this anomaly's domain, any contact with the rainwater results in gradual aging until one turns to dust. What? Ma Da and Ma Er were utterly bewildered. Are the Night Watchers using a city-destroying anomaly against us? We're merely at the Great Curse level. It shouldn't be possible. Dragonzi, what do we do now? Ma Da and Ma Er squeezed back under the eaves again. I have no solutions. If I were to break through the city-destroying threshold, perhaps there might be a way, Gu Miao sighed. Does that mean we are doomed? Indeed, Gu Miao responded, equally perplexed. Though he was the Dragonzi of the dragon cult, it was unimaginable for the Night Watchers to deploy such powerful artifacts against him. These city-destroying anomalies were consumables, diminishing with each use. It made no sense for them to be used against a mere great curse, as they were intended for formidable foes at the city-destroying level. What on earth is going on? Chapter 92, the true level of city annihilation like Shige Miao and the others. Lin Xia found himself utterly bewildered. The boy dashed past him once more, and despite his attempts to intervene, he was utterly unsuccessful. This fellow was as slippery as water, eluding his grasp effortlessly, impervious to any attempts to subdue him. It felt as though he were trapped in this street. How absurd! Lin Xia muttered a curse under his breath and turned to retrace his steps. With no end in sight ahead, perhaps returning would lead him back to the barbecue vendor. Lin Xia vowed he would not evade payment again. He would certainly compensate the vendor, provided he could escape this eerie place. As Lin Xia walked back, the boy passed him twice more, each time stumbling dramatically and splattering him with water. Eventually, Lin Xia spotted three figures. A middle-aged man sat at the entrance of a house, while two elderly individuals, slightly past their prime, persistently banged on the door. This bizarre scene heightened Lin Xia's anxiety. Was this yet another anomaly? Shige Miao and his companions noticed Lin Xia as well. When they saw him, their confusion dissipated. So they were innocent after all? The night watchman had involved them to deal with Lin Xia. Another anomaly? As he observed the trio's predatory expressions, Lin Xia's demeanor turned icy. You had best pray that you remain as pliable as dough. Lin Xia clenched his fists and approached the three. Please spare us. Shige Miao quickly stood, raising his hands defensively. What a joke! They could hardly contend with Lin Xia as it was. And now they were further weakened by the effects of the anomaly. One punch from Lin Xia could send them to their demise. It's my brother. We previously fought together against the night watchman. Shige Miao interjected, flipping his hair and adopting a somewhat charming demeanor, prompting Lin Xia to recall him. Upon glancing at the two elderly figures behind him, he recognized them as the very ones who had stood atop the truck in the beginning. What happened to you two? Lin Xia frowned. Brother, we are currently within a realm influenced by the anomaly, and this rain will gradually age us, Shige Miao explained. Hearing this, Lin Xia quickly sought shelter under an eave, touching his face to check for wrinkles. Fortunately, he found none. Shige Miao gazed at Lin Xia's unchanged visage, astounded. This young man seemed immune to the boy's influence in the rain. Could it be that his physical constitution alone allowed him to withstand the ravages of time? How formidable! Suddenly, the boy fell again nearby, splashing mud and water upon the four of them. And in that instant, Shige Miao and his companions aged yet again, while Lin Xia remained unaffected. Wah wah wah, my heir could not hold back his tears. Brother, I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry. Ma Da's face was also streaked with tears. Neither have I married, brother. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Do you have no way out? He had assumed these experienced individuals would possess some solutions, yet they appear to be even more desperate than he. There is a way, but it is futile. Shige Miao suddenly stated. What is the way? Lin Xia inquired, sitting beside him. If we can make that boy stop, this realm will shatter with the passage of time. However, we have exhausted all our familial powers and cannot halt him. Shige Miao looked at Lin Xia. Perhaps you, great one, might be able to. Me? Lin Xia was taken aback. Shige Miao nodded. Your familial powers seem capable of countering the passage of time. Perhaps you can make him stop. Familial powers? You mean those beings I can summon? Yes, Shige Miao affirmed. Can I summon as well? Lin Xia asked, momentarily confused. Indeed, and it would be a particularly powerful one. Shige Miao was astonished that Lin Xia was genuinely unaware of this. No wonder he had only relied on his own physique until now. Ma Da and Ma Er gathered around, their faces filled with hope. He was now their sole lifeline. How do I summon it? Lin Xia queried. Feel it with your heart. It resides within you. Once you truly encounter it once, you will be able to summon it at will thereafter. All right. Lin Xia closed his eyes and began to sense the presence of his familial powers within his body. Did you feel it? Ma Da asked. Not yet. Did you feel it? Ma Ekfirit. Not yet. Still nothing? Ma Da Prest. Not yet. Before Ma Er could finish, Shige Miao kicked him away. For heaven's sake, can you two be quiet? You're buzzing around like flies. Do not disturb others. Ma Da and Ma Er promptly fell silent and sat obediently to the side. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Xia remained with his eyes tightly shut, while the boy once again sprinted from the distance. He no longer cried as before. Instead, he resembled a mischievous child reveling in his mischief, his face adorned with a pure expression of malevolence. Just as he prepared to plunge into the mud again, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly reverberated throughout the street. The wind howled fiercely, and the rain was shattered in midair. Shige Miao and his companions gazed upwards in shock at the immense figure looming behind Lin Xia, while the boy looked up, his eyes wide in astonishment. Beneath the dark night sky, a colossal locust tree, nearly 100 meters tall, stood majestically, its pale blossoms resembling the moon, each one hanging from the great tree. A level of annihilation, Huangquan locust tree. At last, I feel it. It was you. Lin Xia's voice resonated as he opened his eyes, his red and blue pupils unable to conceal the pale radiance below. He stood up, fixing his gaze upon the boy, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After running for so long, it was time to rest. Lin Xia raised a hand and made a gripping motion toward the boy. In the next moment, countless pale branches surged forth from the Huangquan locust tree, piercing through the boy's body like arrows, pinning him firmly to the ground. The boy screamed in agony, thrashing wildly. Yet his previously pliable form now felt as though it had solidified. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Damn, incredible. The lamb leg in Shige Miao's hand fell to the ground. Both Mada and Ma Er dropped to their knees. What the hell? They sent those two to confront such an existence? Meanwhile, in Daitian town, at the town's entrance, a bare-chested man stood in the rain. A massive black coffin positioned before him, its lid ajar, revealing the anomaly associated with the boy. It was said that the boy's parents and grandparents had been alive but buried within the coffin, which had led to his transformation into an anomaly. Suddenly, the coffin shook violently, and in the next moment, its lid slammed shut on its own. The man was momentarily stunned. Then he hoisted the coffin onto his back, and immediately, black chains erupted from the coffin, binding him and the coffin together. No wonder they sent me up here. The man stepped forward, making his way into the town. At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly burst forth behind him, accompanied by the deep rumble of an engine. The man halted, turning to look, and saw a truck driving toward him along the dark road, faintly illuminated by the truck's headlights, which displayed the words, Dashan Company. Chapter 93. The Wang family of Kyoto. The truck screeched to a halt before the man, and two figures emerged from the blinding light. The upper echelons of the night watchmen are truly pathetic. To acquire a single eye, they dispatched you and even employed the boy in the rain. If I am not mistaken, the boy in the rain has but 2 lives remaining, correct? As the two approached, the man finally discerned their silhouettes. Both were smoking. One was dressed casually, while the other wore a suit. Zhang Jiaqiang, you recognize me. It seems I'm still not low-key enough, Manager Zhang said, taking a puff of his cigarette and grinning broadly. I do not know you. I merely recognize your name tag on your chest, the man replied, furrowing his brow. Manager Zhang, it appears I've been too low-key. Don't you agree, Lao Tang? Being low-key is preferable. It minimizes troublesome matters. Lao Tang, puffing on a cigarette, his fingers stained yellow, replied, Shall you go, or shall I? Manager Zhang glanced at Lao Tang. You go ahead. I have yet to finish my smoke and cannot waste it. Very well. Manager Zhang extinguished his cigarette and strode towards the man, his presence growing more imposing with each step, a colossal, bloodthirsty tiger materializing behind him. Let's witness the might of the unloading Hill S leader. Intriguing. The man set his coffin aside. Then let us proceed. Meanwhile, Lin Xia and the 3 companions of Shi Ge Miao had fled overnight. They departed without hesitation, alarmed by Shi Ge Miao's warning of a stronger adversary approaching. However, this time, the trio did not choose to follow Lin Xia's path. Lin Xia was now akin to a shining piece of gold. Aligning with him could lead to peril at the hands of the night watchers. Lin Xia continued northward, borrowing an electric bike and some cash along the way, speeding forth. By the following dawn, he arrived at Cheng City. Seated at a street-side Baozi shop, Lin Xia pondered how to contact Lao Tang and Boss Li. His phone had vanished, along with all means of communication, a rather precarious situation. Just as Lin Xia was lost in thought while biting into a Baozi, a truck fortuitously passed by the shop. Yet, he remained absorbed in contemplation, completely unaware. The truck left, only to return moments later, fortuitously passing by again. Still, Lin Xia was oblivious. A honk. The truck's dull horn drew ire from patrons, some audibly cursing. Lin Xia, however, sipped his spicy soup and continued to ponder, an idea forming. He resolved to find an internet cafe where he could locate the recruitment website of Dashan Lin Company, which would contain Boss Li's contact number. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Hey, Lin Xia? A familiar voice rang in his ear. Lin Xia looked up, momentarily stunned. Lao Tang, I was just contemplating how to reach you. Lao Tang lit a cigarette and sat across from him. My home is nearby. I was driving past and recognized your silhouette. I never expected it to truly be you. What a coincidence. Lin Xia exhaled, relieved to have Lao Tang, as it meant he could return to the forest directly. Remaining outside, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though eyes were watching him from every corner. What is wrong with your eyes? Lao Tang in guit em wedding colored contacts. Lin Xia hastily finished his baozi and soup, rising. Lao Tang, take me back to the forest. In such a hurry to return to face death? Lao Tang Chuka. Employing his usual amiable demeanor, Lin Xia shot him a glance. The creatures were indeed rather endearing. You didn't say that before. The two climbed into the truck, and as Lin Xia settled in, he noticed egg wash smeared across the windshield. Wait, are you a prisoner on parade? Lin Xia was taken aback. Lao Tang Chuka Aqua Di Li. Cursing, which little brat threw eggs in my truck? The windshield wipers swiped across, and the truck rumbled to life, heading out of Dacheng City and onto the highway. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Kyoto, the Wang family, one of the four prominent families of Huaxia, resides in the heart of Kyoto. Their ancient courtyard occupies a staggering expanse in this prime area, showcasing their prestigious lineage. To outsiders, the Wang family's wealth stems from their control over a significant portion of the foreign trade business. This is in fact true. However, the family's ability to dominate this lucrative sector is attributed to their pillar, the venerable Wang Zhong. As a high-ranking member of the Night Watchers, Wang Zhong wields immense influence, comparable to that of a feudal lord. Although such authority is shrouded in secrecy, it renders the Wang family untouchable. Presently, in the study of the Wang residence, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The elder Wang, adorned with reading glasses, quietly perused an ancient text bound in silk. Dressed in traditional garb, his emaciated visage emanated an aura of unyielding authority. Before him, a figure bowed respectfully. The very chief of the unloading hill who had been seen carrying a black coffin into Tian Town. I failed, the chief rasped. Wang Zhong continued flipping through the pages, merely responding with a disinterested hum. After a moment, he closed the book. For you to have failed, it seems your opponent is formidable. It is a member of Dashan Company, the chief stated solemnly. His name is Zhang Jiaqiang, a level of destruction I have never encountered. Finally, Wang Zhong raised his gaze, removing his reading glasses, rubbing his brow. This organization, which has only recently emerged, is proving increasingly intriguing. He squinted at the chief. Did the boy in the rain also fail? Yes, his eyes were exceedingly bizarre, entirely unaffected by age. Wang Zhong frowned, clearly displeased with this outcome. I initially believed it to be a nascent company. I never anticipated their audacity to intervene in our affairs at the Night Watchers' upper echelons. His tone turned icy, signaling that it was time to exert some pressure. You may leave now. Understood. The chief of Unloading Hill bowed deeply and exited. No sooner had the chief departed than the study door was forcefully swung open. A young man in a tailored suit, his hair dyed silvery gray, stormed in, his face ablaze with anger. This individual was Wang Yi, the sole heir of the Wang family. Grandfather. Wang Yi slammed his palm on the expensive mahogany desk, causing the teacups to rattle. What is happening? Where is my destruction-level subordinate? You said it was foolproof. Wang Zhong observed the toppled teacup, his tone laced with a gentle exasperation. Xiao Yi, how many times have I told you to remain composed? How can I be composed? Wang Yi exclaimed, his frustration palpable. The selection for the Zero team begins at the end of the month, and I must acquire a destruction-level subordinate to enter. Now, it's all gone to waste. His handsome face twisted in anger. Enough. Wang Zhong gestured for him to be silent. What is the rush? I will ensure that before the end of the month, I will send someone to retrieve either that pair of eyes or another destruction-level individual for you. Hearing his grandfather's assurance eased Wang Yi's expression slightly. That is more like it, he muttered before contentedly departing the study. Wang Zhong watched his departing figure, shaking his head, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his murky eyes. It appears that the Lin Company's Zhang Jiaqiang should be given a stern warning. Chapter 94. Has the old wolf met his end? Achoo! On the highway, Lin Xia leaned against the passenger seat of the truck, drowsily teetering on the edge of sleep when he suddenly sneezed inexplicably. Damn, who is cursing me? He rubbed his nose. That wasn't me. I cursed a few minutes ago, Lao Tang said, firmly gripping the steering wheel while smoking. Lin Xia grimaced, adjusting to a more comfortable position and gazing at Lao Tang. Lao Tang, may I ask you something? Speak up. What exactly does the Lin Company do? Lin Xia squinted, sensing that they might not be a legitimate company at all. He recalled Manager Zhang and realized that the individual was certainly not ordinary. Furthermore, he could command this logging area. The Lin Company must know something significant. Lao Tang chuckled at his words, releasing a smoke ring. Indeed, it is not a legitimate operation. Lao Tang glanced at him. There is a place at the company headquarters filled with beautiful girls in revealing attire. I seriously suspect the company engages in some unsavory business. Lin Xia replied, having logged timber for so long, did you never find anything suspicious about that forest? You seem to think quite a lot. Lao Tang's tone was surprisingly serious. He advised, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, nor should you gaze upon things best left unseen. Focus on your work, chop your trees, earn your 80,000 yuan, and support your two younger sisters. That is far more commendable. He flicked the ash from a cigarette and continued. This world is far more intricate than you can imagine. Knowing too much can lead to a swift demise. Lin Xia fell silent. Lao Tang's words resonated with him. He had no desire to meddle with the night watchman or any anomalies. His sole ambition was to earn money to provide a better life for his sisters. Yet now, he himself had become an anomaly, as had his sisters. He seemed ensnared in this murky situation, unable to escape. Damn it. Lin Xia scratched his head, vowing that once he had earned enough to cover the breach of contract, he would take his sisters away to a different place where no one could find them. 10 million, indeed. He pondered, perhaps he was nearly superhuman now. Robbing a wealthy individual should not be overly difficult. After the storm had passed, he would act. And then, with the money and his sisters, they would flee abroad, becoming expatriates, leaving behind any need to repay the company's breach of contract. This was merely a pretense for Lao Tang's benefit. He was no altruist, nor was he motivated by lofty ideals. He simply wished to care for his small family. The truck continued its journey, arriving in Lianyungang by evening, and without pause, it plunged straight into the mountain road. 2 days later, the truck delved deep into the forest. Lao Tang, cigarette in mouth, gripped the steering wheel, peering ahead through the thickening fog. How long has this fog been here? He mused. Not sure. It does seem peculiar. Not far along, the familiar outline of the wooden cabin emerged from the mist. The air in the mountains was considerably colder than in Jiangdu. Upon stepping out, Lin Xia shivered, feeling as if this cursed place had entirely skipped autumn and plunged directly into winter. All right, the supplies are unloaded, Lao Tang announced as he jumped from the truck, kicking down several large boxes filled with provisions. You manage your life now. I'm heading back. Long before Lin Xia left the mountains, the company had prepared his living supplies, awaiting Lao Tang's arrival to unload the wood for immediate packing. According to Lin Xia's preferences, a few boxes were filled with snacks, predominantly konjac treats. Get lost, Lin Xia grumbled, beginning to haul the boxes. Next time I come, it LLB to collect your body. Lao Tang, ever sardonic, pressed the accelerator, and the truck roared away, disappearing into the fog. 666, Lin Xia muttered to himself. Just as he was preparing to carry the last box of supplies to the cabin, he pondered why Lao Lang had not made any noise. The cold of the mountains meant Lao Lang had likely prepared for warmth long before. He could tell the old wolf was genuinely aging. Was it possible? Lin Xia's heart sank, and he exhaled slowly. Old wolf, please don't. He pushed the door open and was momentarily struck dumb by the sight before him. Fists clenched, veins bulging. Oh, Lin Xia, you finally returned. Lin Xia turned to see the old wolf, swathed in a thick blanket, rushing towards him with a disheveled gait. Trailing behind was a German shepherd, none other than Zhang Xiong. At that moment, Zhang Xiong was dragging a long piece of grass rope, from which dangled a string of half-meter-long green fish, at least a dozen in number. You been dead outside? Haven't you? I've nearly starved to death. Lin Xia dropped the supply box and dashed towards the two dogs. The old wolf, howling in excitement, was ready for Lin Xia's embrace. Yet Lin Xia ignored the old wolf's antics and instead scooped up Zhang Xiong, ruffling its fur. Finally, you're alive. Aside from me, I at least have someone capable. He inspected Zhang Xiong's body. Aside from shinier coat and a noticeably more robust physique, it appeared unchanged. Zhang Xiong excitedly licked Lin Xia's face, affectionately nudging his hand. Old wolf, you heartless creature, what are you implying? I am quite capable. The old wolf, wrapped in its blanket, approached with indignation, pointing at the fish on the ground. I've tirelessly made dozens of trips to the Western Mountain, fetching all these fish from that old monkey for you, and you return without a word of thanks. Only to fuss over this mangy dog? Lin Xia cast a glance at the old wolf, and then at the fish still flopping on the ground. Standing up, he walked over to the old wolf, who looked expectantly at him, and he reached out, rubbing its head. Good dog, good dog. The old wolf opened its mouth to scold, but Lin Xia swiftly grasped it shut. Hold on, let me ask you something. Why did you have to kill the fish inside the house? My place is now filled with fish slime. When I opened the door, I nearly suffocated from the stench. Lin Xia released the old wolf's mouth, and it looked quite aggrieved. It's cold outside. The cabin is warm. Lin Xia proceeded to clear the cabin before bringing in the supplies, spending half an hour tidying up. Even so, the entire wooden cabin was still pervaded by a strong, fishy odor. The rafters and walls were densely covered with dried fish, resembling a storage facility in some fishing village. Just how many did you catch? Lin Xia was incredulous. The Yun is kind turtle, the old wolf retorted, entering with pride. It couldn't bear to see us starve. It let me catch as many as I wanted. Lin Xia was skeptical. That old monkey could be so benevolent? He wondered if the old wolf had some leverage over Dajun, extorting it with fervor. It seemed that old monkey was far more formidable than even the old wolf. Perhaps even more than Xiong Batian. He was curious how he compared. Old wolf, let me ask you something. Speak, but hurry up and cook. The old wolf had already started rummaging through the snack boxes Lin Xia brought back, while Zhang Xiong obediently sat beside it. The distinction between the wolf and the dog was evident. Are those anomalies classified by levels? Of course not, the old wolf replied, tearing open a package of konjac snacks. Minor evils, major evils, city destroyers, provincial annihilators, national obliterators, world enders. What is it to you? Minor evils, major evils, city destroyers, provincial annihilators. Lin Xia repeated, suddenly enlightened. So, he had already become a major evil after slaying that great moose. However, feeling like a major evil didn't seem particularly powerful. It was after the city destroyer status that he felt a qualitative change. Moreover, Shirgu and his group must be of a lower tier, merely major evils. Yet they acted like superhumans. Contrarily, that moose was just larger and more resilient. Old wolf, what level was that golden cicada? Just a garbage major evil. That doesn't make sense. Lin Xia asked, perplexed. Why do I feel like the monsters in this mountain are so weak? Yet the night watchmen outside, and those monsters are all like superhumans, ferociously powerful. Isn't it? The old wolf rolled its eyes, finishing the last of the konjac snacks. Don't you realize this forest has a suppressive effect? Wait, you've known all along and didn't tell me? Lin Xia was bewildered. I thought you knew. Curse you. Lin Xia was speechless, realizing he had been kept in the dark, like a fool. This is a vast and eerie domain, a natural suppression zone. The old wolf chuckled, gazing at Lin Xia as if he were a simpleton. Suppression? Indeed, this forest exerts a suppressive effect, whether anomalies or guardians, upon entering. Their powers are reduced to their lowest forms, rendering all those fanciful abilities useless. Even their physical bodies are subdued, becoming akin to ordinary beasts. Only upon reaching the city destroyer level can one barely exert even a modicum of insignificant power here. Otherwise, do you think that moose and golden cicada could be so easily felled by your axe and rifle? Lin Xia pondered deeply. Why is this? How would I know? The old wolf shrugged. Perhaps this place was originally governed by an unimaginably powerful being, whose domain ability is suppression. So that is how it is. Lin Xia suddenly realized that everything made sense. This forest was akin to a novice village, a mandatory arena for fair competition that weakened everyone. No wonder he was able to wreak havoc here. But what was this Jue Shu? Lin Xia posed another question. The old wolf's nose twitched twice, and he replied, I'll explain after you prepare the meal. I've been munching on spicy strips with the battle bear for days, and my mouth is nearly ulcerated. Once the food is ready, I shall tell you. The battle bear barked a couple of times in agreement, as it too was close to suffering from oral sores. The green fish caught from the western mountains was exceptionally delicious. Lin Xia skillfully prepared 2 fish, one for soup, the milky white broth bubbling with a rich aroma, and the other stir-fried with beef over high heat. The savory sense of meat and fish instantly filled the wooden house. Howl! The old wolf and battle bear could hardly contain themselves, wagging their tails eagerly, drool pooling beneath them. Lin Xia set a large bowl of fish soup and stir-fried beef on the ground, and the 2 dogs immediately buried their heads into the feast, devouring it ravenously. Lin Xia himself ladled a bowl of fish soup and sat at the table to sip it. After the old wolf had consumed half a pot of soup and meat, Lin Xia finally spoke. Can we talk now? The old wolf let out a satisfied belch, licking his lips. The Jue Shu, it's simple. When you slay an anomaly, you can absorb its power and turn it into your Jue Shu. Then, you can summon it to aid you in battle or utilize its abilities. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Are you serious? That's incredible. So why didn't I feel anything when I killed the moose or the golden cicada? The old wolf shot him a glance. That's because you are too powerful. You are already at the city-destroying level, unable to absorb anomalies of the grand curse level as your Jue Shu. You must kill those of the same city-destroying level or higher to collect them. Oh, Lin Xia exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So it's like Pokemon. Defeating them allows you to make them your pets. This power is truly remarkable. By the way, Old Wolf, you must be at the city-destroying level, right? The Old Wolf. The Old Wolf, wrapped in his exclusive thick blanket, took a few steps back in confusion, gazing at Lin Xia. What are you trying to do? I am merely curious, Lin Xia replied. The Old Wolf glanced at him. I am. What about Bear Bation? Yes. Most of those who can speak are at the city-destroying level, although some humanoid anomalies of lower tiers can also speak. And what about that old monkey? Lin Xia continued to inquire. The Great Lord? Yes, at the provincial destroying level. Lin Xia was taken aback. Indeed, that old monkey was impressive. If it weren't for the Old Wolf and Mo Yushuang pleading on his behalf, he might have truly perished there. Lin Xia devised a plan in his mind. Excellent. Tomorrow I shall ascend the mountain to hunt city-destroying anomalies. The Old Wolf paused. What are you planning? The night watchmen have targeted me. They are pursuing me. I must strengthen my power. What did you do? Perhaps they mistook me for an anomaly and wished to capture me in a pokeball. Upon hearing this, the Old Wolf frowned. You could chop trees. If you fell a black-hearted black pear tree, you are guaranteed to encounter a grand curse anomaly. And there is a small chance of striking a city-destroying anomaly tree. Good idea, Lin Xia exclaimed, his eyes brightening. However, the Old Wolf's demeanor shifted, his brow furrowing. Recently, something feels off in the mountains. Ever since you left, this heavy fog has become increasingly strange, and certain things have been changing. What changes? I don't know. Just be cautious. Some entities seem to be in a state of agitation. Chapter 96. The inept black soul. The following dawn, Lin Xia awoke early. The fire in the wooden house was nearly extinguished, with only a faint ember remaining. The Old Wolf lay sprawled beside the hearth, wrapped in his thick blanket, snoring thunderously. The battle bear obediently lay beside him, soundly asleep as well. Lin Xia tiptoed out of the bedroom. The morning chill in the mountains was biting. He approached the well, drew a bucket of water, and washed his face haphazardly, feeling considerably more alert. I must hurry, Lin Xia murmured to himself. He was now a nationally wanted fugitive, and the night watchman would likely track him to the forest. Before they arrived, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength. City-destroying level sounded impressive, but as the Old Wolf had stated, there were levels above that. Provincial destroying, national destroying, world destroying. His current abilities were still far from sufficient. According to the Old Wolf, the quickest method was to chop down those black-hearted black pear trees, drawing out their masters to be slain and absorbing their powers to expand his Jue shoe collection. Lin Xia returned inside, strapped on the gear he had survived with from the Dashan base battle, and took 2 pieces of dried fish from the Old Wolf's stock hanging from the rafters, securing them at his waist as provisions. He grasped his axe and kicked the battle bear's rear. Battle bear, let us go. We're heading up the mountain for some fresh air. Startled, the battle bear jumped up, wagging its tail. The Old Wolf, hearing the commotion, smacked his lips, turned over, and continued to snore. Useless. Together, 1 man and 1 dog plunged into the thick fog, heading towards the northern mountain. Shortly after they ascended the mountain, the battle bear suddenly halted, sniffed the air, and darted into a nearby thicket. Lin Xia raised his weapon, on guard. What is it? Moments later, the battle bear emerged, holding a rabbit in its mouth, and dropped it at Lin Xia's feet. What the Lin Xia was taken aback. The rabbit was lifeless, its body slightly stiff, indicating it had perished a couple of days ago. However, it had been skinned, leaving only bare flesh, and its head was missing, as if severed by a blunt instrument. Months. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. This method did not resemble that of a wild beast. It seemed more like something human would do. Yet in these deep mountains, where would a human come from? Moreover, the desire for skin over meat was rather peculiar. It could perhaps be some anomaly. Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings, only to see the vast expanse of fog, with tree branches vaguely visible, dark and claw-like in the mist. Let us go, battle bear. Stay sharp, he called out, and continued deeper into the mountain. However, on this path, the battle bear seemed to have a radar, frequently discovering carcasses of animals from the thickets, treetops, and even from the slopes. A squirrel, a weasel, and a wild chicken. All were skinned, their deaths tragic, with not even a head remaining. Lin Xia's expression turned grave, silently cursing. Such lurking figures that frighten from the shadows are the most bothersome. If they came out to confront him, he wouldn't fear them. Although he could not summon his Huangquan Huai tree at present, Lin Xia felt he still possessed some passive abilities. After all, he was at the city-destroying level, and the old wolf had mentioned that the suppression at this level was not absolute. While he pondered, a sudden flurry of footsteps erupted from the thick fog behind him, and a shadow dashed out. Instinctively, Lin Xia raised his axe to see a spotted deer racing towards him. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Thud! The spotted deer's gaze fixated on the axe on Lin Xia's back. It then seemed to perceive something terrifying. Its legs giving way, and it slipped to the ground. Scrambling to its feet, it turned tail and disappeared into the fog. Lin Xia stood there, axe in hand, utterly speechless. Am I really that frightening to deer? He glanced at the axe he held, and then at the black axe resting on his shoulder. All right, maybe I'm a bit intimidating. Lin Xia shrugged, called to the battle bear, and continued deeper into the black pear tree forest. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Lin Xia selected an unappealing black pear tree and hefted his axe. Let us get to work. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force from his waist, and the black axe sliced through the air with a sharp arc. Crack! The blade embedded deep into the trunk. Lin Xia withdrew the axe and beheld the bright yellow wood beneath the axe mark. He moved on to the next tree. Shaking his head, he turned towards the next one. He had no intention of chopping down these ordinary hay li hua anymore, especially since he no longer expected to receive his salary from the Dashan Lin Company next month. Once he amassed sufficient strength, he would execute a grand scheme, seize a few million, and then swiftly escape with his sisters to a foreign land, living as citizens of their homeland, evading any pursuit. His singular focus now was the heartless hay li hua. With determination, Lin Xia began to chop down trees one by one in the forest. In Kyoto, at the Wang residence, the atmosphere starkly contrasted the damp chill of the forest. The opulence within the estate was overwhelming. In Wang Yi's bedroom, the underfloor heating radiated warmth. He reclined languidly on an expensive leather bed, flanked by 2 scantily clad women. Heike and Baipu stood by the bedside, their heads bowed. Young master, Heike's voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. The target, those eyes, had been confirmed to belong to someone named Lin Xia. It remained uncertain whether he had become an anomaly or the master of those eyes. Oh, Wang Yi lazily responded, his hands wandering over the women. Where is he? The women nestled against him, daring not to resist. According to the scouts, he had entered the deep mountains of the north, seemingly at the logging site of the Dashan Lin Company. The Dashan Lin Company? Wang Yi halted his movements, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Damn it! Them again? He angrily shoved the women away and pointed towards the door, telling them to leave. The 2 women, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled the room, closing the door with utmost care. Heike, take some men and investigate. Wang Yi reclined again, his voice icy. I do not care whether he is Lin Xia or Li Xia, nor do I care about the Dashan Lin Company's stance. Within a week, I must obtain those eyes. Young master, Heike frowned. The Dashan Lin Company guards that area closely. None of the infiltrators sent previously returned. Hearing this, Wang Yi frowned as well. I do not care whether you can enter or not. I want to see him within a week. Heike pondered for a moment and suggested. Lin Xia has 2 sisters in Lianyan City with Bai Qingqing. If we capture his sister, we might be able to lure him out. Very well, Wang Yi replied dismissively. Proceed with swiftness. Do it tonight. He paused, adding, do not act personally. Have an anomaly handle it, lest we bring trouble to the Wang family. Understood, Heike nodded. By the way, Wang Yi suddenly recalled, send someone to visit the Lumberjack. I've heard they possess a treasure that can separate a follower from their master. Acquire some for me. All right, you may leave. Baipu stays. Heike's pupils constricted, his fists tightening with suppressed rage, and Baipu trembled slightly. What are you waiting for? Depart at once. Wang Yi glared at Heike. Yes. Heike nearly spat the word through clenched teeth, striding out with heavy footsteps. Once the door closed, Heike's eyes brimmed with fury, his teeth grinding together as he seethed with barely contained wrath towards Wang Yi. In Kyoto, it was common knowledge that he and Baipu were a perfect pair, the finest partners among the Sentinels. He had long cherished Baipu, yet Wang Yi, that useless scion, also coveted her, wielding his family's influence without restraint. The murderous intent within Heike threatened to overflow. He hated, yet he could only endure. The might of the Wang family was beyond his resistance. 3 minutes later, Bai Pu emerged, smoothing her disheveled hair as she walked out. She did not spare Heike a glance, and he hurriedly followed her. At the moment the door closed, he cast a glance back at the man on the bed, whose face was twisted in a sinister smirk, his eyes aflame with malice. Chapter 97. Do you wish to kill Wang Yi? As night fell over the outskirts of Kyoto, a dilapidated, abandoned building stood alone amidst the overgrown grass, resembling a silent skeleton. Two figures entered the dark stairwell of the ruin, one following the other. Bai Pu walked ahead, her expression impassive, the sound of her high heels echoing on the dust-laden steps. Heike silently trailed behind, his head bowed. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Bai Pu's wrist tightly. Why? His voice was hoarse, suppressing a torrent of rage. Are you so willing to be toyed with by that useless Wang Yi? Bai Pu halted her steps, refraining from turning around, merely wrinkling her brow in disdain as she forcefully pulled her hand away. Heike, her voice was colder than the moonlight. We are merely colleagues. Colleagues? Heike stepped closer, pressing against her back. You did not say that before. From the moment I became acquainted with Wang Yi, we could only maintain a professional relationship. Bai Pu slowly turned to face him, her eyes devoid of any emotion as they locked onto his in the darkness. Do not dwell on me, or you will suffer greatly. I am already suffering. Heike roared, turning abruptly and striking a nearby concrete wall with a fist. A resounding crash echoed as spiderweb-like cracks spread across the wall, debris and dust raining down. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Bai Pu adjusted her hair, continuing to ascend the stairs. Heike glared at her retreating figure, his chest heaving with suppressed anger. Yet he ultimately suppressed his rage and followed in silence. The two ascended to the 9th floor of the dilapidated building. It was desolate, filled only with the howling night wind pouring through the windowless openings. Above them, a massive bat, its size comparable to a small calf, hung upside down from the ceiling, its crimson eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. In its toothy maw, it was crunching on something, revealing it to be a severed human arm. Upon noticing their presence, the bat emitted an impatient low growl, swallowing its snack hole. Wang Yi has tasked you with a job. Bai Pu retrieved 2 photographs from her pocket and tossed them towards the bat, which caught them midair. The photos depicted 2 girls, one with a ponytail, innocent and charming, and the other seated in a wheelchair, her smile sweet. They were Lin Xia and Lin Xia. Wang Yi wants you to go to Lianyun City and bring them back, Bai Pu stated emotionlessly. Additionally, they are accompanied by a major anomaly with 2 followers. Avoid engaging her if possible, or it will lead to significant trouble. The bat emitted a low screech, acknowledging the command. Bai Pu nodded, refraining from further words as she turned to leave, with Heike following closely behind. After they departed, the bat regurgitated the human hand it had swallowed earlier, savoring the taste once more. It leisurely finished its snack before reluctantly unfurling its wings, which spanned over 5 meters, preparing to take flight. Yet, just as it was about to ascend, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from all directions. The bat froze momentarily, confusion flickering in its crimson eyes. The next second, the entire building collapsed with a deafening roar. The terrifying noise echoed through the night, and dust soared into the sky. Moments later, amidst the wreckage, a disheveled head emerged. The bat shook its head, bewildered as it stood amidst the debris. Damn it, my home. Meanwhile, a black sedan cruised along a secluded road in the outskirts of Kyoto. Inside, silence reigned. Heike, expressionless, drove the car, with no streetlights illuminating the road, only the headlights casting light on a small area ahead. Bai Pu sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in her phone, exchanging messages with her elderly mother at home, reassuring her that she would be home shortly and that there was no need for concern. Suddenly, the shrill sound of brakes pierced the air as Heike slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Where are we? Bai Pu lifted her gaze, squinting at the scenery outside, her brow furrowing in discontent. Heike remained silent, preoccupied with lighting a cigarette, its flickering flame casting shadows in the dark. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Bai Pu, he rasped, do you ever wish to kill Wang Yi? Bai Pu's pupils constricted in alarm. Are you out of your mind? The Wang family is far too powerful for us to contend with. I am not insane. Heike pounded his fist on the steering wheel, growling. It is the Wang family that is formidable, not that useless Wang Yi. He may have 5 subordinates, but damn it, he has no real combat experience. His tone dripped with disdain and envy. If the two of us joined forces, we could easily strike him down when he least expects it. Bai Pu fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, she slowly shook her head. I do not wish to take such risks. Why not? I still have my mother to care for, she replied softly. He let out a bitter laugh, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Are you truly content to be that useless one's plaything for the rest of your life? Bai Pu's voice turned icy. He Po's chest heaved violently as he regarded the cold-faced woman beside him, ultimately deflating. He took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions before extinguishing the cigarette. I apologize. He restarted the vehicle, turning it around to head back the way they came, the atmosphere inside the car more frigid than before. Chapter 98. The axe in the fog in the evening. The dense fog persisted. Lin Xia, wielding an axe, walked along the path back to the wooden cabin, with Zhang Xiong following closely behind, stepping in and out of the muddy ground. Damn it, he muttered, wrapping his coat tighter around himself as irritation brewed within. After a day of chopping wood on Dashan, his axe was nearly smoking from the effort, having stripped the bark from over 100 trees, yet he had not spotted a single Heishin Hailua. However, that was to be expected. The Hailua forest on Dashan stretched for miles without end, obscured by the fog, leaving Lin Xia unaware of its ultimate boundaries. Woo! Zhang Xiong seemed to sense his master's agitation and nuzzled against his hand. Lin Xia patted its head. Let us go home. Upon returning to the wooden cabin and pushing open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The old wolf was bundled in a thick blanket, lounging by the glowing stove, fixated on a cartoon about bears, munching on spicy snacks. Useless, Lin Xia muttered. It's freezing outside, and yet you're enjoying yourself with the stove cranked up so high. The old wolf glanced back, feigning innocence. You were the one who insisted on going out. Besides, I'm just keeping the house warm for you. Lin Xia couldn't be bothered to engage further. This old wolf had become increasingly inept. He retrieved a pig's leg from the fridge, prepared it with minimal effort, and tossed it into a pot. As the water boiled, a rich aroma soon filled the wooden cabin, prompting the old wolf's nose to twitch as it drooled profusely, inching closer to the pot. You can chop down great trees and work in the kitchen. Lin Xia, you truly are a remarkable man. I wonder which fortunate soul will marry you. The old wolf praised, fearful that Lin Xia might withhold food from him later. Lin Xia kicked it away in annoyance. After dinner, the trio, Lin Xia and his two dogs, huddled in the warm bedroom around the stove, watching an episode of the bear cartoon before drifting off to sleep. The wind howled through the mountains, and the fog rolled like boiling milk among the trees. Meanwhile, deeper in Dashan, a large serpent lay in ambush among the grass. Its crimson tongue flicking in and out as its cold, slit-like eyes fixated on a rabbit hole not far away. It had been lying in wait for a considerable time, preparing to strike fatally tonight and wipe out the nest of rabbits. It moved slowly, but just as it neared the entrance, a sharp whistling sound suddenly echoed overhead. The serpent shot its head up, and before it could discern what was happening, it felt a sudden chill in its skull. With a precise strike, a pearwood axe descended from above, severing its head cleanly and spilling its blood onto the ground. Hearing the commotion, a plump rabbit cautiously poked its head out from the hole, glancing around. In the fog stood a shadowy figure, skillfully peeling the skin off the twitching serpent. Sensing the rabbit's gaze, the figure paused and slowly turned its head. The rabbit, terrified, quickly retreated into the hole, trembling in fear. Yet the next instant, boom, a resounding crash occurred as the pearwood axe smashed down like a battering ram, breaking through the top of the burrow, the axe's blade directly severing the rabbit's head. Moments later, a claw covered in warts and a sticky, foul yellow hue reached into the hole, groping for a moment before seizing the rabbit's corpse and dragging it out. In the depths of the burrow, the remaining little rabbits huddled together, scarcely daring to breathe. The following morning, Lin Xia ascended the mountain with Zhang Xiong. He leisurely nibbled on the old wolf's cured fish while humming a tune. The mountains were far more pleasant than the outside world. Here, he felt at ease, free from social obligations and worries, a veritable paradise for an introvert like him. Of course, it would be even better if the local wildlife were a bit friendlier and the monsters fewer. As he contemplated this, he heard a rustling ahead and looked up to see a fox darting away, disappearing into the fog. Lin Xia paid it no mind, but soon a bird perched in a tree took flight in panic upon spotting him. Again, he shrugged it off, only to encounter a little squirrel scurrying away in fright. Lin Xia, holding his rifle, wore a perplexed expression. Zhan Xiong, am I really that intimidating? He scratched his head. Zhan Xiong shook its head and nudged Lin Xia's pant leg. Had his fearsome reputation spread throughout the forest? Lin Xia pondered, surely it couldn't be that bad. Just then, a shadow burst forth from the nearby underbrush, sharp fangs lunging towards his thigh. Oh well. Zhan Xiong reacted swiftly, pouncing before Lin Xia could fire his weapon, knocking the wild boar to the ground. Bang! 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 Zhan Xiong charged, and Lin Xia swiftly followed suit, raising his rifle and unleashing a volley into the boar's head, bringing it down instantly. Damn it! Lin Xia grimaced, stepping closer to kick the boar's lifeless body. He hadn't even begun chopping trees yet. Why was there such hostility directed at him? Woof woof! Zhan Xiong barked at Lin Xia before plunging into the thicket from which the wild boar had emerged. Lin Xia followed closely, parting the foliage to discover a crude wild boar den. Inside, 2 decapitated and skinned piglets lay among the straw, blood staining the bedding, their demise tragic. Lin Xia froze in shock. No wonder the wild boar had gone mad. It was driven insane by the loss of its young. He gazed at the lifeless piglets, lost in thought. What manner of creature was terrorizing this mountain? Its methods were so brutal. This was no mere act of predation, but rather a vengeful slaughter. Damn it. I hope I don't encounter it. Lin Xia cursed inwardly. If he did, he would undoubtedly unleash a barrage of bullets upon such a repugnant creature. He turned to leave, dragging the large boar's carcass to the side of the path to conceal it in the underbrush. He could bring it back to the cabin that evening. This wild pig would surely taste far superior to what he had eaten the night before. After stowing away the boar, Lin Xia and Zhan Xiong continued their trek up Beishan. As Lin Xia departed, a shadow clutching an axe stood in the thick fog, fixated on his retreating figure. Chapter 99. The Bat Comes and Goes. Lianyun City, Jianghai Community. Although it was still autumn, the entire city had succumbed to the chill of winter. Bai Qingqing's residence was located within Jianghai Community, a luxurious duplex atop a high-end complex. As the daughter of a provincial lord, her living conditions could be deemed modest. Since Lin Xia had caused an uproar in Jiangdu and was deemed a city-level threat before fleeing, Bai Qingqing had taken Lin Shu and Lin Qi into her care under the pretext of protecting witnesses' families. At this moment, in the spacious and brightly lit art studio, Lin Qi sat quietly in her wheelchair, a vibrant, fantastical landscape taking shape on the easel before her. This studio had been meticulously designed by Bai Qingqing, boasting optimal lighting and a complete set of premium art supplies. Furthermore, she had introduced Lin Qi to the finest physician in Lianyun City, a healer of the lordly class, who had begun to restore her legs. However, full recovery remained elusive, necessitating further time in the wheelchair. Lin Qi held her sister's kindness close to her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was not idle. Under Bai Qingqing's introduction, she officially joined the Lianyun City Night Watch organization, accompanying Bai Qingqing on missions daily, leaving her little time to rest. The home now housed only Lin Qi. As she painted, she relished this rare tranquility, though if one were to gaze into her cerulean right eye, they would discern a glimmer of icy resolve. She had not forgotten how her brother Lin Xia had taken the blame for her, and if not for her own arrogance, she would not have attracted such attention. Thus, she resolved to grow stronger. She aspired to be powerful enough to protect her brother and sister, ensuring that no one could threaten their family again. As an aberration, Lin Qi's path to strength diverged significantly from that of a lord. The method of an aberration's enhancement is through consumption, devouring peers and lords alike. In the corner of the studio, a shadow writhed, and soon after, a small creature, entirely black and resembling ink, emerged from the shadow, dragging a trembling three-eyed rabbit to Lin Qi's feet. This was a minor aberration of the evil class. Lin Qi set down her brush, maneuvering her wheelchair, her sweet smile unwavering. Well done, she murmured, extending her hand to gently rest upon the rabbit's head. In the next moment, before the three-eyed rabbit could even emit a cry, its body swiftly withered and disintegrated, ultimately transforming into pure energy that was drawn into Lin Qi's palm. She closed her eyes, exhaling a contented sigh. Yet it was not enough. She was still far from her goal. Each night, she unleashed the aberration she created with her abilities to hunt in the dark corners of Lianyun City. capturing solitary aberrations to consume them. However, the numbers of aberrations remained scarce, with most being fledgling evil and minor curse types, resulting in her stagnation at the great evil level. Lin Xia sighed, feeling a twinge of envy as she compared herself to her sister, whose progress was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Xia's eyes granted her a monstrous ability to devour all aberrations, assimilating their powers for herself. Lin Xia referred to this ability as Panao, and now it had reached the level of Great Cursed, which made Lin Xia somewhat envious. If this continued, it would be her sister protecting them, inciting a growing anxiety within Lin Xia, a fervent desire to become stronger. She picked up her brush, continuing to apply paint to the canvas. Just as she added a stroke of crimson to the sky, a chilling aura emanated from outside the window. Lin Xia paused, lifting her gaze toward the outside. In the distant sky, a massive black shape surged toward Zhanghai community with alarming speed. The aura it exuded far surpassed any aberration she had previously consumed. As it drew near, she discerned it to be a giant bat, its size comparable to that of a small car. Great Cursed? Lin Xia furrowed her brow, though it was merely a fleeting concern. If she wished, she could instantly swap places with the aberrations she had conjured in the city. However, she was curious. Could 4 great evils contend with 1 great cursed? In the next instant, atop the apartment building, black mist surged. 2 colossal bears appeared, one brown and the other yellow, materializing at the edge of the rooftop. The bears stood silently, fixated on the approaching bat. Behind them stood a magician and Ling Ba. Aside from the 4 aberrations they carried, the others were scattered throughout Lianyan City. Upon leaving Jiangdu, Zhang Jun had released 9 aberrations. Lin Xia speculated it was due to her sister-in-law. With a piercing shriek, the giant bat drew the attention of pedestrians below, who looked up to see the enormous shadow soaring through the sky. What the hell, FC? Damn FC. That S called Kaifeng cuisine. The bat scoffed, dismissive of the notion that 4 great evil aberrations could pose a threat to it. Did they not realize it was the aberration king of Kyoto? Did they not know it was an immortal, infinite aberration? Such minor evils were laughable. It spiraled in the air, its massive wings stirring a tempest, preparing to first shred the 2 foolish bears before dealing with the cloaked figure and the hat-wearing chef behind them. However, just as it was about to dive, a wave of terror emanating from the depths of its very soul surged forth from the distant north. The giant bat halted abruptly, its crimson eyes filling with fear and rage. Damn, there's a cat thunder. On one side was the imminent target of the Wang family, and on the other, its own life and existence were at stake. The bat hesitated for a mere moment before making a decision. It disregarded Lin Xia, abruptly changing direction, its wings flapping wildly as it transformed into a streak of blood, desperately fleeing toward the northern forest. In the art studio, Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. She set down her brush, gazing quizzically in the direction the bat had vanished. Strange creature. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, and returned to her painting. Chapter 100. The bat has truly departed. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts of Lianyan City, an abandoned factory stood. Panao, towering 3 meters high, delivered a punch that obliterated the head of a great evil aberration. In the next moment, a black hole materialized before Panao, directly consuming the aberration. Lin Xia and Bai Qingqing stood at a distance, witnessing the entire process of Panao eliminating the aberration, accompanied by a black monkey, Lin Xia's Dashan. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding Lin Xia and Lin Xia, Bai Qingqing and Lin Xia were inseparable, while Dashan could readily swap places with Lin Xia. Remaining close by, this Panao is incredibly powerful, Bai Qingqing praised without reservation. Lin Xia smiled, gesturing, and Panao vanished like a shadow from the ground. Thanks to Qingqing Jia, I've absorbed so many aberrations. Unlike Lin Xia, Lin Xia recognized the distance between her brother and Bai Qingqing, hence her preference for this form of address. Your absorption is not in vain. The Night Watch organization will need you to cleanse some pests in the future. Bai Qingqing replied. Her willingness to assist Lin Xia and Lin Xia stemmed not only from her bond with Lin Xia, but also from her disdain for the abhorrent tactics employed by those in power. Their abuse of authority for personal gain, indiscriminately capturing and killing, was utterly detestable. In her father's time, Bai Zhantian had executed a cleansing operation with the Night Watch, severely weakening these pests, leading to their cautiousness, and creating a mortal enmity. This had even led Bai Qingqing to suspect that her father's death was linked to these pests. Now, witnessing Lin Xia's potential, Bai Qingqing contemplated a cleansing of the night watch, akin to what her father had once undertaken. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a phone broke the silence, prompting Bai Qingqing to retrieve her mobile device from her pocket and answer the call. Captain, just now, a powerful presence of a great evil was detected near your location. All right. Bai lightly nodded and hung up the phone. In the next moment, her hair transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, and her cross-shaped pupils gazed skyward, where she beheld a creature enveloped in a dense mist of red light, soaring towards them. Following Bai's gaze, Lin Xia also spotted the approaching giant bat. Should we eliminate it? Lin Xia inquired. Yes, let Bo Sha coordinate with me. Bai deftly twirled her wrist, and two short swords with antler designs materialized in her hands. With a sudden burst of strength, she propelled herself off the factory wall, leaping like a sword towards the bat. Lin Xia stared at the antler swords in Bai's hands, momentarily taken aback before hastily summoning Bo Sha. In an instant, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and ghostly pale, appeared before them. The giant, eyeing the bat in the sky, leaped into action, its flesh rippling to form a pair of wings as it sped towards the bat. Meanwhile, the bat remained oblivious, consumed by its fury over the recent theft, until a gust of wind jostled it, drawing its attention to the short sword hurtling towards it, accompanied by the massive silhouette of a moose. The bat's pupils constricted as it spun around in haste, yet it was too late. The antler sword pierced the membrane beneath its wing. Before it could react, Bai, wielding her short sword, followed closely behind, and with a roar from the moose, another antler sword struck the bat squarely in the face. The bat screeched in agony, its body uncontrollably plummeting. Before it could regain its composure, a pale fist crashed into its back. Blood erupted from the bat's mouth, and in a fit of rage, it attempted to unleash its powers, only to be met by the sudden appearance of a massive white bird head that bit off half of its wing. The bat spiraled into chaos, descending rapidly from the sky. In its gaze were Bo Sha and Bai's figures. It quickly opened its mouth, gathering a circular beam of energy. Yet before it could unleash its attack, a deafening sound of breaking wind resonated from below. In an instant, a colossal antler silhouette pierced through its chest. Dazed, it looked down to find an antler sword embedded in its torso. Weak and defeated, the bat collapsed to the ground, the sword having pierced entirely through it. Thus, the bat fell, having been too distracted to mount any defense. Lin Xia withdrew the antler sword from the bat's chest, murmuring to herself, "So this is how it is used." Previously, in Jiangdu, she had refrained from using this sword for fear of drawing attention, uncertain of its application until she witnessed Bai's adeptness. Bai landed beside Lin Xia, glancing at the long sword in her hand and then at her own short sword, silently stowing it away. "Congratulations on your ascension to a great evil. Thank you for stealing the kill from me, Sister Qingqing. No matter. Just have your brother return a great evil to me later." All right. The two exchanged smiles, the sun setting in the west. In Kyoto, in a mid-range residential complex on the 6th floor, Bai Pu's mother, nearing 60, had lost her husband long ago and her eldest son in a car accident. Now, only she and her daughter remained. At that moment, she was preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting Bai Pu's return from work. Her daughter was her pride, and she knew that her daughter had silently safeguarded this world. To her, her daughter was a hero, the sole source of courage for her to continue living. Ding! Bai Pu texted her, informing her that she would arrive in 10 minutes. The elderly lady smiled, bringing out the steamed egg cake from the pot, waiting for Bai Pu to arrive, perfectly cooked and ready to eat. It had been her daughter's favorite since childhood. Just as she placed the egg cake on the table, there was a knock at the door. Startled, the elderly lady thought her daughter had returned sooner than expected. Trembling, she approached the door and opened it, only to find no one outside, just a letter lying on the ground. Confused, she bent down with difficulty to pick up the letter, noticing her own signature on it. She uttered a soft gasp of surprise, then closed the door and sat down on the sofa to open the letter. 3 minutes later, the letter fell to the ground, accompanied by her tears. "My dear Puya, I'm so sorry," the elderly lady cried out, stumbling towards the windowsill. After a moment of weeping, she climbed up and leaped down. Chapter 101. Bear Cowardice. Chop, chop, chop. In the forest, Lin Xia swung her axe with rhythmic precision, striking the trunk of the black-hearted pear tree repeatedly. After discovering this tree in the morning, She had searched all day for others, but found none. Lin Xia wasted no time. After half an hour of diligent effort, she finally felled the black-hearted pear tree. Next came the wait for the anomaly to arrive. Lin Xia silently prayed for it to be a city-level threat. She put away her axe and looked up at the sky, where the fog had taken on a faint orange hue as dusk approached. It was getting dark, time to return to the cabin. Battle Bear, let us go. Lin Xia called to the vigilant Battle Bear at her side as they made their way down the mountain. Upon reaching the spot where she had hidden the wild boar carcass in the morning, Lin Xia handed the axe to Battle Bear to carry, then took a deep breath and bent down to lift the massive wild boar carcass. The boar weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, but Lin Xia found it no heavier than a sack of rice on her shoulder. Let us go, Battle Bear, home for a feast, she called out. Just as she was about to leave, a colossal shadow, 3 to 4 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the thick fog ahead. What the? Lin Xia jolted, dropping the wild boar carcass with a thud, and instinctively reached for her gun, aiming the dark barrel at the shadow. Woof! Battle Bear also crouched low, growling. The shadow continued to approach steadily. It was only when it emerged from the fog that Lin Xia sighed in relief and lowered her weapon. The figure was none other than the solitary Xiong. Brother Bear, you look quite intimidating in the fog. Lin Xia couldn't help but jest. Xiong glanced at Lin Xia and then at the wild boar carcass on the ground, before speaking in a deep voice. You should be more discreet when chopping trees. Lin Xia was taken aback. I owe you, so I want to stop you. But you're making too much noise. If Daju notices something amiss, he will certainly take action. Lin Xia nodded at this. That old monkey did indeed intimidate her. After all, he was a city-level threat, and even with the suppression here, Lin Xia felt he could easily crush her. All right, I understand. Lin Xia responded decisively, assuring him that her tree chopping would be very quiet, and she would not attract any attention. Xiong grunted in acknowledgement. By the way, Lin Xia suddenly remembered, what about the crow? It will take another half-month to revive, Xiong replied, shaking his head. But I don't know where the black-hearted pear tree it worshipped is located. Once it revives, it will have to search the mountains. Lin Xia felt a sinking sensation in her chest. Could it be that the tree the crow worshipped had also been cut down by her? If it were the tree of the old wolf and the others, they could easily come and alert her, but with the crow currently dead, it could not warn her. She coughed awkwardly, suppressing her unease, and switched the subject. Brother Bear, I have always wanted to ask, why can't we chop down the black-hearted pear trees? I don't know, Xiong replied bluntly. That is a rule set by Dajun. I only help maintain it. As for why we can't chop them down, you'll have to ask him. Fine then. Lin Xia shrugged. She said no more, hoisted the wild boar carcass once more, and called out to Battle Bear. Let us go home. The pair, one person and one dog, made their way back down the mountain towards the cabin. Xiong turned around, his massive form once again stepping into the thick fog of Beishan. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Xia commenced the preparation of the wild boar. Zhan Xiong wagged his tail, squatting beside him, observing with curiosity. With remarkable skill, Lin Xia swiftly processed the boar, chopping off the 2 most succulent hind legs and tossing them into a pot, along with potatoes and mushrooms delivered by the company, to begin simmering a hearty soup. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the entire cabin. How? Lin Xia, you truly possess culinary talent. Lao Lang, wrapped in a blanket, rushed out from the bedroom, saliva pooling on the floor. You finally decided to emerge? Lin Xia shot a glance at Lao Lang while hanging the remaining meat on the wall. Someone was asleep. You know, Lao Lang stuck out his tongue. Then why do you have spicy oil from spicy strips at the corner of your mouth? Lao Lang licked his lips, sleepwalking, just sleepwalking. Lin Xia was too lazy to engage with the food-obsessed Lao Lang. He had grown accustomed to it. Lao Lang treated him quite well, and it was rather pleasant to let him stay in the cabin to enjoy his old age. By the way, let me tell you something. I chopped down a Haitian Haile Hua today. Upon hearing this, Lao Lang paused, licking his lips. That's impressive. But I advise you not to chop any more for the next couple of days. If you happen to provoke 2 city-destroying entities simultaneously, I shall have to feast. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and deemed Lao Lang's advice reasonable. All right, I shall heed your words. Hee. Lao Lang's eyes twinkled as he patted Lin Xia's arm. Lin Xia, since tomorrow is a free day, shall we venture to the West Mountains Great Lake for some fun? What is there to do there? Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. Play with monkeys? Don't be ridiculous. You go play with them. I wouldn't dare. Lao Lan Guset. We're going there to fish. That old monkey's lake is home to a special giant fish. I have spent days in the water trying to catch it, but you, my friend, will surely succeed. Fish. Lin Xia thought for a moment and nodded. He had recently purchased a new fishing rod that he had yet to use. As for the anomaly seeking to confront him, Lin Xia's gaze grew cold. If it dared to come, it would either perish or meet its demise. In the dead of night, the wind howled through the mountains, a cacophony of ghostly wails. Deepened by Shan, beneath a colossal Mei Run song that required several people to embrace, lay a dark, expansive tree hollow. Inside, Xiong Batian sat on the ground. A recently deceased Mei Hua Lu lying before him, seemingly contemplating where to begin. After a moment, he let out a howl and, with a single paw, cleaved the deer's corpse in two. Grabbing one half, he began tearing into it voraciously, blood splattering everywhere. Once finished, he picked up the remaining half and retreated deeper into the hollow. Nestled within the depths was a black bear, slightly smaller than Xiong Batian, curled up in slumber. Its limbs were ensnared by thick vines sprouting from the tree's inner bark, binding it firmly in place. This was Xiong Batian's deranged brother, Xiong Nua. Xiong Batian tossed the bloody half of the corpse towards him. Roar! Xiong Nua jolted awake, springing to his feet, eyes ablaze with madness, and began frantically attacking the surrounding walls with all four limbs. Yet, the vines were incredibly resilient, and no matter how he struggled, they remained unyielding. After a moment, Xiong Nua seemed to exhaust his strength and quieted down, noticing the food on the ground, and began tearing into it frantically. Observing this, Xiong Batian sighed. He lay down on the floor of the hollow, and soon a thunderous snore erupted, sounding less like a snore and more like a suppressed roar. As time passed, the night deepened, and Xiong Batian remained in a profound slumber. Amidst the thunderous snoring, a shadow wielding an axe stealthily entered the hollow. Ignoring the sleeping Xiong Batian, it proceeded deeper into the hollow. Xiong Nua was also asleep, completely oblivious to the intruder's presence. The figure approached him and slowly raised the axe. Crack! The axe struck the vines binding Xiong Nua. Crack! Crack! With each swing, the vines that restrained Xiong Nua were severed until they were all cut away. Only then did the figure cease, turning silently to exit the hollow. Throughout this, neither Xiong Batian nor Xiong Nua exhibited any reaction. Time continued to pass, and Xiong Nua instinctively rolled over in his sleep. Suddenly, he froze, realizing his limbs were no longer bound. Xiong Nua shot up, his crimson eyes gleaming like two lanterns in the darkness of the hollow. Chapter 102. The monster of the night remained unchanged. The dense fog still enveloped the forest like an impenetrable shroud. In a certain part of Beishan, beneath a highly hua tree, the damp soil quivered slightly. Puff! A small, furry red paw burst forth from the earth, followed by a diminutive figure laboriously emerging from the ground, shaking off the dirt covering its body. This was a squirrel adorned with fluffy red fur, the once dead Shu Wang from a month prior. It gazed around in bewilderment, its nostrils filled with the scent of decaying leaves and mud. Fragments of memory began to return. That damned fool at the Jean Quan bathhouse. It had employed its sharpest claws and exerted all its strength, yet could not pierce the man's iron-like skin, ultimately meeting its demise as he nonchalantly twisted its neck as if it were an ant. Though it had been in poor condition at the time, it was still a profound humiliation. Squeak! The Shu Wang screeched in fury, its voice laden with endless resentment. How could it, the Dakui class Shu Wang, die such a pathetic death? It had been reborn, and in this life, it would surely kill that damned fool. But that man was far too powerful, stronger than one could imagine. The Shu Wang forcibly suppressed its rage. It must endure. It would wait until it regained its strength. No, until it devised a way to ascend to the city-destroying level before avenging this blood-soaked grudge. The immediate priority was to find a new home. After orienting itself, it prepared to leave its resurrection point. Whoosh! A sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly erupted from above. The Shu Wangs first stood on end, instinct kicking in as it rolled to the side. Crack! A highly hua axe fell, striking fiercely where it had just stood, embedding itself half a foot into the ground. The Shu Wang, trembling in terror, looked up to see a grotesque, corpulent figure slowly approaching through the fog. The creature's body resembled a standing human. It was covered in oozing lumps of viscous, pus-yellow liquid dripping from its skin. At that moment, it fixed its bulging, bloodshot eyes upon the Shu Wang. Squeak! The Shu Wang was paralyzed with fear. What in the world is that? It bolted. Roar! The monster bellowed, drawing its axe, and pursued on all fours. The Shu Wang darted desperately through the woods, but the creature's speed was surprisingly swift. The sound of rushing wind returned. The Shu Wang felt a chill in its tail, followed by searing pain. Puff! Its tail had been severed. The Shu Wang let out a chilling screech, scrambling forward. The monster's axe had sliced through its tail, and with unrelenting force, it struck a nearby highly hua tree. Boom! The axe blade struck the hard trunk, splintering wood into the air. Roar! In the next moment, the axe fell from the monster's hand as it clutched its head, howling in agony, as if it had been struck instead of the tree. Seizing the opportunity, the Shu Wang rolled and scrambled up the nearest large tree. It turned back and beheld the grotesque, toad-like creature, its bulging eyes fixed intently upon it. In an unsettling manner, the creature began to ascend the tree trunk, employing both hands and feet. The Mouse King, terrified to the core, dared not linger and frantically leaped among the treetops. After climbing several meters, the toad seemed dissatisfied with its speed, let out a furious roar, and leaped to the ground. Pursuing relentlessly, the Mouse King raced for its life atop the branches, yet could not shake off the toad below. Suddenly, it spotted a terrified spotted deer running frantically through the thick mist ahead. The Mouse King felt a surge of hope. A deer, come lend me your strength. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar, filled with ferocity, erupted. A colossal shadow surged forth from a mist, snapping the deer's neck in one bite, blood gushing forth. It was a black bear. The bear slowly raised its head, its crimson eyes piercing through the fog, locking onto the Mouse King perched atop the treetop. The Mouse King was utterly shattered, a toad brandishing an axe on the ground, now followed by a mad bear. It had only been a month since his demise. What on earth has befallen this forest? In despair, the Mouse King shrieked, not daring to pause, exerting every ounce of strength to leap between the trees, while the two monsters below pursued relentlessly. The Mouse King cried out in exasperation. Chapter 103. Fishing once again, the day dawned shrouded in thick fog. Early the next morning, Lin Xia, still groggy, felt two paws patting his face. Awake, pig, it's time to fish. Lin Xia rubbed his eyes and glanced at the old wolf, noting its diligent enthusiasm for fishing. Of course, those are fine creatures. Catch one for me. The old wolf drooled at the prospect. Lin Xia sat up curious, recalling how the old wolf had mumbled in its sleep the previous night, repeatedly mentioning fish. What kind of fish could incite such desire? Hurry, don't dawdle. We must go before that old monkey wakes up. It won't be easy then. Lin Xia roused the battle bear, and together with the two dogs, each gnawing on a salted fish, they ventured out, braving the thick fog towards the western lake, carrying fishing gear and a pack. Lin Xia also had 2 grenades stowed away. The old wolf, wrapped in its blanket, led the way, while the battle bear followed with an axe in its mouth. For safety's sake, Lin Xia brought along specialized weaponry, as the master of the black-hearted pear tree they had felled the previous day should be arriving soon. Half an hour later, the group reached the Great Lake. Unlike other parts of the forest, this lake at the summit of the western mountain was not shrouded in fog, as if an invisible barrier kept the mist at bay. A thin veil of water vapor drifted across the surface, exuding an ethereal atmosphere. In the morning light, fish grazed along the shore, and various birds floated leisurely above the water. However, the moment Lin Xia and the dogs approached the lake, the fish scattered in alarm, and the birds took flight. Are we that frightening? Lin Xia paused at the water's edge. It must be our fierce demeanor. The old wolf, nestled in its blanket with only its head exposed, recalled how they had caught dozens of fish during their previous visits with the battle bear. Aren't you afraid of that monkey bothering you? Lin Xia scanned the giant tree in the middle of the lake, but did not spot the figure of Dajun. Not at all. The old wolf gestured with its paw, urging, quickly, while it remains asleep, help me catch a fish, red and black with a particularly large tail. What do you need that fish for? Mind your business. It is of great importance to me. Lin Xia shot a glance at the old wolf, who seemed to be up to something mysterious. Yet, he shrugged it off, considering fishing a means of relaxation. After baiting the hook and casting the line, Lin Xia settled by the lake's edge, with the pack and axe beside him. TCH. The old wolf scoffed. Do you think the fish here are fools? Can't they see the hook? In these deep woods, where no one has fished, they one-t recognize the hook, Lin Xia retorted. The old wolf paused, unwilling to further argue with such a fool. The Air Force punishes every overconfident man. The old wolf glanced at the battle bear, giving it a knowing look. And in the next moment, the bear plunged into the water, swimming towards the deeper areas. Observing the bear, Lin Xia felt exasperated. The weather in the mountains was already wintry. How could the bear jump in without fear of freezing? Glancing at the old wolf, now tightly wrapped in its blanket and resting in the grass, Lin Xia defended the bear. You only bully the battle bear. Why don't you jump in yourself? Mind your words. The old wolf snuggled deeper into its blanket, muttering from within. The battle bear jumped in of its own accord. Just as Lin Xia was about to rebuke the wolf, the battle bear emerged from the water, triumphantly holding a lively, wriggling carp in its mouth. It swam to the shore and dropped the fish at the old wolf's feet. Not bad, not bad. The old wolf peeked out from its blanket, praising. Much smarter than some bipedal creatures. Battle bear, feel free to eat the fish you caught today. The battle bear let out an excited howl and gulped down the large carp in one bite, then joyfully splashed back into the water, soaking Lin Xia in the process. Lin Xia wiped his face, watching the bear frolicking in the water, now convinced of its voluntary actions. This place is impossible to fish. Noticing the bobbing float agitated by the bear's splashes, Lin Xia reeled in his line and ran to the opposite side of the lake to fish. Ignoring the old wolf's warnings would surely lead to regret. The old wolf's voice carried across the water. I'm certain you'll catch nothing today. Don't gnaw my words. The old wolf lifted its head in confusion. As the morning passed slowly, Lin Xia's patience wore thin. Damn it, he exclaimed, staring at the immobile float, cursing as he snapped his rod in frustration. Across the lake, the old wolf's laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Did you catch a fish yet? Its laughter was hearty, devoid of mockery. Hearing the commotion, the battle bear poked its head above water, still clutching a thrashing catfish in its mouth. Seeing Lin Xia's exasperation, the bear swam over, shaking its head and presenting the catfish before him. Lin Xia, speechless, rubbed the bear's head. Battle bear, you truly know how to comfort someone, but you can keep it. I want to catch my own. The bear nodded, swallowing the fish whole and letting out a satisfied burp. Throughout the morning, the bear consumed at least 10 large fish, while Lin Xia had yet to see a single fish. He understood that these fish possessed intelligence, but he had thought that since they would not recognize the hook, some fool would surely bite. Yet, the result was a morning of futility. Had lumberjacks fished here before? Returning to the opposite shore, Lin Xia found the old wolf mimicking him, attempting to snap his stick. Lin Xia's mind recalled the dog-slaying stick technique, and he gritted his teeth, asking the old wolf, Has the monkey awakened? Not yet, the old wolf replied. Once again lying down, it sleeps 20 hours a day. Will a loud noise not wake it? Lin Xia inquired. The battle bear has been making noise all morning. The old wolf chuckled, waving its paw dismissively. No problem. Fine, you say so, Lin Xia conceded. The old wolf shot Lin Xia a glance before wrapping itself in the blanket and drifting back to sleep. Lin Xia then pulled a grenade from his pocket. Battle bear, come here. The bear obediently climbed onto the shore. Lin Xia removed the pin and, without a second thought, tossed it towards the center of the lake. Hearing the familiar click, the old wolf shot up from its blanket, about to protest. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the ground, sending a massive spray of water soaring high into the air, accompanied by a multitude of stunned fish. The old wolf stared, bewildered, at the water spout before looking at Lin Xia in disbelief. Lin Xia shot at a glance. Didn't you say that loud noises would be fine? The old wolf wiped the water from its face, falling silent for a moment. That was an enormous racket. Chapter 104. Have I become a deviation? As the echoes of the explosion faded, the great tree at the center of the lake began to sway, and soon after, the figure of Dashan emerged from the treetops, perched upon a branch, gazing at them, and then at the several fish floating on the water surface. Dashan opened his mouth, glanced at Lin Xia, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately managing to utter, Do you wish to eat fish? Lin Xia shielded the old wolf, who promptly moved to protect the battle bear. Dashan sighed, Old wolf, I cannot offer you this hellish koi. I must keep it for my own purposes. I never asked for it. The old wolf replied innocently, raising his paws in a gesture of surrender. I owe you all. If you catch a few fish, I can overlook it, but the hellish koi is vital to the forest and must not be touched. Very well, the old wolf resigned. Dashan waved his hand, and in the next moment, the fish that had been days in the water suddenly revived, swiftly darting into the depths. Lin Xia's pupils constricted. Dashan's holy was from a day. It seemed that even suppression was futile against him. This was still within the forest. Lin Xia dared not imagine what might transpire should Dashan leave this place. Hey, Dashan, we shall take our leave now. Do enjoy your slumber. The old wolf suggested, preparing to depart. Dashan nodded, ready to return to his nap when a snow-white crane suddenly descended onto the lake surface. As Lin Xia and the old wolf, accompanied by the battle bear, prepared to leave, the crane's voice rang out behind them. Wait! Lin Xia and the old wolf turned, puzzled by the crane's sudden call, while Dashan also looked on with curiosity. What is it Jianbai? Dashan inquired. Dashan? The crane Jianbai lowered its head. Recently, a deviant has emerged in the mountains, one who revels in slaughter, beheading, and skinning. In just a few days, over 100 anomalies have perished. Oh, is that so? Dashan is cold. While predation is natural in the forest, such a cruel murderer cannot be tolerated. Indeed, but this deviant possesses formidable strength. Thus far, no anomaly has witnessed its true form. All who have encountered it have perished. However, a litter of rabbits did catch sight of its weapon, which is a black pearwood axe. At this revelation, Lin Xia and the old wolf exchanged glances, sensing an ominous turn of events. There is only one black pearwood axe in this forest, and it belonged to that human. The crane's gaze shifted to Lin Xia. Followed closely by Dashan. The air grew tense. Are you jesting? The old wolf laughed as he stepped out from behind the battle bear. I've been shadowing Lin Xia. How could he possibly engage in such heinous acts? Moreover, he is not that kind of person. The crane scoffed. When he went out to chop wood, you were resting in the cabin. How can you claim to have been following him? Shut your beak, you foolish bird. The old wolf retorted. Dashan interjected, his voice cold. Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. Whether it be a human or an anomaly, one cannot guarantee the purity of their souls. Are you referring to yourself? The old wolf countered. Dashan found himself at a loss for words, recalling how he had recently employed unscrupulous means against Lin Xia, feeling as if the accusation struck too close to home. Lin Xia turned to